Welcome to novelsaudio.com. We hope you have a relaxing and enjoyable time.
Mia Collins stood in front of her easel, the empty canvas staring back at her like a gaping mouth, ready to swallow her whole. The dim light of her cramped studio barely illuminated the vibrant colors scattered across her palette, remnants of unfinished ideas and half-formed dreams. She squeezed a tube of paint, but instead of the vibrant crimson she intended to use, it produced a sickly brown, a fitting color for her current state of mind. Her life had become a series of unfortunate events, each one pushing her closer to the precipice of despair. With each overdue bill that arrived in the mail, the weight on her shoulders grew heavier. The rent on her tiny apartment was due in 3 days, and her savings had dwindled to little more than a forgotten coin in her pocket. She let out a tortured sigh and leaned against the easel, rubbing her temples in frustration. The art gallery where she had hoped to showcase her work had fallen silent. The economy had tightened its grip around local businesses, forcing them to cut costs, and she was just another casualty in the war of survival. Her phone buzzed on the cluttered table, the noise jarring her from her spiraling thoughts. She glanced at the screen, half expecting it to be another reminder of her financial woes. Instead, it was a message from her best friend, Sarah. "Hey, I have an idea. Meet me at Café de Lune in an hour. Trust me, you're gonna love it." Mia rolled her eyes but couldn't suppress a small smile as she typed back a quick reply. Sarah was a relentless optimist, the kind of friend who could find a rainbow in the darkest storm. An hour later, Mia arrived at the café, a charming little spot with a chic Parisian vibe. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee and baked goods wrapped around her like a warm embrace. She spotted Sarah at their usual corner table, her blonde curls bouncing in excitement as she waved. "Hey, you look like you've seen a ghost," Sarah said, her playful grin faltering as she took in Mia's disheveled appearance. "Just the usual," Mia replied, sliding into the seat across from her. "You know, the weight of impending doom on my shoulders." "Stop it, you're an artist, not a doomsday prophet." Sarah rolled her eyes, pouring Mia a cup of coffee from the small pot on the table. "Now, drink this and brace yourself. I have a proposition for you." Mia raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What kind of proposition?" Sarah leaned in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "You know Ethan Blackwood, right? The billionaire?" Mia frowned, the name stirring memories of newspaper headlines and glossy magazine spreads. "I know of him. He's a recluse, isn't he?" "More like a grumpy hermit who hoards his billions," Sarah said with a dramatic flair. "But here's the thing, he needs a wife, and I think you should marry him." Mia choked on her coffee, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Marry him? Are you out of your mind?" "I can't even pay rent." "Exactly, that's why it's perfect. Hear me out." Sarah leaned back, a glint of mischief in her eyes. "His family is pressuring him to settle down, and he's facing a huge financial crisis with his company. A contract marriage could be the solution for both of you. You get financial security, he gets a legal wife to pacify his family." Mia shook her head vigorously. "Sarah, no, that's insane. I'm not some trophy bride." "Not a trophy bride, an artist in distress," Sarah countered. "Think about it. You could have a stable income, your art could flourish without the constant stress, and you'd get access to all those high society events. Plus, it's not like you'd be tied down romantically. Just sign the contract and live your best life." Mia opened her mouth to protest but hesitated. The idea was ludicrous, yet there was a part of her that found it oddly appealing. The thought of escaping her financial woes, of painting without fear of failure, was intoxicating. But Ethan Blackwood was known for his cold demeanor, and the idea of being married to a man who seemed incapable of warmth was daunting. "Isn't he a total jerk?" Mia asked after a moment. "Sure, but you're a strong woman. You can handle a grumpy billionaire," Sarah said, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "And who knows, you might even get him to crack a smile." Mia bit her lip, the gears in her mind turning. The clock was ticking, and her art career was hanging by a thread. As crazy as Sarah's idea seemed, it was hard to deny that it might be the lifeline she needed. "Okay, let's say I consider this," Mia said slowly. "How do I even approach him? I have connections. I can set up a meeting. Just think about it, Mia. You could change your life." As she left the cafe, Mia felt a strange mixture of apprehension and excitement. The seed of an idea had been planted, and it was already starting to sprout. What if, just what? If this was her chance, the next few days passed in a blur of nervous anticipation. Sarah made arrangements, and Mia found herself pacing her apartment, rehearsing what she would say to Ethan Blackwood. On the day of the meeting, she stood in front of her mirror, adjusting the collar of her blouse. She had chosen a simple yet elegant outfit, dark jeans paired with a fitted blazer. She felt a flicker of confidence, a woman who was ready to take control of her life. "Just be yourself," she whispered to her reflection, though doubt pooled in her stomach. The Blackwood Industries headquarters loomed before her like a fortress, its modern architecture a stark contrast to her bohemian surroundings. She took a deep breath, steeling herself, and entered the building. The lobby was a world of polished marble and sleek lines, with impeccably dressed employees moving with purpose. Mia felt out of place in her casual attire, but she brushed aside her insecurities as she approached the receptionist. "I have an appointment with Mr. Blackwood," she said, her voice steady despite the nerves dancing in her chest. The receptionist looked up, her expression unreadable. "Please take a seat. I'll inform him of your arrival." Mia sank into a plush chair, her heart racing. What was she even doing here? Moments later, the receptionist gestured for her to follow, and Mia found herself walking through a series of pristine hallways, adorned with abstract art that seemed to mock her own struggles. As they reached the office door, the receptionist knocked lightly before opening it. "Mr. Blackwood, your next appointment is here," she announced before stepping aside. Mia walked in, her breath catching as she took in the sight of Ethan Blackwood. He was seated behind a massive mahogany desk, his piercing blue eyes fixed on her with an intensity that made her heart flutter and her palms sweat. His dark hair was tousled, and the 5 o'clock shadow on his jaw only added to his rugged appeal. But it was the aura of authority, he exuded that. Truly captivated her. "Miss Collins?" he asked, his voice low and gravelly. "Yes, that's me," she replied, forcing herself to maintain eye contact despite the nerves churning in her belly. "Sit," he commanded, gesturing to the chair opposite him. She obeyed, feeling small under his scrutinizing gaze. "I understand you have a proposition," he said, folding his hands on the desk, his expression inscrutable. Mia took a deep breath, recalling Sarah's words. "Yes, let's skip the pleasantries," he interrupted, his tone sharp. "I don't have all day." His impatience triggered a spark of defiance within her. "I'm not here to waste your time, Mr. Blackwood. I want to discuss a contract marriage." Ethan's brows furrowed, and for a moment she thought she saw something flit across his face, a flicker of surprise, perhaps, but it was gone in an instant, replaced by his usual stoic demeanor. "Explain," he said, leaning back in his chair, arms crossed. Mia swallowed hard, diving into her pitch with a mix of hope and trepidation. She spoke of her financial struggles, the urgency of her situation, and how a contract marriage could be mutually beneficial. As she outlined her reasons, she couldn't help but notice the way his expression remained composed, his interest almost clinical. "I see," he finally said when she finished. "But why should I consider this?" "Because," she replied, surprising herself with her boldness, "I'm not just another option. I'm an artist and I have a vision. I can help you navigate the social scene, attend events, and even help rebuild your company's image. All I need in return is financial security. It's a simple business arrangement." Ethan's eyes narrowed slightly, as though he were weighing her words against some internal scale. "And you expect me to believe you can bring anything beneficial to my life?" "I believe I can," she shot back, not backing down. "I know how to connect with people, how to create art that resonates. I can bring a fresh perspective to your world, even if it's just on paper." He regarded her for a long moment, the tension in the air thickening as both of them weighed their options. "Fine," he said finally, breaking the silence. "But understand this, I don't do emotions. This is strictly business. You live your life, I'll live mine, and we'll meet only when necessary." Mia nodded, suppressing a surge of relief mixed with apprehension. "Understood, just a contract." "Good, we'll draft the agreement and meet again to finalize the details." As she stood to leave, a rush of adrenaline coursed through her veins. This was it. She was stepping into a world she had only dreamed of, a world filled with both promise and peril. The moment she stepped out of his office, Mia felt a strange mix of excitement and dread. This grumpy billionaire was going to change her life, whether she was ready for it or not. And as she took a deep breath, she couldn't help but wonder if beneath that icy exterior, there lay a warmth waiting to be uncovered. The following morning, Emily found herself seated at a small cafe just a few blocks from Carter's office, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee mingling with the scent of warm pastries. She absent-mindedly stirred her latte, watching the steam swirl up as she questioned her life choices. The sunlight spilled through the window, illuminating the bustling street outside, but within her, a tumult of emotions churned. "Marriage," she whispered to herself, trying to let the word settle. She had always envisioned a wedding filled with love, laughter, and perhaps a hint of romance, not a legal contract with a man notorious for being an unyielding enigma. Yet here she was, embracing the absurdity of her predicament. Her phone buzzed, breaking her reverie. It was a text from Carter. "Carter, meet me at the office. We need to discuss the next steps." She sighed, her heart racing at the thought of facing him again. Just yesterday, she had signed her name on a legal document that tied her fate to his, and now, only 24 hours later, she was already feeling the weight of the decision. Emily paid for her coffee and gathered her things, determination coursing through her veins. She had made her choice, and there was no turning back. As she entered the sleek lobby of Blake Enterprises, she took a moment to absorb the grandeur of the space. The high ceilings, elegant decor, and bustling activity of employees rushing about only underscored the billionaire world she had just stepped into. With every step toward the elevator, anxiety twisted in her stomach, but she pushed it aside, reminding herself of the stakes involved. "Up to the penthouse?" the receptionist asked, a charming smile on her face. "Yes, please," Emily replied, forcing a smile of her own. The elevator ride was quick, and as the doors slid open with a soft ding, she steeled herself for whatever awaited her. Carter was already at his desk, a mountain of paperwork surrounding him like an impenetrable fortress. He barely looked up as she entered, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Emily," he said without glancing in her direction, "you're here. Good. We need to establish some ground rules for our arrangement." She crossed her arms, trying to quell the flutter of nerves. Ground rules. He finally lifted his gaze, pinning her with an intense stare that made her heart race. "We can't just go into this blind. We need to set expectations if we're going to make this work." "Okay," she said, intrigued. "What did you have in mind?" "First, this is a business marriage. Our personal lives should remain separate. You will be my wife in public. But I expect you to maintain your independence behind closed doors." He paused, his expression unyielding. "You will continue to work and pursue your own interests." Emily frowned, feeling a twinge of disappointment. "And what about you? Will I get to know the real Carter Blake, or will I just be your trophy wife for the sake of appearances?" He leaned back in his chair, an amused smirk playing on his lips. "You're quite bold for someone who just signed a contract. But I'll give you this, I'm not looking for a trophy. I need a partner, someone who can handle the press and the obligations that come with my name. In return, you'll have financial security and stability." A strange sense of camaraderie flickered between them, but she couldn't ignore the barriers he was erecting. "So, what's next?" she pressed, intrigued by the prospect of their partnership, yet wary of his cold demeanor. "We need to prepare for a public appearance. A charity gala is coming up in 2 weeks, and that will be our first official outing as a married couple." He pulled up a calendar on his computer, his focus shifting as he began to outline their schedule. Emily swallowed hard, imagining the spotlight that would be on them. "And what do I wear to this gala? I assume." "I'll need something appropriate." Carter glanced at her, his expression momentarily softening. "I can arrange for a stylist if that would make you more comfortable." "Right," she said, trying to suppress a smile. "A stylist for the Grumpy Billionaire's wife." He raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "You might be surprised by how much I can do when it comes to appearances." "I don't doubt that," she replied, feeling a warmth spread through her. Perhaps there was more to him than the hard exterior he presented to the world. Emily spent the next hour discussing the details of the gala with Carter. They talked about the guest list, the importance of maintaining a united front, and how to handle any inquiries about their relationship. As they delved deeper into the logistics, she began to see a different side of him. A man who was meticulous, driven, and clearly passionate about his work. Their conversation flowed more freely, and Emily found herself caught between admiration and frustration. He was infuriatingly charming when he chose to be, and yet he remained guarded, as if he was afraid to let anyone in. "Carter," she said, deciding to take a leap, "can I ask you something personal?" He paused, his fingers stilling above the keyboard. "That depends on what it is." "Why a contract marriage? You could have anyone you want. What made you choose this route?" He hesitated, the air thick with tension. "Trust is hard to come by in my world, and relationships are often transactional. It's easier to manage a business arrangement than to gamble on emotions." "Is that really what you want, a life devoid of love?" Her heart ached for him, and she couldn't help but lean closer across the desk. He finally looked at her, his eyes darkening with something unrecognizable. "I didn't say I wanted it, I said it's easier, and in my experience, easier is better." "You say that, but you signed the contract too," she challenged, emboldened by the vulnerability in the moment. There must be a part of you that craves something more. For a brief moment, silence enveloped them. A flicker of something, fear, regret, maybe hope, passed between them, and she held her breath, waiting for him to respond. But the moment shattered as quickly as it had formed, and he straightened in his chair. "We should get back to planning the gala," he said, his voice clipped, erasing any trace of intimacy. Emily nodded, feeling the air grow cold again. She was learning that peeling back the layers of Carter Blake would demand patience and resilience, but she was determined to try. They were partners now, bound by a contract that promised stability. Perhaps in time, they could find common ground. As the days passed, Emily immersed herself in preparations for the gala. The stylist Carter arranged was a whirlwind of creativity, draping her in luxurious fabrics and enhancing her features with the latest trends. Each fitting brought a new level of excitement, and as Emily looked in the mirror, she barely recognized the woman staring back at her. A fusion of elegance and strength, she felt a thrill that had been absent for too long. Perhaps this contract marriage held more promise than she anticipated, but the deeper she delved into planning, the more she noticed the cracks in Carter's facade. At work, he was the indomitable billionaire, but in private moments, she glimpsed snippets of his complex nature. An artist haunted by his past, a man who fought demons she couldn't yet fathom. One evening, as they reviewed the gala's details, Emily decided to press further. "Carter, what do you do to unwind? Everyone needs a break from work." "Work is my break," he said, his tone dismissive. "Come on, surely there's something you enjoy outside the boardroom." He looked at her. For a moment, it seemed as if he might share. "I used to enjoy painting," he said finally. The corner of his mouth twitching as if recalling a fond memory. "But it feels trivial now." "Trivial?" she echoed, surprised by the admission. "How can that be? Art has a way of expressing things words can't." He was silent for a long moment, his expression unreadable. "Art requires vulnerability, and I don't have the luxury for that." "Maybe it's time to reclaim that luxury," she suggested, her heart racing at the thought of breaking through his defenses. "You're more than just a billionaire, Carter. You're a person with dreams and passions. Why not explore those again?" He looked away, his jaw tightening, and for the first time she saw a flicker of something close to sadness in his eyes. "It's not that simple, Emily." "Maybe not, but it's worth trying. You deserve to find joy outside of your work." He met her gaze, a storm brewing in his expression. "And what makes you think I want your help?" "Because despite your grumpy demeanor, I think you're worth getting to know. And if we're going to be partners in this marriage, we should at least try to understand each other." The silence that followed was thick with tension, but beneath it simmered a current of understanding. Emily held her breath, waiting for Carter to respond, but he merely turned away. The moment slipping back into the shadows. In the days leading up to the gala, they fell into a routine that was both comforting and chaotic. They worked late into the evenings, sharing snippets of their lives between meetings and planning sessions. Emily learned more about the intricacies of running a business than she ever thought possible, and Carter began to soften, if only slightly. On the night of the gala, Emily stood in front of the mirror, her heart racing with anticipation. In a stunning emerald gown that hugged her curves, she felt like a different person, strong, radiant, and ready to face the world. A sense of empowerment filled her as she applied the final touches of her makeup. "Ready?" Carter's voice broke through her thoughts as he appeared in the doorway, dressed in a tailored suit that accentuated his broad shoulders. He looked every bit the part of a billionaire, but tonight, she hoped he would also let her see the man beneath the suit. "Definitely," she replied, her voice steady despite the butterflies in her stomach. As they made their way to the gala, the car ride was charged with unspoken words. Emily glanced over at Carter, who was focused on the passing city lights, his jaw clenched in concentration. She wondered what thoughts raced through his mind, and if he was even aware of the potential opportunities this night held for both of them. When they arrived, the venue was a stunning display of opulence, with sparkling chandeliers and elegantly dressed guests mingling in the grand ballroom. Emily's heart raced as she stepped out of the car, feeling the weight of the moment. This was her chance to not only support Carter, but to redefine their partnership in a way that went beyond the contract. Carter extended his arm and she took it, feeling the warmth of his presence as they walked toward the entrance. As they entered the ballroom, the buzz of conversations and laughter enveloped them, and she absorbed the energy of the crowd. "Smile," Carter murmured, his voice low, igniting a flicker of playfulness in her. She turned to him, her lips curving into a genuine smile. I thought you said this was a business arrangement. Even business partners need to look engaged, he replied with a hint of amusement, the corner of his mouth quirking up. As they navigated the crowd, Emily felt the weight of the gazes on them, curious, judgmental, intrigued. She could sense the whispers, the probing questions, and although it made her nervous, she tried to focus on the moment. Carter possessed a magnetic quality, drawing attention without even trying. As they made their way through the crowd, Emily caught glimpses of admiration and envy directed at them. And for a fleeting moment, she felt a surge of confidence. She was not just a pawn in this arrangement, she was a force to be reckoned with. When they reached the center of the ballroom, the event host welcomed them, and the moment felt surreal. Emily stood beside Carter, her heart racing as she faced the crowd, and for the first time she felt a connection to him beyond the contract, a sense of partnership. "Ladies and gentlemen," the host announced, "it's my honor to introduce our newest philanthropic couple, Mr. Carter Blake and his lovely wife, Emily Blake." The applause rang through the air, and Emily felt a rush of warmth surge through her. She didn't know what the future held, but in that moment, she was proud to stand beside him, ready to embark on this unexpected journey together. As they exchanged pleasantries with guests, Emily realized that this contract marriage was more than a mere arrangement. It was a chance for both of them to discover who they were beyond their facades. And perhaps, just perhaps, love could blossom from the chaos they had created, turning their unyielding partnership into something neither of them could have ever anticipated. The applause from the crowd ebbed, but the warmth of their reception lingered in the air, wrapping around Emily like a soft blanket. Standing next to Carter, who still radiated an aura of cool indifference, she felt a potent mix of exhilaration and apprehension. They were drawing attention, and with it, expectations. The ballroom sparkled with chandeliers overhead, casting shimmering reflections that danced across the polished floor, an opulent setting for an unexpected partnership. Carter turned slightly towards her, his expression inscrutable. "You handled that well," he said, a hint of approval in his voice. "Thanks," she replied, not quite sure how to interpret his compliment. "I guess playing the part isn't so hard when you have a reason to." He raised an eyebrow, his expression bordering on skepticism. "And what reason might that be?" "To survive," she said with a slight smile, trying to lighten the moment. "Isn't that why we're here?" "To convince everyone that this marriage is real." His lips twitched at the corners, but quickly settled back into their usual set. "It may be more than just convincing others. The board will be watching closely." "Right," she said, the gravity of their situation hitting her anew. Navigating the expectations of both their social circles and the corporate world would be a delicate dance, one she didn't want to fumble. "So, what's next? Do we mingle or do we just stand here?" He glanced around, his posture rigid amidst the sea of well-dressed guests. "Mingling. We need to appear as a united front if we're going to make this work." "Understood," she said, gathering her courage. Together, they navigated through clusters of elegantly dressed guests, exchanging pleasantries and forced smiles. Carter's grumpy demeanor was a stark contrast to the animated conversations swirling around them. As they moved from one group to another, Emily sensed that beneath his stoic facade, Carter was keenly aware of every whispered conversation and scrutinizing gaze. Whenever someone complimented her or made comments about their perfect match, she could see him tense, as if guarding something he didn't want to expose. "People are curious, Carter," she remarked as they slipped away from a particularly nosy couple. "They want to know why you chose me." "Let them wonder," he replied curtly, his eyes scanning the crowd like a hawk. "The less they know, the better." Emily couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, but it might help if they saw us as more than just a business transaction. Carter halted his stride, turning to face her directly. "This is not a game, Emily. This is business. You're my wife on paper, nothing more. Don't forget that." The sharpness in his tone stung, and she swallowed hard, forcing back a retort. Maybe she had been too optimistic in thinking that their agreement might lead to something more. Their lives were intricately tied now, but that didn't mean he had to be so cold. "Understood," she said quietly, the confidence wavering in her chest. As the evening progressed, Emily struggled to find her footing in the unfamiliar territory. She watched as Carter seamlessly shifted from one conversation to another, wielding charm like a weapon, while she often felt like a decorative piece in the background. The weight of the contract they had signed pressed down on her, a constant reminder of the stakes involved. Finally, she spotted a small group of women engaged in animated conversation, their laughter ringing out like music. They looked like they were enjoying themselves, and part of her longed to join in. Feeling a rush of daring, she turned to Carter. Mind if I join them for a moment? I could use a breather. He glanced at the group, his expression shifting to one of guarded assessment. You'll be fine, just don't overstay your welcome. Thanks for the vote of confidence, she muttered, but a smile tugged at her lips. As she approached the group, their conversation paused, and the women turned to her with welcoming smiles. Emily, it's so lovely to see you. One of them exclaimed, her dress sparkling under the lights. I was just telling the others how charming you are. Thank you, I'm still getting used to all of this, Emily replied, feeling a warmth spread through her. Are you enjoying the gala? Another woman asked, her eyes twinkling with mischief. It must be exciting to be newly married to Carter Blake. Exciting is one way to put it, Emily said, trying to infuse humor into her words. He keeps me on my toes. The women exchanged knowing glances, and Emily felt a flicker of camaraderie. They were all in the same world of high society, navigating marriages that often felt more like business transactions than romantic unions. As their conversation flowed, Emily felt herself relaxing, the earlier tension dissipating. They chatted about fashion, current events, and common acquaintances, and for the first time that evening, she felt like she belonged. But somewhere in the back of her mind, she sensed Carter watching. Every so often, she caught sight of him across the room, his gaze heavy and penetrating, assessing her interactions with a calculated intensity. When she returned to his side after a brief conversation about the latest charity initiatives, she found Carter's demeanor had shifted slightly. You were gone longer than I expected, he said, an edge of concern creeping into his voice. I was just chatting with the ladies, she replied, trying to gauge his mood. They're lovely. He nodded, but the lines on his forehead deepened. Just remember to stay focused on why we're here. This isn't a social experiment. Sure, but it can't hurt to make allies, she countered, sensing the tension rising again. Carter's jaw tightened, and for a moment she feared she had overstepped. But then, to her surprise, he softened. Allies are good, but trust is hard to come by in this world. Just be cautious. Emily nodded, acutely aware of the complexities surrounding their contract. She appreciated his concern, even if he wrapped it in gruffness. I will, she promised, and I want you too. Know that I'm in this with you. His eyes met hers, and for a brief moment she saw a flicker of something, vulnerability perhaps, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared, replaced again by the stoic billionaire she'd been introduced to. Let's get through the night, he said, a hint of camaraderie threading through his tone. We still have the auction to get through. As the evening progressed, they moved into the main hall for the auction, where several high-value items were up for bid, artworks, luxury cars, and exclusive experiences that would benefit various charities. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement, and Emily felt a renewed sense of purpose. We should bid on something, she suggested, turning to Carter. It would be a good way to solidify our status as a couple. Carter regarded her thoughtfully before responding. What do you have in mind? A piece of artwork, perhaps, something that could even go in your office, she suggested, her enthusiasm bubbling forth. It would show that we're invested in more than just appearances. He considered her suggestion, his brow furrowing slightly. Fine, but only if it fits within a budget. I don't intend to risk my financial standing for a public display. Emily's heart raced with excitement. Deal, but let's make it a bit more fun. How about we pick something that resonates with us as a couple, something that tells our story? Carter studied her, and for the first time, she felt a spark of genuine interest in his gaze. And what story would that be? The story of two people taking a leap of faith, she replied, a smile creeping onto her lips. It could be a beautiful metaphor for our marriage. He chuckled unexpectedly, the sound low and rich. You're certainly optimistic, aren't you? Only because I believe there's more to you than meets the eye, she said, her heart pounding. The auction began, and as the auctioneer called out items, Emily stayed beside Carter, her heart racing as they discussed potential bids. She could feel the energy in the room, the thrill of competition igniting something deep within her. When a stunning piece of modern art, a swirling explosion of color that seemed to capture movement and emotion, was placed before them, Emily felt a jolt of inspiration. This one, she said, her voice unwavering. It's perfect. Carter studied it, his expression inscrutable, but she could see a flicker of consideration in his eyes. Fine, he said after a moment. Let's bid, but remember, it's about the intention behind the purchase, not the price. As the auctioneer called for bids, Emily felt a rush of excitement and anxiety. They placed their bid, and to her astonishment, they won. As the applause echoed through the hall, she turned to Carter, her eyes sparkling with triumph. See, "That wasn't so hard," she exclaimed, her spirits soaring. He smirked, and for a brief moment the grumpiness melted away. "Don't get too comfortable. This is just a piece of art, not a ticket to happily ever after." "Maybe not," she admitted, her smile unwavering. "But it's a step in the right direction." As they left the auction, Emily felt a surge of hope. Perhaps this contract marriage could lead to something beautiful after all, something that transcended their initial agreement. Even if Carter was grumpy and guarded, she was beginning to see the man beneath the billionaire facade. The night was still young, and as they walked side by side through the grand hall, she felt the thrill of possibility tingling in her veins. Maybe, just maybe, they could transform this arrangement into something more meaningful than either had anticipated. With that thought in mind, Emily glanced up at Carter, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Together, they were on the brink of something extraordinary, and she was determined to explore the depths of their connection, even if it meant breaking through the barriers he had constructed around his heart. The dance had only just begun, and she was ready to embrace every twist and turn it would bring. As Emily and Carter stepped out of the auction house, the cool night air enveloped them, a refreshing contrast to the heated excitement still buzzing in her veins. The early autumn breeze was crisp, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and distant city lights. She inhaled deeply, savoring the moment. "Do you often attend these events?" Emily asked, breaking the silence as they walked toward their car, feeling an unexpected urge to connect. Carter adjusted his cufflinks, murmuring, "Only when necessary." He glanced sideways at her, a hint of curiosity flickering in his stormy blue eyes. "You seem to enjoy it more than I do." Emily chuckled, remembering the way he had reluctantly engaged with the crowd, his demeanor mostly stoic. "I love art, and tonight felt like a chance to step outside of my usual routine. Plus, it was satisfying to win that auction. It felt like a victory for both of us." "A victory?" He raised an eyebrow, his expression skeptical. "In the grand scheme of things, it's a piece of overvalued canvas." "Perhaps, but it's also a symbol of our partnership, Carter. We made a decision together. That's worth something." Her tone was earnest, and she hoped to break through the armor he wore with such ease. He was quiet for a moment, the lines of his face softening slightly before he returned to his usual gruffness. "Don't romanticize it too much, Emily. It's just a contract." "Is it?" she replied, turning to face him, her heart racing as she pressed on. "You and I are bound by this contract, yes, but that doesn't mean we can't make it meaningful. We can build something out of it, something that helps us both." He stopped walking, the tension between them palpable. "You think you can just waltz into my life and make it meaningful? You have no idea what you're getting into." "Maybe not," she conceded, keeping her voice steady despite the flutter of nerves. "But I want to understand. I want to help you see that we aren't just trapped in this arrangement, there's potential here." Carter's lips pressed into a thin line, and he took a deep breath as if trying to steady himself. "I don't need your help, Emily." "Maybe you don't think you do," she countered, frustration creeping into her voice. "But everyone needs help sometimes, even billionaires." A moment passed, and she saw the flicker of something in his eyes. Was it vulnerability? Anger? She couldn't tell, but it was there, just beneath the surface. "Let's just stick to the terms of the contract, shall we?" he finally said, his tone clipped. He turned abruptly and resumed walking towards the car, leaving Emily to chase after him. The driver held the door open for them, and without another word, Carter slid into the backseat. Emily followed, the air thick with unspoken tension, an electric current crackling between them. She leaned back against the plush leather, trying to gather her thoughts, but the silence felt suffocating. "Do you really think this will work?" she asked, attempting to break the silence once more. "I mean, if we just keep pretending it's all business." Carter's gaze was focused outside the window, watching the city lights blur by. "What other option do we have?" "I don't know," she trailed off, unsure if she should push further. "But if you let me in a little, maybe we can figure it out together." "Emily," he said, turning to face her, his expression hardening, "this is not some romantic comedy. It's real life, and I'm not the guy you think I am." "Then show me." "Who you are," she challenged, feeling emboldened by her own words. "I don't want to just be your wife on paper. I want to be part of your life, whatever that looks like." His jaw tightened and he looked away again. "I'm not the man you want me to be. Maybe I don't want a specific version of you. Maybe I just want you to be honest with me." The car pulled into the driveway of Carter's penthouse building, and as they stepped out, the weight of their conversation hung in the air, unresolved and charged. They made their way through the lobby in silence, the doorman nodding politely as they passed. Once inside the elevator, Emily pressed the button for the penthouse floor, glancing at Carter beside her. The flickering lights overhead accentuated the sharp angles of his face, making him appear even more imposing. But there was a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes that gave her hope. When the elevator doors opened, they stepped into the lavish space that was suddenly feeling more like a gilded cage than a home. Emily took a moment to appreciate the grand decor, modern art pieces lining the walls, a breathtaking view of. The city sprawled out before them, but her heart was set on unraveling the man beside her. "Do you want some wine?" she offered, moving toward the well-stocked bar. It was a small gesture, but she hoped it would loosen the tension. "I could use a drink after tonight." "Fine," he replied, his voice flat as he sat on one of the plush sofas, his posture rigid. Emily poured 2 glasses of rich red wine and handed one to him, watching as he took a sip, his expression unchanged. She settled beside him, the silence stretching between them like a taut string ready to snap. "I never thought I'd find myself in a contract marriage," she confessed, glancing at him intently. "But here we are. It's not what I expected, but it's got potential." "What potential?" he shot back, irritation flashing across his face. "This is a business arrangement, nothing more, don't get confused." "Why can't it be both?" she pressed. "We can mix business with, whatever this is, I want to know you, Carter. The real you, not just the billionaire who can buy anything he wants." He scoffed, a sharp sound that pierced the air. "You want to know me. You think that's easy? I've built walls for a reason." "That just means you're human," she replied, her voice softer now. "Look, I'm not asking you to tear down those walls overnight. Just let me in a little. Trust me enough to share something real." Carter studied her, his gaze penetrating. She could feel the weight of his scrutiny, and in that moment she felt a flicker of hope, if only he would let her break through. "Trust is earned, Emily," he stated, his tone cooler. "And you don't know the first thing about me." "Then tell me," she urged, leaning forward, her heart racing. "Tell me about your life, your dreams, your fears, what makes you tick?" He hesitated, a muscle in his jaw clenching. For a moment she thought he might actually open up, but then he shook his head, dismissing her words as if they were smoke. "Why do you care?" he asked, his voice low, almost vulnerable. "You signed a contract. You wanted the money, you wanted stability." "That's part of it, yes," she admitted, not backing down. "But I'm not just some gold digger. I'm here because I want to make this work and see what we can build together. I want a partnership, Carter, not just a business transaction." The unyielding wall he had built around himself seemed to waver, and for the first time she saw a hint of something deeper, fear, maybe, embarrassment. "You don't understand the stakes," he said quietly. "There are things in my past that I can't share, not with anyone." "Then let's take it slowly," she suggested, sensing that she was inching closer to uncovering the layers of Carter Blake. "We can create our own timeline, no pressure." He took another sip of his wine, the silence stretching again. Emily watched him carefully, hoping she could reach him. "Tell me at least one thing about yourself," she urged. "What do you enjoy doing when you're not running a business or attending galas like tonight?" He stared at her as if weighing the worth of her question, and for a moment Emily held her breath. "I used to love sailing," he finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Before everything changed." "What changed?" she pressed gently, sensing she was treading on tender ground. He fell silent again, the weight of memory hanging thick in the air. Emily felt a surge of empathy for the man beside her, realizing that there was so much more to him than the grumpy billionaire he presented to the world. "Forget it," he said abruptly, rising from the sofa and crossing the room, the tension in his frame palpable. "It's late, we should prepare for tomorrow." "Carter," she called, rising to her feet as well, feeling a mixture of frustration and concern. "We can't just keep avoiding this. If we're going to make this work, you need to be open with me." "I'm not in the business of friendship, Emily," he replied coldly, turning away from her. "And I don't need your pity." "It's not pity," she shot back, her voice rising slightly. "It's understanding. I want to understand you, not just your wealth or your status. I want to know you as a person." He turned to face her, the storm in his eyes intensifying. "Why do you think you're qualified to do that? You don't know my life or what I've been through." "I want to know you," she insisted, her heart racing. "And I want you to know me. This contract might have brought us together, but it doesn't have to define us. We can chart our own course." For a long moment, they stood locked in a battle of wills, the air crackling with unspoken tension. Emily could feel the weight of his walls pressing down on her, but she refused to back down. "Why do you care so much?" he finally asked, his voice dropping to a murmur. "You barely know me." "I care because I see potential in you," she said quietly, her heart laid bare. "I see a man who's been hurt and is afraid to let anyone in. But I also see light beneath that grumpiness. I see someone who might just want connection, too." Carter's gaze softened slightly, and Emily felt her heart leap at the tiniest crack in his armor. "You think I'm a project or something?" he asked, confusion evident in his voice. "No," she replied firmly. "I think you're a person with depth, just like everyone else, and I want to explore that with you if you're willing to let me." He was silent, the battle clearly raging within him. Slowly, he sank back onto the sofa, running a hand through his hair in frustration. "I can't," he finally said, his voice strained. "You don't know what's at stake. I can't let you get hurt." "I'm a grown woman, Carter," she reminded him gently. "I can handle myself, but I can't do this alone. We need each other whether we like it or not." He looked at her, and in that moment, Emily saw the cracks in his facade widen just enough to let some light through. "Fine," he said reluctantly, a hint of defeat in his voice. "But just know this isn't going to be easy." "I wouldn't want it any other way," Emily replied, relief washing over her. "Let's take it one step at a time." As they settled back into their seats, Emily felt a flicker of hope igniting within her. Perhaps this contract marriage would become something unexpected and beautiful after all. And with that thought, she took a deep breath, ready to dive into the complexities of their evolving partnership. The night was still young, and though the road ahead was uncertain, she was committed to exploring the depths of their connection, determined to uncover the heart behind the grumpy billionaire facade. Together, they would navigate the chaos and maybe, just maybe, find love in the most unexpected of places. The next morning, Emily woke to sunlight streaming through the expansive windows of Carter's penthouse. The city sprawled beneath them, a sea of glass and steel, but the beauty of it was lost on her as she chased away the remnants of sleep. She felt different today, her heart fluttered with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. Carter had agreed to open up, albeit reluctantly, and she was determined to make the most of it. As if sensing her thoughts, her phone buzzed on the nightstand, pulling her from her reverie. It was a text from Carter. 8 a.m. breakfast meeting, be ready." Emily sighed but smiled at his matter-of-fact tone. A part of her had hoped he'd invite her to enjoy breakfast together, just the two of them. But she quickly shook that thought away. They had a contract to uphold, and business came first. Still, it wouldn't hurt to try to connect amid the chaos of their lives. After hastily dressing in a sleek blouse and tailored pants, she made her way to the kitchen. To her surprise, Carter was already there, hunched over a stack of documents, the faint smell of coffee filling the air. "Morning," she said brightly, pouring herself a cup. He grunted in response, his focus still on the papers. She observed him for a moment, noting the way his brow furrowed as he read. Beneath the gruff exterior, there was a fierce intensity about him that intrigued her. "Do you always work this early?" she asked, trying to keep the conversation light. "Sometimes," he replied without looking up. "I prefer getting it done before the distractions start." Emily bit the inside of her cheek, wrestling with her desire to delve deeper into his motivations. "What about personal distractions? Don't you need a break?" Carter finally glanced at her, his expression unreadable. "Personal distractions can wait." "Right," she said softly, "but sometimes you need to let yourself breathe, Carter. Life isn't just about work." He paused, a flicker of something irritation, perhaps, crossing his features. "And who said I need your advice on living my life, Emily?" She suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. "Just trying to care, that's all." He sighed, looking back down at his paperwork. "I don't need caring, I need results." Before she could respond, the doorbell rang, interrupting their tension. Emily glanced at Carter, who simply shrugged. "Must be the caterers," he said dismissively. As she opened the door, a pair of neatly dressed women entered, wheeling in a cart laden with breakfast items. Fresh fruit, croissants, an assortment of spreads. It was a lavish spread, and Emily couldn't help but be impressed. "Good morning, Mr. Blake, Ms. Adams," one of the women greeted, setting up the food. "Thank you," Carter said with an absent wave, still absorbed in his files. Emily took a seat at the island, intrigued by the presentation of breakfast. It felt extravagant for a simple meal, especially for a couple who were contractually bound rather than romantically involved. She poured herself more coffee as the caterers finished their setup and left. "Looks good, doesn't it?" she said, trying to coax Carter out of his work. "It's just breakfast," he replied, his voice flat. "Just breakfast?" Her brows shot up. "This is a feast. You could serve this at a banquet. Or you could just eat it," he shot back, finally looking up at her, annoyance flickering in his eyes. Emily couldn't hold back a smile. "Touché." As they began to eat, silence fell between them. Emily took note of how he methodically picked at his food, his demeanor just as closed off as it had been the night before. She felt a growing impatience, if she was going to break. Through his walls, she needed to be bolder. "So, what's on the agenda today?" she asked, swallowing a bite of a particularly flaky croissant. "Meetings, one-on-ones with the board, a site visit." He paused, then added, "I'll be busy." "Busy is good, but what about the art gallery opening this weekend? We should probably go together, right?" Carter's eyes narrowed slightly as if the very mention of the event irritated him. "Do whatever you want," Emily frowned. "But it's part of our contract, isn't it? Don't you want to present a united front?" "I don't care about appearances," he said, his tone sharper than she expected. "Maybe you should," she shot back, surprising herself with her boldness. "This marriage is supposed to benefit us both. If you don't show up, it could raise questions we don't want to deal with." He leaned back against the counter and regarded her with an unreadable expression. "What do? You care about all this, Emily? You're supposed to be independent. Why does my presence matter?" "Because it matters to you," she replied, holding his gaze, "even if you won't admit it. You want people to see that you're not just a grumpy billionaire. You want to show them you're capable of something more." Carter's lips twisted into a sardonic smile. "You think you're some kind of therapist now?" "I'm trying to help," she said, exasperation creeping into her voice. "We both agreed to this contract. I'm just trying to make it work for us. By talking about feelings and appearances." He crossed his arms over his chest, his demeanor radiating skepticism. "By being real," she insisted. "Look, I get you have a reputation to protect, but this could be an opportunity for both of us, Carter. We could be more than just business partners. We could—" "Stop." His voice was low, commanding. "You do know anything about me?" Emily felt a rush of frustration. "Then let me in, let me understand you." He opened his mouth to respond but then closed it again, his jaw tightening. The silence stretched between them, thick with unsaid words. Finally, he pushed away from the counter and stood up. "I have to get ready. We'll discuss this later." Emily watched him go, frustration bubbling within her. Was this how it would always be? A constant struggle to breach the barriers he had erected around himself. After he left, she took a deep breath and focused on her meal. She had to channel her energy into something productive. She picked up her phone, scrolling through her messages, when a notification from a news app caught her eye. "Carter Blake, the philanthropist or just a businessman?" Curiosity piqued, she clicked on the article. It detailed Carter's philanthropic efforts, showcasing donations to various charities, art foundations, and community projects. The headline seemed to imply there was more to him than met the eye, and a small spark of intrigue ignited within her. As she read on, she felt a sense of admiration for him building. He was indeed more than a billionaire. He was a man who cared, despite the facade he wore. Maybe there was a way to leverage this newfound knowledge to connect with him on a deeper level. When Carter returned, she was ready. "We need to talk about your charity work," she declared, not bothering to wait for him to settle back into the kitchen. He paused, surprise flickering across his face. "My charity work? Yes, you're doing good things, and we could use that to our advantage. We can present ourselves as a power couple, not just in business but in philanthropy too." Carter regarded her for a long moment, his expression indecipherable. "You think that matters?" "I do," she said, her heart racing. "People love a good story, especially in our world. If we show them we're committed to something greater than ourselves, it will benefit both our images." He studied her as if weighing her words. "And you really think I need to worry about my image?" "Maybe not need," she replied, softening her tone, "but it wouldn't hurt." "Fine," he conceded, folding his arms. "What's your plan?" Emily felt a surge of excitement. "We should attend the upcoming charity gala together. Show up hand in hand. I'll help you prepare a speech, and we can talk about your initiatives. It'll show people that we're serious about our partnership." Carter remained silent for a moment, his brow furrowing in thought. "And what's in it for you?" "I get to learn more about you," she said simply. "And maybe, just maybe, help you see that allowing people in isn't such a bad idea." He let out a long sigh, his reluctance palpable. "I'll think about it." "That's all I ask," she said, feeling a rush of determination. "You don't have to commit to anything just yet, just consider it." As he moved to grab his laptop, she felt a swell of hope. Maybe they were making progress, however small. And with each step they took together, each conversation they had, Emily was convinced they were inching closer to something real, something beyond the contract that had initially bound them. As the morning progressed and the meetings loomed, she was filled with a sense of purpose. She would help Carter break out of his shell, and in turn, she hoped to find herself forging a connection that went deeper than either of them had anticipated. Maybe their contract marriage was only the beginning of a new chapter, one filled with challenges, yes, but also with possibilities, hope, and perhaps love. Emily woke up the next morning with a sense of urgency coursing through her veins. The charity gala was mere days away, and the thought of attending it with Carter both thrilled and terrified her. She had spent the night tossing and turning, replaying every moment of their conversation from the previous evening in her head. It was a small victory that he had agreed to consider her proposal, but now she needed to turn that consideration into action. She pulled herself out of bed, her heart racing as she pulled on a pair of jeans and a soft sweater. The sun filtered through the thin curtains, casting warm light across her small apartment. As she brewed a cup of coffee, her mind was already racing ahead, planning how to broach the subject again with Carter. She wanted to approach it delicately, ensuring he felt comfortable and not cornered. After finishing her coffee, she grabbed her phone and texted Carter, hoping to catch him before his busy day began. "Good morning. Any chance I could steal you for a quick chat?" "Before you dive into meetings?" The response came almost immediately, as it often did. "10 a.m. in my office. We'll talk." The straightforwardness of his reply made her smile. He was still grumpy, but she sensed a hint of acceptance in his tone. It was a glimmer of the progress she had been craving. When she arrived at Carter's office, she was struck by how different it felt now that she was stepping in with more confidence. The large glass windows framed a breathtaking view of the city, but the space still felt cold, sterile. Carter sat behind his imposing desk, already buried in paperwork. He looked up as she entered, his expression unreadable. "Good morning, Emily," he said, his voice devoid of any warmth. "Good morning," she replied, trying to infuse her tone with enthusiasm. "I wanted to talk about the gala. I've been thinking of some ideas to help you prepare. Do we really have to do this?" He replied, a hint of frustration evident in his eyes. "Carter, this is important. For both of us," she said, leaning forward. To emphasize her point, "This gala isn't just about your business or mine, it's about showing everyone that we're a team. It will help solidify our contract marriage in the eyes of those who matter." He sighed, running a hand through his already tousled hair. "What do you have in mind?" Emily felt the tension easing slightly as she saw the wheels turning in his mind. "First, we need to come up with a joint vision for the evening. We can highlight your initiatives, especially the ones focused on the community. It'll show that you're not just a businessman but someone who cares about giving back." Carter leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. "I do care, but that doesn't mean I want to be the center of attention." "Maybe not, but you can guide the conversation, and I'll be by your side to support you," she said, her voice steady. He considered her words for a moment. "Fine, what's next?" "We need to prepare a speech, something short and impactful." She pulled out her notebook and flipped to the pages filled with ideas. "I've been jotting down some points. We can brainstorm together." Carter raised an eyebrow, a flicker of intrigue breaking through his usual scowl. "You've really thought this through, haven't you?" "Of course, you're not the only one capable of planning ahead," she quipped, a teasing smile spreading across her face. "I've got some ideas about engaging the audience, too. We could even do a Q&A session afterward." "A Q&A? "You're insane," he replied, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Maybe a little," she admitted, her heart racing at the thought of cracking his gruff exterior just a bit more. "But it's a perfect way to connect with the attendees, and who knows, maybe you'll even enjoy it." He scoffed, but there was no bite in his voice. "I doubt that." Emily's determination surged. "Let's just try it. If it doesn't work, we can scrap it, but I think it could be a game changer. Plus, it'll make you seem more approachable." "I'm not interested in being approachable, Emily," he said, but the tension in his voice was lessening. "Maybe not, but you're going to be whether you like it or not," she replied, her tone teasing. "So, let's make the best of it." To her surprise, he chuckled, and she felt a warmth spread through the room. "All right, let's see what your suggestions are." They spent the rest of the morning drafting the speech, Emily guiding Carter through the process, coaxing him into sharing his thoughts and feelings about his work. His passion for community development slowly emerged, and Emily couldn't help but feel a swell of pride as he opened up, speaking more freely than he ever had. "See, you're not just a grumpy billionaire," she teased, a playful glint in her eyes. "You actually have a heart somewhere in that chest of yours." Carter shot her a sideways glance, but she could see the corners of his mouth twitching upward. "Maybe you should stop before I start to believe you." "Maybe I should," she said, laughing lightly. "But I'm just stating the obvious." As the clock ticked toward noon, their initial tension had dissipated and an odd camaraderie had formed. They wrapped up their early session, and as Emily gathered her notes, Carter's expression shifted back to a more serious demeanor. "Emily," he said, his voice low, "I appreciate your help with this, but I still don't want to be the center of attention. I'm not good at this sort of thing. She paused, sensing the vulnerability in his tone. You're better than you think, Carter. You just need to trust yourself a little more. He met her gaze, and for a heartbeat, the walls he had built around himself seemed to lower just a fraction. It was enough that she could see the conflicted emotions swimming in his eyes. Trust is hard for me, he admitted, almost in a whisper. And that's okay, she replied gently. We're in this together. I'll be your safety net when you need it. Just take it one step at a time. He nodded, the weight of his burdens reflected in his expression. I'll try. In that moment, something shifted between them. The contract that had initially secured their partnership felt less like a chain and more like a bridge, a way to connect rather than confine. Emily could sense the possibilities unfurling ahead of them, and it sent a thrill through her. Let's meet again tomorrow, she suggested, wanting to keep the momentum going. We can run through the speech again and talk about how to engage the audience. Fine, he replied, his tone softer than before. We'll do that. As she left his office, Emily felt buoyed by the progress they had made. But as she closed the door behind her, a sense of foreboding washed over her. She knew that unearthing the layers of Carter's heart wouldn't be a straightforward journey. The vulnerabilities he had opened up about were just the tip of the iceberg, and she couldn't shake the feeling that deeper issues were lurking beneath the surface. The rest of the day passed in a blur of tasks and responsibilities. She returned home with her thoughts swirling, a mix of excitement and trepidation about the upcoming gala. She had never attended such an event, let alone with a man like Carter Blake. Taking a moment to herself, she sank onto her couch, her head swirling with questions. Was this really blossoming into something more than a contract marriage? Could they truly find connection amidst the chaos of their lives? As she twirled her phone in her hands, she hesitated before reaching out to her sister, Claire. They were close, and Claire had always been a sounding board for her thoughts. After a few moments of deliberation, she sent a quick text. Hey, can I vent about something? A moment later, Claire replied, Of course, what's going on? As Emily poured her heart out about her growing connection with Carter, she felt lighter. The truth was, she was scared of falling for him. His grumpiness was daunting, but beneath that exterior lay a man who had experienced pain and loss, and the thought of it made her heart ache for him. Finally, after a lengthy exchange, Claire sent a text that made Emily laugh. Just remember, grumpy billionaires can be romantic too. Just look at the books. With a sigh of relief and a small smile, Emily replied, I guess I'll just have to find out for myself. As evening fell, she found herself scrolling through articles about the charity gala, taking notes on what to expect. She would need to guide Carter through this, help him understand the importance of the connections he would form that night. Before she knew it, sleep crept in, and Emily drifted off with thoughts of Carter swirling in her mind. The next day came quickly. Emily was a bundle of energy as she prepared to meet Carter again. She donned a professional yet stylish outfit, a tailored blazer paired with fitted trousers. She wanted to project confidence and competence. When she arrived at his office, she found him already deep in work, a mountain of papers stacked around him. Ready to dive in? She asked cheerfully. He glanced up, and she could see the flicker of surprise at her upbeat demeanor. I guess I have no choice. With renewed energy, they jumped into the final touches of their speech. Emily encouraging him to showcase his humanity while still being strategic. As the clock ticked down to the end of the day, Emily felt a surge of determination. If they could make it through this gala successfully, they'd be one step closer to solidifying their partnership and maybe even something deeper. Carter, she said as they wrapped up for the day, her heart racing a little. I know you're nervous about this, but I believe in you. His gaze met hers, and for a second the glimmer of something deeper passed between them. Thanks, Emily. I never thought I'd say this, but I do feel a little less anxious with you around. Good, that's the spirit, she said, smiling brightly. Just as she turned to leave, he called out, Emily. She turned back, her heart fluttering. Yes, we can do this, together. And in that moment, as she looked into his eyes, she felt a surge of hope that maybe, just maybe, they could find love amidst the chaos of their lives. Their contract marriage might just be the beginning of something extraordinary. The days leading up to the gala flew by in a blur of preparations. Emily had taken it upon herself to transform Carter's image, both for the public eye and for their growing partnership. She had spent hours researching past charity galas, meticulously noting what worked and what didn't. With every new detail she introduced, she could sense the walls around Carter slowly starting to crack. Every evening after work, they would sit together, she on the couch with her laptop, and Carter at the dining room table, surrounded by his meticulously organized papers. Emily would often look up from her screen to find him staring at her, an unreadable expression on his face, as if he were trying to decipher a code he didn't quite understand. It was exhilarating and terrifying to be the center of his attention. "Carter," she ventured one night, "you know it's not just a speech you need for the gala. You have to engage with the guests, make them feel something." He frowned, the corners of his mouth twitching as if he were wrestling with a stubborn thought. "I'm not a performer, Emily. I'm a businessman. I speak in numbers, graphs, and facts, not emotions." "Exactly, but this isn't just about business. You're raising awareness for your initiatives. You have to share your vision, why it matters. People connect with stories, not just statistics." He leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms defiantly. "So I should become a storyteller overnight?" She couldn't help but laugh at his grumpy demeanor. "Well, you do have a story, all of us do. You just need to find a way to share it. Let's brainstorm. What about your childhood? What inspired you to dive into philanthropy?" Carter's expression darkened at the mention of his past, and she regretted pushing him. "I don't talk about my childhood," he replied tersely, his voice low. "Okay," she said softly, backing off. "What about your first big project? Why did you take it on?" He sighed, his frustration palpable. "I'll think of something," he said, a hint of irritation in his tone. Emily wished she could see the man beneath the gruff exterior. While she respected his privacy, she also knew that his reluctance to open up would hinder their partnership. "Let's take a break," she suggested, sensing the tension in the air. "How about we grab dinner, my treat?" That caught him off guard. "You, treating me?" she grinned. "Yes, I believe in equality in this partnership. Plus, you need to fuel up before we conquer this gala." He hesitated for a moment, but then relented with a resigned nod. "Fine, but don't expect anything fancy, just a simple meal." Emily clapped her hands together, excitement bubbling inside her. "Perfect! A simple meal sounds great." They ended up at a local diner, the ambience a comforting mix of nostalgia and warmth. Emily chose a booth near the window, and as they slid into the leather seats, she felt a tingle of anticipation. "So, what do you usually eat?" she asked, scanning the menu. "Whatever is on hand," he replied curtly, his gaze fixed on the laminated menu. She chuckled. "So, you're a man of mystery and simplicity." Carter shot her a sideways glance. "I guess you could say that." As they ordered their food, burgers and fries for both, Emily watched him, hoping to peel back the layers that surrounded him. "Okay, Carter, what's your guilty pleasure?" He raised an eyebrow, visibly taken aback by the question. "Guilty pleasure? I don't have time for that." "Everyone has a guilty pleasure. Mine is binge-watching terrible reality TV," she said, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Reality TV," he muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. "What a waste of time." "Yet here I am, wasting time with you," she shot back playfully. He smirked slightly, and in that moment she felt like she had won a small victory. "Fine," he relented. "I suppose if I had to choose it would be those cheesy action movies, the ones where the hero always saves the day against impossible odds." Emily's eyes widened in delight. "Really? I wouldn't have pegged you as an action movie fan." "Why? Because I'm a billionaire?" he shot back, a hint of defiance in his tone. "No, but I figured you'd prefer something more sophisticated," she replied, grinning. "I like what I like," he said, shrugging off her teasing. Their food arrived and they dug in, the tension from earlier slowly melting away. As they chatted about their favorite movies, the atmosphere shifted, becoming lighter and more relaxed. "Okay, here's a challenge for you," Emily said, her mouth full of fries. "You need to watch a reality competition show with me before the gala." Carter raised an eyebrow, clearly not convinced. "You're joking." "Absolutely not. I'll even let you pick the show, just one episode." He pondered that for a moment, and to her surprise, a smile flickered across his face. "Fine, but only if you agree to watch one of my action movies afterward." "Deal," she exclaimed, feeling an exhilarating rush. For the first time, she saw a glimpse of the man behind the grumpy facade. Maybe, just maybe, they were forging a connection, one playful banter at a time. After their meal, they walked back to Carter's apartment, the evening air crisp and invigorating. As they entered, Emily's heart raced with anticipation. The gala was only a few days away, and she wanted to ensure Carter felt confident and ready. "Let's practice your speech," she suggested as they settled into the living room. He groaned, playfully running a hand through his hair. "You really don't give up, do you?" "Not when I'm passionate about something," she said, smiling, "and I'm passionate about making sure you shine at this gala." He sighed but nodded, reluctantly pulling a piece of paper from his pocket. "Fine, but make it quick." As he began to read, Emily listened intently, noting the stiffness in his tone. "Carter, you need to breathe life into this. Imagine you're talking to someone you actually care about, not just a room full of strangers." He shot her a glare but softened slightly. "And how do you suggest I do that? Think of the people you're helping. Share the impact of your work, the stories you've heard. Remember, it's about connecting with them, not just presenting facts." He paused, contemplating her words. "Fine, let's try again." As he spoke, Emily encouraged him, offering gentle feedback and prompting him to elaborate on certain points. Slowly, his voice grew steadier, and she could see the flicker of passion igniting in his eyes. "See, you have it in you," she said, beaming with pride. "Maybe you're not completely insufferable after all," he replied, a smirk playing on his lips. "Just maybe," she teased, nudging him playfully. Before they knew it, hours had passed. The speech had transformed from a dry recitation into a heartfelt expression of Carter's vision. "Okay, one last run through before the gala," Emily suggested, feeling a surge of triumph. As he prepared, she couldn't shake the feeling that they were inching closer to something profound, something that transcended their contract. The night before the gala, as she lay in bed, Emily couldn't help but feel a mix of nerves and excitement. She stared at the ceiling, thoughts racing through her mind. What if the gala was a disaster? What if Carter got overwhelmed and retreated into his shell? But then again, what if he succeeded? What if they connected with the guests and sparked conversations that could lead to real change? Emily shook her head, trying to quell her anxiety. She had to believe in them, in their partnership. They had come too far to turn back now. The next morning arrived with bright sunlight streaming through the window, casting a warm glow in the room. Emily felt a rush of determination as she prepared for the gala. She chose a stunning navy blue gown that hugged her curves in all the right places, completing the look with delicate silver jewelry. Carter had agreed to wear a tailored suit she had chosen for him, and the transformation was striking. When she arrived at his apartment to help him get ready, she felt her breath catch in her throat. Carter stood before her in the fitted suit, his dark hair slicked back. Eyes sharp and intense. "How do I look?" he asked, a hint of vulnerability in his voice. "Like a man who's ready to take on the world," Emily replied, her heart racing. He smirked. "And what about you, trying to steal the spotlight?" "Just trying to match your energy," she said, her cheeks warming under his gaze. As they made their way to the venue, Emily's stomach fluttered with excitement and nerves. The gala was held in an expansive ballroom, adorned with twinkling fairy lights and elegant floral arrangements. The moment they stepped inside, the atmosphere enveloped them, a mix of laughter, clinking glasses, and the soft murmur of conversations. Emily could feel the energy buzzing around them. "Ready?" she asked, glancing up at Carter, who was scanning the room with a tense expression. He nodded, but she could see the glimmer of uncertainty in his eyes. "Let's just get this over with." They made their way through the crowd, greeting familiar faces and meeting new ones. Emily had strategically placed herself beside Carter, serving as his buffer and guide as they navigated the sea of guests. She introduced him to several key figures in the philanthropic community, noting how he slowly began to relax as he engaged in conversations. "See, you're doing great?" Emily encouraged him after one particular conversation with a well-known philanthropist. "I suppose," he replied, a hint of surprise in his voice. As the evening progressed, they found themselves at a table filled with influential people, sharing stories and insights about their work. Emily watched as Carter spoke with passion, his earlier reservations fading away. "Just remember," she whispered to him, leaning in close, "be yourself, share your vision. They want to know the real you." He met her gaze, and in that moment the tension between them shifted into something electric. "Thanks, Emily," he murmured, his voice low. As the night wore on, they took a moment to step outside onto a balcony, the cool night air a welcome relief. The stars twinkled above them, and for a moment they stood in silence, taking in the beauty of the night and the significance of the event. "Do you think I'm making an impact?" Carter asked quietly, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "Absolutely. You're inspiring people," Emily replied, her heart swelling with pride. "You have a gift for connecting with others, Carter. Just keep being you." He turned to her, sincerity etched on his features. "I didn't expect to enjoy this as much as I have. You've helped me more than you know." "Just doing my part," she said, smiling. As they stood there, the air between them charged with unspoken words, Emily felt the invisible threads of their connection tightening. But before she could say anything more, the moment was shattered by the sound of applause echoing from inside the ballroom. "Time to get back to it," Carter said, breaking the tension. Let's go, she replied, taking a deep breath as they re-entered the bustling room. The evening came to a head when it was time for Carter to deliver his speech. Emily could see the determination in his eyes as he stepped onto the stage, the spotlight illuminating him against the backdrop of the crowd. Emily held her breath, her heart pounding as she watched him begin. He started off strong, his voice steady as he spoke about the importance of community and collaboration. But as he delved deeper into his message, she could see the passion ignite in him. He spoke about his personal experiences, the moments that had shaped his journey, and the impact they could make together. As he finished, the crowd erupted into applause, a wave of appreciation washing over him. Emily beamed with pride, her heart swelling as she watched him step back from the podium, a look of disbelief on his face. He returned to her side, and she couldn't contain her excitement. "You killed it." "I did?" he asked, still a little stunned. "Absolutely. People connected with you, Carter. You were incredible." He smiled, a genuine smile that lit up the room. "I couldn't have done it without you." They shared a moment there, eyes locking in a way that made her heart race. But before they could dwell on it, guests began to approach him, eager to share their admiration for his speech. Emily stepped back, allowing him to engage with the crowd, and she felt a sense of fulfillment wash over her. For the first time, she saw the possibility of their contract blossoming into something more genuine and real. As the night wore on, they danced with friends, shared laughter, and celebrated the success of the evening. Emily couldn't shake the feeling that they were on the brink of something extraordinary, something that could change the course of their lives. And as the gala came to an end, she knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, their hearts intertwined in a way that went beyond the confines of their contract. Carter had opened up, and in doing so, he had allowed her to glimpse the man he truly was, a man capable of love, connection, and vulnerability. As they left the venue, their fingers brushed against each other, igniting a spark that neither of them could ignore. Emily looked up at him, her heart racing. "So, what now?" He turned to her, a serious expression on his face. "Now, we figure out what this really means for us." And as they stepped into the night, the possibilities ahead felt limitless. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the city as Emily and Carter walked side by side, their shoulders brushing against each other. The excitement from the gala lingered around them, but with every step, the gravity of their contract loomed larger. "So," Emily ventured, breaking the comfortable silence, "what's next for us? I mean, after tonight." Carter's brow furrowed as he considered her question. "We should probably focus on the business side of things first. There are contracts to finalize, and we need to start planning for the next quarter." "Right, business first," Emily replied, her smile fading slightly. "But what about us?" He stopped, turning to face her fully. The intensity in his blue eyes sent a shiver down her spine. "What do you want us to be, Emily?" His question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken possibilities. She could feel her heart pounding in her chest. This was it, the moment she had been both anticipating and dreading. Their contract had transformed from a mere arrangement into something she could feel deep within her bones. "I want us to be partners," she said finally, her voice steady. "Not just in business, but in everything. I want to know you, Carter, and I want you to know me." He searched her face, his expression inscrutable. "You really think that's possible, given the circumstances? Why not?" She took a step closer, emboldened by the night's success. "We've already built something together. We've been through a lot these past few weeks." Carter ran a hand through his tousled hair, the frustration evident in the gesture. "You don't understand. I'm not the easy person to get along with. I have walls, a fortress, even." "Then let me in," Emily urged, her voice a whisper. "I'm not afraid of fortresses. I want to break down those walls and see the real you." For a moment, he seemed to teeter on the edge of vulnerability, his defenses wavering. But just as quickly, the mask returned. He stepped back, shaking his head. "This isn't a fairy tale, Emily. You should know that." The sting of his words pierced through her, but she refused to let it. No, it's not. But sometimes the best stories come from the messiest beginnings." Carter sighed, his gaze dropping to the ground. "I've lost too much to let anyone in again. You don't know what you're asking." "Then tell me," she pressed, her heart aching to reach him. "What have you lost?" He looked up, and for a brief moment, the storm inside him calmed. "My father. He built this company from the ground up, and I was supposed to take over. But after he died, all I felt was pressure to uphold his legacy. I became this person you see now, grumpy, isolated, focusing only on work and success because that's all I was taught to do." Emily took a deep breath, her heart swelling with empathy. Carter, it's okay to feel lost. It's okay to be human. You're not just a businessman, you're a person with dreams and fears. Dreams? He scoffed, but the bitterness in his voice lacked its usual power. I've had to give those up. I can't afford to be anything but serious. Why do you think that? She asked softly. You think success is the only thing that matters. What about happiness? Happiness is a privilege I can't afford, he snapped. The edge in his voice returned, but Emily didn't back down. Carter, she said firmly, you need to allow yourself to feel something. This contract marriage was meant to be a lifeline, but it doesn't have to be just about business. We can support each other, grow together, and maybe, just maybe, find happiness in the process. He stared at her, the conflict evident in his expression. What if I can't? What if I ruin everything? Then we'll figure it out together, she insisted, her eyes unwavering. You don't have to shoulder it all alone. The silence stretched between them, thick with tension. Emily took a step back, giving him space, and yet hoping he would see the sincerity in her heart. Carter looked away, his jaw tightening. I don't know if I'm ready for that, he confessed, almost inaudibly. Then let's take baby steps, she suggested, trying to keep the mood light. How about we start with dinner this weekend? Something casual, just the two of us. He looked at her, surprise flickering in his eyes. Dinner, just us? Why not? She smiled, warmth radiating from her. It'll be fun, I promise. Carter considered her proposition, and she could see the gears turning in his mind. Okay, he said finally, albeit reluctantly. But just so you know, this doesn't change anything about our contract. Of course not, she reassured him, suppressing her excitement. It's just dinner. But it could be the beginning of something nice for both of us. As they resumed walking, the tension seemed to ease, replaced by a tentative sense of excitement. The rest of the week passed quickly, filled with meetings and late-night work sessions, but the anticipation for their dinner date lingered in the back of Emily's mind like a sweet secret. She found herself planning her outfit, running through possible conversation topics, and imagining what it would feel like to sit across from him, just as two people, without the heavy cloak of their marriage contract hovering over them. Finally, Saturday arrived and Emily stood in front of her mirror, adjusting the neckline of her blouse. It was a simple navy dress that highlighted her figure without being too flashy. She wanted to look effortlessly beautiful, just enough to catch his attention. As she stepped out, she felt a mix of butterflies and nerves. Their dinner was not just a meal. It was a chance to explore the uncharted territory of their relationship. When she arrived at the upscale restaurant Carter had chosen, her heart raced. The ambience was warm, with soft music playing in the background and candlelit tables creating an intimate atmosphere. Right on time, he said as he stood to greet her, his eyes widening slightly as he took in her appearance. The corners of his mouth twitched into a small smile, one that made her heart leap. Thank you, she said, returning his smile. You look great, too, very billionaire chic. He chuckled, the sound deep and rich, and they both settled into their seats, the initial awkwardness melting away as they perused the menu. So, what do you like to eat? Emily asked, hoping to steer the conversation into lighter waters. Honestly, as long as it's not fast food, I'm good, Carter replied, shrugging. I rarely take the time to enjoy meals. Emily raised an eyebrow. What about sushi? Everyone loves sushi? He shook his head. Not a fan, too messy for my taste. Wow, you really are picky, she teased, leaning closer. What are you afraid of, getting a grain of rice on your shirt? More like I don't want to deal with the embarrassment of trying to eat something that falls apart, he said with a straight face. She laughed, the sound bubbling up uncontrollably, and for the first time, she saw a hint of amusement in his eyes. I promise I won't let you embarrass yourself tonight. The waiter approached, and they ordered their meals, the conversation flowing more easily as they delved into discussions about their favorite books, movies, and even childhood anecdotes. Emily found herself sharing stories of her family, the challenges she'd faced, and her dreams of becoming a successful writer. Carter listened intently, nodding along and occasionally chiming in with his own anecdotes. The wall between them began to crumble bit by bit, and with each laugh shared, Emily could see the grumpy billionaire softening, revealing pieces of himself she hadn't anticipated. Okay, your turn, she said after sharing a particularly embarrassing moment from her teenage years. What's your most embarrassing moment? Carter hesitated, and for a moment she worried he was going to retreat into his shell again. But then he sighed, and a smirk tugged at his lips. Fine. But you have to promise you won't tell anyone. Cross my heart, she said, holding up a hand. All right, so when I was in university, I had this huge crush on a girl in my class. I thought I'd impress her by showing off at a party, so I tried to juggle a few drinks and ended up spilling them all over myself and knocking over a table. Emily couldn't help but laugh, envisioning the scene. Oh no, what did you do? I just stood there, soaking wet, while everyone laughed. It was my moment of glory, he said dryly, but she could see the hint of a smile playing on his lips. Did you at least talk to her afterward? She pressed, intrigued. Of course. I walked right up to her, drenching her in a drink in the process, and I said, "So, do you want to get a drink from the floor?" They both burst into laughter, and Emily realized that for the first time, she could see the man beneath the billionaire facade, the man who had experienced embarrassment, heartache, and, perhaps, a longing for connection just as she did. As the night wore on, they shared dessert, and Emily savored every moment. She could feel the connection between them deepening, a thread weaving their hearts together despite the chaos of their lives outside this dinner. "Thank you for tonight, Carter," she said softly as they prepared to leave, her heart swelling with warmth. "I didn't think we could have this kind of connection." Carter turned to her, his expression serious but softened by an undercurrent of something like hope. "Neither did I, but it's nice, this feeling of not having to put up walls. See, we're making progress," she grinned, her excitement bubbling over. As they stepped out into the cool night air, Emily couldn't shake the feeling that this dinner was just the beginning. There was something more between them now, a bridge built on laughter and understanding that had the potential to grow into something beautiful. Carter glanced down at her, his eyes glimmering in the moonlight. "Let's keep this going, Emily. I want to try and figure us out." "Me too," she replied earnestly, her heart racing with anticipation of what lay ahead. Their fingers brushed together again, and this time it felt electric, a promise of what was to come. As they walked through the bustling streets, side by side, the world around them faded into the background, and for the first time, Emily felt the possibility of love blooming in the cracks of their unconventional union. Maybe their contract marriage would become a sanctuary, not just a shield against the world. Maybe it could transform into a tapestry, woven with trust, vulnerability, and above all, love. As the night wore on, Emily and Carter walked hand in hand, feeling like they had entered a new realm of possibilities. The air was crisp, and the lights of the city twinkled like stars, casting a warm glow over everything. Each step felt significant, as if they were crossing a threshold into uncharted territory. "Do you want to grab a coffee?" Emily suggested, glancing up at him with hopeful eyes. The night was still young, and her heart swelled at the thought of spending more time with him. Carter hesitated for a moment, and she braced herself for a rejection. But then he nodded, a small smile creeping onto his lips. "Yeah, I'd like that." They made their way to a nearby cafe, a cozy little place with soft jazz playing in the background. As they settled into a corner booth, Emily couldn't help but notice how relaxed Carter seemed. The tension in his shoulders had eased, and his dark eyes sparkled with something she couldn't quite define, a mix of curiosity and warmth. "What do you want?" he asked, glancing at the menu. "Just a cappuccino," she replied, her gaze fixed on him. "What about you?" "Black coffee. Strong," he said, his expression serious but softened by the faintest hint of a smile. As she watched him, Emily wondered how someone so grumpy could exhibit such charm when he let his guard down. The contrast fascinated her. "You know, I have to admit, I'm surprised you agreed to come here." "Why is that?" he asked, arching an eyebrow. "Because you usually prefer to keep things strictly business. Tonight wasn't just business, it felt personal," she said hesitantly, testing the waters. Carter leaned back in his seat, studying her with an intensity that made her pulse quicken. "I suppose I'm learning to let go a bit. You've made it easier." Emily felt the warmth spread through her chest, and she smiled. "I'm glad to hear that. I think we both needed tonight." Their drinks arrived, and as Emily took a sip of her cappuccino, she savored the rich flavor while feeling the moments of the gala replay in her mind. The laughter, the connection, they had crossed a threshold, but she was acutely aware that the road ahead would not be without bumps. "What's on your mind?" Carter asked, his voice pulling her from her thoughts. "Just thinking about how we got here," she confessed, setting her cup down. This contract marriage seemed so cold and transactional, yet tonight felt different. Carter's expression intensified and his gaze bore into hers. "It was different. I mean, I never expected to feel this way about you." Her heart raced, and she leaned closer, emboldened by his honesty. "What way?" "Like I don't want this to just be a contract anymore," he admitted, his voice low and almost hesitant. "It's more complicated than that for me now." Emily felt her breath hitch. "Complicated how?" He paused, his brow furrowing slightly as he considered his next words. I've spent so much of my life building walls, Emily. It's hard for me to let anyone in. I thought this arrangement would be simple, a way to avoid emotional entanglement. But you've made me want to open up. Her heart twisted with emotion at his vulnerability. I want to know you, Carter, the real you, not just the billionaire persona everyone else sees. He studied her for a long moment, and she could see the battle within him, a struggle between his instinct to withdraw and his desire to connect. Finally, he leaned forward, his voice barely above a whisper. All right, let's start with my past. The cafe faded into the background. The air felt electric with anticipation. Emily's heart pounded in her chest as she nodded, encouraging him to continue. I grew up in a family that, well, let's just say it was complicated, he began, his hands clasped tightly together on the table. My parents had their own issues, and they weren't shy about letting me know how little they cared about my feelings. I learned early on to fend for myself. Emily's heart ached for him. I'm sorry, Carter. That must have been incredibly difficult. He shrugged, but she could see the pain lurking just beneath the surface. It was. I buried myself in work, and that's how I built my empire. But the loneliness, it became a part of me. I thought if I focused on success, I could forget the hurt. But you didn't forget, she said softly, reaching out to touch his hand. He looked at her, the vulnerability in his expression palpable. No, I didn't. It's always been there, lurking in the shadows. I thought a contract marriage would keep everything at bay. But you've challenged that notion. You've made me confront feelings I've buried for years. Emily's heart swelled with a mixture of compassion and admiration. I didn't mean to push you. I want to understand you. He gave her a small smile, one that felt like a bridge forming between them. Well, I appreciate that. Honestly, you've helped me more than you realize. Before she could respond, the cafe door swung open, letting in a gust of wind that sent a chill through the room. Emily shivered, and Carter instinctively moved closer, creating warmth between them. The moment felt intimate, charged with unspoken emotions. She could feel the weight of the world outside, but in this small booth it was just the two of them, a billionaire. And a woman with dreams, navigating the complexities of a contract turned into something more. What about you? Carter asked, breaking the silence. What's your story? She hesitated, suddenly feeling exposed under his gaze. Me, I guess I've had my fair share of struggles too. He nodded, encouraging her to continue. I grew up in a small town where dreams felt far away. My family struggled financially, and I always felt the pressure to succeed, especially after my father lost his job, she confessed, her voice steady but filled with emotion. I wanted to make things better for my family. That's why I took on so many jobs and worked hard in school. Carter's expression softened further, and for the first time she could see how much he genuinely cared. That's admirable. You fought for what you believe in. Yeah, but sometimes I feel like I've lost sight of my dreams in the process. I took this contract marriage thinking it was a practical choice, but now I don't want to let go of what could be, she admitted, her voice trembling slightly. He reached across the table, taking her hand in his. The warmth of his touch sent a jolt of electricity through her, and she felt an undeniable connection between them. You don't have to let go. We can figure this out together. Emily searched his eyes, feeling the sincerity behind his words. Together. Together, he echoed, his thumb tracing small circles on the back of her hand. They held that gaze for what felt like an eternity, lost in the depth of their emotions. As the noise of the cafe faded away, Emily realized this moment was a pivotal turning point. But just as hope began to bloom, reality crashed in like a tidal wave. The weight of their responsibilities loomed large, and she felt the familiar pang of doubt creeping back in. What about the contract? What happens when it's time to fulfill our obligations? Carter's expression hardened slightly, a flicker of apprehension crossing his features. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Right now, I want to focus on what we have, on us. Emily felt a surge of determination, a fire igniting within her. I want that too, Carter. I want to explore this connection, whatever it may be. He nodded, and she could see the flicker of excitement in his eyes. Then, let's take it one day at a time. We can redefine what this contract means for us. It doesn't have to be just a legal agreement. It can become something real. With those words hanging in the air, a new chapter unfurled before them. They were no longer just two people bound by a contract. They were partners. Navigating life, ready to embrace whatever came next. As they finished their drinks, the atmosphere shifted, filled with a sense of hope and anticipation. they spoke freely, sharing dreams and laughter, weaving their stories together in a way that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. And as they stepped outside into the cool night air once again, their fingers intertwined, Emily knew deep down that they were forging a new path, one that could lead to love, understanding, and a future beyond their wildest dreams. Together, they would face the challenges ahead, ready to dismantle the barriers that once kept their hearts closed. In that moment, Emily realized that the contract marriage with a grumpy billionaire was evolving into something beautifully complex, something worth fighting for. As they walked side by side, the world around them seemed to melt away, leaving only the two of them, hand in hand, ready to embrace whatever came next. The sun rose lazily over the city, casting a golden hue that spilled into Emily's apartment, illuminating the cluttered remnants of her life. She stirred awake, the events of the previous night swirling in her mind like a sweet melody she couldn't quite catch. The warmth of Carter's hand in hers, the laughter that had spilled freely between them, it all felt surreal. Was it really possible that they were on the verge of something more than just a contract marriage? With a determined flutter in her heart, she got out of bed and began to prepare for the day. She picked out a simple yet elegant dress, one that she hoped would appeal to the grumpiness of her billionaire husband while still expressing her own personality. As she looked in the mirror, she could hardly recognize the woman staring back at her, the one filled with anticipation, ready to embrace her new life. She was pulled from her thoughts when her phone buzzed on the bedside table. A message from Carter lit up. The screen, "Good morning. Ready for our first day as partners? Meet me at Blake Enterprises by 10 a.m. Her heart raced at the thought of stepping into his world, a world that felt so foreign and intimidating. Blake Enterprises was a monolith of glass and steel, a testament to Carter's success and ambitions. She took a deep breath, reminding herself that she belonged there now, too, and that they were embarking on this journey together. As she made her way to the office, the city buzzed with life around her. The air was crisp, the excitement palpable, and with every step, Emily felt more empowered. She'd fought so hard to get to this point, and now she had a chance to redefine her life, one that for so long had been dictated by debt and obligation. When she arrived at Blake Enterprises, the towering structure loomed above her, and a wave of nerves washed over her. She smoothed down her dress and walked through the revolving doors, her heart pounding in her chest. As she stepped inside, she was met with a sleek lobby adorned with contemporary art and a hint of luxury that felt almost overwhelming. The reception desk was staffed by a pleasant-looking woman with a warm smile. "Welcome to Blake Enterprises. How can I assist you today?" "I'm here to see Carter Blake," Emily said, trying to keep her voice steady. The receptionist's smile widened. "Of course, you must be his new wife. Please take the elevator to the 30th floor. He's expecting you." Emily blushed. Being recognized as Carter's wife felt surreal, yet it sparked a sense of pride in her. She nodded and took the elevator up, each floor marked by a soft chime that echoed her rising anticipation. When the doors slid open, she stepped out into a bustling office where the hum of productivity filled the air. Glass-walled conference rooms framed by modern decor gave her a glimpse into the high-stakes world of business that Carter maneuvered through daily. "Emily." Carter's voice rang out, cutting through the noise. He stood near a large window, his sharp suit accentuating his strong frame. A stack of papers lay on the table beside him, but his attention was solely on her. The way he looked at her, a mix of enthusiasm and a hint of possessiveness, sent warmth flooding through her. "Hey, are you ready for this?" he asked, a genuine smile breaking through his usually stern demeanor. Emily nodded, her confidence bolstered by his presence. "Ready as I'll ever be." "Good, let's get started." He gestured for her to follow him into a spacious meeting room filled with sleek furniture and high-tech displays. As they settled at the table, Emily couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the sheer magnitude of the enterprise before her. Carter flipped through his notes, and she watched him transform into the commanding businessman she had only seen glimpses of before. "Today we have a client meeting with a potential partner," he explained, his tone professional. "I want you to observe and see how things work here. After that, we'll go over some ideas for how you can contribute to the company." Emily's eyes widened. "Me, contribute?" "Absolutely," he replied, his gaze steady. "You're a part of this now, and I want your input. You have a fresh perspective that could be invaluable." Before she could respond, the conference room door swung open, and a group of executives filed in, their expressions a mix of expectation and curiosity. Emily's heart raced as she shifted in her seat, feeling the weight of their scrutiny. "Everyone, this is Emily, my wife," Carter introduced, his voice firm. She'll be joining us today. Nice to meet you, Emily said, forcing a smile as she met their gazes. The meeting progressed, and Emily observed intently as Carter navigated the conversation with ease, presenting ideas and answering questions with confidence. She felt proud to be there, standing beside him, watching the man who was slowly becoming more than just a contract partner. However, as the discussion turned to business strategies, she noticed a change in the atmosphere. One of the executives, a tall man with an air of arrogance, leaned back in his chair with a smirk. So, Carter, you're letting your personal life interfere with business now? Is this a distraction? An uncomfortable tension filled the room, and Emily felt her cheeks flush. Carter's expression hardened, and she could see the storm brewing behind his eyes. Emily is not a distraction. She's a valuable asset, he replied, his tone sharp. Don't underestimate her. Right, because marrying a woman you barely know is certainly a strategic move, the executive shot back, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The room fell silent, the air thick with unspoken words. Emily could sense the resentment bubbling beneath the surface, and the last thing she wanted was to be the cause of conflict. Let's focus on the project at hand, Carter said, his voice steady but edged. He turned to the other executives, effectively changing the subject and leaving the comment behind. Emily's heart raced as she watched Carter expertly regain control of the meeting. She admired his composure, even as he faced insults from colleagues who couldn't see beyond the surface of their arrangement. When the meeting finally wrapped up, the executives filed out, but the tension lingered in the air. Carter turned to Emily, his expression shifting from professional back to something softer. Are you okay? Yeah, I am, she replied, though her heart was still racing. I didn't expect that. Neither did I, but don't let his words get to you. You're more than just my wife, you have so much to offer, I want you to know that. His sincerity washed over her like a warm wave, and she felt the barriers she'd put up begin to crumble. Thank you, Carter, that means a lot. He stepped closer, their faces inches apart. We're in this together. I want you to feel like you belong here. In that moment, she saw the vulnerability behind his stern exterior, his desire to merge their lives and their ambitions to create partnership that went beyond the contract. The warmth between them was undeniable, and she wanted to embrace it fully. Let's go grab lunch, she suggested, impulsively reaching for his hand. I'd like to hear more about what you do. Carter's eyes lit up, and he intertwined his fingers with hers as they walked out of the conference room. You're going to love it. There's so much to explore. As they made their way through the busy office, Emily felt a sense of belonging begin to seep into her bones. She was no longer just a girl in debt. She was an integral part of Carter's world, and it felt exhilarating. They settled into a small cafe nearby, the atmosphere bustling yet cozy. Over sandwiches and coffee, they shared stories, dreams, and laughter, finding comfort in each other's company amidst the chaos of the corporate world. I can't believe I'm finally here, Emily said, her eyes sparkling. It feels so surreal. Surreal can be good, Carter replied, his gaze steady on hers. You're just starting to see what this life can be like. It's not all about the money or the power, it's about finding meaning in what you do. She nodded, absorbing his words. I want to be more than just your wife, Carter. I want to help to contribute. He smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting in a way that melted her heart. Then let's figure out how to make that happen. You have a great mind, and I'm sure you'll have brilliant ideas. As they finished their lunch, Emily felt a surge of hope bubbling within her. The walls that had once surrounded them were beginning to crack, and in their place was a burgeoning partnership filled with promise. But as they returned to the office, the echo of the earlier comments lingered in her mind. Would the executives ever truly accept their relationship, or would they always view her as an outsider? Carter must have sensed her hesitation. He paused at the elevator, turning to her with a serious expression. Don't let them dictate your worth, Emily. You're not just my wife, you're my partner, and I'll make sure everyone understands that. His words wrapped around her like a comforting blanket, and she felt her resolve strengthen. Thank you, Carter. I won't let their opinions hold me back. They stepped into the elevator together, and as the doors slid shut, the tension and uncertainty of the outside world faded away. In that small space, it was just the two of them, moving forward together, partners navigating the complexities of their lives. As they ascended to the next floor, Emily realized that this was more than a contract marriage. It was a partnership built on mutual respect, understanding, and the potential for something more. And as their fingers brushed together in the confined space, she felt the spark of connection between them, igniting a flame that promised to burn brightly through the challenges ahead. Together, they would face whatever the world threw at them, ready to redefine their lives, one day at a time. As the elevator doors opened, the vibrant energy of the office buzzed around them, and the moment of intimacy they'd shared faded into the cacophony of ringing phones and distant conversations. Emily glanced at Carter, who stood tall and confident, a fortress against the chaos that surrounded him. She felt a mix of admiration and warmth as she fell into step beside him, ready to face the day ahead. "Let's tackle that meeting with the marketing team first," Carter said, his tone brisk as he led the way down the hallway. Emily nodded, her heart racing at the thought of participating in such a crucial part of his empire. She was acutely aware of the curious glances of the employees they passed, but she held her head high, buoyed by Carter's earlier words. She was more than just his wife, she was a partner. As they entered the conference room, the atmosphere shifted. The marketing team was already assembled, their expressions ranging from curiosity to wariness as they took in the sight of their billionaire boss and his new bride. Emily's stomach fluttered nervously, and she turned to Carter, who seemed unfazed by their scrutiny. "Good morning, everyone," he began, his voice steady. "I'd like to introduce you to my wife, Emily. She'll be joining us in discussions about our upcoming campaign." A murmur of surprise rippled through the room, and Emily felt the weight of their gazes. She fought the urge to shrink back, but instead reminded herself of Carter's words. She was a part of this. Not just a trophy wife, but an integral player in their shared future. "Hi," she said, her voice stronger than she felt. "I'm excited to be here and to contribute however I can." Carter gestured for her to take a seat beside him at the head of the table, and she settled into her chair, feeling the heat of the room's attention. The meeting commenced with Carter leading the charge, outlining their objectives and the campaign's vision. He spoke with conviction, his passion evident, and Emily felt a swell of pride. As the discussion picked up speed, it became clear that the team was wary. Several times, the conversation veered into personal territory. Comments about their unique arrangement floated around like confetti, and Emily's heart raced with anxiety. She wanted to prove herself, to show them she belonged, that she wasn't merely an appendage to Carter's success. "Carter," one of the senior marketers, a woman named Jessica, interjected. "How do you see Emily fitting into the campaign? What role will she play?" Carter's gaze softened as he turned to her. "Emily will be involved in the creative process. She has a brilliant mind for ideas and a fresh perspective that I believe will benefit the team." Jessica raised an eyebrow, skepticism etched on her face. "And what makes you so sure she understands our market?" Emily's cheeks flushed, and she felt the scrutiny of the others intensify. But before she could respond, Carter leaned forward, his demeanor shifting as he addressed Jessica with a steely resolve. "Emily has been working in marketing for several years before we decided to venture into this contract. She understands consumer behavior and has a talent for innovative thinking. I trust her judgment, and I expect you all to do the same." His tone was firm, the authority of a man who wouldn't tolerate further doubts about her capabilities. Emily's heart swelled with gratitude at Carter's defense, and she seized the moment to add her voice. "Actually, I've been working on a few ideas that I think could resonate with our target demographic," she said, her confidence rising. "If you'd like, I can share some of my insights from my previous experience and how they could apply to our current campaign." All eyes turned to her, and the air crackled with anticipation. Jessica's expression shifted, a flicker of interest appearing. "Go ahead, Emily." With a surge of adrenaline, Emily launched into her ideas, her mind racing to connect the dots between her past experiences and their current objectives. She outlined a social media strategy, emphasizing engagement and authenticity, and the room began to buzz with excitement. As she spoke, she caught glimpses of Carter's approving nods and encouraging smiles. It fueled her resolve, and she felt as if she were breaking free from the shadow of the contract and stepping into her own light. When she finished, the room erupted into discussion, ideas swirling as the team began to build on her concepts. Carter interjected occasionally, guiding the conversation, but it was Emily's input that sparked the collaborative energy. After the meeting, as the team filed out, Emily felt exhilarated. She had contributed in a way that validated her as more than just Carter's wife. She was a partner, and she could feel the shift in the room's dynamics. Carter stood, gathering his things, and turned to her with a proud smile. "You did fantastic, Emily." "Thanks," she replied, her heart still racing. "I didn't expect them to respond like that." "Neither did I," he said, a hint of humor in his eyes. "But you proved them wrong. You have a knack for this." The praise warmed her, and they walked out of the conference room together, surrounded by the buzz of office life. But as they rounded the corner, Emily felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere. A shadow fell over Carter's expression, and she sensed a tension that hadn't been there moments before. "Are you okay?" she asked, concern lacing her voice. He paused, running a hand through his hair, his jaw tightening. "I'm fine, just some things on my mind." "Carter, you can talk to me." She stepped closer, wanting to bridge the distance that seemed to grow between them. He hesitated, then sighed, letting the mask of the grumpy billionaire slip just slightly. "It's just this contract marriage, Emily. It's supposed to be straightforward, but it's becoming messier than I anticipated." Her heart sank. "Messier how? People are beginning to see us as a real couple, and that complicates things. I don't want either of us to get hurt," he confessed, his voice low. Emily took a breath, feeling the weight of his words. "But isn't that what we agreed to explore? To redefine this, I mean, we're in this together, right?" He met her gaze, his eyes dark with conflict. "I know, but I've never done any of this before. I'm used to keeping people at arm's length. I don't want to ruin whatever this is." "Then don't," she replied gently. "Let's take our time. We can be partners without rushing into anything." A flicker of hope crossed Carter's features, and he nodded. "One day at a time." "Exactly," Emily said, taking his hand in hers. "We can navigate this together." Carter's grip tightened around her fingers, and for a moment she saw a glimpse of the man beneath the grumpy facade, the one who wanted to open up to let her in. As they made their way back to his office, the air between them felt charged, filled with unspoken emotions and possibilities. They entered his office, and he shut the door, creating a bubble of intimacy that felt oddly exhilarating. "Emily," he started, his voice low, "I just want you to know that I appreciate having you in my life. More than I thought I would." She smiled, warmth blooming in her chest. "I feel the same way, Carter. You're not just a grumpy billionaire to me, you're becoming someone I care about deeply." He stepped closer, and the space between them seemed to vanish. "I'm still trying to figure out what all of this means, but I want you to know I'm committed to making it work." "Me too," she said, her voice steady. In that moment, with the weight of their contract hanging overhead and the uncertainty of their future looming, they both knew they were standing on the precipice of something profound. The boundaries they had once established were beginning to blur, and the promise of a genuine connection shimmered just beyond their reach. Carter leaned in slightly, and Emily's heart raced. She could sense the hesitation in him, the gentle push and pull of desire and fear. They were both navigating uncharted waters, and she was ready to dive in. "Carter," she whispered, her voice barely audible as she searched his eyes for permission. For a heartbeat, they stood there, the world outside fading into silence. And then, as if drawn together by an invisible force, Carter closed the distance, his lips brushing against hers in a tentative, electric kiss. It was a soft exploration, a question rather than a statement, but it ignited a fire within her. Emily leaned into him, deepening the kiss, feeling the warmth of his body against hers. The taste of hesitation melted away, replaced by a fierce need to connect, to embrace the chaos of their situation with all its uncertainties. As they pulled apart, breathless and wide-eyed, Emily realized that the contract marriage was no longer just about survival. It was becoming something real, something impossible to ignore. "Wow," Carter breathed, his brow furrowed in an expression that was simultaneously astonished and apprehensive. "Wow," she echoed, her heart racing. "What was that?" He chuckled, a hint of his usual grumpiness returning. "I think it was a terrible idea, but—" He paused, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. "I can't pretend I didn't want to do that." "Then don't," she urged, her voice soft but firm. "Let's not overthink. We're learning about each other, this is part of it." His gaze softened, and a small smile crept onto his lips. "You're right, one day at a time, remember?" "Exactly," she said, feeling a rush of exhilaration. "And today we kissed. Tomorrow, who knows?" Carter's laughter filled the room, a sound that resonated with warmth. "Tomorrow, perhaps we plan some team-building exercises to foster better communication." Emily giggled, the tension dissolving. "I'd actually love that. I have a few ideas we could brainstorm together." "Then let's do it," he said, determination sparking in his eyes. "Together." As they moved back to their respective tasks, Emily felt a sense of anticipation wrap around her like a warm embrace. The complexities of their contract marriage were still ahead, but she was ready to embrace the journey. With Carter by her side, they could face whatever challenges awaited them. And as the days turned into weeks, she could only hope that love would blossom from their union, turning a marriage of convenience into a partnership grounded in trust, respect, and, hopefully, love. The week unfolded with an unexpected rhythm, a blend of work, laughter, and shared glances that ignited a spark of something deeper. Emily found herself navigating the bustling halls of Carter Blake's empire with renewed confidence. Their shared moments became a sanctuary, a refuge from the judgmental eyes of the executives who still whispered behind closed doors. Emily had taken Carter's advice to heart. She was no longer just a placeholder in his life. She was a partner, and she intended to prove her worth. Their joint project, an initiative aimed at enhancing employee engagement, became her canvas. She spent her evenings brainstorming ideas, pouring her heart into a plan that could not only improve morale, but also showcase her capabilities. One rainy evening, while working late in the office, she gathered her thoughts. The gentle sound of raindrops tapping against the window was a reminder of how far she had come since their initial agreement. She was juggling a marriage of convenience, a demanding job, and her own emotional growth, all while trying to bridge the chasm between her and Carter's pasts. The thought of it made her smile, even as the rain drizzled down. "Still here?" Carter's voice broke through her concentration, pulling her from her thoughts. He stood in the doorway, his usually stern expression softened by the dim light of the office. Emily looked up, surprised. "I thought you left for the night." "I had a meeting with the marketing team," he replied, stepping closer. "But I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to check on you." "What's got you so engrossed?" She gestured towards her notes, her excitement bubbling over. "I've been working on our team-building initiatives. I think we could organize a retreat, something fun but also productive. People could bond outside of work, learn to trust each other more." Carter raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "A retreat? That's ambitious. What do you envision?" "Workshops, outdoor activities, maybe even some team challenges," she proposed, her enthusiasm spilling out. "I want them to feel like they belong here, rather than just numbers on a balance sheet." He crossed his arms, a contemplative look on his face. "That could actually work, but I want it to be more than just an event. I want it to shift the culture here. You're not just proposing a getaway, you're suggesting a change in mindset." "Exactly," Emily beamed, her heart swelling at his recognition. "If we can foster connections, it'll reflect in productivity and morale. I believe it can transform how we work together." Carter's expression turned serious again, the weight of his responsibilities settling back on his shoulders. "How do you see this fitting into your role? This is a huge undertaking." "I want to lead it," she replied, looking him directly in the eyes. "I'm ready to take charge." His gaze held hers for a moment longer than necessary, and she felt a rush of adrenaline at the challenge. "All right," he finally said. "Let's bring this proposal to the executive team next week. Start drafting the plan." "Really?" She gasped, disbelief washing over her. "Really, but I expect you to be fully committed to this. No half measures." He smirked, his usual grumpy demeanor surfacing playfully. "We're a team now, remember?" "I won't let you down," she promised, feeling the heat of determination swell within her. The thought of presenting to the executives was daunting, but with Carter's support and her own growing confidence, she was eager to dive in. As the days rolled on, Emily found herself losing track of the contract that had initially defined their relationship. It was easy to forget the terms when every interaction with Carter felt so genuine, so real. He was no longer just her grumpy billionaire husband. He was Carter, her partner, her confidant, and sometimes even her friend. Yet, as they prepared for the executive meeting, the weight of their arrangement loomed over her. What would happen if they truly failed at this? What if the executives dismissed her ideas, laughed at her enthusiasm, or worse, held their preconceived notions against her? The morning of the presentation arrived, and Emily stood in front of the mirror, adjusting the collar of her blouse. She took a moment to breathe, reminding herself of Carter's words. "You're not just my wife, you're my partner." With a firm nod to her reflection, she grabbed her notebook and headed to the conference room. The atmosphere in the room was thick with tension. Carter sat at the head of the table, his presence commanding as he introduced her to the rest of the executives. She could feel their gazes scrutinizing her, dissecting her from head to toe. "Today, Emily will present her vision for our upcoming team-building initiative," Carter stated, his voice steady. "I expect everyone to give her the same respect you would give any member of this team." The executives exchanged glances, some nodding, but Emily caught the flicker of skepticism in their eyes. It was a reminder of how far she had to go to earn their trust. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward, heart pounding. "Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to present today," she began, focusing. on the whiteboard behind her. She had crafted her thoughts into clear, compelling ideas, and now was the moment to share them. As she spoke, she connected with her audience, explaining her vision with passionate clarity. She illustrated the importance of team bonding, shared statistics about workplace morale, and laid out the structure of the retreat she envisioned. Each point felt like a step toward solidifying her place in this corporate world. But just as she was gaining momentum, one of the executives interrupted. "Emily, while your ideas are commendable, do you really believe we can allocate resources for something so unconventional?" The question sliced through her confidence like a cold wind. She hesitated, the sting of doubt creeping in. "I understand your concerns, but I truly believe that investing in our people will yield long-term benefits. It's about creating a culture of trust and collaboration." Another executive chimed. "And what experience do you have leading such initiatives? We have to consider the return on investment." Carter's eyes narrowed at the challenge, and Emily could sense his protective instinct flaring. But she raised her chin, feeling a surge of determination. "I may not have led a corporate retreat before, but I know what makes people tick. I've worked in environments where employees felt valued, and I want to create that here." The room quieted, her conviction hanging in the air. She could feel Carter's gaze, steady and unwavering, lending her strength. After a beat, one of the other executives broke the silence. "What do you have in mind for measuring the success of this initiative?" Emily seized the moment, outlining a plan for feedback surveys, productivity metrics, and follow-up sessions to assess the impact. With every response, she watched the executives shift in their seats, their skepticism beginning to wane. Finally, as she wrapped up her presentation, she felt a wave of exhilaration. "I'm asking for your support in this initiative, not just because it's my idea, but because investing in our team is investing in the future of Blake Enterprises. We can chain." Narrative? As she concluded, she looked to Carter, searching for a glimpse of approval. He gave her a slight nod, a spark of pride illuminating his usually stoic features. The room erupted into a mix of questions and discussion, and Emily felt the energy shift. For the first time, she felt like she was part of the team. After the meeting, as the executives filed out, Emily gathered her materials, her heart racing with adrenaline. She had done it, she had stood her ground and defended her vision. Carter approached her, a rare smile breaking through his normally grumpy facade. "You were incredible," he said, pride shining in his eyes. "You handled those questions like a pro." "Thank you," she replied, her cheeks flushing. "I couldn't have done it without your support." He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "You're proving yourself more every day, Emily. You really have transformed into my partner." The warmth of his words enveloped her, and for a moment she felt weightless. This was a turning point, not just in their professional lives, but perhaps in their relationship as well. Later that evening, they celebrated the success of the meeting at their favorite restaurant, a cozy spot tucked away from the city's chaos. Over a bottle of wine, they relished the moment, laughter mingling with the clinking of glasses. "Next time, I'll prepare to rebuttals instead of sitting back and letting you handle it," Carter teased, his eyes dancing with mischief. Emily laughed, feeling a sense of ease between them that hadn't been there before. "I'd love that, but I think I might actually prefer leading the charge." "Then lead on, my fearless partner," he said, raising his glass to her. As they sipped their wine, Emily couldn't shake the feeling that their partnership was evolving. It was no longer just about a contract. It was about two people finding their way through life together. But as the evening wore on, a shadow of uncertainty lingered in the back of her mind. The contract was still in place, and the realities of their arrangement loomed large. What would happen when the dust settled and they were left to face their true feelings? As they left the restaurant, a chill in the air made Emily shiver. Carter draped his coat over her shoulders, and as they walked side by side, she felt the warmth of his presence envelop her. "Are you ready for the next steps?" he asked, his tone serious as they stepped into the night. "I think so," she replied, her heart pounding. "With you by my side, I feel like I can take on anything." "Good. Then let's keep pushing boundaries," he said, a glint of determination in his eyes. As they walked together, the night felt full of possibilities. The journey ahead was still uncertain, but for the first time, Emily felt a sense of excitement. They were more than just a contract. They were a team, navigating the complexities of life and love together. And perhaps, just perhaps, love would find a way to blossom amidst the chaos. As the crisp night air enveloped them, Emily felt the warmth of Carter's coat against her shoulders, a stark contrast to the swirling doubts in her mind. They walked in companionable silence, the neon lights of the city flickering like stars in the backdrop of their burgeoning partnership. With each step, Emily couldn't help but replay the kiss in her mind, a kiss that had breached the gap between obligation and something deeper. She stole a glance at Carter, who seemed lost in thought. His jaw was set, the faintest lines of concern etched across his forehead. It intrigued her how someone so grumpy could also show such depth. She wondered what weighed on his mind. "Carter," she ventured, breaking the silence that had settled between them. He turned to her, his expression softening momentarily. "Yeah, is everything okay? You seem pensive." He hesitated for a moment, the corner of his mouth twitching as if he were battling with himself. "Just thinking about the next steps. Our arrangement, there's still so much we need to figure out." Emily nodded. "I agree. We should probably set up some ground rules or guidelines to help us navigate this. It's not just a marriage on paper anymore." Carter's brow furrowed deeper. "You're right, but I don't want to put too much pressure on us. We just started to get comfortable with each other." "Maybe it's all about balance," she suggested, feeling a spark of optimism. "We can have fun while also laying down a foundation. We're not only partners by contract, I want us to be partners in every sense." He stopped walking and turned to face her fully, his eyes searching hers. "You really mean that?" "I do," she replied earnestly. "I want this to be real. I think we both deserve that." A flicker of something, hope, perhaps, passed through his gaze. "Then let's set aside some time this weekend. We can have a serious talk and see where we both stand." "Sounds good." Emily smiled, excitement bubbling within her at the prospect of a deeper connection. "And maybe we can throw in some fun activities too?" Carter chuckled, the grumpiness receding, even if just for a moment. "Team-building exercises, right?" "Precisely. We could start with something like cooking together. I know a few recipes that could be fun to try." "That sounds interesting," he replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. "But don't expect me to go easy on you if you burn the food." "Me? Burn something? Never," she teased, her heart lifting at the playful banter. As they finally reached their building, Emily felt the weight of the world lift just a little. Perhaps they could navigate the complexities of their contract without completely losing themselves. The following day, the anticipation of their weekend plans kept Emily awake. As she prepared breakfast, she felt a flutter of nerves mixed with excitement. She had spent the night mentally sorting through the recipes and strategies for their cooking session. Would Carter help her in the kitchen, or would he be the kind of person who micromanaged every step? After breakfast, she found herself pacing the apartment, her thoughts swirling. Just as she was about to lose her nerve, there was a knock at the door. She opened it to find Carter standing there, a bag of groceries in hand, his face a mixture of determination and uncertainty. "Ready?" he asked, his voice steady. "Ready as I'll ever be," she replied with a grin. They moved into the kitchen, the bright space filled with the smell of fresh produce. Carter began unloading the groceries, and Emily couldn't help but admire his focus. There was something undeniably appealing about his intensity, even when it came to mundane tasks like grocery shopping. "Okay," she said as she tied her hair back. "What do you want to cook first?" He glanced at the ingredients lined up on the counter. "How about we start with a classic, spaghetti with homemade marinara?" "Perfect. Do you know how to make it?" "I've watched enough cooking shows to get by," he replied with a hint of pride. "Just don't expect me to chop onions without crying." Emily laughed, feeling a surge of warmth for the grumpy billionaire who was slowly shedding his icy exterior. "I'll handle the onions. You can take care of the sauce." Carter nodded, and as they began to work side by side, Emily marveled at how natural it felt. The rhythm of chopping vegetables and stirring sauces turned into an unspoken dance, their movements syncing as they navigated the kitchen together. "This isn't so bad," he said after a particularly successful stir of the sauce. "See, you're a natural," she encouraged, feeling a sense of camaraderie growing between them. As they continued, their conversation flowed freely. They shared stories about their families, their dreams, and their fears, laughing at the unexpected revelations that tumbled from their lips. Emily learned that Carter had always held a deep ambition to change the world, driven by a past filled with struggles. She shared her own stories of hardship, how she had fought tooth and nail to keep her dreams alive despite life's hurdles. "Sometimes I feel like the weight of it all is too much," she admitted, her voice quiet as she stirred the sauce. "Like I'm just one decision away from losing everything." Carter paused, his eyes locking onto hers. "You're not alone in that feeling, you know. I've been there too. It can be overwhelming, but I think it's important to keep pushing. That's how we grow." His words resonated with her, and in that moment she saw a glimpse of the man behind the grumpy facade, a man who had faced his demons and emerged on the other side, still fighting. After their meal was prepared, they sat at their small dining table, the plates of steaming spaghetti before them. As they began to eat, the air filled with the savory aroma of their efforts. "This is actually pretty good," Carter exclaimed after his first bite, surprise evident in his voice. "See, I told you we could do this." Emily beamed, pride swelling in her chest. Their laughter echoed off the walls as they exchanged playful barbs about their cooking skills, but beneath the light-hearted banter, an undeniable connection was blossoming. However, as they finished their meal, the earlier warmth began to give way to a thicker tension. Emily could feel the heaviness of unspoken words hanging between them, the reality of their contract looming over them like a storm cloud. "Carter," she began hesitantly, "we need to talk about our future about this contract." He set his fork down, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. "Yeah, I've been thinking about that too. We can't ignore it any longer." "I don't want to lose what we've built here," she admitted, her heart racing. "This feels different than I expected." Carter's gaze was intense, searching. "I feel that too. But we need to be clear about what we want moving forward. This arrangement can't last forever." "I know," Emily said softly, "but what if we could redefine it, make it into something more than just a contract?" He leaned back, considering her words. "It sounds wonderful, but we need to be realistic. What if one of us wants something different in the end? It could complicate everything." "Maybe it's okay to complicate things," she suggested, her heart pounding. "What if we give ourselves the freedom to explore where this could go?" His eyes bore into hers, a storm of emotions swirling within them. "Are you saying you want this to be more than a contract?" "Maybe I am," she replied, her voice trembling with vulnerability. "I want what we have to be real. I want it to matter." Carter hesitated, the weight of their shared history pressing down on him. Before he could finish, there was a loud crack of thunder outside, breaking the tension that had enveloped them. "Wow, quite the storm," Emily said, trying to lighten the mood. Carter chuckled, but the laughter didn't quite reach his eyes. "Yeah, it's a bit dramatic, huh?" "I guess it fits the mood," she said, forcing a smile. They both knew that the real storm was brewing between them, and as they sat together in the dim light of their apartment, staring into the unknown that lay ahead, Emily couldn't shake the feeling that they were on the brink of something monumental. "Let's take it one step at a time," Carter said finally, his voice firm. "We'll figure out our next move together, but for now I want to enjoy this. I want to enjoy you." Her heart soared at his words, lighting a spark of hope in her chest. "Me too," she whispered, feeling a warmth spread through her. As the thunder rumbled in the distance, Emily felt a surge of courage. Whatever storms lay ahead, she was ready to face them, side by side with Carter. It was time to redefine their contract, to open their hearts to the possibility of love, and to embrace the journey that lay before them. And as they finished their meal, laughter mingling with the sounds of the rain outside, Emily knew that they were already on their way. Emily awoke to the sound of rain pattering against the window, a soft melody that wrapped around her in the early morning hours. She blinked against the sunlight that filtered through the curtains, feeling a sense of warmth spread through her as she recalled the previous night. Carter had opened up in a way she hadn't anticipated, and the connection they shared felt stronger than ever. With a smile tugging at her lips, Emily swung her legs over the side of the bed. Her feet met the cool wooden floor, sending a shiver up her spine. She glanced at the clock, 8 o'clock. She had a few hours to prepare for the day ahead, a day that promised to be filled with significant decisions. After a quick shower, Emily dressed in a modest green dress that complemented her figure. Standing in front of the mirror, she brushed her hair and applied minimal makeup, opting for a natural look that felt fresh and vibrant. Today, she would face the reality of their contract, and she wanted to present her best self. When she stepped into the kitchen, the smell of fresh coffee wafted through the air, mingling with the scent of toasted bread. Carter was already awake, his presence as commanding as ever, even in the early hours. He stood by the counter, his hands wrapped around a steaming mug, his gaze focused out the window. "Good morning," she said softly, breaking the spell of silence that enveloped the room. He turned to her, his expression a mixture of surprise and warmth. "Morning, I thought I'd let you sleep in a bit. You looked peaceful." "Thanks," she replied, her heart fluttering at the compliment. "Looks like a cozy day." "It is," he said, taking a sip of his coffee. "Perfect for discussing plans." Emily's stomach churned at the mention of plans. This was the moment they had both been avoiding, the conversation about their future, about what came next in their contract marriage. She poured herself a cup of coffee and joined him at the table, keenly aware of the intensity in his eyes. "Do you have any thoughts on how we should proceed?" Carter asked, setting down his cup and leaning forward, his elbows resting on the table. "I think we should take a serious look at our priorities," Emily began, her voice steady despite the flutter of nerves in her chest. "What do we want from this arrangement? What do we want to build together?" He nodded, thoughtful. "I've been considering that myself. I want us to work as a team, but I also want to make sure we're both getting what we need out of this." Emily felt a rush of admiration for his straightforwardness. "I want us to be honest with each other," she ventured. "No more holding back. We can't expect this to transform into something meaningful if we don't share what we truly want." "Agreed," he replied, a hint of a smile lifting the corners of his mouth. "What do you want, Emily?" She hesitated, her mind racing through a myriad of desires. "I want stability, yes, but I also want to explore this connection we have. I want to know if there's something more between us, something real." Carter's gaze darkened slightly, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. "You mean beyond the contract?" "Yes," she said, her heart pounding. "I know it's complicated, but I can't ignore how I feel about you." "And how exactly do you feel?" His question hung heavily in the air, charged with tension. Before she could finish, the doorbell rang, cutting through the moment like a loud clap of thunder. Emily's heart sank. The interruption was unwelcome. Carter's brow furrowed as he glanced toward the door, then back at her. "I'll get it," he said, standing up abruptly. She watched him stride away, feeling the weight of anticipation settle around her shoulders. As he opened the door, the moment of vulnerability they had been sharing hung in the air, unresolved. "Good morning, Mr. Blake," a familiar voice chirped. Emily's heart sank further as she recognized it as Sarah, Carter's assistant. "Morning, Sarah," Carter replied, his tone shifting into work mode. "What brings you here?" "I have the updated contracts for the charity gala this weekend," she said cheerfully, and Emily's heart dropped. "We need your signature and a few decisions on the guest list." Carter nodded, but Emily could see the irritation flicker in his eyes. He turned back to Emily, and for a brief moment their eyes locked, a silent communication passing between them. "Right," he said, his focus shifting back to Sarah. "Let's go over it in the office." "Sure thing," Sarah said, her enthusiasm unrelenting. As they moved away from the kitchen, Emily felt a sense of loss wash over her. The moment had been fragile, teetering on the edge of something monumental, and now it was slipping away. She busied herself with the dishes, trying to ignore the hollow ache in her chest. The sound of Carter's voice drifted in from the office as he discussed the gala with Sarah, and she couldn't help but feel the barriers reestablishing themselves. This was the world Carter lived in, a world of contracts and obligations, where emotions took a backseat to business. After a few minutes, Emily decided to join them. She could at least contribute to the conversation, perhaps even steer it back towards the personal matters they needed to address. When she entered the office, she found Sarah spreading papers out across the desk while Carter sat back, his expression unreadable. "Hey," Emily said, trying to inject a lightness into the atmosphere. "What's the plan?" "Just sorting out details for the gala," Sarah replied, her face brightening at Emily's presence. "You should join us. It'll be a fantastic event, and it'll be great to see the two of you together among everyone else." Carter's expression tightened slightly, and Emily caught the fleeting look of discomfort that flashed across his features. "We'll see," he replied, his tone noncommittal. "Emily, you'll want to help choose the guest list," Sarah continued, oblivious to the tension. "It'll be the perfect opportunity to network and establish connections for your new project." Emily nodded, forcing a smile. "Sure, I'd love to." As they reviewed the guest list, Emily tried to focus on the task at hand, but her mind kept drifting back to her conversation with Carter. The connection they had felt so real, so tangible, and yet with every passing moment, it felt like they were being pushed further apart. After an hour, the discussion shifted into logistics, and Emily felt herself growing restless. She glanced at Carter, who seemed immersed in the details, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Carter," she said, interrupting the flow of conversation, "can we take a quick break?" He looked up, surprise etched across his face. "Sure, what's on your mind?" Emily glanced at Sarah. "Can you give us a moment?" "Oh, of course, I'll just be outside," Sarah said, gathering her things and bustling out of the room. As soon as the door clicked shut, Emily turned her full attention to Carter. "I feel like we were on the brink of something important this morning, and now, I don't know, it feels like we're back to business." Carter leaned back in his chair, a sigh escaping his lips. Emily, I don't want to ignore what we have, but there are so many layers to this arrangement. It's complicated. I get that, she said, her heart racing, but I can't pretend I don't want to explore what's happening between us. I don't want this to just be a business arrangement anymore. He studied her carefully, the tension in the room palpable. What if we get hurt? What if this doesn't work out? Isn't that a risk worth taking? She asked, her voice rising with emotion. I don't want to look back years from now and wonder what could have been because we were too scared to take a leap. I'm willing to try if you are. Carter's eyes darkened with contemplation, and for a moment Emily felt the weight of her words settle in the air between them. I want to, he said finally, his voice low and steady. But I need to know that you're all in. This is not just a game for me. I'm all in, she affirmed with conviction. I want this to be real. He leaned forward, his gaze piercing into hers. Then let's redefine our contract. No more pretending, no more distancing ourselves from what we feel. Her heart raced at his words, excitement pulsing through her veins. Yes, let's do it. Carter stood, crossing the space between them, and took her hands in his. The warmth of his touch sent a shiver down her spine. We'll navigate this together, but we need to be open about everything, our fears, our expectations, our dreams. Emily's heart swelled with hope. I promise. Just as they shared a moment of understanding, the door swung open and Sarah re-entered the room, her cheerful demeanor instantly shifting the atmosphere. Sorry to interrupt, but I have some updates on the charity gala, she said, oblivious to the charged moment that had just unfolded. Carter's grip on Emily's hands faltered as he maintained his composure. Of course, let's hear it. Emily felt a pang of disappointment. Their moment shattered once more, but as she watched Carter shift back into his business persona, she reminded herself that this was just the beginning. Together, they would navigate the complexities of their contract and the emotions that lay beneath. With determination surging within her, Emily resolved to hold on to the promise they had made. No matter the obstacles ahead, she would fight for what they had begun to build. A partnership rooted in honesty, vulnerability, and the possibility of love. Emily watched as Carter's demeanor shifted with Sarah's entrance. The warmth that had surrounded them moments before dissipated like morning mist. The spark in Carter's eyes dulled, replaced by a familiar coolness that made her heart sink, but she refused to let it show. Sarah, oblivious to the charged atmosphere, began detailing the gala plans. We're set to launch the new charity initiative next month. I've spoken to some great sponsors who are eager to collaborate with us, she said, her voice animated, her enthusiasm infectious. Carter nodded, his attention fully diverted to Sarah's report. Good, we need to ensure the event is polished and reflects the brand, he said, his tone businesslike. He glanced at Emily, a flicker of a smile on his lips that quickly vanished. She felt a pang of longing for the intimacy they had just shared. Of course, Carter, Sarah said, unfazed. And I've arranged for the venue to be decorated in blue and gold, which is what we discussed. I think it will look stunning. Emily listened, nodding along, but her mind was elsewhere. She couldn't help but reflect on their conversation before Sarah walked in. It had been a moment of vulnerability that broke the barriers they had built around themselves. But now, with business back on the table, it felt like they were slipping backward, and she hated the feeling of being on the periphery of his world. After a few more details about the gala were exchanged, Sarah clapped her hands together. Great, I'll finalize the lists and get back to you. I'll leave you two to discuss the rest. Once she exited, the silence in the room felt heavy. Emily looked at Carter, who was now staring out of the window, the rain still pouring heavily, drops sliding down the glass like tears. She felt a mix of frustration and concern. Carter, he turned to her, his expression unreadable. Yeah, what just happened? Before Sarah came in, she ventured, her heart racing. We were talking about being open, redefining our contract. Carter sighed, running a hand through his hair. I know, he paused, looking out the window again. When I'm in work mode, it's hard for me to switch gears. I'm used to keeping my personal life separate. It's safer that way. Is that what you want? She asked quietly. To keep it separate? He turned back to her, a flicker of frustration in his gaze. No, Emily. He took a deep breath, seeming to grapple with his thoughts. I want to be open with you, I don't know how. Then let's figure it out together, she urged, stepping closer. We can't be afraid of what we feel or what this contract means. It's already more than just a business arrangement for me. Carter's eyes softened, and for a moment she caught a glimpse of the man she had started to fall for, a man with hopes, dreams, and fears. You really want this to be real, he said softly. Yes, she affirmed, her heart racing. more than anything. He moved closer, and the air between them charged once more. Then we need to talk about what's holding us back. I can't keep pretending everything is fine when it's not. Emily's heart sank at the weight of his words. What do you mean? He hesitated, his expression clouded with unspoken burdens. There are things in my past that I haven't shared with you, things that make it hard to fully commit, even when I want to. Carter, she said gently, you do. Have to tell me everything right now, but I'm here. Whatever it is, we can face it together. He closed the distance between them, his gaze intense. I don't want to drag you into my mess, you deserve better. Maybe I want to choose to be in that mess with you, Emily replied, her voice steady despite the trepidation swirling inside her. We're a team now, that's what we agreed on, remember? Carter studied her, and she could see the war raging in his mind. It's not just a little mess, Emily. It goes deeper. Then let me in, she insisted, her heart aching for him to be brave, to trust her enough to share his burdens. You don't have to carry it all alone. There was a long moment of silence, the tension palpable. The storm outside seemed to echo their turmoil, thunder rumbling in the distance. Finally. Carter's shoulders sagged as if he were releasing a heavy weight. All right, but promise me you won't run away when you hear it. I promise, she whispered, her heart pounding with anticipation and fear. Carter took a deep breath, his eyes locked onto hers. My family, they're not who you think they are. My father is not the business mogul he appears to be. He's involved in things that could ruin everything if they came to light. What do you mean? Emily asked, confusion washing over her. He's in debt to some dangerous people. I've been working to pay it off for years, trying to keep it from tainting the family name. That's part of why I don't like to mix my personal and professional life. I can't let anyone get caught up in this. Emily felt her heart clench. Carter, that sounds terrifying, but you're not alone in this. We can figure it out together. He shook his head, frustration creeping back into his voice. You don't understand. If word gets out, it could ruin me. It could ruin you. I can't let that happen. Then let's go public with our relationship, she suggested, her determination unwavering. We'll face it together. I won't let you shoulder this alone. Carter's eyes widened in shock, and for a moment she thought he might reject her offer. Emily, you don't know what you're asking. It would put you in danger. And so would keeping it a secret, she countered. Let's face it head-on, together. He seemed to wrestle with her words, tension radiating from him. I need time to think about this, he finally said, stepping back, creating distance between them once more. Emily felt a rush of disappointment. You don't have to decide right now, but I need you to know I'm all in. I'm not afraid of your past. I just want to build a future with you. I don't want to drag you into my problems, Emily, he said, his voice low but firm. I know, she said, her heart aching for him, but I can't stand by and watch you suffer alone. You don't have to protect me from your past. I'm not afraid of it, and I won't let it scare me away. Carter stared at her, and for a long moment she thought he might say something, but instead he remained silent, caught in his inner turmoil. Let's just take it one step at a time, he said finally, his voice softer. I'll think about what you said, but I can't promise anything. Okay, she said, her heart heavy with unspoken worries. I'll be here when you're ready. As the rain continued to patter against the window, Emily felt a mix of hope and frustration. They were at a crossroads, and while she could sense their relationship deepening, the shadows of Carter's past loomed large, threatening to overshadow everything they had begun to build. That night, as they settled into bed, Emily couldn't shake the feeling of uncertainty. She reached for Carter, who lay on his side, facing away from her. Carter? He replied, his voice muffled. Can we just talk, like we did before? He turned to face her, his expression softening slightly. About what? About us, about our future, she suggested. He sighed, his eyes searching hers. I'm scared, Emily. There's a part of me that wants to turn away from all of this, to protect you, to protect myself. I understand, she said, reaching out to cup his face in her hand. But pushing me away won't help either of us. You're not alone in this fight, please just trust me. His expression shifted, and for a moment she thought she saw the flicker of hope ignite within him. You're right, I need to stop being so afraid. I just have to figure out how to let you in. I'll be right here waiting, she promised, leaning forward to press a gentle kiss to his lips. As they embraced, the tension of the day began to melt away, replaced by the warmth of their connection. They were still navigating uncharted waters, but for the first time, Emily felt optimistic about the direction they were headed. Together, they would face the storms ahead, whatever form they might take. And as she settled into his embrace, the sound of thunder outside faded, leaving only the soft rhythm of their hearts beating in unison. Emily awoke to the soft light of morning filtering through the sheer curtains. She stirred, feeling the warmth enveloping her, and turned to find Carter still asleep beside her, his expression relaxed for the first time in weeks. The peacefulness of the moment reminded her of how far they had come since that initial awkward agreement. It felt surreal that just a few nights ago, they had been unearthing the depths of their emotions together. But despite the warmth of the morning sun, a chill of uncertainty crept back into her mind. Today was the day of the charity gala that Sarah had mentioned during their interrupted conversation. It was a crucial event for Carter, both for his company's reputation and as a means to raise funds for a cause close to his heart. Emily had agreed to accompany him, but the thought of facing the world as his wife, real or not, filled her with both excitement and dread. Carter stirred beside her, blinking sleep from his eyes. He turned to her, a sleepy smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Morning," he mumbled, his voice deep and gravelly. "Morning," she replied, returning his smile. "Are you ready for today?" He rolled onto his back, running a hand through his tousled hair. "As ready as I can be. I'm glad you'll be there with me." Emily's heart fluttered at his words, feeling the weight of their connection grow stronger. "I'm glad too, but are you sure you want me by your side? This isn't just a casual event, it's a big deal for you." He turned his head to look at her, his expression serious. "I want you there for a reason, Emily. You're not just my wife on paper. You're becoming a part of my life in a way that I didn't expect." His honesty sent a warmth through her. "I appreciate that." "I want to be there for you, Carter. We're in this together, remember?" He nodded, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "Together." After a quick breakfast, they both prepared for the gala. Emily chose a sleek navy blue gown that hugged her curves just right, accentuating her figure without being too revealing. She spent extra time on her makeup, wanting to feel confident as she stepped into the spotlight beside Carter. When she finally emerged from the bathroom, she found him already dressed in a sharp black tuxedo, his gaze fixed on his reflection. "Wow," he said, turning to her with a look of genuine admiration. "You look stunning." "Thank you," she replied, feeling her cheeks heat. "You don't look too shabby yourself." As they headed out the door, Emily couldn't ignore the fluttering in her stomach. She could sense the anticipation and anxiety building in the air, like the calm before a storm. They arrived at the grand hotel where the gala was being held, the entrance adorned with twinkling fairy lights and elegant floral arrangements. The sight was breathtaking, but it was also overwhelming. Carter glanced at her, offering a reassuring smile. "Just remember, we're in this together. I want you to be yourself." She nodded, trying to steady her breathing as they stepped inside. The atmosphere was electric, filled with laughter, clinking glasses, and soft music playing in the background. As they entered, several heads turned in their direction, whispers bubbling up around them. Emily's heart raced as she felt their gazes on her, unsure if they were judging her or simply curious about the billionaire and his new wife. Carter led her through the crowd, his presence a steady anchor amidst the sea of unfamiliar faces. She could feel the tension in his posture as he interacted with guests, his signature grumpiness threatening to resurface as some of his business associates approached. "Carter!" a tall, impeccably dressed man exclaimed, extending a hand. "Good to see you, and I see you've brought your lovely wife. How wonderful." "Michael," Carter replied, shaking the man's hand with a tight smile. "Yes, this is Emily." "Pleasure to meet you," she said, forcing herself to sound enthusiastic despite the nerves bubbling in her stomach. As the conversation flowed, Emily felt more like a trophy than a partner. She tried to engage with the other guests, but the superficiality of small talk left her feeling drained. Carter's demeanor was businesslike, and she could see the strain in his eyes as he exchanged pleasantries, his grumpy facade slipping back in place. After what felt like an eternity, they finally stepped away from the crowd to grab a drink. "How are you holding up?" Carter asked, his voice low. "It's a lot," she admitted, glancing back at the throng of guests. "I didn't realize how intense this would be." He sighed, leaning against the bar, his eyes scanning the room. "I wish it were easier for you. This isn't how I wanted our first public appearance to feel." Emily placed a hand on his arm, grounding him. "I'm okay, really. Just trying to find my footing." He turned to her, his gaze softening. "Let's get through tonight, and then we can have a real date, just you and me." She smiled at his suggestion, feeling a rush of warmth at the thought of a quiet evening together. "I'd like that." As they stood there, lost in each other's eyes, a woman approached them with a bright smile. "Carter, I didn't know you were back in town. It's been ages." Emily recognized her from the charity board meetings they had attended together, the ever-charming Brooke, whose reputation for being a social butterfly preceded her. "Brooke," Carter greeted her, his tone polite yet guarded. "Who's this lovely lady?" Brooke asked, her gaze flitting from Carter to Emily. "This is my wife, Emily," Carter replied, pride lacing his words. Brooke's eyes widened, her smile widening into something that felt disingenuous. "Oh, how wonderful. Congratulations, I had no idea you were married. Such a beautiful couple." "Thank you," Emily managed to say, feeling the pressure of the moment. "I hope to see you at more of our events," Brooke continued, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "We could use someone like you on the board." Carter tensed beside her, and Emily could sense his irritation. "We'll see," he said curtly, taking a sip of his drink. Brooke ignored his tone, her focus on Emily. "You must tell me how you two met. I've heard such interesting things about Carter's past. I'd love to know how you managed to tame him." Emily felt a pang of protectiveness rise within her as she caught the glint of mischief in Brooke's eye. "Well, it wasn't exactly about taming," she countered, trying to keep her voice steady. "It was more about understanding." Carter's gaze flicked to her, a hint of surprise mixed with admiration in his eyes. Brooke's smile faltered slightly at Emily's response, but she recovered quickly. "Oh, I'm sure you're doing a wonderful job. Carter's always been a bit of a lone wolf. Just don't let him scare you off." "Trust me, I'm not easily scared," Emily replied, a touch of defiance in her tone. Carter's expression softened as he watched her stand her ground against Brooke, and for a brief moment they shared an unspoken bond that made her heart flutter. As Brooke moved on to another group, Emily sighed, taking a breath of relief. "I didn't realize it would be like this," she murmured. Carter turned to her, his expression serious. "I'm sorry about that. Some people don't understand what we're trying to build. You're not just a trophy, you're my partner." She felt a swell of affection for him. "I know, I just want to make sure I can hold my own in this world you live in." "You're doing great," Carter assured her, his voice low. "I'm proud of you." Emily smiled, the warmth spreading through her once more. As the night wore on, they navigated through conversations, laughter, and moments that were both awkward and endearing. With each passing exchange, she felt herself growing more comfortable, and with Carter by her side, she knew she could handle whatever came their way. As the evening progressed, the atmosphere shifted. The moment of the auction, the highlight of the gala, was approaching, and Emily could sense the excitement building in the air. Carter's demeanor grew more serious as he prepared for the event. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes focused on the stage. "I think so." "Just tell me what you need from me," she replied, feeling the weight of the moment settling on her shoulders. He reached for her hand, intertwining his fingers with hers. "Just be yourself. That's all I ask." The auctioneer stepped onto the stage, a charismatic figure who captured the crowd's attention immediately. As the bidding began, Emily watched the guests enthusiastically raise their paddles, each bid met with cheers and laughter. But then the auctioneer announced the next item, a private dinner with Carter Blake himself. The room fell silent as anticipation hung in the air. Emily could feel the tension shift, knowing that this was a big deal. Carter's expression turned serious, and she could sense the undercurrent of discomfort emanating from him. As the bidding commenced, Emily squeezed his hand. "Are you okay?" He nodded. But she could see the uncertainty in his eyes. "I don't like this part." "Why not?" she asked, genuinely curious. "It's too personal. I don't like my time being bought or sold," he admitted, his voice low and strained. "But it's for a good cause," she reminded him gently. "You're helping people." "I know," he replied, his gaze fixed on the stage, "but it feels like they're valuing me instead of the cause." Emily's heart ached for him. "You're not just a commodity, Carter. They admire you for what you do and who you are. You're more than just your name." He turned to her, his expression softening. "You always know what to say." The bidding reached a fever pitch, and Emily could feel the tension mounting. Finally, a familiar face in the crowd raised the winning paddle. Carter sighed heavily, and she leaned closer, sensing his discomfort. "Are you sure this is what you want?" she asked, concern lacing her voice. He nodded slowly, his jaw clenched. "It's what we have to do for the charity." As the auction concluded, the crowd erupted into applause, and the auctioneer called Carter up to the stage. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Emily, his eyes searching hers for reassurance. "Stay close," he murmured before stepping forward. She nodded, stepping into the crowd so she could watch him from a distance. The moment he reached the stage, the cheers erupted again, and she couldn't help but feel a surge of pride for the man she had come to know so deeply. Carter spoke passionately about the cause, his previously grumpy demeanor shifting as he engaged the audience. For a moment, he was transformed, his words weaving a tapestry of hope and inspiration that resonated with those in attendance. As the applause thundered around her, Emily felt a rush of relief and admiration. This was the man behind the facade, the one who poured his heart into helping others and making a difference. When he stepped off the stage, she rushed to meet him, her heart racing with excitement. "You were incredible." Carter's expression softened, a hint of vulnerability shining through. "Thanks, I don't know how to handle all of this sometimes." "But you did handle it. You made an impact," she said, beaming at him. He smiled, and for a moment, the weight of the world seemed to lift from his shoulders. "I couldn't do it without you." As the night wore on, Emily felt the connection between them grow deeper. With each shared glance, each touch of their hands, it became clear that they were no longer just playing. Parts in a contract, they were creating something real. As they left the gala, the cool night air greeted them, a refreshing contrast to the heated atmosphere inside. Carter wrapped his arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. "Thank you for being there with me tonight," he said softly, his voice barely above a whisper. "I wouldn't want to be anywhere else," she replied, her heart swelling with affection. As they walked through the quiet streets, a sense of peace settled over them. Emily leaned into him, feeling safe and cherished. "Tonight was just the beginning," she said, glancing up at him. "I know we have a long way to go, but I believe in us." Carter paused, turning to face her, his expression earnest. "So do I." They stood there, the world around them fading away, and in that moment, Emily felt the barriers between them dissolve. The contract that had once defined their relationship now felt like a stepping stone to something much more profound. The night may have marked an important milestone, but it was clear to both of them that they were on a journey toward something beautiful, something real. And as they shared a lingering kiss beneath the stars, a promise hung in the air, binding them together in a way that no contract ever could. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains of their bedroom, casting a warm glow over the room. Emily stirred awake, her body blissfully cocooned in the sheets, but a nagging sense of urgency tugged at her. Today marked the deadline for her family's financial woes, a deadline she'd been trying to ignore but could no longer push aside. As she turned over, she caught sight of Carter still asleep beside her, his strong profile relaxed and peaceful. The events of the past few days flashed through her mind, the gala, the moments they had shared, and how he had opened up to her in a way he hadn't before. A small smile tugged at her lips. Despite the challenges that lay ahead, she felt hopeful. But the thought of her family's impending crisis brought her back to reality. She needed to face it, and she needed to do it soon. Gently, she reached out and brushed a strand of hair away from Carter's forehead. "Carter," she whispered, her voice soft like the morning light. His eyes fluttered open, and he blinked at her in confusion for a moment. Then recognition washed over him, and he smiled, if only briefly. "Morning." "Morning," she replied, her heart sinking slightly at the thought of what loomed over them. "I need to talk to you about something." Carter's expression shifted from sleepiness to curiosity. "What is it?" She hesitated, unsure how to frame her thoughts. "It's about my family. We're in a tight spot financially." I know," he interrupted gently, propping himself up on his elbow. "You've mentioned it before." She nodded, leaning back against the headboard. "The deadline is today. If we don't get things sorted, I'm not sure what will happen. I don't want to burden you with this, but I can't ignore it any longer." Carter's brow furrowed, and she could almost see the gears turning in his mind. "What do you need from me?" Taking a deep breath, she decided to lay her cards on the table. "I think we might need to consider more than just our contract. I need to figure out how to secure some funding for my family, and she paused, feeling the weight of vulnerability settle on her shoulders. "I don't know how much I can rely on you in this." "Emily," he said, his tone firm yet gentle, "we're in this together, you know that, right?" "I do, but..." She bit her lip, weighing her words. "You're a billionaire, Carter, and you're my wife," he interrupted again, his voice laced with an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. "That means your problems are my problems. I don't care how much money I have. What I care about is you." His reassurance warmed her heart, but the practical side of her mind was still racing. What if the amount they needed was beyond what even he could spare? "I appreciate that, really. But this is about more than just money. My family has been through so much already. I don't want to drag you into their mess." Carter shifted, sitting up fully, the sheet slipping down to his waist. "Emily, you're not dragging me into anything. If you need help, we find a way to get it. End of story." His conviction was both comforting and intimidating. She could see the determination in his eyes, but the reality of her family's situation loomed large. Okay, but let's discuss how to approach this. I don't want to make any hasty decisions. Agreed, he said, nodding. What do you have in mind? With a sense of relief washing over her, she began to outline her ideas. There's a local charity that my family has connections with. They've been known to assist families in dire situations. I could reach out to them, and if that doesn't work, maybe I could see if I could take on extra work for a while. Carter frowned slightly. Extra work. You're already doing so much, and I'm not about to let you wear yourself thin. I have to try, Carter, she insisted, her voice firm. This isn't just about me anymore. It's about my family's livelihood. They've sacrificed so much for me, and I can't just sit back and do nothing. He studied her for a moment, as if weighing her words. Fine, let's start with the charity. If they can't help, I'll step in, but I want you to promise me you'll keep me in the loop every step of the way. I promise, she said, a swell of gratitude filling her heart. Thank you for understanding. Always, he replied, a small smile breaking through the serious conversation. They spent the next hour discussing potential solutions, crafting a plan that involved a mix of outreach and transparency. As they exchanged ideas, Emily felt a renewed sense of hope. Maybe, just maybe, they could navigate this together. After the conversation, they got up and dressed, their moods significantly lighter. As they moved through their morning routine, Emily couldn't help but notice the subtle shifts in their dynamic. It felt as though each shared moment, each touch, was solidifying the bond they had forged, one that was becoming more and more real. When they finished breakfast, Emily grabbed her phone and took a deep breath. I'm going to call the charity now. Carter nodded, leaning back against the kitchen island as she dialed the number. She could feel his eyes on her, a silent support that bolstered her confidence. The phone rang twice before a cheerful voice answered, and Emily introduced herself, explaining her family's situation. After a brief conversation, she hung up, her heart racing. They're willing to set up a meeting to discuss options, she said, her voice laced with cautious optimism. That's great news, Carter exclaimed, his excitement palpable. When is it? Tomorrow afternoon, she replied, a smile spreading across her face. It's not a guaranteed solution, but it's a step in the right direction. Then we'll prepare for it, Carter said decisively. I'll be there with you. Emily's heart swelled at his unwavering support. You don't have to. This is my family's issue. I should handle it alone. I know you want to, he said, his expression serious. But you're not alone anymore, Emily. You've got me, whether you like it or not, and I'm not backing down from this. We face it together. The sincerity in his voice made her throat tight. Thank you, Carter. It means the world to me. They spent the remainder of the day preparing for the meeting, researching the charity, and brainstorming potential questions to ask. As they worked side by side, Emily couldn't shake the feeling that this was more than just a partnership. It was a team. Later that evening, as they settled into the couch, a comfortable silence enveloped them. Carter's arm rested around her shoulders, his warmth seeping into her skin. She glanced up to find him staring thoughtfully at the screen, but his mind seemed to be elsewhere. Penny for your thoughts? She asked, lightly nudging him. He turned his gaze down to her, a flicker of vulnerability in his eyes. I was just thinking about how different things are now, how we've gone from being strangers to this. Emily smiled, leaning her head against his shoulder. It's a good difference. Yeah, he said, his voice low. I never thought I'd want to be involved in someone else's problems, but with you. I want to be. Her heart raced at his admission, the warmth of affection blooming within her. I'm glad. I never expected to feel this connected to you. He looked down at her, his expression earnest. You've changed my perspective, Emily. I didn't know I could care this much. The weight of their words hung in the air. A beautiful tension that felt heavy with promise. But as the night wore on, the looming uncertainty of the next day's meeting cast a shadow over their moment. I guess we both have a lot to face, she said, trying to lighten the mood. But at least we have each other. Always, he echoed, and they shared a soft smile that held all the unspoken emotions swirling between them. As the evening faded into night, Emily couldn't help but feel a mixture of excitement and anxiety as the day of reckoning approached. The stakes were high, and she knew that whatever happened, they would face it together. And with that thought, she nestled closer into Carter's embrace, ready to take on whatever challenges awaited them. The world outside may have been chaotic, but within their little bubble, they had forged something beautiful, something worth fighting for. The next morning arrived with a heavy fog that clung to the streets like a shroud, mirroring the cloud of uncertainty that had settled over Emily. As she sipped her coffee, the steam curling towards her face, she couldn't shake the feeling of impending doom that hovered over her like a dark storm cloud. Carter had promised they would face the challenges together, but the stakes were higher than ever. Today was the day they would meet with the board of trustees regarding the fate of Carter's family business, and she knew that everything rested on the outcome. She glanced at Carter, who was leaning against the counter, his expression a mix of determination and anxiety. He had dressed sharply in a tailored navy suit, every inch the billionaire heir. Yet, even with his polished appearance, there was an unmistakable tension radiating from him. She admired the way he held himself, exuding confidence, but she could see the flicker of uncertainty behind his piercing blue eyes. "Are you ready for this?" she asked, trying to inject some levity into the moment. "I mean, it's just a board meeting, right? How hard can it be?" He chuckled lightly, though it didn't reach his eyes. "Just a board meeting for a company that's been in my family for generations. No pressure." "Exactly. You're going to walk in there, show them what you're made of, and walk out victorious. You're Carter Blake," she said, trying to infuse him with her enthusiasm. His gaze softened as he looked at her. "I don't think I could do this without you." "You make it easier." Her heart swelled at his words. "Just remember, we're a team. Whatever happens in there, we face it together." Carter nodded, taking a deep breath as he pushed off from the counter. "You're right, let's do this." As they left the apartment and stepped into the chilly morning air, Emily felt a rush of adrenaline. The streets buzzed with life, the city awakening around them. The drive to the office was filled with a tense silence, both of them lost in their thoughts. Emily's mind raced with possibilities, her stomach churning with anxiety. She had never seen Carter in such a vulnerable state, and part of her wished she could shield him from the pressures that weighed on him. When they arrived at the sleek high-rise building that housed Blake Enterprises, the anxiety intensified. The atmosphere inside the lobby was sterile and corporate, the scent of polished marble and fresh coffee mingling in the air. They navigated through the bustling reception area, and Emily felt the eyes of the staff on them, whispers trailing in their wake. The weight of their contract marriage felt heavier with each passing moment. Carter led her to the elevator where they stood side by side in silence, the tension palpable. As the doors slid shut, he turned to her, his voice low. "Remember what we talked about. I need you to be strong, Emily." "I will be," she promised, though she felt her resolve waver. "You're not alone in this." The elevator dinged, and they stepped out onto the executive floor, a sprawling expanse filled with glass offices and sleek conference rooms. The boardroom awaited them, a polished table surrounded by intimidating figures, trustees and board members who had spent years in the business world. Each one wore a mask of professionalism, but Emily could sense the undercurrents of tension. "Here we go," Carter said, his jaw set as they approached the heavy wooden doors. He paused for a moment, glancing at her. "Are you ready?" "Let's show them what we're made of," she replied, injecting a sense of bravado into her voice despite the butterflies in her stomach. As they stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted. The board members turned their attention to them, their expressions unreadable. Emily felt a pang of apprehension but stood tall beside Carter. He took a seat at the head of the table, and she sat beside him, discreetly placing her hand on his thigh for reassurance. The gesture drew a fleeting smile from him, a reminder that they were in this together. "Thank you for coming, Carter," began, his voice steady but laced with an underlying tension. "As you all know, we're here to discuss the future of Blake Enterprises and the direction we'll be taking moving forward." The lead trustee, a sharp-dressed man with salt and pepper hair, leaned forward. "Carter, your father's legacy is at stake. We all want to ensure we're making the best decisions for the company and its stakeholders." "You mean for your bonuses," Carter retorted, the fire in his tone surprising Emily. She squeezed his thigh gently, reminding him to keep his cool. "What do you propose?" the trustee pressed, ignoring the jab. Carter took a deep breath, collecting his thoughts. "I believe it's time for a change. We need to pivot away from the outdated practices that have held us back. Innovation is key to our survival in this market." There was a murmur around the table, skepticism evident in their faces. Emily could see their reluctance to embrace change, to step away from the traditions that had defined the company for so long. But she also saw the flicker of determination in Carter's eyes, a passion igniting as he spoke. "Moreover," he continued, "I want to address the recent financial struggles. We need to invest in new technologies and explore potential partnerships that could drive us forward." The board members exchanged glances, weighing his words carefully. Emily sensed the moment of truth hanging in the air. This was the turning point, the moment that could define Carter's future and theirs. "And what do you have in mind for those partnerships?" the trustee asked, skepticism still lacing his tone. Carter hesitated, glancing at Emily as if seeking her support. She nodded subtly, encouraging him to go on. "I've been in discussions with a few tech firms that specialize in AI and automation. Streamlining our operations will not only cut costs, but also allow us to focus on our core strengths." "That sounds risky," another board member interjected, crossing his arms. "We don't want to make hasty decisions." Carter's frustration bubbled to the surface. "And what has caution gotten us? We need to be bold and take calculated risks if we want to survive. The market is changing, and we can't afford to be stagnant." Emily could feel the tension in the room escalating, the board members shifting in their seats, their faces a mix of disbelief and discontent. Carter was pushing hard against a wall of tradition, and she could sense the uncertainty in his demeanor. "Carter, you're young and passionate," the lead trustee said, his tone condescending. "But you lack the experience to lead this company through such a drastic change." Emily's heart pounded in her chest. How could they dismiss him so easily? He was more than just a name, he was capable and driven. She leaned closer, her voice a whisper. "You're doing great, just keep going." With newfound resolve, Carter met their gazes. "I may lack experience in years, but I'm not inexperienced. I've seen what works and what doesn't. My father built this company on innovation, and it's time we honor that legacy instead of letting it fade." The room fell silent, the intensity of his words hanging in the air. For a moment, Emily thought she could see a flicker of respect in the eyes of some board members, but it quickly faded as the skepticism returned. "Let's discuss those partnerships in more detail," the lead trustee suggested, his tone softer but still skeptical. "We'll need a comprehensive report and a feasibility study before we can even consider moving forward." Carter's expression darkened, but he nodded, though the frustration was evident. "I'll have my team prepare that." As the discussion continued, Emily felt a swell of protectiveness for Carter. They were dismissing his ideas, belittling his vision, and all he was trying to do was save the family business. Time and again, she felt compelled to speak up, but she restrained herself, knowing this was his battle to fight. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the meeting adjourned, and the board members filed out, leaving a heavy silence in their wake. Carter remained seated, his hands clenched into fists on the table, the tension coiling within him. "Carter," she began gently, leaning closer, "you did your best, they're just stuck in their ways." His eyes flickered to her, a mixture of frustration and gratitude. "I thought they would at least consider my ideas. I poured everything into that presentation." "And you did a great job," she reassured him. "You stood your ground. They'll come around. It just takes time." He sighed, running a hand through his hair as he leaned back in his chair. "I hope you're right. If they don't see what I'm trying to do, I'm not sure what will happen to the company." Emily could see the weight of the world resting on his shoulders, and her heart ached for him. "We'll figure it out together. You're not alone in this." Carter met her gaze, and for a brief moment, the intensity of the situation faded as he looked into her eyes. "Thank you for being here. I don't know what I would do without you." She smiled softly, feeling warmth spread through her. "You'll never have to find out. We're in this together, remember?" He reached out, taking her hand in his, and she could feel the tension slowly dissipating. "I appreciate you more than you know." "Let's get out of here," she suggested, a glimmer of hope shining in her heart. "We can regroup and come up with a plan. We'll turn this around." Carter nodded, a spark of determination igniting within him once more. As they exited the boardroom, the world outside felt bright and full of possibilities. Though the storm was far from over, Emily felt a renewed sense of hope. Together, they would navigate the challenges ahead and emerge stronger. Hand in hand, they stepped out into the world, ready to face whatever came next. They were partners in every sense of the word, united by the vow they had made and the bond that was growing deeper with every passing day. Love, it seemed, could flourish even in the most unlikely of circumstances, and for that, Emily felt profoundly grateful. Morning light spilled through the large windows of Carter's penthouse, bathing the room in a golden glow. Emily stirred, the warmth of the sunlight coaxing her from sleep. She blinked against the brightness, taking a moment to process her surroundings. The memories of the night before flooded back, their bond deepening, the shared vulnerabilities, and the resolve they'd made to face the looming crisis together. Turning slightly, she found Carter still asleep beside her, his features softened in repose. The shadows of worry that had etched lines on his face were temporarily absent, and she couldn't help but smile at how peaceful he looked. Her heart swelled with affection as she remembered the way he'd held her, the sincerity in his words echoing in her mind. She shifted gently, careful not to wake him, and slipped out of bed. After a quick shower, she dressed in a simple yet elegant outfit that she hoped would convey her support without overshadowing him. Today was the day of the meeting that could determine the fate of Carter's company and potentially their relationship. The stakes were high, and she wanted to be at her best, both for him and for herself. In the kitchen, she poured herself a cup of coffee, savoring the rich aroma. As she took a sip, she thought about what lay ahead. Carter had worked so hard to build his company, and now it felt like it was teetering on the edge of a precipice. She had no doubt that he was capable of orchestrating a turnaround, but the uncertainty gnawed at her. Would the board see his vision? Would they trust an unorthodox approach? Just then she heard the soft padding of feet behind her. She turned to find Carter, his hair tousled and his eyes still heavy with sleep. He leaned against the doorframe, a slight smile forming on his lips as he took in the scene of her at the counter, cocooned in the warmth of the morning. "Good morning," he said, his voice still thick with sleep. "Good morning," she replied, her own smile widening. "I made coffee. Want some?" "Always," he quipped, moving to join her. As he poured himself a cup, she caught a glimpse of his expression, determined yet slightly apprehensive. "Ready for today?" she asked, leaning against the counter, her heart racing at the thought of the challenges they were about to face. He took a long sip of coffee before responding, his brow furrowed in thought. "I think so. At least I've got you by my side." The sincerity in his voice sent a rush of warmth through her. "You've got this, Carter. Just remember, they need to see your passion. You've worked so hard. Show them who you are." He nodded, the tension in his shoulders easing just a fraction. "You're right. I just hope they're willing to listen." As they shared breakfast together, the atmosphere was charged with an electric mix of excitement and dread. Each bite felt momentous, as if they were both preparing for a battle. The meeting was scheduled for 10 o'clock, and as the hour approached, Emily felt the clock ticking down, each second amplifying the butterflies in her stomach. "Let's go over the main points again," she suggested, hoping to distract them both from the impending tension. Carter leaned against the edge of the counter, his gaze steady as he began to outline his points. "We need to focus on the new strategies for increasing market share and the importance of investing in innovation. I want to emphasize how adapting to consumer needs is vital for our survival." As he spoke, Emily watched him transform into the confident CEO she knew he could be. His passion was infectious, and she felt her own confidence bolstering with each word. She interjected with suggestions, and soon they fell into a rhythm, refining his presentation together. "Remember to keep it concise," she said as he finished explaining the viability of their new project. "You don't want them to lose interest." Carter raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. "Coming from you, I think I'll take that advice seriously." "Hey," she laughed, nudging him playfully. "I can be concise when the moment calls for it." As the clock struck 10, they exchanged a look filled with unspoken understanding. This was it. They were stepping into uncharted territory together, and despite the fear gnawing at them, there was also a sense of solidarity that made her chest swell with pride. "Shall we?" Carter gestured toward the door, and she took a deep breath, nodding firmly. Together, they walked out of the penthouse, hand in hand, united against the world outside. The boardroom was as imposing as Emily remembered, with its glass walls and sleek furnishings. As they entered, the air felt thick with tension, the board members already seated and waiting. Carter straightened his back, an innate authority radiating from him that made her heart skip a beat. "Good morning, everyone," he greeted, his voice steady. "Thank you for gathering today." Emily took a seat in the back, her hands clasped tightly in her lap as she watched him command the room. He began to present his ideas, speaking passionately about the changes he envisioned. She could see the board members shifting in their seats, some intrigued, others skeptical. As he laid out the numbers and projections, Emily leaned forward, hanging onto every word. Carter was in his element, his energy infectious. It was a sight to behold, this man who had once been so shut off now, fully engaged and fighting for what he believed in. But then, as he delved deeper into the proposal, an unexpected voice cut in. It was Tom, one of the senior board members, known for his blunt criticisms. "Carter, I have to say, this all sounds very ambitious," Tom said, his tone laced with skepticism. "But are you sure this is the right time for such drastic changes? The market is volatile, and we need stability, not more risks." Emily felt her heart race as she watched Carter's expression shift. It was a familiar look, the brief flicker of doubt before he composed himself. She could sense the tension in the room as the other board members leaned in, eager to hear how he would respond. "I believe that taking calculated risks is what will set us apart from our competitors," Carter replied, his voice firm. "Stability is essential, yes, but if we don't adapt, we will become obsolete. We cannot afford to stand still while the world around us changes." Tom crossed his arms, unimpressed. "And what about the financial implications? This sounds like a gamble. What assurances?" "Do we have that this will work?" Emily's breath hitched as she watched Carter grapple with the challenge. He paused for a moment, and she could see the wheels turning in his mind. Then, with renewed determination, he leaned forward slightly, his gaze steady. "I can't promise that every decision will be perfect, Tom, but I can assure you that I'll work tirelessly to make this company thrive. And with the right investments, I believe we can not only survive but lead the market." A murmur of conversation rippled through the board. Emily could feel the tension shifting, the board members exchanging glances. She held her breath, hoping against hope that they would see the passion and ambition that she saw in Carter. "Let's not forget," one of the women on the board interjected, "that sometimes the most revolutionary ideas come from taking risks. We've seen other companies flourish when they embrace change. Perhaps it's time we considered a new direction." Carter turned to her, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. "Exactly. I've done my research on the market trends, and I'm ready to lead us into this new era." Tom shifted in his seat, clearly unhappy with the direction of the conversation, but the other members were slowly rallying around Carter's vision. Emily felt a glimmer of hope as she watched the tide start to turn. As the discussion continued, she noticed Carter's demeanor shift again. He was standing taller, his confidence buoyed by the support he was receiving. With each question, he grew more animated, and the passion in his voice rang clear. After what felt like an eternity, the meeting finally reached its conclusion. The board members began to file out, some murmuring their approvals while others still wore skeptical expressions. Emily felt a mixture of relief and anxiety wash over her. Carter turned to her, his expression a blend of hope and uncertainty. "What do you think?" he asked, his voice low. "I think you did amazing," she said, her heart racing. "You were passionate and you held your own against them. That's what counts." He let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, a smile creeping across his face. "You really think so?" "I know so," she affirmed, stepping closer to him. "You fought for your vision, that's what matters most." His smile widened, and in that moment she could see the weight of the world lifting off his shoulders. But before they could bask in the victory, Tom re-entered the room, a stormy look on his face. "Carter," he said, his tone clipped. "I still have reservations about your approach. We'll need a solid plan before moving forward." "Of course," Carter replied, his composure unwavering. "I'll present a detailed strategy to the board next week." Tom nodded, but the skepticism in his eyes was hard to shake. He turned to leave, and Emily felt the heaviness of his presence linger in the air. "Don't let him get to you," she said reassuringly, taking hold of Carter's hand. "You've made a powerful case for your ideas. It's just the beginning." Carter glanced down at their intertwined fingers, a flicker of gratitude in his expression. "Thank you for being my anchor today, Emily. I really couldn't have done it without you." She squeezed his hand, feeling the warmth radiating between them. "We're a team, remember? I believe in you." As they left the boardroom, the weight of anxiety that had clung to them began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of hope. They had faced the storm together, and while there were still challenges ahead, they had taken a significant step. "Let's celebrate," Carter suggested, his mood lightening as they walked out of the building together. "Sounds perfect," she grinned, feeling a surge of excitement. "How about dinner at that new Italian place?" "I love that idea," he said, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Emily couldn't help but smile back, the promise of the evening ahead igniting a spark of joy within her. They had faced the first hurdle together, and as they stepped out into the bustling city, she felt an exhilarating rush of possibilities. Their partnership was growing stronger, and with it, the chance for love. The world was still filled with uncertainty, but one thing was clear: they were no longer just partners in a contract. They were building something real, and whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. As they arrived at the new Italian restaurant, the enticing aroma of garlic and basil wrapped around them like a comforting embrace. The vibrant atmosphere buzzed with laughter and clinking glasses, a stark contrast to the tension that had gripped them earlier in the day. Emily felt a warmth in her chest as they stepped inside, hand in hand, ready to celebrate their small victory. Carter led her to a cozy table tucked away in a corner, illuminated by soft candlelight. The ambience was intimate, and Emily found herself stealing glances at Carter as he scanned the menu, his brow furrowed in concentration. It was moments like these she cherished the most, the fleeting glimpses of vulnerability beneath the gruff exterior. "You know, I never thought I'd find myself here, celebrating a business victory with my contract wife," he said, his eyes lifting to meet hers. Playful glint, she chuckled, shaking her head. "Well, I think it's a pretty unique twist on a typical dinner date. Who knew being married to a grumpy billionaire could be this fun?" Carter smirked, a real smile breaking through the barriers he'd built around himself. "Don't get too used to it. I have a reputation to uphold." "Is that so?" she teased, leaning forward slightly. "What else is on your list of grumpy billionaire traits?" He leaned back, crossing his arms as he considered her question. "Well, I'm notoriously bad at small talk, I have a penchant for solitude, and I never back down from a challenge." Emily raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "And yet here you are, indulging in small talk and sharing a meal with your not-so-solitary contract wife." "Don't push it, Emily," he warned playfully, but the hint of a smile. Mained, the waiter arrived and they ordered their meals, pasta for Emily and a rich steak for Carter. As they waited, the conversation flowed effortlessly between them, each topic drawing them closer together. They shared laughter and stories, and for the first time since their arrangement began, Emily felt as if they were truly connecting. "Tell me about your childhood," she prompted, her curiosity piqued. Carter's expression shifted, a flicker of something hidden shadowing his eyes. It was pretty standard, really. "Lots of hard work, not much fun." He paused, seemingly lost in thought. "My father was always busy with the business. I learned early on that emotions were a liability. You had to keep your head down and focus." "You never had any fun?" she pressed gently, wanting to peel back the layers he kept so tightly guarded. He shrugged, but the slight crease in his brow suggested that her question had touched a nerve. "Not much. I had my books and a few close friends, but the pressure was always there. I couldn't afford to mess up, not with the expectations placed on me." Emily's heart ached for him. "That sounds lonely." Carter took a deep breath as if shaking off the weight of the past. "It was, but it made me who I am today. And today, I have you to thank for helping me find a way to change things." Her heart fluttered at the sincerity in his voice. "I'm glad to be here, Carter. You're not just a grumpy billionaire, you're so much more than that." His gaze softened, and for a moment, the walls he'd built around himself seemed to crack just a little. "You really mean that?" "Absolutely," she said softly, her resolve strengthening. "You have a vision for the company that I believe in. You're passionate, driven, and you care about your work. That matters." "Thanks," he replied, the vulnerability in his tone unmistakable. Their food arrived, and they fell into a comfortable rhythm, enjoying the flavors and each other's company. As they ate, Emily noticed that the tension in Carter's shoulders had eased, the shadows beneath his eyes lifting a little. After dinner, they decided to take a stroll along the nearby waterfront. The sun was just beginning to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, casting a golden glow over the water. The sight was breathtaking, and Emily felt a sense of peace enveloping her as they walked side by side. "This is nice," she said, taking a deep breath of the salty air. "It's moments like these that remind me how beautiful life can be," Carter nodded. "I never take the time to appreciate moments like this. I'm usually too busy worrying about the next deal or the next summit to climb." "Maybe you should make it a priority," she suggested, glancing up at him. "Life isn't just about work. It's also about experiencing things, connecting with people." He looked down at her, a contemplative expression on his face. "You're right. I've been so focused on the company and what's at stake that I forgot to enjoy life." They continued walking in comfortable silence, the sound of the waves lapping against the shore providing a soothing backdrop. Emily stole a glance at Carter, admiring the way the fading sunlight highlighted the angles of his jaw and the intensity in his eyes. As they rounded a bend, she suddenly stopped, a thought flashing through her mind. "Carter, what if we took a weekend getaway, just the two of us? Somewhere we can relax and not think about work for a little while." He halted beside her, brow furrowing slightly. "A getaway? I don't know, Emily. What about the company?" "The company will survive a weekend without you," she assured him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "You deserve a break, and so do I. We could visit a cabin in the mountains or a beach resort, somewhere where we can just breathe." Carter considered her suggestion, his gaze drifting to the water. "I haven't taken a vacation in years." "Exactly. Think of it as an investment in yourself, she said, her enthusiasm growing. A chance to recharge and come back even stronger. He turned to her, searching her face for sincerity. And what if it doesn't go well? What if it complicates things between us? Emily took a step closer, her heart racing. Carter, we're already complicating things by being in this contract together, but I think it's a good complication. This is a chance for us to deepen our connection and learn more about each other beyond the surface and the business. He sighed, weighing her words. You really want this, don't you? I do, she replied earnestly. I want to see you outside of the boardroom. I want to explore this partnership we formed. We're more than just a contract now. I believe we can be friends and maybe even more if we let ourselves. Carter's expression softened further, and Emily felt a flicker of hope ignite between them. All right, he said finally, a small smile breaking through the remnants of his grumpiness. Let's do it. A weekend getaway. Really? You mean it? Her excitement bubbled over and she couldn't help but jump up and down slightly. He chuckled at her elation, the sound free and genuine. Yes, really, but don't expect me to do any of those cheesy activities like hiking or horseback riding. Okay, deal, we'll find something that suits your unique taste, she teased, and he rolled his eyes playfully. They resumed their walk, the air crackling with newfound anticipation. They might have begun as mere contractual partners, but now the potential for something deeper was blossoming between them. As they reached the end of the pier, Emily turned to face him, the moonlight twinkling in her eyes. Carter, I'm really glad we did this tonight. I feel like we're starting to really understand each other. He looked down at her, his expression serious. I agree. I'm not often vulnerable, but you bring something out in me. I don't know how to explain it. Maybe you don't have to, she replied softly, stepping closer. Maybe we can just see where this goes together, one step at a time. He nodded slowly, and in that moment, the uncertainty that had once defined their arrangement began to shift. The lines between partnership and something more were blurring, and Emily felt a rush of hope. As they walked back to the car, hand in hand, she couldn't shake the feeling that their journey was only just beginning. They had faced hurdles, but together they had also found small victories. With the promise of a getaway ahead, Emily's heart swelled with the possibility of love blooming in the most unexpected places. And as they drove back, the city lights twinkling around them, she felt that maybe, just maybe, they could turn this contract into something beautifully complex, just like life. Mia awoke the next morning to the gentle hum of the city beyond her window. Sunlight streamed in, casting warm rays across her bed, and for a moment, she simply lay there, wrapped in the comfort of her blankets. The events of the previous day rushed back to her, the exhilarating brainstorming session with Ethan, the unexpected thrill of their creative synergy. A smile crept onto her face as she recalled how they had laughed, the tension that had once hung between them dissipating into something lighter and more hopeful. She glanced at the clock and realized she had slept later than usual. With a jolt of urgency, she swung her legs over the side of the bed, her heart racing as she remembered their plan for the day. Shopping. The thought sent a rush of excitement through her. Today would be a leap into a world she had only ever observed from afar, one filled with designer labels, opulence, and perhaps a little magic. After a quick shower, Mia dressed in a casual yet stylish outfit, a soft white blouse paired with high-waisted jeans and ankle boots. She looked in the mirror, running a brush through her hair, trying to tame the wild curls that had a mind of their own. Satisfied with her appearance, she took a deep breath and headed out of her room, her eagerness to see Ethan bubbling beneath the surface. As she entered the living area of the penthouse, she found Ethan already seated at the sleek dining table, a cup of coffee in hand, his gaze fixed on some paperwork spread out before him. He looked up as she approached, and for a heartbeat. Their eyes locked with an intensity that made her heart race. Morning, he said, his voice warm but still tinged with the early morning gravel. Good morning, Mia replied, her enthusiasm spilling over. I'm ready for our shopping spree. I can't believe we're finally doing this. Ethan raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Just remember, it's about the designs, not a fashion show. Right, she said, trying to suppress her giggles. But I still want to look good while I'm doing it. He chuckled, the sound rich and unexpected. You'll look good in anything, Mia, just focus on the project. His compliment sent a flutter through her stomach, and she felt her cheeks flush. Thanks, I'll keep that in mind. She moved to the coffee pot, pouring herself a cup and savoring the aroma. So, what's the plan? Where are we going first? Ethan stood, collecting the papers from the table and tucking them into a sleek leather folder. There's a few boutiques I have in mind. Some are exclusive, but I think we can get in, especially with me in tow. Can't wait to see these places, Mia exclaimed, excitement bubbling in her chest. She had spent years dreaming about stepping into the world of high fashion, and now it was finally happening. Let's go then, Ethan said, his tone shifting to businesslike efficiency. He gestured toward the door, and Mia followed him out, feeling a mixture of thrill and nerves. The car ride to the first boutique was filled with a comfortable tension. Mia glanced out at the city, watching the bustling streets and towering buildings blur together. What made? You want to get into this? She asked suddenly, breaking the silence. Into what? Ethan replied, his eyes still focused on the road. Fashion, you must have some reason for wanting to create these designs. He sighed, his grip tightening on the steering wheel. It's complicated. Complicated how? Mia pressed, not willing to let the matter drop. Ethan glanced at her briefly, his expression unreadable. Let's just say it's been a family obligation. My mother was obsessed with fashion, and I inherited the business after everything that happened. Mia nodded, sensing there was much more to his story than he was letting on. I'm sorry, she said softly. It must be hard to carry that weight. It is what it is, he replied, his voice flat. I'm just trying to ensure it doesn't crumble beneath me. Mia wanted to press further, to pull down the walls he had carefully constructed around himself, but she sensed now was not the time. Instead, she shifted the conversation back to the designs, and Ethan seemed to welcome the change, expanding on his vision and ideas with more enthusiasm as they arrived at their first destination. The boutique was an elegant space, showcasing high-end clothing and accessories that shimmered under the soft lighting. Mia stepped inside, her eyes wide with wonder as she took in the exquisite fabrics and intricate designs. The atmosphere was luxurious and intimidating, but also exhilarating. Ethan led her through the aisles, his presence grounding her as they perused the racks. This place is known for their custom pieces, he explained. We can find fabrics and inspiration here. It's not just about clothes, it's about the artistry. Mia nodded, her fingers grazing the delicate textures as they wandered. I've always wanted to work with fabrics like this. They're so alive, you know? Ethan watched her with a mix of amusement and admiration. You have a passion for it, I like that. They moved to a section displaying vibrant colors and unique patterns, and Mia suddenly stopped, her eyes lighting up at a bolt of deep blue silk. Ethan, look at this, it's stunning. He stepped closer, studying the fabric with a critical eye. It is beautiful. What would you pair it with? Her mind raced with ideas. I'd want to create something flowing, maybe a wrap dress that catches the wind. It would be perfect for evening events or a gallery opening. Ethan nodded slowly, his gaze shifting from the fabric to her. I can see it now, something that shows off your artistic touch while still appealing to a broader audience. Mia beamed, the energy between them sparking anew. Exactly, I want it to be a statement piece. They spent the next hour selecting fabrics, sketching designs on scraps of paper, and discussing the vision for Mia's line. The store was buzzing with activity, but within their little bubble of creativity, it felt like they were the only two people in the world. As they wrapped up their selections, Ethan picked up the blue silk and held it against Mia's shoulder. This will look amazing on you. Her heart raced at the proximity, their bodies just inches apart. You really think so? I know so, he replied, his voice low and sincere. After making their purchase, they left the boutique, carrying bags filled with their chosen fabrics and designs. Mia felt a thrill of accomplishment as they made their way to the next shop, her enthusiasm infectious. Where to next? She asked, her imagination already racing ahead. Ethan glanced at her, a smile breaking through his normally stoic demeanor. There's a place nearby that specializes in accessories, jewelry, belts, hats. I think we can find some pieces that will complement your designs perfectly. Perfect. I can't wait to see what they have. The next store, smaller but brimming with character, welcomed them with delicate trinkets and statement pieces that sparkled under the lights. As they browsed, Mia felt increasingly inspired, her artistic instincts kicking into high gear. She picked up a necklace adorned with silver leaves and held it up to the light. What do you think? She asked Ethan, her excitement palpable. He stepped closer, examining the piece with a thoughtful expression. It's beautiful, but it might overshadow the fabric we picked. What about something simpler? Elegance lies in subtlety. Mia put the necklace back, considering his words. You're right, what about this one? She picked up a delicate silver chain with a single pendant, a small pearl resting at its center. Ethan nodded approvingly. That could work. It's understated yet classy. Their synergy continued to flow, and Mia felt more alive than she had in a long time. Each interaction brought them closer, and the more they collaborated, the more she realized how much she appreciated Ethan's insight. He was sharp, perceptive, and had a keen eye for details that she admired. With their accessories in tow, they moved to a cafe nearby to unwind with a late lunch. The small establishment was cozy, adorned with potted plants and illustrations on the walls. They settled at a corner table, the atmosphere relaxing after the whirlwind of their shopping spree. Mia placed her bags on the floor, exhaling a contented sigh. "What a day! I can't believe how much we accomplished." Ethan leaned back in his chair, a rare smile creeping onto his lips. "You did all the work, I just guided you." "True, but I couldn't have done it without your support." She stirred her drink, feeling bold. "You know, I didn't expect us to click this well. I thought you'd be more, well, grumpy." "Yeah, I get that a lot." Ethan chuckled, shaking his head slightly. "But I'm not just a grump, you know, there are layers." "Believe me, I'm starting to see that," she said, her gaze meeting his with sincerity. "And I appreciate the deeper side of you. It's refreshing." Ethan's expression softened, and for a moment, Mia could sense the walls he had built around himself beginning to crack. "You're a lot more than I expected too, Mia. You have this passion that's infectious. It pulls me in." Her heart quickened at his words, a warmth blooming in her chest. "I think we're both surprising each other." Their conversation flowed easily, laughter punctuating their discussion as they shared stories and dreams over lunch. They spoke about art, family, and aspirations, discovering common threads between their lives that made them feel undeniably connected. But as the meal drew to a close, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that something deeper lingered beneath the surface, a tension that hinted at unspoken emotions. She glanced at Ethan, who was momentarily lost in thought, a shadow crossing his features. "Ethan," she ventured, her voice gentle, "is everything okay?" He looked at her, his eyes revealing vulnerability that tugged at her heartstrings. "I'm just wondering about the future. This project, this contract, it's all changing so quickly." Mia nodded slowly, feeling the weight of his words. "I get it. It's a lot to process, but how you feel about it matters too." His gaze held hers, and Mia felt an electric charge between them. "I didn't expect to enjoy this, to enjoy you," he admitted, his honesty disarming. "But now I can't help but wonder what it all means." Her breath caught. "Me too, Ethan. I didn't know I could feel this way in such a short time." Just as the moment began to deepen, Ethan's phone vibrated on the table, cutting through the intimacy that had begun to build. He glanced down, irritation flickering across his expression before he glanced back up at Mia. "Work," he muttered, annoyance evident in his tone. "I have to take this." Mia held her breath as he answered, her heart sinking slightly as the moment slipped away. She watched him speak, his demeanor shifting back to the stoic billionaire she had first encountered. The vibrant connection they had just forged felt like a fragile dream, now threatened by the realities of his world. As he finished the call, Ethan's expression softened slightly, but the moment had passed. "We should head back," he said, his voice professional once again. "I have a few things to finalize for the project." "Right," Mia replied, trying to hide her disappointment. "Let's get back to it." They left the cafe, the easy camaraderie of their earlier interactions now tempered by the return of Ethan's business persona. Though they had made progress, Mia felt the familiar barrier between them reasserting itself, leaving her with a lingering sense of uncertainty. As they drove back, the weight of the day settled around them, and Mia couldn't help but wish for a chance to bridge the gap once more. They had unearthed something beautiful together, but it felt precarious in the face of their realities. When they finally arrived at the penthouse, Mia took a moment to gather her thoughts before stepping inside. She wanted to talk to Ethan, to confront the feelings that had blossomed between them, but she also sensed that he was retreating back into the shadows of his past. "Let's review what we've gathered," he suggested, gesturing toward the table where their bags lay. "Sure," she replied, though her heart wasn't in it. They began to unpack the materials, but an uncomfortable silence enveloped them, the earlier spark replaced with a lingering tension. As they worked side by side, Mia's mind raced. She needed to know where they stood, but how could she breach the subject without risking the progress they had made? Finally, mustering her courage, she turned to Ethan. "Ethan, can we talk for a minute about us?" He paused, his expression shifting slightly as he looked at her. "Is this about the business?" "No, it's about everything else. I think we need to clarify what this partnership means to both of us." He visibly tensed, his jaw tightening. "Mia, please," she interrupted, desperation creeping into her voice. I want to know how you feel. I don't want us to go back to being just a contract. We've built something real, haven't we? Ethan's gaze locked onto hers, and for a moment Mia held her breath, hoping for a breakthrough. But instead, he turned away, his walls slamming back into place. Mia, we have a contract. We have obligations. We can't let emotions complicate that. The disappointment crashed over her like a wave, dragging her down. So, that's it? We just push everything aside and pretend it doesn't exist. It's not that simple, he replied, his voice strained. I can't afford to let my feelings get in the way of my responsibilities. Your responsibilities? Mia echoed, anger flaring. What about my aspirations? What about what we've built? I'm trying to protect us both, he said firmly. This isn't just a game for me, it's my entire life. Mia clenched her fists, frustration coursing through her. But it's also my life. I can't just stand by and pretend I'm not falling for you, Ethan. His expression softened for a fleeting moment, but then he steeled himself again. We need to focus on the project. That's what matters right now. Mia felt a lump form in her throat. I thought we were building something together, something that could be more than a contract. Ethan stepped back, the distance between them feeling insurmountable. We can't afford to be more than that, Mia. Not now. The silence that followed was deafening, and as Mia looked at him, she felt a sense of despair creeping in. The hope they had forged throughout the day was crumbling, and she sensed the chasm between them widening once more. I understand, she said finally, her voice barely a whisper. I won't push, but I can't pretend that this doesn't matter to me. Ethan's gaze was filled with conflict, and for a brief moment, Mia thought he might reach out to her, but he held back. Instead, he turned back to the table, refocusing on their project as if it could provide the reprieve both of them so desperately needed. As they worked in silence, Mia's heart ached. She had seen glimpses of the man beneath the surface, the one who could laugh, who could be vulnerable. But now, all she could feel was the sting of rejection and the heavy weight of the contract that bound them. The rest of the evening passed in a blur, and as night fell, Mia retreated to her room, her heart heavy with uncertainty. She lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, grappling with the complexity of their situation. Could they truly find a way to turn their contract into something real, or had they already lost their chance? As sleep eluded her, Mia felt the gnawing ache of longing deep within her, a yearning for a connection that seemed just out of reach. She had opened her heart to Ethan, and now it felt exposed and vulnerable, teetering on the edge of hope and despair. In the darkness, she whispered a silent plea to the universe. Whatever challenges lay ahead, she was ready to face them, but she hoped fervently that Ethan would find a way to meet her halfway. After all, they had already come so far together, and perhaps, against all odds, they could find a way to weave their hearts together into a tapestry of love. The next morning, the sun streamed through Mia's window, its golden rays painting her room in warm hues. She blinked awake, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety churning in her stomach. Today was the day she would join Ethan on a shopping spree to find pieces for her art show, a moment that felt monumental in their evolving relationship. As she got ready, she replayed the events of last night in her mind. The way Ethan had looked at her when she spoke about her art, the intensity in his eyes, had sparked something deep within her. But that moment of vulnerability had been swiftly overshadowed by the tension that followed. Ethan's retreat into silence had left an ache in her heart, a reminder of the walls he still kept firmly in place. Dressed in a light, flowing sundress that mirrored her artistic spirit, Mia took a deep breath and stepped out of her room. She was determined to keep the focus on creativity and collaboration today, to push aside the lingering doubts that had crept into her mind. Ethan was already in the living room, dressed sharply in a tailored gray suit that accentuated his tall frame. He looked up as she entered, his expression a mixture of admiration and perhaps a hint of surprise. Good morning, he said, his voice low and warm. Good morning, Mia replied, her heart fluttering at the way his gaze lingered on her. Ready to shop? Ready as I'll ever be, he said, a slight smirk playing on his lips. They headed out, the city bustling around them as they walked to his car. Mia felt the energy of the urban landscape, a vibrant contrast to the quieter world of art she often inhabited. She was aware of Ethan's presence beside her, the way he moved with purpose, the air of confidence that seemed to draw people's eyes. As they drove to the upscale shopping district, Mia couldn't help but steal glances at Ethan, who was focused on the road ahead. The silence between them was comfortable, yet charged with unsaid words. What are you thinking? Ethan asked, breaking the spell. She hesitated, unsure of how to articulate the swirl of emotions inside her. I was just thinking about how surreal this all feels being here with you doing this. He turned his head slightly, catching her gaze. Surreal can be good. Sometimes the best moments are wrapped in an unexpected package. True, she replied, her pulse quickening at the intimacy of their exchange. What about you? What do you think about all this? Ethan's expression shifted, his brow furrowing slightly. I think it's necessary. We need to create the right impression for the investors and the gallery. Right, Mia said, the air between them thickening with the weight of their unspoken feelings. When they arrived at the designer boutique, the lavish exterior made Mia's heart race. The polished glass windows showcased exquisite clothing and accessories, each piece a work of art in its own. Right, let's find something that speaks to you, Ethan said as he opened the door for her, a gesture that made her heart swell. Inside, she was greeted by the scent of luxury, the soft murmur of staff attending to clients, and the vibrant colors of the garments on display. Mia wandered through the racks of clothing, her fingers brushing against fabrics that felt like dreams. She could feel Ethan's presence close behind her, his energy enveloping her in a cocoon of comfort and confidence. Let's start with something bold, Ethan suggested, gesturing toward a striking crimson dress that hung elegantly on a mannequin. What do you think? Mia's breath caught in her throat. It's beautiful, but do you think it's too much? Not at all. You need something that commands attention, he said, his voice earnest. You're the artist, you should wear art. A flurry of warmth washed over her at his words. Okay, let's try it on. Mia stepped into the dressing room, excitement bubbling. Inside her, as she slipped the dress on, she marveled at how it hugged her curves, accentuating her figure in a way that made her feel both empowered and beautiful. When she stepped out to show Ethan, his reaction was instantaneous. His eyes widened and he took a step closer, his expression awash with admiration. You look stunning. Really? She asked, twirling slightly in front of the mirror. Absolutely, he replied, his gaze unwavering. That dress was made for you. Mia felt the flush of heat crawl up her neck, but beneath it was a thrill of exhilaration. Maybe I'll wear it to the show? Definitely. It'll make a statement, he affirmed, the intensity in his gaze igniting a spark in her chest. They continued through the boutique, Ethan assisting her in choosing pieces that brought out her artistic flair while maintaining a sense of sophistication. Each item they selected felt like a stepping stone, not just toward the upcoming show, but toward a deeper understanding of each other. As they exited the store, arms laden with beautifully wrapped garments, Mia felt a sense of accomplishment. She had not only found pieces that represented her vision, but had also forged a connection with Ethan that was beginning to feel more genuine. Let's grab a bite, Ethan suggested, glancing at her as they walked. Sounds great, she smiled, her heart lifting at the prospect of spending more time with him. They found a cozy cafe nestled in a corner, its ambience warm and inviting. As they settled into a booth, Mia felt a sense of ease between them that hadn't been there before. Perhaps it was the thrill of the day or the beautiful clothes, but she felt lighter, more open. I have to admit, Ethan said as they waited for their drinks, I wasn't looking forward to this shopping trip. I thought it would be tedious. Mia chuckled softly. And now I can see how passionate you are about your work. It's infectious, he admitted, leaning back in his seat, a hint of admiration in his voice. She smiled, feeling a warm flush spread through her. I guess we're both stepping outside our comfort zones today, huh? Perhaps, he replied, a thoughtful look crossing his features. But sometimes that's where growth happens. Exactly. Maybe we should embrace that more often, Mia said, her heart racing at the thought of embracing all that he had to offer and all that she was beginning to feel for him. Their food arrived, and they dove into light conversation as they enjoyed their meal. Mia found herself sharing stories about her artistic process, her aspirations, and even her struggles. Ethan listened intently, his gaze steady and encouraging, and for the first time, Mia felt like she was truly being seen. As they finished their meal, Ethan leaned forward, a serious look crossing his face. Mia, I want to address something that's been on my mind. Her heart raced at the gravity of his tone. What is it? I know our contract was initially a necessity, he began, his voice steady but vulnerable. But as we've spent more time together, I can't help but wonder if there's more for us. I want to explore that possibility. Mia's breath caught in her throat. Hope surged within her, battling the apprehension that threatened to rise. Ethan, I know this is complicated, and I'm not fully equipped to navigate it, he continued, cutting her off gently. But I want you to know that I'm willing to try, to take a chance. Mia, he said, his voice lowering, I've been grumpy and guarded for so long. You make me want to break down those walls, I just don't know how. The raw honesty in his words struck a chord deep within her. Ethan, I've seen parts of you that are incredible. You're passionate, creative, and you're not just the billionaire everyone thinks you are. He offered a small, wistful smile. I appreciate that, but I don't want to hurt you. I'm afraid of letting you in completely. I understand that fear, she replied softly, but isn't it worth taking the risk to see where this could lead? Ethan's eyes searched hers, and for a moment the world outside faded away. She felt a magnetic pull toward him, a longing that both terrified and exhilarated her. I want to, Mia, he said finally, his voice thick with emotion. I truly do. Just then their server approached to clear their plates, breaking the moment. But the air between them had shifted, charged with a newfound understanding and possibility. As they left the cafe, the sun began to dip low in the sky, casting a warm glow over the city. Mia felt an undeniable sense of hope blooming within her. They were walking a fine line between friendship and something more, and though it was fraught with uncertainty, she was ready to take that leap with Ethan. As they approached his car, Ethan turned to her, his eyes reflecting the fading light. You're not just an artist, Mia, you're a force, and I want you to know that whatever happens next, I'm here for it. Mia felt her heart leap at his words, realizing that this journey was about more than just art or business. It was about two people who had started from a place of necessity and were now on the cusp of something profound. Let's see where this takes us, she said, a smile spreading across her face. Ethan nodded, the corners of his mouth curling into a genuine smile, and as they drove back to their shared home, Mia felt an exhilarating sense of possibility blooming in her chest. They were no longer just bound by a contract. They were on the brink of writing a story all their own. And as they stepped into their lives together, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps love truly could blossom in the most unexpected places. Mia awoke the next morning with a renewed sense of purpose. The sun streamed through the elegant curtains of her bedroom, illuminating the space in hues of gold and warmth. She felt lighter, as if the weight of uncertainty had begun to lift, replaced by the hope that had sparked during their conversation the night before. Ethan's words echoed in her mind. Whatever happens next, I'm here for it. She took a moment to relish the possibilities that lay ahead. They were still bound by the contract, yes, but there was a tangible shift in their dynamic that made her believe they could mold it into something more meaningful. After showering, Mia slipped into a simple yet elegant dress that accentuated her figure without overshadowing her artistic spirit. She spent some time in front of the mirror, touching up her hair and makeup, feeling a newfound confidence wash over her. Today was a day for boldness, for hope, and for taking chances. As she made her way downstairs, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee wafted through the air, enticing her senses. She found Ethan already at the kitchen island, his back turned to her as he scrolled through his phone. The sight of him, so engrossed in whatever was on the screen, made her heart flutter. There was something charming about the way he focused, as if the rest of the world faded away in those moments. Good morning, she chirped, her voice cheerful. Ethan turned, and his expression softened just a touch. Good morning, Mia. Smells amazing in here, she said, walking up to the island. What are you working on? Just some company emails. He set his phone down and poured her a cup of coffee, handing it to her with a slight nod. I have a meeting later that I need to prepare for. Anything I can help with? She asked, taking a sip and savoring the rich flavor. He paused, considering her offer as if weighing the pros and cons of letting her into his business. World, not really, but thank you. Today will be a bit hectic. Mia nodded, trying to hide her disappointment. That's okay, I have some sketches I want to work on anyway. Ethan's gaze flickered to her art supplies scattered across the living room. Your work is coming along well? Yeah, I think so, she said, a smile creeping onto her face. I'm actually feeling inspired. Maybe I'll even show you what I've been working on later. He nodded, a hint of curiosity lighting up his features. I'd like that. With that, Mia finished her coffee and made her way towards her art corner, a cozy nook filled with canvases, paints, and the remnants of her creativity. As she settled down, her mind wandered to the project they had embarked on together, the one that had brought them closer. It felt like a pivotal moment in their journey, and she was determined to pour her heart into it. Hours passed as she lost herself in her art, each stroke of the brush. Bringing clarity to her thoughts, she was so engrossed that she almost didn't notice when Ethan walked into the room. That looks incredible, he said, his voice breaking through her concentration. Startled, Mia turned to find him standing just a few feet away, a look of genuine admiration on his face. You really think so? Absolutely. He stepped closer, inspecting the canvas. The colors are vibrant. They reflect a kind of hopefulness. Mia felt her cheeks warm at his praise. Thank you. I wanted to capture a sense of joy and freedom. He nodded, his expression thoughtful. You're quite talented, Mia. I can see why you refuse to let the world define you. His compliment hung in the air, and Mia could feel her heart race. The layers of Ethan Blackwood were beginning to reveal themselves, one moment at a time. You're not so bad yourself, you know, she said playfully, trying to lighten the mood. I mean, once you peel back the brooding billionaire exterior. A smirk tugged at the corners of his lips. And what do you find under all that brooding? Complexity, I'd say, she replied teasingly. Maybe even a hint of warmth. He raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in his eyes. Warmth is not usually a quality associated with billionaires. Maybe you just haven't found the right person to bring it out of you, she replied, locking eyes with him. The moment hung between them, charged and electric. Ethan's expression shifted, and for a heartbeat it seemed like he might lean closer, but then he pulled back, retreating into his guarded demeanor. I should get back to work, he said, his voice steady but distant. Right, Mia said, trying to shake off the disappointment that threatened to creep in. I'll be here if you need anything. As Ethan stepped away, Mia couldn't help but feel the sting of their unspoken tension. She returned to her painting, but her thoughts drifted toward him, wondering what it would take for him to truly let her in. Later that afternoon, after a productive session of painting, Mia decided to take a break and head to the grocery store. She needed to stock up on supplies for dinner, and she figured a home-cooked meal might be a nice way to ease the distance that had grown between them. As she navigated the bustling aisles, she picked out fresh vegetables, fragrant herbs, and a few of Ethan's favorites. Cooking had always been a form of therapy for her, a way to channel her emotions into something nourishing and delicious. When she returned home, the kitchen transformed into a whirlwind of activity. She chopped, sautéed, and stirred, losing herself in the rhythm of cooking. The familiar scents filled the air, and she could almost envision Ethan's pleased expression when he tasted her meal. Just as she was finishing up, she heard the front door open. Ethan's deep voice floated through the halls, and her heart raced in anticipation. Mia, I'm back, he called, stepping into the kitchen moments later. The sight of him in a crisp, tailored suit, his tie slightly loosened, made her heart skip a beat. Hey, perfect timing, dinner's almost ready. He approached the counter, eyeing the colorful spread before him. What did you make? Pasta primavera with grilled chicken. I thought we could have a nice dinner together, she said, her voice laced with hope. He looked surprised, but a small smile broke through his usual stoic demeanor. That sounds amazing. As they settled at the dining table, Mia couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth enveloping them. They exchanged casual banter, their conversation flowing more easily than it had in days. This is really good, Ethan said, finishing a bite and looking at her with approval. You should consider adding chef to your list of talents. Mia laughed, feeling her heart swell at his compliment. I'll add it to my resume, right next to artist and contract wife. Ethan chuckled, and for a moment, it felt like they were just two people enjoying a meal together rather than two individuals bound by a contract born of necessity. Tell me something, Ethan said, leaning back in his chair, a thoughtful look playing on his features. What's your biggest dream? Mia paused, taken aback by the question. She had always been so focused on survival, on making it as an artist, that she hadn't taken the time to think about her true aspirations. I suppose. My dream is to have my own gallery one day where I can showcase my work and connect with people through art. That's a worthy goal, he replied, his gaze steady. You have the talent to make it happen. Thanks, Ethan. What about you? She asked, eager to learn more about the man behind the billionaire facade. He hesitated, his expression turning serious. I want to save my family's company. It's been in our lineage for generations, and the thought of losing it, it's not just a business to me. It's legacy. Mia nodded, understanding the weight of his words. That's a lot of responsibility. It is, he admitted, running a hand through his hair. Sometimes I wonder if I'm cut out for it. You are, she said firmly, meeting his gaze. You're capable and driven. You wouldn't have gotten this far otherwise. He studied her for a moment, a flicker of vulnerability flashing across his face. Thank you, Mia. That means a lot. After dinner, they cleared the table together, the camaraderie between them growing stronger with each shared task. As they washed the dishes, laughter echoed through the kitchen, memories of earlier bonds surfacing and intertwining with new ones they were building. Once the kitchen was spotless, Ethan leaned against the counter, arms crossed, a content expression on his face. What do you say we take a break from work tomorrow and do something fun? Mia's heart raced at the suggestion. Like what? I don't know, maybe go to that art exhibit downtown? I've heard good things about it. Her breath caught in her throat. That sounds Amazing, I'd love to. Great. It's settled then, Ethan said, a smile breaking through his usual reserve. Mia felt a wave of joy surging within her. They had crossed a significant bridge tonight, and now, with plans for the next day solidified, she couldn't help but feel that they were moving in the right direction. As the evening wound down, Ethan retreated to his study, leaving Mia to reflect on the day. She couldn't shake the feeling that they were on the brink of something monumental. The contract that had initially felt like a burden was slowly transforming into a partnership filled with potential. Maybe, just maybe, they could turn this contract marriage into something real, something worth fighting for. As she prepared for bed, the thought lingered in her mind. The journey ahead was uncertain, but she was ready to take on whatever challenges came their way, hand in hand with Ethan Blackwood. And for the first time in a long time, she felt truly hopeful about the future. The next morning dawned with a soft light filtering through the curtains, painting the room in warm hues. Emily stirred, her senses awakening to the remnants of the previous night's intimacy still lingering in the air. She turned to find Carter still asleep, his brow slightly furrowed, a contrast to the relaxed demeanor he had worn by the fire. A small smile crept onto her face as she took in the sight of him, billionaire, grump, and now, a man she was starting to hope for more from. But as the warmth of the moment settled in her heart, the reality of their situation crashed in. This wasn't a fairy tale. This was a contract marriage, a partnership based on necessity rather than romance. She couldn't let herself get carried away. Not yet. As she slipped out of bed, careful not to wake him, she resolved to approach the day with caution. They had agreed to open up to each other, to explore the layers beneath their initial arrangement. Yet there was still a barrier, an invisible line that neither had crossed. After a quick shower, Emily dressed in a comfortable sundress, feeling the fabric sway with her movements. She found herself in the kitchen preparing breakfast, her mind racing with thoughts of what lay ahead. Would they discuss their feelings? How could she possibly bring it up without jeopardizing the fragile connection they were building? Just as she placed the last of the toasted bread on the table, Carter appeared in the doorway, tousled hair and sleepy eyes giving him an endearing look. "What's all this?" he asked, his voice still thick with sleep. "Breakfast," she replied, beaming at him. "I thought we could start the day on a good note." Carter walked over, taking a seat at the table, and Emily noticed the way his gaze softened as he looked at her. "You didn't have to do this," he murmured, genuinely caught off guard. "I wanted to," she said, pouring coffee into 2 mugs. "Besides, I thought it would be nice to share a meal together." It was a simple gesture, but the warmth of it resonated deep within her. As she took her seat across from him, the atmosphere shifted, a comfortable ease settling between them. They ate quietly, punctuated by the sounds of cutlery against plates, the occasional soft laughter as they exchanged smiles. Yet the underlying tension remained, unspoken words hanging in the air like a heavy fog. "Emily," Carter finally broke the silence, his tone serious. "I've been thinking," her heart raced at the weight of his words. "About what?" "About us." He hesitated, his brow knitting slightly. "About what we're doing. This arrangement, it's different now, isn't it?" "Yes," she replied, her voice steady but her insides swirling. "It is." He leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers under his chin as he studied her. "I'm not good with emotions, you know that. I've spent my life building walls to keep people out. I'm not sure how to let anyone in." Emily swallowed, the vulnerability in his admission both refreshing and alarming. "You don't have to have it all figured out, Carter. We're both learning here. I'm scared too." His eyes darkened with concern. "Scared of what?" "Of losing what we're starting to build. Of complicating things further." She took a breath, leaning forward slightly. "But I believe it could be worth it. I believe we could be worth it." Carter's expression softened, and for a moment she thought she saw the flicker of something deeper in him. But then, as quickly as it appeared, he masked it, the familiar grumpiness returning. "It's not that simple, Emily. We can't just—" "I know," she interrupted gently. "But maybe we can take it one step at a time?" He sighed, running a hand through his hair. "You make it sound easy." "It's not easy, but it's also not impossible. We've already come this far." A long silence stretched between them, charged with emotion. She could see the wheels turning in his mind, the inner conflict raging behind those dark eyes. Just as she thought he might relent, he abruptly stood, breaking their connection. "I have to go," he said, his voice clipped. "I have a meeting." "Now?" she asked, disappointment washing over her. "Can it wait?" "It's important," he replied, his tone leaving no room for argument. "We'll talk later." "Carter," she called after him, desperation creeping into her voice. "Please don't shut me out." He paused, his back still turned to her. After a moment, he muttered, "I'll try, before walking out, leaving the air heavy with unspoken words. Emily sank back into her chair, frustration bubbling up. She had pushed for a deeper connection, and it had felt like they were on the brink of something profound. Yet the moment he felt vulnerable, he retreated back into his shell. With a sigh, she finished her breakfast, her mind racing with thoughts of what to do next. Sitting alone at the table was not going to unravel the complexities of their arrangement. There had to be a way to reach him, she just had to figure it out. The rest of the day dragged by, each hour feeling like an eternity. Emily busied herself with household chores, trying to distract herself from the gnawing worry that sat in her chest. She couldn't shake the feeling that they were on the brink of a precipice, and if they didn't take that leap together, they would fall apart. As evening approached, she decided to put her thoughts into action. The idea struck her like a bolt of lightning. She would show Carter a glimpse of what life could be like if they allowed themselves to step beyond their self-imposed boundaries. After tidying the house, she grabbed her car keys and headed out, her destination set in her mind. The twilight sky blazed with hues of orange and pink, the sun slowly sinking beneath the horizon as she drove through the city. Emily's heart raced with anticipation as she arrived at her destination, a cozy, family-owned Italian restaurant that had been a favorite of hers since childhood. It was warm, inviting, and filled with the clinking of dishes and soft laughter. She walked in, the familiar scents of garlic and basil wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. After speaking to the host, she secured a table on the patio, a perfect spot for the evening she envisioned. By the time she returned home, the sun had fully set, and the soft glow of string lights illuminated the outdoor dining area. Emily set the table for two, lighting candles and arranging flowers she had picked up on her way home. Her heart raced at the thought of sharing this space with Carter, of showcasing a different side to their relationship. She wanted to show him that life could be filled with joy and connection, that they didn't have to be defined by their contract. As she finished arranging everything, she heard the familiar sound of Carter's car pulling into the driveway. She quickly checked her appearance in the mirror, smoothing her hair and adjusting her dress before stepping outside. Carter emerged from the car, his expression shifting from fatigue to surprise as he took in the scene before him. "What's all this?" he asked, a hint of confusion lacing his voice. "I thought we could have dinner together," she said, her heart racing. "I wanted to do something special." He stepped closer, his gaze roaming over the table, the flickering candlelight dancing in his eyes. "You didn't have to do this." "I wanted to," she insisted, trying to gauge his reaction. "I thought it might be nice to enjoy a meal together, just the two of us." Carter's posture relaxed slightly, but she could still see the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. "Dinner outside?" "Yeah," she said with a smile, hoping to ease his tension. "Just for tonight. Let's forget about everything else and enjoy each other's company." He hesitated, and for a moment Emily feared he might turn her down. But then he nodded slowly, a small smile breaking through his otherwise guarded demeanor. "All right. Let's see what you've got." Emily's heart soared as they took their seats at the table, the atmosphere surrounding them lightening as they began to eat. She shared stories from her childhood, laughing as she recounted the time her father had attempted to cook pasta and ended up burning the sauce. Carter listened intently, his expression softening as he engaged with her tales. As the meal progressed, Emily could see the walls around him starting to crack just a little. He shared snippets of his past, stories about his early years, the challenges he faced as he climbed to the top of the business world. It was different hearing him speak openly, a side of him she hadn't accessed before. But as they settled into a comfortable rhythm, she sensed a shift. An unmistakable tension began to weave its way back into the fabric of their conversation. "Carter," she began, emboldened by the laughter and connection they had shared, "I think we should talk about what happened this morning." He stiffened slightly, the light in his eyes dimming. "Emily, no," she interrupted, setting her fork down and leaning forward earnestly. "We can't keep avoiding this. I need to know how you really feel about us." His expression hardened, the familiar grumpy facade slipping back into place. "I told you, it's complicated. I don't do well with feelings. Maybe you don't have to do it alone," she urged, her heart pounding. "We're in this together, remember? We made a promise." "A promise based on a contract," he countered sharply, the tension escalating. "This isn't some fairy tale, Emily. I can't just—" "Why not?" She cut in again, emotions spilling over. "Why can't you allow yourself to feel something real? You're so focused on control that you're missing everything that's right in front of you." He opened his mouth to retort, but the words faltered. Carter, she pressed softly, I see you, the real you, and I care about you. Can't you see that? Silence enveloped them, the moment hanging delicately in the air. She could see the struggle in his eyes, the battle between his instincts to retreat and the yearning to stay. I don't know how, he finally said, his voice low and raw. Then let me help you, she pleaded, her voice barely above a whisper. We can figure it out together. Just take a chance. Carter's gaze fell to the table, the flickering candlelight reflecting the turmoil in his expression. I don't want to hurt you, Emily. I don't want to ruin what have. You won't, she assured him, reaching across the table to take his hand. We can take it one step at a time, remember? But I need you to meet me halfway. For a long moment, he remained silent, his hand tense beneath hers. She could feel the weight of his fears, the burden of his past, but she also sensed a flicker of hope. Finally, he looked up, his dark eyes meeting hers, a mixture of vulnerability and determination shining through. All right, he said, the word heavy with meaning. I'll try. Emily's heart soared as a smile broke across her face. That's all I ask. They shared a moment of deep connection, the unresolved tension slowly dissipating as they began to see one another not just as partners in a contract, but as individuals willing to embrace the complexities of what lay ahead. For the first time, hope blossomed between them, fragile yet undeniable. And as the night wore on, they continued to explore the depths of their partnership, savoring the promise of what was yet to come, an unfolding journey that would redefine their contract into something far more beautiful than either had dared to imagine. The following morning, Emily awoke to soft rays of sunlight filtering through the curtains, casting a warm glow across the room. She stretched, feeling the remnants of last night's conversation linger, a sense of optimism threading through her thoughts. They had crossed a line, and she couldn't help but smile at the idea of what trying with Carter might entail. As she slipped out of bed, a sense of determination filled her. She was ready to meet the day with a renewed sense of purpose. After a quick shower, Emily dressed in a casual yet chic outfit, feeling a touch of excitement flutter in her chest at the thought of seeing Carter again. Their relationship was evolving, and it filled her with a sense of hope. She padded down the hallway, the smell of freshly brewed coffee leading her to the kitchen. There, she found Carter sitting at the table, his focus on a stack of documents, the tension in his shoulders evident even from a distance. The morning light accentuated the sharp angles of his face, and for a moment she simply admired him, her heart racing at the thought of how far they had come. Good morning, she said, her voice buoyant as she approached him. Carter looked up, a hint of surprise crossing his features before he managed a small smile. Morning, you're up early. I couldn't sleep, she admitted, pouring herself a cup of coffee and sitting across from him. I was thinking about what we talked about last night. He raised an eyebrow, leaning back slightly. And I think we should make a plan, she said, her excitement bubbling over. If we're going to figure this out together, we need some structure. Let's set some goals, maybe even some fun activities. Carter's expression shifted, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. That sounds ambitious. Why not? She countered, leaning forward. We can't just wait for things to fall into place. We have to be proactive. About this, he sighed, rubbing the back of his neck as he considered her words. All right, let's say I'm in. What do you have in mind? Emily's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Well, for starters, we can set aside a day each week to spend together, just us. No work, no distractions. We can explore the city, try new restaurants, or even do something adventurous like hiking. Carter's lips quirked, amusement dancing in his eyes. You want me to go hiking? Why not? She laughed, delighted by the idea. It could be fun. Plus, I promised to pack a great picnic. He chuckled softly, the sound warming her heart. All right, hiking it is. What else? Communication is key, she continued. Let us have a weekly check-in to discuss how we're feeling about everything. Carter nodded slowly, his brow furrowing as he considered her proposal. That could work. I'm not great at sharing my feelings, but I'm willing to try. Emily reached across the table, her hand brushing against his. That's all I ask. They spent the next half hour crafting a makeshift plan for their week, discussing activities that excited them. Emily felt a thrill surge through her as she watched Carter warm to the idea, his usual grumpiness beginning to fade in the glow of their newfound connection. As they finalized their plans, Emily felt a sense of accomplishment. They were building something together, piece by piece, and it felt right. She wanted to share everything with him, her dreams, her fears, her laughter, and she could feel him starting to let her in. Okay, I think we have a solid plan, she said, leaning back in her chair with a satisfied smile. Now let's celebrate our first step into a brighter future. Carter raised an eyebrow, a teasing glint in his eyes. And how do you propose we celebrate? Brunch, she declared, her excitement bubbling over. Let's go to that little cafe down the street. They have the best avocado toast. He shook his head, laughter escaping his lips. You really are relentless, aren't you? That's one of my best traits, she replied, her tone playful. Now, get ready. I'll give you 15 minutes to look presentable. He rolled his eyes but stood up, the ghost of a smile lingering on his face. 15 minutes? Who do you think I am, a magician? Emily watched him retreat to the bedroom, her heart swelling with affection. She felt lighter than she had in weeks, buoyed by the possibilities that lay ahead of them. It was as if a weight had lifted, and for the first time since they had signed the contract, Emily felt genuinely optimistic about their future. Over brunch, they talked and laughed freely, the easy banter flowing between them as they savored their food. Emily was acutely aware of how Carter's demeanor had shifted since they had opened up to each other. The corners of his mouth turned up more often, and the tension in his shoulders seemed to ease with every passing moment spent together. So, what do you think? She asked, wiping a crumb from her lip. Are you ready for our hiking adventure this weekend? Carter chuckled, shaking his head. I'm still trying to wrap my mind around the idea of voluntarily walking through the woods. It's going to be great, Emily insisted, her enthusiasm palpable. We'll escape the city for a bit, and I promise you'll love it. Besides, you need to work on your cardio. Thanks for the reminder, he said dryly. I appreciate your concern for my health. And I appreciate you taking a chance on this, she said softly, meeting his gaze. I know it's not easy for you. His expression turned serious, and for a moment they shared a charged silence. You make it easier, he admitted, his voice low. You're like a force of nature. Emily felt her cheeks flush at his words, a warmth spreading through her. I like to think we balance each other out. Balance is good, Carter murmured, his dark eyes searching hers. I've realized I've been too rigid for too long. There's nothing wrong with that, she replied. Change takes time. Just remember, you don't have to do it all at once. He nodded, and for the first time, Emily felt like they were truly on the same page. Their partnership was evolving, they were navigating the complexities of their unusual relationship together, and it felt promising. After breakfast, they returned to the apartment, their energy still high from the meal. Emily felt a sense of urgency building within her, something she couldn't quite place. It was as if all their conversations had been leading to a pivotal moment, and she wanted to seize it. Carter, she began, taking a deep breath, there's something I want to talk about. He turned to her, a hint of concern flashing across his face. What's on your mind? I know. We've set some goals, and I want to make sure we're both on the same page about this. She hesitated, choosing her words carefully. I think we should establish clearer boundaries. Boundaries? He echoed, frowning slightly. Yes, I mean we're married on paper, but I want to make sure we're both comfortable with how far we're willing to go in this partnership. He ran a hand through his hair, looking thoughtful. What do you mean exactly? I'm talking about emotional boundaries, she said, her heart pounding. I don't want to rush into anything. I want us to take our time to understand each other, and I want to make sure that we're both ready for whatever comes next. Carter looked at her, his expression serious. You're right, I've never been good at pacing myself in anything. I know it's new territory for you, but it's important, she continued, her voice steady. We should both feel free to express ourselves without fear of crossing any lines. We need to build trust. Trust. He repeated the word as if it were foreign, then sighed. That's a big ask for me, Emily. I understand that, she replied softly, but I believe we can get there. Just take your time, and when you're ready, we can explore those deeper feelings, together. He stared at her, and she could see the internal struggle within him. What if I'm not ready? Then that's okay, she said firmly. We'll figure it out at your pace. The contract was just the beginning, and we both know it can't define us completely. I want more than just a business agreement. Carter's gaze softened, and for a moment she saw a glimpse of vulnerability. You're asking for a lot. Only because I know you're worth it, she replied. And I think you know it too. He fell silent, his expression contemplative. I'll try, he finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. I'll try to be open. Emily smiled, relief flooding through her. That's all I ask, Carter. As the hours passed, they continued to navigate their conversations, discussing everything from their pasts to their hopes for the future. It was exhilarating and terrifying all at once, but Emily felt alive in a way she hadn't experienced before. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the city, Emily knew they were standing on the precipice of something monumental. They were both taking risks, breaking down barriers, and inching closer to the heart of what truly mattered. With each laugh, each shared secret, and each tentative touch, they were rewriting their contract, not just to encompass obligation, but to embrace the possibility of love. And as she glanced at Carter, she couldn't shake the feeling that they were embarking on a new chapter, one that would transform their lives in ways neither of them could have anticipated. But she was ready, heart and soul, to embrace whatever came next, together. Emily woke up the next morning feeling lighter than she had in ages. The sun filtered through the sheer curtains of her bedroom, casting golden rays that danced across her skin. She stretched, reveling in the warmth and the promise of a new day. It was a morning unlike any other, the air crackling with hope and possibility. Carter had agreed to try, and the weight of that commitment settled in her chest like a sweet melody, coaxing her heart to beat with anticipation. They had opened the door to a partnership that could evolve into something beautiful, and she was eager to see where it would lead. She threw on a simple sundress, the fabric swirling around her as she moved. After a quick breakfast, she made her way to the small flower shop around the corner. She wanted to surprise Carter with something special, a gesture to mark the beginning of this newfound understanding between them. As she picked out a bouquet of vibrant sunflowers, their cheerful yellow petals reminding her of the joy bubbling inside her, the shopkeeper smiled knowingly. "Is this for someone special?" Emily blushed slightly, nodding. "Yes, it." "Good luck," the woman called as she rang up the flowers, and Emily grinned back, her heart skipping. With the bouquet carefully wrapped in her arms, Emily made her way back to the apartment. The familiar sound of clattering keys greeted her as she entered. Carter was already awake, standing in the kitchen, his back turned to her as he brewed coffee. "Good morning," she said softly, a smile breaking across her face. He turned, surprise flickering across his features as his gaze landed on the bouquet. "What's that?" "Just a little something to brighten your day," she said, holding the flowers out to him. Carter's expression shifted, surprise giving way to a soft vulnerability. He reached out slowly, taking the sunflowers in his hands as if they were the most precious treasure. "Emily, these are perfect," she suggested playfully, stepping closer to him. He chuckled, the sound deep and rumbling, dispelling some of the tension lingering in the air. "Yeah, they are. Just like you," she quipped, her cheeks warming. Carter raised an eyebrow, a teasing glint in his eye. "I think you're biased." "Maybe, but that doesn't make it any less." True, he met her gaze, and for a moment the connection between them deepened, the air thick with unspoken words. Then, as if recovering from a trance, Carter cleared his throat and looked away. "I'll find a vase for these." Emily felt a pang at his retreat, but she didn't let it deter her. "I'll help. Why don't we make breakfast together?" Carter hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Sure, what do you have in mind?" "Pancakes," she suggested, her excitement bubbling over. "Pancakes it is," he replied, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. They moved around the kitchen, Emily taking the lead as she pulled out flour, eggs, and milk. Carter watched her, his brow furrowing slightly in concentration. "Do you make pancakes often?" "Not really," she admitted, a laugh escaping her. "But I've watched enough cooking shows to get the basics right." Carter chuckled, his demeanor lightening as he began to help, cracking eggs and measuring ingredients. For the first time since they'd entered this arrangement, it felt as though they were on equal footing, collaborating rather than merely coexisting. The pancakes sizzled on the griddle, filling the apartment. With a delicious aroma, they talked and laughed, the barriers between them slowly dissolving under the warmth of their interaction. "So what's next for us?" Emily asked casually as she flipped a pancake, her heart racing at the thought of their future. Carter paused, his spoon hovering over the bowl of batter. "What do you mean?" "I mean, now that we've agreed to try, what are we going to do to make this work?" "Honestly, I don't know," he admitted, a hint of frustration coloring his words. "It's all so new, and I've never really been good at relationships." Emily couldn't help but smile at his honesty. "Neither have I, but we're figuring it out together, right?" Carter nodded slowly, his gaze thoughtful. "Yeah, together." After breakfast, they settled on the couch, the remnants of their meal lying forgotten in the kitchen. Emily felt a familiar tingle of excitement as they began to talk about their dreams and aspirations, sharing more than they ever had. Carter spoke about his childhood, his ambitions, and the challenges he faced in the corporate world. Emily listened intently, fascinated by his passion and determination. She shared her own dreams, her desire to find a career that fulfilled her, and the hope that she could make a difference in the world. As the hours passed, the conversation grew deeper, weaving a tapestry of understanding and connection that neither of them had anticipated. Emily felt herself falling for Carter in ways she hadn't allowed herself to before, and she could sense he was feeling something similar. But then, the moment was shattered by the shrill ring of Carter's phone. He frowned, glancing at the screen before answering. "What is it?" Emily watched him as his expression shifted from curiosity to alarm. "I'll be there." He hung up abruptly, his brow furrowing in distress. "What happened?" she asked, concern flooding her. "I have to go," he said, urgency lacing his voice. "There's an issue at the office." Emily's heart sank. "Now, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't expect this." "It's fine," she replied, forcing a smile despite the disappointment gnawing at her. "Work is important." He hesitated for a moment, as if torn between leaving and staying. "I'll be back as soon as I can," he promised, his eyes searching hers. "Take your time," she said. Softly, her heart aching at the prospect of being apart. With a quick kiss to her forehead, he was gone, leaving Emily alone with her thoughts. She took a deep breath, trying to shake off the disappointment. This was part of the deal, she reminded herself. They were navigating a contract marriage, and work was a significant part of Carter's life. But as she cleaned up the remnants of their breakfast, she couldn't shake the feeling that their connection was fragile, just beginning to bloom, and she was terrified of losing it. Hours turned into an eternity as she paced the apartment, her mind racing with thoughts of what Carter might be facing at the office. She tried to distract herself with a book, but the words swam in front of her eyes, and she found herself glancing at the clock every few minutes. Finally, as evening approached, she grabbed her phone and sent Carter a text. "Hope everything is okay. Thinking of you." She hit send, her heart fluttering in anticipation, hoping he would respond quickly. But a few minutes turned into 20, and the sinking feeling in her stomach deepened. Just as she was about to lose herself in worry, her phone pinged. It was a message from Carter. "I'm still at the office. I'll be home soon, don't wait up." Emily felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She wanted to wait for him, to be there when he returned, but she also understood his need to focus on work. "Okay, I'll see you when you get back," she replied, forcing a smile despite the heaviness in her heart. With a sigh, she decided to prepare a simple dinner, hoping to have something ready for him when he arrived. The minutes trudged by, and she lost herself in the rhythm of chopping vegetables and boiling pasta. Finally, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow across the room, she heard the sound of the key turning in the lock. Her heart raced as Carter stepped inside, looking weary and worn. "Hey," she greeted softly, her heart warming at the sight of him. "Hey," he replied, exhaustion evident in his voice. She rushed to the kitchen, plating the pasta and pouring 2 glasses of wine. "I made dinner. I figured you use something to eat." Carter's expression softened as he caught sight of the meal. "Thanks, Emily, you didn't have to." "I wanted to," she insisted, setting the food on the table. "You've had a long day." They sat across from each other, the atmosphere charged with unspoken words. As they began to eat, Emily watched Carter, studying the lines of tension etched across his forehead. After a few moments of silence, she ventured, "Do you want to talk about it?" Carter sighed, pushing his pasta around his plate. "Not really," he confessed. "It's just the same old issues. People not pulling their weight, deadlines looming. It can be overwhelming." Emily nodded, feeling a surge of empathy. "I can only imagine, but you're doing your best and that counts for something." "Does it?" he asked, his voice laced with doubt. "Of course," she replied earnestly. "You're a great leader, Carter, and the way you handle everything, it's impressive." He glanced up, surprise flickering in his eyes. "You really think so?" "I know so," she affirmed, her heart swelling with warmth. He hesitated, then spoke, his voice softer. "Thank you. That means a lot, especially coming from you." They finished dinner in a comfortable silence, the weight of their earlier conversations lingering in the air. Emily could feel the walls around Carter slowly crumbling, and she cherished the moments of vulnerability they shared. Afterward, they moved to the couch, the remnants of the day fading as they settled into their usual routine, Carter scrolling through emails while she curled up beside him with a book. But this time, the atmosphere felt different, more intimate. "Emily." Carter's voice broke the silence, and she looked up from her book. "Yeah, can I ask you something?" "Of course. Why did you agree to this marriage?" She hesitated, caught off guard by the question. "I needed a way out of my situation, but I also wanted to understand you, to connect on a deeper level." Carter studied her carefully, his expression contemplative. "And what do you think so far?" "I think there's a lot more to you than you let on," she replied, her voice earnest. "You're not just a grumpy billionaire, you're passionate, vulnerable, and kind." He chuckled, a genuine smile breaking across his face. "I never thought I'd hear someone call me kind." "I believe it," she said, her heart racing as she moved closer. "You just need to let it show." Carter's gaze softened, and for a moment the world around them faded away. "Maybe you're right," he said quietly. And in that moment, as their eyes locked, Emily felt as though they were slipping further into an uncharted territory, one filled with promise and uncertainty, where love could blossom from the cracks of their carefully constructed lives. The night stretched on, and they talked until the hours blurred together, laughter mixing with shared dreams and fears. And as the darkness enveloped them, Emily knew that they were building something beautiful, something that could withstand the storms ahead. But the uncertainty loomed like a shadow, threatening to pull them back into the depths of their own insecurities. And as they tiptoed toward a new beginning, both Emily and Carter wondered if they could truly embrace the love blossoming between them, or if the weight of their pasts would become too much to bear. With hearts on the line, they were both learning that sometimes, love required not just hope, but the courage to face the unknown together. As dawn broke over the city, the golden rays of sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating the room in a warm glow. Emily stirred, the remnants of last night's conversation still swirling in her mind. She felt lighter, as if the weight of her worries had been lifted, if only for a moment. Yet, even with the excitement of their newfound closeness, a nagging apprehension clung to her. Carter was still asleep beside her, his features softened in repose, the shadows of his past momentarily absent. She couldn't help but marvel at the man who had been both a fortress and a mystery. The billionaire who had projected an aura of indifference now lay vulnerable, exposed in a way that made her heart swell with hope and trepidation. As she quietly slipped out of bed, careful not to disturb him, Emily decided to let the lightness of their connection guide her morning. She made her way to the kitchen, the scent of coffee brewing filling the air. She thought about how, for the first time, their relationship felt like something other than a contract. It was evolving, shifting into something more unpredictable yet thrilling. While she prepared breakfast, her mind wandered to the upcoming charity gala they needed to attend. It had been on her calendar for weeks, but now it felt different. She envisioned a night not just of obligation to his business, but of possibility, an opportunity to showcase their partnership to the world. With a renewed sense of purpose, she resolved to find an outfit that made her feel confident and beautiful. When Carter finally emerged from the bedroom, his hair tousled and a hint of confusion in his eyes, Emily felt a jolt of affection. He looked like a man who had just emerged from a long hibernation, and she was grateful to have coaxed him back to life, even if only for a moment. "Morning," he murmured, his voice rough with sleep. "Good morning, I hope you're hungry." She smiled, holding up 2 plates, one stacked with fluffy pancakes, the other adorned with sizzling bacon and fresh fruit. Carter took a seat at the kitchen island, his gaze shifting between the food and her. "You made all this?" "Of course." "I'm not just a pretty face in a contract," she teased, setting the plates down before him. He met her eyes, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. "You're definitely more than that. I'm starting to wonder just how much more." His words sent warmth flooding through her, and she felt a flutter of anticipation. "Let's find out," she replied cheekily, her heart racing as they dug into the meal together. The atmosphere was light and unguarded, filled with laughter and easy conversation, but Emily couldn't shake the feeling that beneath the surface, deeper issues loomed, like shadows waiting for the right moment to strike. After breakfast, they headed to the closet, a daunting task that she had put off since their marriage began. Emily pulled out a few dresses, holding them up for his opinion. Each time she did, his expression fluctuated from bemusement to genuine consideration. "What about this one?" She twirled in a sleek emerald green gown that hugged her curves perfectly. Carter raised an eyebrow, his lips twitching at the corners. "You look stunning, but I think it might distract me too much from the event." Emily laughed, her cheeks warming. "A little distraction never hurt anyone, Carter." "True," he conceded, his smile growing broader. "But I'm not sure I'll be able to focus on anything else." "Fine then, what about this?" She presented a simpler black dress, elegant yet understated. "Now that's more like it," he said, nodding in approval. "A classic choice, you'll turn heads, but you won't overshadow the charity." "Are you saying I'm not capable of overshadowing anything?" she challenged playfully. "No, just that I want the focus to be on the cause tonight, not just on my new wife." As they prepared to leave, Emily felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. She had been to glamorous events before, but this was different. This was a representation of their partnership, a step further into a world that had once felt out of reach. The luxury of Carter's car glided through the busy streets, and her mind raced with thoughts of what lay ahead. They had already crossed so many boundaries together, but tonight felt pivotal. If they could navigate this event smoothly, it might solidify the bond they were building. As they arrived at the venue, the grand building glowed under the evening sky, filled with guests in extravagant attire. The atmosphere buzzed with laughter and conversation, and Emily felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Carter took her hand, grounding her as they stepped out of the car. "Remember, we're in this together," he said, his voice steady and reassuring. "I know," she replied, squeezing his hand for a moment longer before they walked toward the entrance. Once inside, they were greeted by the host, a charming woman named Veronica who immediately pulled them into the throng of guests. "Carter, darling, you made it, and I see you brought your lovely wife," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Of course, I wouldn't miss this," Carter replied smoothly, but Emily could sense the subtle tension beneath his nonchalant demeanor. As the night unfolded, Emily found herself swept up in conversation after conversation, Carter's presence a constant beside her. But as she mingled, she noticed the lingering glances from other guests, some of admiration, others tinged with envy. She could tell that their contract marriage had turned heads, and it felt exhilarating yet intimidating. Every time she caught Carter's eye, she saw a flicker of pride mixed with apprehension. He was still grappling with the notion of them as a couple in the public eye, and she could sense his discomfort with the attention. As the evening progressed, they moved to a quieter area where they could catch their breath. The air was thick with the scent of expensive perfume, and the sound of laughter echoed around them. "Are you okay?" Emily asked, studying his expression closely. "I'm fine," he replied, though the tightness in his jaw suggested otherwise. "People are staring, you seem tense." "I'm just adjusting to this," he admitted. "I'm not used to sharing my life like this, especially with someone I care about." His vulnerability struck a chord with her, and she felt a surge of affection. "You're doing great. We're a team, remember? They're just curious about the mysterious billionaire and his new wife." "Curiosity can turn into judgment quickly," he said, running a hand through his hair. "I want you to be comfortable in this environment." Emily stepped closer, placing her hand on his arm. "I am, as long as you're with me, I feel like I can handle anything." His gaze softened, and for a fleeting moment the walls around his heart seemed to lower. "I'm glad you're here. I didn't realize how lonely this world could be until you stepped into it." Before Emily could respond, Veronica approached them again, her smile brightening the room. "Carter, you must give a speech. You know how much everyone loves to hear from you." "Do I?" Carter replied dryly, though Emily could see that the thought of speaking made him uneasy. "Yes, you do. Come on," she encouraged, pulling him gently toward the stage, leaving Emily to follow behind. As Carter took the microphone, Emily felt a swell of admiration. He was commanding and charismatic, even as he seemed hesitant. He spoke about the charity, the importance of community, and the impact they could make together. It was a side of him that was powerful, yet she could see the struggle behind his eyes. When he finished, the applause echoed through the hall, and Emily couldn't help but cheer, her heart swelling with pride. He had done it, he had opened up, even if just a crack, and she felt more deeply connected to him than ever before. After the speech, as they stepped down from the stage, people flocked to congratulate him, but he quickly found Emily in the crowd. "You were amazing," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "Thanks," he replied, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "I didn't think I'd be able to do it, but you were right there, and it made it easier." "I'm always here," she said softly, her heart beating faster at his words. But before she could respond further, a familiar face emerged from the crowd, bringing with it a wave of tension that made Emily's stomach drop. Sarah, her former best friend and someone who had known about her struggles, stood before them. Sarah's expression was unreadable, but the air between them crackled with unresolved feelings. "Emily, it's been a while," Sarah said, her tone cool. "And you're married to Carter Blake." Emily felt heat rise to her cheeks, caught off guard by the sudden confrontation. "Yes, I am. It's a contract marriage, but it's been more than that." "Really? A contract marriage?" Sarah's voice dripped with skepticism, and Emily could sense the judgment lurking beneath her words. "Yes, and it's working for us," Emily shot back, unwilling to let Sarah's condescension unsettle her. Carter stepped forward, his protective instincts flaring. "Emily is doing incredibly well, and I won't have her subjected to your opinions." Carter, it's fine, Emily interjected, touched by his defense. I can handle this. Are you sure? He asked, his eyes searching hers. Absolutely. She turned her attention back to Sarah, attempting to keep her tone steady. I've chosen a different path and I'm happy. Happy? Sarah laughed lightly, but the sound was hollow. Is this really what happiness looks like, hiding behind a marriage of convenience? Emily inhaled sharply, her heart pounding. This isn't just a marriage of convenience. It's evolving, and you don't know. The whole story? Sarah glanced between them, her expression softening slightly. Okay then, I guess I'll just have to believe you. But the tension lingered, and Emily could feel the weight of unspoken words hanging in the air. I hope you're genuinely happy, Sarah said finally, and with that she turned to walk away, leaving Emily to grapple with the aftermath of their interaction. Are you okay? Carter asked, concern etched across his features. I think so, Emily replied, feeling a pang of uncertainty but also a sense of resolve. It's just complicated. Relationships often are, he said, his voice low, but I see how far you've come and I'm proud of you. His words struck deep, and Emily felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. Perhaps their relationship was indeed evolving into something meaningful, even in the face of judgment and misunderstanding. As they continued to mingle with guests throughout the night, Emily found herself increasingly drawn to Carter's presence. He was warm, attentive, and had a way of making her feel seen in a room full of strangers. It was exhilarating and terrifying all at once, but she reveled in the depth of their connection, knowing that they were forging a path together. By the time they left the gala, Emily was exhausted yet exhilarated. Carter seemed to share in her sentiment, and she could feel the unspoken bond between them deepening. Once back in the car, she turned to him, her voice barely above a whisper. Thank you for tonight. I know it was hard for you, and I appreciate you standing up for me. You're worth defending, he replied, his gaze steady on the road ahead. And I want to be the kind of man who stands beside you. Always. With those words, she felt the walls around her heart begin to crumble further. They were still navigating the complicated waters of their contract marriage, but there had been a shift. A spark that hinted at something more profound, something that could flourish if only they allowed it. As they drove through the illuminated streets of the city, Emily took a deep breath, ready to embrace the uncertainty of their future. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead, with open hearts and an unwavering commitment to each other. Because in that moment, it wasn't just a contract that bound them. It was a promise, one filled with the potential for love to blossom amidst the complexities of their lives. As the car navigated through the bustling city streets, the glow of neon signs and streetlights cast fleeting shadows across Emily's face. She stole a glance at Carter, who remained focused on the road, his jaw set in a determined line. There was a certain intensity to him, one that drew her in even more. She wanted to reach out and touch his hand, to bridge the distance that still lingered between them. But she hesitated, unsure of how far they had truly come and how far they had yet to go. Do you think people will ever see us differently? Emily asked, breaking the comfortable silence that had settled between them. Carter's knuckles tightened around the steering wheel. What do you mean? I mean, do you think they'll see us as more than just a contract? Her heart raced as she awaited his response. Would he dismiss her concerns, or was he ready to delve deeper into their relationship? He exhaled slowly, considering her words. I think we need to show them that we're more than just a business arrangement. Actions speak louder than words. And how do we do that? She pressed, her curiosity piqued. He turned his head slightly, meeting her gaze. By being honest with each other and with the world. If we continue to build on this connection we're developing, I believe we can redefine what people think about us. Then let's redefine it, she said, her voice steady despite the flutter of excitement in her chest. Let's not just be a contract marriage. Let's be partners. Carter nodded slowly, a flicker of something like hope lighting his eyes. Partners, that sounds good. As they continued to converse about their future, Emily felt a warmth blooming within her, igniting her belief that maybe they could indeed cultivate something beautiful from the ashes of their initial arrangement. It was a thrilling thought, and yet a small voice of doubt whispered in the back of her mind. Could they truly succeed? Once they arrived at Carter's opulent penthouse, he pushed the door open and gestured for her to step inside first. The grand foyer greeted them with its high ceilings and luxurious decor, a testament to Carter's impeccable taste. But even amidst the opulence, he seemed at home yet distant, as if he were a ghost haunting a space he had built to feel safe. Emily stepped in, taking in the familiar surroundings. You know, I really could get used to this, she teased lightly, trying to lighten the mood as she admired the chandeliers glistening above them. He chuckled softly, a rare sound that filled the space with warmth. Don't get too comfortable. I'm still a grumpy billionaire, remember? Right, she replied playfully, but even grumpy billionaires need a little light. You've got to let it in sometimes. Carter leaned against the wall, arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on his face. You're relentless, you know that? And you're stubborn, Emily countered, feeling bold. But maybe we can help each other. Maybe. His tone was contemplative, and for a moment the atmosphere crackled with unspoken tension. Do you want to talk about what happened at the gala? Emily asked, taking a step closer. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. Not particularly. It was just the same old stuff, people pretending to care about each other while they're really only looking out for themselves. True, but that's not what you did. You defended me, Carter. You stood up for me in front of all those people. His gaze softened, and he unfolded his arms, the tension in his posture easing slightly. I'd do it again. You deserve to be treated with respect. That means a lot coming from you, she said, her heart swelling with gratitude. I just wish... What? He prompted, tilting his head. I wish we didn't have to hide this part of us, this connection, she admitted softly. It feels like we're tiptoeing around a truth that wants to come to light. Carter's expression shifted, as if her words had struck a chord deep within him. Maybe we're not hiding as much as we think. With that simple statement, she could see a flicker of the man he could be, a man unafraid to embrace the vulnerability that came with feeling deeply for someone. Let's take it one step at a time, he suggested, his voice deepening with resolve. We'll show them what this partnership means, and if we're honest with ourselves, we'll have a fighting chance at making it real. Deal, Emily responded, a smile breaking across her face. The air between them shifted, charged with potential, and as they stood there, the world outside faded away. For the first time, she felt that they were no longer just partners in a contract. They were embarking on a journey together, one that could lead them into uncharted territory. As the hours passed, they worked on their plans, brainstorming ways to present their relationship as a partnership forged through trust and understanding. They talked late into the night, laughter spilling from their lips as ideas flowed freely, weaving a tapestry of their shared hopes and dreams. But as the clock ticked closer to midnight, a sudden pang of anxiety rippled through Emily. What if it doesn't work? She said, her voice a fragile whisper. What doesn't work? Carter asked, his brow furrowed with concern. This, she gestured between them. What if we fall apart? What if I mess it all up? Carter stepped closer, his presence grounding and reassuring. You're not going to mess anything up, Emily. We're both learning, and that's part of the process. Just remember, you're not alone in this. I'm right here with you. But you have a reputation, she said, biting her lip. And I'm just me. He shook his head, a fierce light burning in his eyes. You're more than just you. You're the reason I want to change to be better. I can't promise it'll be easy, but I can promise I'll fight for us. Her heart fluttered at his words, each one wrapping around her heart like a warm embrace. So, we're really doing this? His lips curled into a lopsided grin. We're really doing this, together. The promise hung in the air, sweet and heavy with possibility. They shared a moment of silence, the enormity of their decisions settling around them. As the night wore on and they fell into a comfortable rhythm, joking, planning, and dreaming, Emily felt a sense of belonging she had never experienced before. It was as if all the pieces of her life were finally falling into place. But just as she began to relax into the bliss of the evening, the sharp buzz of her phone pierced through the atmosphere, breaking the spell. She reluctantly reached into her bag and pulled it out, her heart dropping as she saw her mother's name flashing on the screen. Excuse me, she murmured, glancing at Carter before answering. Emily. Her mother's voice came through, frantic and breathless. I need you to come home, it's about your father. The world around her faded, colors dimming to gray as her heart raced. Mom, what happened? Is he okay? It's complicated, I just need you here, please. Okay, I'll be there as soon as I can, she promised, her voice shaking. Thank you, her mother whispered before the line went. Emily stood frozen, the weight of her mother's words crashing down on her like a wave. Carter, she said, her voice trembling. What is it? He asked, his expression shifting from calm to concern. My dad, something's wrong, I have to go home. He took a step toward her, his brow furrowed in worry. What happened? I don't know. My mom just said it's complicated, I have to leave now. Carter's eyes locked onto hers, understanding dawning in his expression. I'll drive you. Let me grab my coat. No, it's fine. I can take a cab, she insisted, panic coursing through her veins. Emily, he said firmly, you're not going alone. I won't let you. Let's go. She opened her mouth to argue, but the look on his face silenced her. There was determination there, a fierce protectiveness that made her heart swell. Okay, she relented, her voice barely above a whisper. Let's go. As they rushed out of the penthouse and into the night, Emily's mind raced with questions and fears. The uncertainty of her father's health weighed heavily on her heart, but with Carter beside her, there was a flicker of hope that maybe, just maybe, they could face this together. For as long as they had been together, the contract had held them together, but now, in this moment of crisis, it was the strength of their bond, one forged in laughter, vulnerability, and understanding, that would carry them through. As they drove through the city, the headlights of passing cars blurred together, mirroring the whirlwind of emotions swirling within her. She knew that whatever awaited her at home, Carter would be right by her side. And maybe, just maybe, this would be the moment that defined them, not as a contract marriage, but as partners who would stand together, no matter the storm that loomed ahead. The city lights flickered past in a blur of color as Carter drove with a steady hand. Emily's heart raced not just from the uncertainty of her father's condition, but also from the stark reality that their relationship was venturing into uncharted territory. Moments ago, they had been two people navigating the complexities of a contract marriage, but now they were united by crisis. "Do you want to talk about it?" Carter asked, breaking the silence that hung heavily in the car. His voice was soft yet firm, a stark contrast to the tension crackling in the air between them. Emily glanced over at him, taking in the way his jaw tightened with concern. The man who had once seemed so grumpy and distant now appeared genuinely worried for her. "I don't know what to say. I wish I had more information. My mom's never vague unless it's something serious. Then let's get to your parents' house as fast as we can. You'll have answers soon," he assured her, determination etched into his features. She nodded, grateful for his presence. Despite the contracted nature of their relationship, he had become a source of comfort and support. As they navigated the busy streets, she stole a glance at him, her heart swelling with appreciation. He was taking control, guiding them through this crisis with a steady hand. Minutes later, they pulled up outside her childhood home. The familiar brick exterior loomed larger than life, a place filled with memories both cherished and painful. The house had always been a sanctuary, but tonight it felt foreboding. Carter parked the car and turned to her. "Ready?" His voice was low, filled with an understanding that she could lean on him in her uncertainty. "No," she admitted, swallowing hard, "but I have to be." With a nod, he took her hand, and together they stepped out into the cool night air. As they walked up the pathway to the front door, Emily felt a sense of déjà vu wash over her. It was as if she were a child again, standing on the threshold of her past, unsure of what lay ahead. When they reached the door, she hesitated, her heart pounding in her chest. "What if it's bad news?" she whispered, fear creeping into her voice. Carter squeezed her hand, grounding her. "We'll face it together, no matter what it is. You're not alone." His reassurance bolstered her courage, and she reached for the doorknob, taking a deep breath before pushing it open. The familiar scent of home wafted over her, mingling with the heavy air of worry. "Emily," her mother called from the living room, her voice tinged with both relief and panic. "Mom," Emily replied, stepping inside and pulling Carter with her. The warm light from the living room enveloped them, but Emily's heart sank at the sight of her mother's tear-streaked face. "Thank God you're here," her mother said, rushing forward to envelop her in a tight hug. "I didn't know who else to call." Carter slipped his arm around Emily's waist, offering silent support as she embraced her mother. The warmth of their connection was a stark contrast to the chill in the room, and Emily felt the weight of their crisis pressing down on her like a heavy fog. "What's going on?" Emily asked, pulling back to look her mother in the eye. "It's your father," her mother said, her voice trembling. "He had a fall and he's in the hospital." Emily's heart plummeted. "Is he okay? What happened?" "He's stable, but the doctors said he might need surgery," her mother replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I didn't want to worry you until I knew more, but I couldn't wait any longer." Emily felt a mix of relief and dread. Stable was good, but surgery meant complications and risks. "I need to see him," she said, her voice firm despite the tremor in her hands. "Okay, let me just grab my things," her mother said, moving toward the hallway where her purse lay. Carter turned to Emily, his brow furrowed with concern. "You want me to come with you?" She opened her mouth to reply, but her mother returned, clutching her purse tightly. "Yes, please. I need your support too, Emily. This is all too much." Carter's presence suddenly felt like a lifeline. "Of course," Emily said softly, grateful for his unwavering support. "Let's go." They hurried out of the house, the cool night air hitting them like a wave. As they made their way back to the car, Emily felt the weight of her family's troubles pressing heavily on her. She didn't just have a father to worry about. She was also conscious of the mounting debts that had forced her into this marriage of convenience. Once seated in the car, Carter's eyes flicked too. Hers, concern etched across his face. "You okay?" Emily took a deep breath. "I will be. I just need to focus on Dad right now." Carter nodded, and they drove toward the hospital in silence. The city skyline glimmered in the distance, but all she could think about was her father, a man who had always been her rock, now vulnerable and in need of help. When they arrived at the hospital, the sterile smell of antiseptic filled the air as they walked through the brightly lit corridors. Emily felt her heart race with every step toward the ward where her father was being treated. "Room 204, her mother said, her voice shaky as they approached the door. Carter stood beside Emily, his presence a comforting weight. She could feel his gaze on her, a silent promise that he would be there, no matter what happened next. Her mother pushed the door open, revealing her father lying in a hospital bed, connected to various machines and IV drips. The sight of him, so frail and vulnerable, made her heart ache. "Dad?" Emily's voice trembled as she stepped forward, her mother following closely behind. His eyes fluttered open and a smile broke through his pain. "Emmy," he croaked, his voice rough with fatigue. "You came?" "Of course I did," she replied, rushing to his side. "Mom told me what happened. I'm so sorry." "Just a silly fall," he said with a weak chuckle, trying to reassure her, but she could see the worry in his eyes. Carter hovered just outside the room, allowing them their moment. But Emily felt the warmth of his support like a steady flame in the darkness. "Dad, the doctor said you might need surgery," she said gently, brushing a hand over his forehead. "What do they say?" He sighed, the weight of his situation etched into the lines of his face. "They think it's necessary, but I'm not a fan of hospitals," he admitted. "I'll be fine, Emmy, don't you worry." But she couldn't help it. "I'm scared, Dad," she said, her voice breaking. "What if something goes wrong?" He grasped her hand, his grip surprisingly strong. "Hey, no tears, okay? I need you to be brave for me." "I will," she promised, blinking back her emotions. Just then, Carter stepped into the room, his presence grounding as he approached the bed. "Mr. Thompson, it's good to see you. I'm Carter, Emily's husband." Her father's eyes widened in surprise. "So, you're the grumpy billionaire?" he quipped, a faint smile crossing his face despite the pain. Carter chuckled, the tension in the room easing slightly. "I prefer to think of myself as a misunderstood teddy bear," he replied, his gaze softening as he looked at Emily. Emily's heart swelled at the playful banter, grateful for the momentary distraction. Her father's demeanor shifted, the corners of his mouth lifting as he regarded Carter with a scrutinizing gaze. "I hope you're treating my daughter well." "I'm doing my best," Carter said, sincerity in his voice. "Good," her father replied, nodding slightly before wincing at the pain. "So, what's the plan?" Emily glanced at her mother, who stood quietly beside her, worry etched across her features. "The doctors are going to evaluate him and discuss the next steps," she said. "They'll let us know what needs to be done." Her father's expression turned serious. "I don't want you two worrying over me. I'll be back on my feet in no time." "Dad," Emily protested, "this is serious. We're here for you. You don't have to pretend everything is fine." "I know, but I don't want you to—" "Stop," Emily interrupted, her voice firm but laced with love. "We're a family and families stick together. You'll let us help you, right?" Her father looked at her, the fight leaving his eyes. "I will, sweetheart, as long as you promise to be here when I wake up. Always." Carter shifted closer, his presence a reassurance as they all gathered around her father. "We're here to support each other, and I'll make sure Emily doesn't leave your side," he said, his voice steady. The warmth of their unity filled the room, and for a moment, Emily felt a glimmer of hope amidst the uncertainty. They were weathering the storm together, and no matter how challenging this moment was, they would stand as one. As the doctors entered the room to discuss her father's treatment, Emily felt Carter squeeze her hand gently. He was right. They were a team now, bound not just by a contract, but by shared moments of vulnerability and understanding. No matter what lay ahead, they would face it together. And in this moment of crisis, Emily realized that their contract marriage was slowly evolving into something deeper, something that had the potential to blossom into love, even amidst the chaos. As the doctors began their discussion, Emily felt a mix of anxiety and determination swell within her. The sterile scent of the hospital room mingled with the emotional weight of the situation, and amidst it all, she was aware of Carter's hand, warm and reassuring, wrapped around hers. It anchored her, grounding her in the present moment. "Emily," the lead doctor began, his voice crisp and clinical, "we need to talk about your father's condition and the necessary treatment options." She nodded, swallowing hard as her heart raced. The room felt charged with tension, and she could almost hear the clock ticking down her father's health. "What do we need to do?" she asked, her voice steady despite the fear coursing through her. Carter shifted closer, his shoulder brushing against hers, an unspoken promise that they would face this together. The doctor explained the tests her father would need, and the treatment options available. He spoke of medication, possible surgeries, and the long recovery process that lay ahead. At times, his words blurred together, becoming a jumble of medical jargon that Emily struggled to comprehend. All she could think about was her father and the fragility of life that seemed so clear in this moment. "I don't want to put you through this," her father interjected, his voice cracking slightly. "You both have your lives to live. I'll be fine." "You're not going through this alone," Emily replied, her voice firm, though her heart was breaking. "We're a family, Dad. We'll figure this out together." Carter nodded in agreement, his expression serious. "You're not alone in this fight. We'll make sure you have the best care possible." The doctor continued explaining the treatment plan, but Emily's mind began to wander. She felt a sudden rush of warmth when she glanced at Carter. He was so steadfast, so willing to step into the chaos of her life without hesitation. She had expected him to be cold and distant, unwilling to engage in personal matters, yet here he was, offering his unwavering support at one of the most vulnerable moments of her life. After the meeting with the doctor ended, Emily and her father were left alone in the room. The air felt heavier now, filled with unspoken fears and the weight of impending decisions. "Thank you for being here," her father said softly, looking at Carter, who stood by the door, his stance relaxed but watchful. "We've put you in a tough position with all this." "It's not tough for me," Carter replied, his voice steady as he approached the bed. "Emily is important to me. Helping you is part of that." The sincerity in his tone made Emily's heart flutter in a way she hadn't expected. There was a depth to his words that lingered in the air, the undertone of something more than just obligation. "Dad, I want you to focus on getting better," she said, forcing herself to look back at her father, who was now staring at her with a mixture of concern and love. "Let us handle everything else." Her father nodded slowly, a weary smile breaking through his worry. "You're strong, Em, just like your mother." He looked down as if caught in a memory before looking back at her. "And I see it in him too." Carter's brow furrowed slightly, but he remained silent, the implications of her father's words hanging in the air. "Let's talk more about your treatment plan tomorrow," Emily suggested, sensing the weight pushing down on them both. "You need rest." As Emily settled down in the chair beside her father's bed, she felt the urge to reach for Carter. The moments they had shared recently unraveled in her mind, reminding her of how much he had changed since the day they signed their contract. As the hours passed, the hospital room settled into a muted silence, only broken by the occasional beeping of machines. Emily stole glances at Carter, who remained vigilant, watching over her father as if he were guarding a treasure. His grumpy demeanor seemed to dissolve in the face of their vulnerability, revealing a man who was willing to fight for his family. "Are you okay?" she whispered to him when they finally had a moment alone outside the room. "I'm fine," he replied, but she could see the strain in his eyes. "Thank you for being here," she said, gesturing toward the hospital room. "I know this isn't easy." Carter sighed, raking a hand through his tousled hair. "I didn't sign up for this. I'm not equipped for family crises." "But you're here," she insisted, stepping closer. A spark of something deeper ignited between them, and she could feel warmth radiating from him. "And that means more than you know." He looked down at her, his expression softening. "I wish I could do more. I hate feeling helpless." "You're not helpless," she said firmly. "You're doing everything you can by standing by my side." He studied her for a moment, and she could see gears turning in his mind. "Your father means a lot to you," he said quietly. "And it's hard seeing someone you love in pain. I get that." His vulnerability surprised her, and she realized that behind the grumpiness, there was a man who felt deeply but struggled to express it. "Thank you for understanding," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Carter shifted, leaning against the wall, his expression contemplative. "What's the plan now?" "Tomorrow, I'll be here when the doctors come back. We'll ask more questions, get a second opinion if we need to." She took a deep breath, forcing herself to focus. "I want to make sure Dad gets the best treatment possible." Good idea, he replied, a hint of respect in his voice. And Carter, you don't have to be here every second, she interrupted, concern flooding her tone. It's a lot to ask, I don't want to burden you. He looked at her, and for a moment she could see the walls he kept firmly in place start to crack. You're not a burden, Emily. I want to be here. I need to be here. The sincerity of his words wrapped around her like a warm blanket. Thank you, she said, her heart swelling. It means everything to me. Just then, the sound of her father's voice echoed down the corridor, pulling her attention. She turned to see him sitting up slightly, looking a bit more alert. What are you two whispering about? Carter straightened up, slipping back into his usual demeanor. Just discussing your treatment plan, Mr. Bennett. Good, her father replied, eyeing both of them closely. I trust you two will keep me informed. Of course, Emily said, stepping closer to the bed. The camaraderie that had formed between Carter and her father surprised her. They were both protective of her, each in their own way. Carter shifted uncomfortably, his grumpiness creeping back in. I should probably head back to the office, he said, looking at his watch. But I'll check in later. Wait, Emily said, her voice tinged with disappointment. Can't you stay? A little longer. I'll be back, I promise, he said, giving her a small smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. You need to focus on your dad right now. All right, she conceded, though a sense of loss washed over her as he turned to leave. As he stepped into the corridor, she felt a pang of longing, realizing just how much she relied on his presence. Back at the bedside, her father watched her with a knowing smile. You're falling for him, aren't you? Dad, she exclaimed, feeling her cheeks flush. It's not like that. It looks like that to me, he teased, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Maybe, she admitted reluctantly, her heart racing at the thought. But it doesn't matter. We have bigger things to worry about right now. Her father chuckled softly, the sound filling her with warmth. Love can bloom in the strangest of places, Emily. Just remember to be open to it. As she leaned back in her chair, contemplating her father's words, she couldn't shake the feeling that her relationship with Carter was changing in ways she hadn't anticipated. The contract that had once felt like a cage was slowly morphing into something far more complex and beautiful, and as they faced the uncertainties ahead, she couldn't help but wonder if love truly could blossom from a union built on necessity. Emily resolved to take it one day at a time, knowing that with Carter at her side, they could face anything together, even the grumpiness of a billionaire. As the faint light of dawn began to filter through the hospital windows, she felt a sense of peace settle over her. Tomorrow would come with its own challenges, but for now, they had each other, and that was enough. As the morning light seeped through the hospital windows, Emily's heart felt heavy yet hopeful. She had spent the night in a chair beside her father's bed, the rhythmic beeping of machines providing a strange comfort amid the anxiety that had settled in her chest. She glanced at her father, who looked peaceful in his sleep, his brow unwrinkled, the lines of worry fading as he rested. After weeks of worry and uncertainty, the sight of him finally at ease filled her with a bittersweet comfort. The door creaked open softly, and Carter stepped in, a fresh cup of coffee in hand. His hair was tousled, and the dark circles under his eyes hinted at the restless night he'd spent. He approached Emily, his presence warm and commanding, and handed her the steaming cup. Thought you could use this, he said, his voice low and gruff, but there was a gentleness in his gaze that made her heart flutter. Thank you, she replied, grateful for the small gesture. She took a sip, the rich flavor awakening her senses. How did you sleep? Like a rock, he admitted, leaning against the wall. I wish I could say it was because I didn't have a care in the world, but honestly, I was just exhausted. Emily nodded, understanding all too well. They were both running on fumes, thrust into a reality where time felt like a luxury they could no longer afford. I appreciate you being here, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. It means a lot to me, especially given everything. Family comes first, he replied, his expression softening. And whether we signed a contract or not, I'm here for you. His words lingered in the air. And Emily felt her cheeks flush. In that moment, she could sense the sincerity behind his gruff exterior, the man hiding beneath the billionaire persona. She was beginning to see him not just as a husband by contract, but as a partner navigating the storm together. After a few moments of comfortable silence, the doctor entered, clipboard in hand. Good morning, everyone. I have some updates on Mr. Thompson's condition, he said, his tone professional yet empathetic. Emily sat up straighter, her heart racing. How is he? The doctor glanced at her father and then back at her, his expression serious. We've reviewed the test results, and while there are some concerns, the prognosis is favorable. We'll start treatment today, which should help stabilize his condition. However, we need to keep a close watch on him. Emily felt a wave of relief wash over her breath hitching. So he'll be okay? With proper treatment and care, yes, he'll need your support through this, and that's crucial, the doctor emphasized, nodding toward Carter, who stood resolute at her side. Of course, Emily replied, her voice steady. We'll be here every step of the way. After the doctor left, silence enveloped the room again, but this time it felt different, lighter. Emily turned to Carter, who was watching her intently. Thank you for coming this morning, she said, her heart swelling with gratitude. Like I said, I'm here, he reiterated, but there was something deeper in his eyes, an unspoken bond forming between them. They spent the next few hours in a rhythm of quiet conversation and occasional laughter, sharing stories and reminiscing about lighter memories. Emily found herself recounting childhood escapades, while Carter shared a glimpse of his own past, revealing a few moments of levity that starkly contrasted with the stern image he typically portrayed. As the day wore on, the hospital room began to fill with family, and Emily's father awoke to the warmth of their presence. Seeing the love surrounding him, he smiled, and Emily felt a surge of gratitude toward Carter for being there to support her family during this challenging time. Later that evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Emily stepped outside for a breath of fresh air. She leaned against the cold metal railing of the hospital balcony, her mind racing with thoughts of her father's recovery and the precarious balance of her marriage with Carter. "Penny for your thoughts?" came Carter's voice, cutting through the silence as he joined her on the balcony. Emily turned to him, surprised at how easily his company had become a source of comfort. "Just thinking about everything," she admitted. "Yeah, it's a lot to process," he said, leaning against the railing beside her. "You're dealing with your father's health, and it's natural to feel overwhelmed." She nodded, the weight of her worries dissipating slightly in his presence. "I just wish I could take on all of this for him. He's always been so strong for us." Carter turned to her, his expression serious. "You're strong too, Emily. You don't have to shoulder this all alone. I mean, that's what partners are for, right?" His words struck a chord, and a warmth spread through her. "You're right. I've always been a bit of a lone wolf. It's hard for me to ask for help." "Maybe it's time to change that," he suggested, a hint of gentleness in his tone that made her heart flutter again. "You've got me in your corner. Let me help." For a moment, they stood in silence, the unspoken understanding between them growing stronger. She felt a shift in their relationship, a bridge forming across the chasm that had once existed between the grumpy billionaire and the girl who had bargained her way into his life. Just then, her phone buzzed in her pocket, jolting her from her thoughts. She pulled it out to find a message from her brother, asking for updates on their father. She quickly typed back a reassuring message, then noticed Carter watching her. "Is everything okay?" he asked, concern etched in his brow. "Yeah, just my brother checking in," she replied, tucking the phone away. "I'm grateful he and my mom are supportive, but I'd rather not worry them until we know more." "Understandable," he said softly, "but don't forget to lean on them too. Family is everything." She smiled, appreciating his insight. "I will. Thank you for reminding me." Their eyes locked, and in that moment, Emily felt the familiar warmth blooming in her chest again, a sense of connection that was growing stronger with each passing day. She didn't know how to navigate the delicate balance of their contract and her emerging feelings, but she felt ready to explore it to see what lay ahead. The air shifted, and Carter leaned closer, a flicker of something unspoken igniting between them. "Emily," he started, his voice barely above a whisper, "I need to say something." "What is it?" she asked, her pulse quickening. "I've never really done this kind of thing before," he admitted, running a hand through his hair, the vulnerability in his eyes catching her off guard. "You're different. I didn't expect any of this." "Neither did I," she confessed, her heart racing. "But maybe that's not such a bad thing." His gaze intensified, and for a brief moment, Emily felt as if the world had narrowed down to just the two of them. She could see the flicker of uncertainty and hope in his eyes, mirroring her own feelings. Their connection was undeniable, like a magnetic pull that neither of them could resist. Before she could respond, the blast of laughter from the hospital room interrupted them. They both turned back, the moment dissipating like mist in the sunlight. "Looks like the party's getting lively," Carter said, a hint of a smile returning to his lips, though the intensity of their previous exchange lingered in the air. "Yeah," Emily replied, feeling a mix of anticipation and trepidation. I guess we should join them. As they walked back into the room, Emily felt a sense of comfort settle over her. The laughter of family filled the space, and she felt grateful to have Carter by her side, navigating this tumultuous time together. No matter what the future held, she knew that they were forging a path that was unique to them, one filled with potential for something more than just a contractual agreement. As the evening unfolded, surrounded by family and the warmth of love, Emily allowed herself to dream of healing, of hope, and of a love that might just blossom amidst the chaos of their lives. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead, but for now, she was content to enjoy the moment, the laughter, and the unexpected bond growing between them. The morning sun peeked through the thin hospital curtains, casting a gentle warmth across the room where Emily sat, her father's hand resting in hers. The laughter from the night before echoed in her mind, a comforting reminder of the fragile moments of joy amidst uncertainty. Carter had stayed until late, his presence a quiet anchor that kept her from drifting into despair. As her father's breath settled into a more regular rhythm, Emily's thoughts wandered to the man who had so unexpectedly entered her life and changed its course. She couldn't deny it any longer. Carter Blake was becoming more than just a contract partner. There was a depth to him, a complexity that kept drawing her in, and she found herself wanting to unravel the layers, to discover the man beneath the gruff exterior. Her phone buzzed, jolting her from her reverie. It was a message from Carter. "How's your dad doing? Need anything?" A smile tugged at her lips as she replied, typing quickly. "He's stable, but I could use some coffee. You know how hospital coffee is." She could almost picture his typical scowl as he read the message. It was amusing how someone so grumpy could still manage to make her heart flutter with just a few words. She imagined him in that crisp suit, his hair slightly tousled from running his fingers through it in frustration, a sight that would have made her laugh if the situation weren't so dire. Minutes later, a soft knock interrupted her thoughts. The door creaked open, and Carter stepped in, holding a steaming cup of coffee in one hand and a croissant in the other. He looked both out of place yet perfectly suited to the environment, his tailored suit contrasting starkly with the sterile hospital setting. "Coffee, as requested, and I figured you might need something to eat," he said, placing the items on the small table beside her. "Thank you," she replied, surprised by the thoughtfulness behind his gesture. "You didn't have to. Consider it a part of my contract obligations," he quipped, though the corner of his mouth twitched, betraying the hint of a smile. As she took a sip, the bitterness of the coffee mingled with the buttery croissant, providing a moment of comfort. "How's your day going?" she asked, trying to deflect the weight of their situation. "Same as usual, meetings, calls, and more meetings. I'm starting to think my office chair is going to become my permanent residence," he said, leaning against the wall, arms crossed. Emily chuckled softly, enjoying this light exchange. "I imagine it's tough being a billionaire." "More like it's tough being a human with a billion-dollar business," he corrected. "People often forget that there's more to life than just the bottom line." She met his gaze, and for a moment, a flicker of vulnerability shone through. "What do you mean?" he sighed, pushing off the wall to take a seat beside her. "It's easy to get lost in the numbers and the power. Sometimes I wonder if I'm building an empire or just a prison for myself." The honesty in his words caught her off guard. They were both trapped in their own ways, she mused, tangled in expectations and responsibilities. "You're doing something admirable, you know," she said softly. "Building a future for yourself and those you care about." Carter's brow furrowed as if her words unsettled him. "Sometimes it feels more like a burden than a blessing." Before she could reply, the door swung open and a nurse entered, clipboard in hand. "Good morning, how are we feeling today?" she asked cheerfully, her presence breaking the intensity of the moment. "Just peachy," Carter replied dryly, earning a sidelong glance from Emily. She stifled a laugh, and the nurse seemed undeterred by his grumpiness. "Great to hear, Mr. Thompson, your father is showing signs of improvement. We'll be monitoring his recovery closely, but I believe he's going to pull through this," she said, her voice warm and reassuring. Emily's heart swelled with gratitude. "Thank you," she breathed, feeling a mix of relief and hope. As the nurse left the room to fetch some supplies, Emily turned to Carter, her expression earnest. "I don't know how to thank you for being here. Your support means more than I can express." He looked at her, the walls around him seemingly softening. "You don't have to thank me. It's what I signed up for," he said, though she could sense the sincerity behind his words. I wouldn't let you go through this alone. There was a weight in his voice, and Emily felt compelled to reach out, placing her hand over his. The contact was electric, sending a shiver. Through her, she held his gaze, searching for the truth behind his gruffness. I appreciate it, she whispered before pulling away, not wanting to linger too long on the warmth that had sparked between them. The air shifted, and as the moment passed, the nurse returned, carrying a tray filled with medical supplies. All right, we're going to check your dad's vitals now, she said, her tone professional yet gentle. Emily moved aside as the nurse worked, her heart racing with anticipation. She cast a glance at Carter, who was watching intently, his brow furrowed in concentration. There was something about him in moments like this, his intense focus, the way he seemed to care, even when he pretended not to. After the nurse finished, she gave them a nod. He's stable and responding well. You can expect a doctor to discuss further treatment options shortly. With a sigh of relief, Emily looked over at Carter, who was now lost in thought, staring at the floor. You okay? She asked, her concern evident. He met her eyes, and for the first time she saw the weight of his own burdens reflected back at her. Yeah, just thinking, he said, his voice low. About what? Carter hesitated, his expression shifting from guarded to contemplative. About how we got here, you know? This whole contract marriage, the reason we entered into it, it feels like I've been running away from things my entire life. Emily's heart raced. What do you mean? He took a deep breath, visibly gathering his thoughts. I've been so focused on protecting my empire and burying my past that I forgot what it means to truly connect with someone. I don't want to keep living like this. Her breath caught in her throat as she realized how vulnerable he was being. You don't have to do it alone, Carter. I'm here for you. He looked at her, the weight of his emotions hanging in the air. And what if I'm not the man you think I am? You're more than a billionaire, she replied, her voice steady. You're a person with flaws and fears just like anyone else. If you let me in, I promise I won't judge you for it. Carter's eyes softened, a flicker of something deeper passing between them. He looked away, as if grappling with the enormity of her words. This wasn't how I thought things would go, he admitted, almost to himself. What did you expect? She pressed gently, urging him to open up. I thought I'd be able to keep everything compartmentalized, my work, my personal life, everything. But now, he paused, his voice thick with emotion. Now I'm realizing it's not that simple. Life rarely is, she said, her heart aching for him. We all have our struggles. The tension in the room shifted. Delicate balance between their vulnerabilities. Emily reached for her father's hand again, grounding herself. We can figure this out together, Carter. The contract was just a starting point, and we can redefine what this means. He seemed to ponder her words, the weight of his past pressing against him. I've been so afraid of letting anyone in that I forgot what it means to be human. I don't want to push you away, but I'm scared. Emily squeezed his hand, her voice firm. I'm not going anywhere. You don't have to be scared of me. He nodded slowly, and there was an understanding that passed between them. You're stronger than I give you credit for, he murmured. And you're more fragile than you let on, she countered, her gaze steady. Just then, the doctor entered, interrupting their moment. Good morning, Emily, Mr. Blake, he greeted, glancing between them with a knowing smile. I have good news regarding your father's condition. As the doctor spoke, Emily felt a sense of hope blooming in her chest. She could see Carter leaning forward, genuinely interested, a contrast to the brooding figure he often portrayed. Perhaps this was the beginning of something beautiful, something that transcended the contract they had drawn up. After the doctor left, Emily turned to Carter, a smile lighting up her face. See, things are looking up. Yeah, he agreed, a hint of a smile returning to his lips. For now, at least. She could see the flicker of warmth in his eyes, and it fueled a spark of optimism within her. Maybe they could rewrite their story together, transforming a marriage of necessity into something profound. As they sat side by side, the weight of their burdens lightened just a little, and Emily realized that love could indeed bloom in the most unexpected places, even within a contract marriage with a grumpy billionaire. The days that followed the doctor's visit felt like a whirlwind of emotions for Emily. The news about her father's condition was a glimmer of hope, but it also stirred an array of anxieties within her. The prospect of a long recovery loomed ahead, and the uncertainty of what lay beyond that filled her thoughts. Yet, one thing had shifted, her connection with Carter. He had surprised her more than once since that day in the hospital, and she found herself looking forward to their moments together, even amidst the chaos. They had formed a routine. He would pick her up from the hospital every evening, taking her for dinner or bringing food back to his penthouse, where they would sit on the balcony overlooking the city. Each night, they would share stories, laughter, and sometimes a silence that felt comfortable rather than strained. One evening, as they sat beneath a blanket of shimmering stars, Emily stole a glance at Carter. He was leaning against the railing, staring out at the cityscape, his jaw clenched in thought. The moonlight illuminated the planes of his face, casting shadows that made him look almost vulnerable. She wanted to reach out to him, to bridge the gap that still lingered between them despite their growing intimacy. "Penny for your thoughts?" she ventured, breaking the stillness. He turned to her, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. "Just thinking about how quiet it is up here," he replied, his voice low. "I'm not used to it." "Really? I would have thought billionaires had their fair share of quiet moments," Emily teased, hoping to lighten the mood. He chuckled softly, the sound deep and warm. "Quiet moments are a luxury that comes with solitude. I've had my fair share of noisy evenings filled with people, but they're hardly ever real, you." "No," Emily nodded, her heart swelling with empathy. "I get that. Sometimes it's nice to just sit and be, you don't have to wear a mask." Carter studied her for a moment, his expression unreadable. "I didn't realize you saw me that way." "Why wouldn't I? You're not just a grumpy billionaire, Carter. There's more to you than that," she said, her voice earnest. "You care deeply, even if you don't show it." The air between them thickened, charged with an unspoken understanding. "You've managed to see through the facade," he admitted quietly. "Most people don't bother to look." "What do you mean?" she prompted, leaning in slightly. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I've built this image for years, cold, unapproachable, focused only on the business. It's easier to keep people at a distance that way. But with you, it feels different. I don't want to push you away, even though." "Terrified of what?" She pressed gently, her eyes searching his. "Of letting some of this in," he confessed, gesturing between them. "I'm not sure what it means to be vulnerable. You make me want to try, but it's scary." Emily's heart raced at his admission. "You don't have to be perfect, Carter. I'm not asking for that. I just want you to be you." He turned to her, and for the first time, she saw the flicker of vulnerability dancing in his deep-set eyes. "You make it sound so simple." "Maybe it is," she said softly. "Or maybe it's the hardest thing in the world, but I'm willing to take that risk with you if you are." For a long moment, neither of them spoke, the night air wrapping around them in a cocoon of intimacy. Just as the tension began to dissolve into something more, Carter shifted, his expression darkening. "Slightly. I need to tell you something," he said, breaking the moment. Emily's heart sank. "What is it?" He hesitated, taking a deep breath. "It's about my past, the reason I became the man I am today. It's complicated." She nodded, encouraging him to continue. "You can tell me. I promise I won't judge you." Carter looked away again, the weight of his memories pressing down on him. "When I was younger, my family was not what you would call normal. My father was a powerful man, but he was also ruthless. He taught me that weakness was unacceptable. I watched him destroy people, ruin lives without a second thought. I learned early on that showing emotion was a sign of weakness." Emily felt a pang of sadness at his confession. "I'm so sorry, Carter," he shrugged, a hardened edge creeping into his voice. "I thought I could escape it by throwing myself into work. Money became my shield, my weapon. But the truth is, it left me isolated. I built walls so high that I forgot how to let anyone in. And now," she asked, her heart aching for the boy he had once been. "Now I find myself in this absurd contract marriage with you," he said, a hint of irony in his tone. "And somehow you're breaking through the walls I've spent my entire life building. It scares me." Emily reached for his hand, intertwining her fingers with his. "You don't have to be scared of me, Carter. I'm not here to hurt you. I want to understand you." His gaze softened, and she felt a flicker of hope igniting between them. "You truly mean that?" "Of course. I'm here for you, not just as a wife in name but as a partner," she said, squeezing his hand gently. "We can navigate this together." He looked down at their clasped hands, a tumult of emotions crossing his face. "I've never allowed anyone to see this side of me. I don't want to ruin it." "You won't. We'll learn from each other," Emily replied, her voice steady. "Trust takes time, but we have each other now." The silence stretched out again, but this time it felt different, a promise hanging in the air. Over the next few weeks, Emily noticed a gradual shift in Carter. He began to let her in, sharing snippets of his life, his victories, and his failures. They spent evenings exploring the city, visiting art galleries and cozy restaurants that made him laugh, places he hadn't let anyone experience with him in years. Yet the ghosts of his past lingered on the edges, and every now and then, Carter would retreat into himself, his expressions clouded by memories he couldn't shake off. One rainy Evening, as they curled up on the couch with a movie playing in the background, Emily noticed the tension in his shoulders. She turned to him, concern etching her features. "What's on your mind?" He looked at her, a storm brewing behind his eyes. "I don't know how to do this," he confessed, his voice strained. "What if I mess it all up?" "Then we'll figure it out together," she assured him. "I'm not going anywhere." He met her gaze, uncertainty swirling in his stormy eyes. "You say that now, but I'm not the easiest person to love, Emily. I'm complicated." She leaned closer, her heart racing. "We all have our complications, Carter. Love isn't about being perfect, it's about accepting each other's flaws." He searched her eyes, and for a moment she felt as though he was truly seeing her for the first time. "You deserve someone who can give you everything, someone who isn't weighed down by the past. Maybe what I need is someone who understands that love is a journey, not a destination," she replied, her heart pounding in her chest. "And I want to take that journey with you." The silence that followed was charged with unspoken emotions, and Emily could feel the walls between them slowly crumbling. Carter's mouth opened as if to protest, but no words came out. "I'm not asking you to be someone you're not," she continued, her voice steady. "I'm asking you to be you, and I'll be here, ready to face whatever comes our way." His eyes softened, and for the first time she saw a flicker of hope dancing within. "You make it sound so simple." "Because it can be," she whispered, leaning closer. "Let me in, Carter. Let me help you carry the weight." He closed his eyes for a moment, as if gathering the courage to let go. When he opened them, something had shifted inside him. "Okay," he said, the word a tentative promise. "I'll try." And just like that, she felt the shift in the air between them, the moment where fear began to dissipate, replaced by the warmth of possibility. As they drew closer, the sound of rain pattering softly against the window became a backdrop to their uncharted territory. Emily's heart raced as his fingers brushed against her cheek, their eyes locking in a gaze that spoke volumes. In that small living room, beneath the glow of flickering lights, they began to forge a new path, one that transcended the contract, one that was as messy and beautiful as love itself. And for the first time in a long time, Emily allowed herself to believe that amidst the chaos and complications, they could find a way to make this work. Together. Emily woke to the soft light filtering through the curtains, stretching into a new day where hope felt palpable. She lay in bed, her thoughts swirling around the events of the previous night. The way Carter had leaned closer, how his fingers had brushed against her cheek. It felt transformative, electric, and she couldn't help but wonder if their fragile understanding could blossom into something more profound. With a determined breath, she swung her legs over the edge of the bed, her heart racing as she remembered the tentative promise Carter had made. "I'll try." Those words echoed in her mind, urging her to believe that they could navigate the complexities of their situation together. She dressed quickly, excitement bubbling in her chest. Today marked a new start not only for her father, but for her and Carter as well. As she prepared breakfast, her mind raced with possibilities. What if they could build a life together that defied the constraints of their contract? What if they could truly support one another through their respective storms? When she heard the soft knock at her door, she turned, her heart pounding again. It was Carter, looking a bit more disheveled than usual, but the hint of a smile tugged at the corners of his lips, and it made her insides flutter. "Good morning," he said, his voice gruff but softened by the warmth in his gaze. "Good morning, I made breakfast. I hope you like scrambled eggs," Emily replied, trying to sound casual even though her heart was racing. "Scrambled eggs are fine," he said, stepping into the kitchen. As he approached, she noticed how the sunlight caught the angles of his face, casting shadows that softened his usual stern expression. They shared a quiet meal, punctuated by the clinking of forks against plates and the occasional shared glance that lingered just a moment longer than necessary. Emily could feel a shift in the air between them, something electric brewing beneath the surface. "About last night." Carter started, his brow furrowing slightly, as if the words were a puzzle he was trying to piece together. "It felt good, didn't it?" she asked, her heart racing at the vulnerability she could see in his eyes. "To just be us?" He nodded slowly, considering her words. "Yeah, it did, but we're still in a contract, Emily. We can't pretend that everything's magically okay just because we shared a moment." "I'm not asking you to pretend," she replied gently. "I just want us to be real with each other. There's more to this marriage than just a contract." Carter leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. "You're asking for a lot, you know." "I know," she said earnestly, but I also know that we both want more than just a business arrangement. We both want connection, even if it's messy or complicated. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. I don't know, Emily. I've been alone for so long. Letting someone in, it scares me. I get that, she said, her voice steady. But you're not alone anymore. We're in this together. Just take it one step at a time. Carter's gaze lingered on her, and for a moment the walls he had built around his heart seemed to tremble. I'll try to be more open, he said finally, but I'm not making any promises. Emily smiled, warmth flooding her chest. That's all I'm asking for. They finished breakfast, and as they cleared the table, Emily noticed a flicker of something in the way Carter moved, a hint of lightness in his steps. Perhaps their new understanding was already taking root. Do you want to come with me to visit my father today? She asked, her heart racing at the thought of him being involved in such an intimate part of her life. Carter hesitated, the lines of tension reappearing on his face. I don't want to intrude. You wouldn't be intruding. My father would love to meet you, she insisted, her eyes shining with earnestness. It's important to me that you're part of this. With a deep breath, Carter nodded. Okay, I'll come. The ride to the hospital was filled with a comfortable silence, punctuated by soft music playing on the radio. Emily stole glances at Carter, who seemed caught in his thoughts, his brow slightly furrowed. She wondered what he was thinking, what fears still lingered in the shadows of his mind. When they arrived, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Emily led Carter through the hospital corridors, heart racing as they reached her father's room. She paused outside the door, anxiety tightening her chest. What if her father didn't respond well? What if he didn't recognize Carter? Ready? She asked, glancing at Carter. He nodded, but the uncertainty in his eyes was evident. As she pushed the door open, her heart soared at the sight of her father sitting up in bed, a faint smile breaking across his face when he saw her. Emily, he exclaimed, his voice stronger than she'd heard in weeks. Hi, Dad, I brought someone with me, she said, stepping aside to reveal Carter. Her father's eyes widened, curiosity piquing as he took in Carter's tall frame and serious demeanor. And who might this be? This is Carter Blake, she introduced, stepping forward. He's my husband. Carter shot her a glance, surprised by the way she had phrased it, but the surprise quickly faded as he extended his hand. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Thompson. Nice to meet you too, Carter. Emily has told me a lot about you, her father replied, shaking Carter's hand firmly. Carter's expression softened slightly at the warmth in her father's voice, and Emily couldn't help but feel proud of the way he was already making an effort. They spent the next hour sharing stories and laughter, her father asking questions about Carter's life, his business, and what had drawn him to Emily. Carter spoke with a surprising amount of ease, even cracking a few jokes that made her father chuckle heartily. As they talked, Emily felt a warmth blossoming in her heart. It was as if the act of sharing her life with Carter, allowing him entry into her family, was creating a tapestry woven with trust and connection. But as the hour drew to a close and they prepared to leave, a shadow crossed her father's face. Emily, promise me you'll take care of yourself, he said, his voice suddenly serious. She knelt by his bedside, gripping his hand tightly. I will, Dad, I promise, and I have Carter to help me. Carter leaned down, his voice low but firm. You have my word, Mr. Thompson. I'll take care of her. Her father studied Carter for a moment, a flicker of understanding passing between them. I can see why she chose you. Once outside the hospital, the weight of the conversation lingered in the air. Emily felt a surge of gratitude toward Carter for stepping up, for showing a side of himself she hadn't expected. Thank you for being so great with my dad, she said softly as they walked toward the car. Maybe he's not so bad, Carter confessed, a teasing quirk to his lips. Emily laughed, the sound bright and genuine, echoing in the silence between them. He's the best, and I think he really liked you. Carter opened the car door for her, a gentlemanly gesture that made her heart flutter. As they settled into the car, Emily glanced at him, her expression earnest. I really appreciate you trying, Carter. It means more to me than you know. He looked at her, the weight of his gaze heavy with unspoken thoughts. I'm learning. Just don't expect me to change overnight. I wouldn't dream of it, she replied, feeling a warmth radiating from their connection. As they drove back towards home, the air crackled with potential. The road ahead was still uncharted, filled with hurdles and uncertainties. But in that moment, with Carter at her side and a newfound bond beginning to blossom, Emily couldn't help but feel hopeful about what lay ahead. They reached the house, and as they stepped inside, the familiar scent of home enveloped them. Emily turned to Carter, her heart pounding with a mix of excitement and apprehension. Would you like to watch a movie, maybe something light? Sure, he said, an unexpected smile gracing his lips. As long as it's not a rom-com. Deal, she laughed, leading the way to the living room. They settled into the couch, a comfortable distance apart but with an awareness that seemed to crackle in the air. Emily scrolled through the options, finally selecting a classic adventure film. As the movie played, she stole glances at Carter, who seemed engrossed in the action on screen. Halfway through, she noticed him shifting slightly closer, his arm brushing against hers. Her heart raced at the contact, a thrill running through her. It was a small step, but it felt monumental, the invisible barriers between them slowly dissolving. Not bad, he murmured, nodding at the film as a thrilling scene unfolded. Right, this is a classic, she exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. As the credits rolled, she turned to him, her heart swelling with gratitude for the evening they had shared. Thank you for coming with me today, she said sincerely. It meant a lot. Carter looked at her, his expression softening. I'm learning to be a part of your world, and I like it. Emily felt her heart soar at his admission. Maybe we can be a part of each other's worlds, she suggested, her voice barely above a whisper. Maybe, he replied, his gaze steady on hers, the heat of possibility swirling between them. And in that moment, surrounded by the remnants of their shared laughter and the flickering light of the television, Emily dared to believe that love could indeed blossom from the contract they had entered into. As they settled into the embrace of the evening, both of them hopeful yet cautious, it became clear that their journey together was only just beginning. The road ahead might be uncertain, but for the first time, it didn't feel daunting. Instead, it felt like an adventure waiting to unfold, one where they would discover not only each other, but the depth of their own hearts along the way. Emily awoke the next morning to the soft light filtering through the curtains, casting a warm glow over the room. The events of the previous night played through her mind like a cherished film reel, each moment a vivid reminder of the connection she had begun to forge with Carter. She glanced over at him, who was still lost in slumber, his face relaxed and serene. For a man who carried so much weight on his shoulders, he looked almost peaceful, and she couldn't help but smile at the sight. The sound of her phone buzzing on the nightstand shattered the tranquility, and she reached for it, knowing it was time to face her reality. A flurry of messages from her mother filled the screen, each one more frantic than the last. Emily, we need to talk. It's urgent. Please call me. With a sense of dread settling in her stomach, she scrolled through the messages, her heart pounding. It had been weeks since she had last talked to her mother, and the tone in these texts sent alarm bells ringing through her mind. What now? She slipped out of bed quietly, careful not to wake Carter, and padded to the kitchen to make herself a cup of coffee. As the machine gurgled to life, she fought to push aside the worry gnawing at her thoughts. Today was supposed to be a fresh start, a day to explore the budding relationship with Carter. She couldn't let her family's turmoil overshadow the progress they had made. As she sipped her coffee, she glanced out the window, watching the world wake up outside. The street was bustling with life, couples walking hand in hand, families out for breakfast, and children playing. Emily felt a pang of longing for the normalcy that seemed so far out of reach. She wanted that kind of happiness, the kind she had fleetingly tasted with Carter. The sound of movement behind her pulled her from her thoughts, and she turned to find Carter leaning against the doorframe, his dark hair tousled and his eyes still heavy with sleep. "Good morning," he rasped, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Good morning," she replied, trying to keep her tone light despite the weight on her heart. "How did you sleep?" "Better than I have in a long time," he admitted, shuffling into the kitchen. "I think this place has magic or something." Emily chuckled, her spirits lifting slightly. "Or maybe you just needed a break from your usual routine." "Maybe," he said, pouring himself a cup of coffee. "That film last night was surprisingly good." "Surprisingly?" she teased. "I thought it was a classic." "I meant that I wasn't expecting to enjoy it," he clarified, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "But you have a knack for choosing good movies." They shared a quiet moment, the air between them charged with unspoken possibilities. Just as she thought they might dive into another conversation, her phone buzzed again, breaking the spell. With a resigned sigh, Emily glanced down at the screen. Another message from her mother. "Emily, please. Everything okay?" Carter asked, his brow furrowing as he watched her expression shift. "It's my mom. She's in a panic about something," she replied, unsure how much to share. "Do you need to take it?" He gestured toward her phone, and for a moment she hesitated. "Yeah, I think I should." Carter nodded, and she stepped away to find some privacy, the warm morning air suddenly feeling stifling. She dialed her mother's number, her heart racing as it rang. "Emily, thank God you called." Her mother's voice came through, laced with urgency. "What's wrong?" Emily asked, her stomach twisting. "It's about your father. He's been having episodes, he's forgetting things, and I can't handle this alone." Emily's heart sank. "What do you mean episodes?" He lost track of time yesterday. He was supposed to be at the clinic for a checkup and didn't show up. When I found him, he was convinced he was still at work," her mother explained, her voice trembling. "Has he seen a doctor?" Emily pressed, feeling both anger and worry bubble within her. "They say it's just stress, but I'm not convinced. I think we need to consider more serious options." Emily took a deep breath, trying to process the information. "Okay, I'll come by later and we can figure this out together." "Thank you, Emily, I do know what I would do without you." As the call ended, Emily leaned against the wall, the weight of her family's troubles crashing down on her. She felt the sting of tears prickling at her eyes, but she blinked them away, unable to let herself succumb to the despair. "Emily?" Carter's voice broke through her thoughts as he approached. "What happened?" She wiped her eyes, forcing a smile. "It's my dad. He's having some issues with his memory. My mom is really worried." Carter's expression softened, and he stepped closer. "Do you want me to come with you?" She hesitated, not wanting to burden him with her family's troubles, but also aware that his offer spoke volumes about the man he was becoming. "I don't want to impose." "Emily," he said firmly, his eyes locking onto hers. "You're not imposing. I want to be there for you. Let me help." Her heart swelled at his words, and she nodded. "Okay, thank you." They spent the next hour getting ready, the atmosphere charged with an unspoken determination. As they left the apartment, Emily felt a strange mix of gratitude and anxiety. It was comforting to know she wouldn't be facing her family's issues alone, and yet the fear of what they would find loomed over her like a dark cloud. The car ride to her parents' house was filled with a comfortable silence, Carter's presence anchoring her as she spiraled through her thoughts. She stole glances at him, marveling at how far they had come in such a short time. The man who had once been a distant enigma was now someone who openly cared for her, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of hope. As they approached her childhood home, the familiar facade tugged at her heart. It was a place filled with memories, some joyous, others tinged with pain. She parked the car and took a deep breath, feeling the weight of what lay ahead. "Are you ready?" Carter asked, his voice low and reassuring. "I'll be okay," she replied, though her heart raced in her chest. Together, they walked up the path to the door, Emily's heart pounding with each step. She knocked softly, and moments later, her mother opened the door, her face lighting up with relief upon seeing Emily. "Emily, thank goodness you're here." She enveloped Emily in a tight hug, her frail frame trembling slightly. "Mom, it's okay, I'm here now," Emily soothed, stepping back to take in her mother's worried expression. "Carter," her mother greeted, her gaze flicking to him in surprise. "Mrs. Williams," he replied, his tone respectful. "I'm here to help if you need anything." Emily's mother nodded, appreciation in her eyes. "Thank you." They stepped inside, the familiar sense of home enveloping Emily like a warm blanket, but the warmth was overshadowed by an unsettling tension. She made her way to the living room, where her father sat in a recliner, a distant look in his eyes. "Dad," Emily approached cautiously, her heart aching at the sight of him. He looked up, confusion clouding his features. "Emily, is that you?" "It's me," she said softly, trying to gauge his awareness. "How are you feeling today?" He blinked, as if trying to piece together the fragments of reality before him. I was just working." Emily's heart sank at the uncertainty in his voice. "You missed your appointment yesterday, Dad. We need to talk about that." "Appointment?" he echoed, a frown creasing his forehead. Carter stepped forward, his presence steadying. "Mr. Williams, it's important that you see a doctor. Your health is a priority." Her father eyed Carter, a flicker of recognition passing through him. "And you are?" "I'm Carter, Emily's husband," he stated firmly, extending a hand. Right. Her father took Carter's hand, shaking it slowly. "Nice to meet you." "Let's take it one step at a time," Emily said gently, hoping to ease the tension in the room. "How about we sit down and talk about what's going on?" As they settled into the living room, Emily felt the weight of her father's uncertainty pressing down on her. She glanced at Carter, who was watching her intently, his expression a mix of concern and determination. The conversation unfolded slowly, each question met with confusion or vague responses from her father. Emily's heart broke a little more with each moment of clarity he lost. It was a painful reminder of how fragile life could be. After what felt like an eternity, they reached a consensus to schedule a doctor's appointment for the following week. It was a small victory, but it felt monumental in the face of uncertainty. As they prepared to leave, Emily's mother clasped her hands together, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, Emily. I don't know what I would do without you." Carter placed a comforting hand on Emily's back, grounding her in the moment. "You're not alone in this," he said firmly, meeting her mother's gaze. "We'll face it together." Emily felt a surge of warmth at his words, and as they stepped outside, the chill of the evening air wrapped around them. She turned to Carter, her heart full. "Thank you for being here." "Always," he replied, his voice steady and sincere. As they drove back to their apartment, the weight of the day began to lift. Emily felt a new kind of strength stirring within her, a sense of hope fueled by the unwavering support of the man sitting beside her. They slowly entered the warmth of their home, the lights casting a soft glow around them. Emily felt a sense of peace settle in her heart, the chaos of the day fading into the background. "Want to watch another movie?" Carter suggested, a twinkle of mischief in his eyes. Emily laughed, the sound light and free. "Only if you promise not to call it surprisingly good this time." "Deal," he grinned, and as they settled onto the couch, she felt the weight of the world slip away. In that moment, surrounded by the flickering light of the screen and the gentle rhythm of Carter's presence, Emily realized that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. Their contract had begun as a means to an end, but it was becoming something much more profound. A partnership built on trust, vulnerability, and the promise of love. And as the movie played on, she couldn't help but think that perhaps love really could blossom from a union born of necessity. Together, they were carving a path through the chaos, and with every shared laugh and quiet moment, they were discovering the beauty hidden within their unexpected journey. Emily woke the next morning to the soft golden light filtering through the curtains. It was a Saturday, a day that had once felt like a curse when work consumed every second, but now it felt like a promise of possibilities. She stretched, feeling the warmth of the covers around her, and smiled at the memory of the previous evening. Her heart had fluttered with the thrill of discovering new layers to Carter, layers that begged to be unraveled further. As she turned over to face him, she found him still asleep, his features softened in the gentle light. The morning sun cast a halo around his dark hair, and for a fleeting moment, he looked almost boyish, devoid of the grumpy billionaire persona he wore like armor. Emily resisted the urge to reach out and touch his face. She knew too well the boundaries they were still navigating, but a small part of her longed to bridge that gap. She felt a stirring of affection that was becoming harder to suppress, and she didn't want to lose that feeling in the mundanity of life. Pushing herself up, she decided to start the day. She tiptoed into the kitchen, the quiet of the apartment wrapping around her like a comforting blanket. She flipped on the coffee maker and let the rich aroma fill the air, a familiar ritual that made her smile as she prepared breakfast. By the time she set down a plate of pancakes on the table, Carter had emerged from the bedroom, still rubbing the sleep from his eyes. "Good morning," Emily greeted him brightly, unable to contain her excitement. He blinked at the spread before him, a slightly bemused expression crossing his face. "Did I miss a special occasion or something?" "Nope, just a craving for pancakes," she replied, her cheeks flushing a bit under his gaze. "Right," he said with a hint of skepticism, but then his mouth quirked into a smile. "I'll take it. You're full of surprises, Emily." They sat together, the clinking of cutlery punctuating the comfortable silence that had settled between them. As they ate, Emily felt the warmth of his presence, the way he looked at her with a growing softness that made her pulse race. "I was thinking," Carter said suddenly, breaking into her reverie, "about our plans for the next few weeks." "Plans?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. He leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful expression on his face. "The anniversary of." "The contract is coming up soon. I know it's not exactly a romantic date, but I thought we could do something special to mark it." Emily's heart skipped a beat. The thought of celebrating something that had started as a lifeline now felt more meaningful. "What do you have in mind?" "I was thinking we could take a weekend trip, somewhere away from the city, just the two of us." Her breath hitched at the idea. "A getaway? Like a real vacation?" He nodded, his gaze steady, the shadows of his usual grumpiness momentarily lifted. "Yes, just you and me, no distractions." The way he said it sent a thrill through her, a mix of excitement and trepidation. She longed for a deeper connection with him, but the thought of stepping outside their carefully defined boundaries sent her nerves spiraling. "That sounds amazing, but He pressed gently, his brow furrowing slightly. But what if it changes things? What if we start to feel things we're not ready for? Carter chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Emily, things have already changed. We're not the same people we were when we signed that contract. And yet, we still have a contract, she reminded him, her heart racing at the implications of their conversation. I'm not suggesting we abandon it, just make the best of it. The way we've been getting to know each other, there's something there. His words hung in the air, and she felt a rush of warmth spreading through her. The way he looked at her, the way he spoke, it was as if he was inviting her to take a leap of faith, a leap she wasn't sure she was ready for. But as she met his gaze, she saw the sincerity in his expression, the depth of feeling that slowly enveloped her like a blanket. Okay, she said, surprising herself with her own courage. Let's do it. A smile broke across his face, and for the briefest moment, the lines of his typically grumpy demeanor softened. Perfect. I'll arrange everything. After breakfast, they decided to spend the day exploring a nearby farmer's market. Emily had always loved the vibrancy of local markets, the colorful displays of fresh produce, handmade crafts, and the intoxicating scent of baked goods filling the air. Carter, on the other hand, approached it with the same level of skepticism as he did everything else. Are you sure we should be here? I mean, we could just order. Take out, he said, crossing his arms over his chest as they navigated the bustling crowd. Where's your sense of adventure? Emily challenged playfully, nudging him with her shoulder. Adventure is overrated, he muttered, but there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. They strolled through the stalls, Emily excitedly pointing out the various goods, from artisanal cheeses to homemade candles. Carter watched her with an expression that mixed fascination and bemusement, the corners of his mouth twitching upwards every time she squealed at a particularly tempting item. Why do you enjoy this so much? He asked, curiosity lacing his voice as they paused in front of a stand selling fresh flowers. Because it's alive with possibility, she replied, her voice filled with passion. Every stall has its own story, its own flavor. It reminds me that there's beauty in the everyday. He regarded her thoughtfully. That's a romantic way to look at it. Maybe, she conceded, biting her lip as she felt warmth creep to her cheeks. But isn't that part of life? Finding joy in the little things? Carter shrugged but didn't retort. Instead, he moved closer, examining a bouquet of wildflowers with an intensity that made her heart flutter. Which one do you like? Those, she pointed to a cluster of vibrant daisies. They're cheerful, don't you think? He picked them up and turned to her, the flowers between them almost like a bridge. All right, daisies it is. As they continued through the market, Emily felt a sense of ease settling between them, the tension of their previous misunderstandings giving way to genuine camaraderie. The barriers that had once felt so insurmountable were slowly being dismantled, and with each shared laugh and playful banter, she sensed the connection between them deepening. By the time they returned home, Emily felt invigorated. The market had breathed new life into their relationship, and she could see the cracks in Carter's grumpy facade widening just a bit more. Let's make something with all of this, she suggested, dumping the bounty of their purchases onto the kitchen counter. Make what? A mess. He shot back, a teasing glint in his eye. With your help, I'm sure we can pull off something decent, she countered, her heart racing at the challenge. He raised an eyebrow but stepped closer, his interest piqued. All right, Chef Emily, what's the plan? They spent the afternoon in a flurry of activity, laughter punctuating their cooking as they tried to navigate the chaotic kitchen together. Emily guided Carter through chopping vegetables and stirring sauces, and while he initially approached each task with characteristic grumpiness, he slowly began to relax. Maybe this won't be a total disaster, he admitted, glancing at the simmering pot of pasta sauce with an air of begrudging pride. See, you're getting the hang of it, she exclaimed, clapping her hands together in delight. Just as they plated their meal, the doorbell rang, interrupting their moment of triumph. Who could that be? Carter frowned, his expression darkening. I don't know, maybe a delivery. He moved to answer the door, and Emily followed behind, curiosity bubbling inside her. As Carter opened the door, Emily's stomach dropped. Standing before them was a stern-looking woman in a crisp suit, her presence commanding. Mr. Blake, she said, her voice clipped. We need to talk. Carter's expression shifted from surprise to irritation in an instant. What are you doing here, Sarah? Emily stood frozen, watching the scene unfold as Carter's demeanor hardened, the warmth of the afternoon retreating into the shadows. Is that any way to greet someone? Sarah shot back, her gaze flicking to Emily, who felt suddenly out of place. Can't this wait? Carter snapped, tension radiating. From him, not if you want to keep your company afloat. You need to make some tough decisions, and you need to make them now. Emily glanced between them, sensing the weight of the confrontation. Maybe we can talk later. No, Carter interjected sharply, his voice low but firm. You need to leave, Sarah. I'll handle it. The tension thickened as Sarah's eyes narrowed. You're handling this very poorly, Carter. You're jeopardizing everything. I said leave, he repeated, a dangerous edge to his tone. For a moment, Emily thought the air might shatter with the intensity of the moment. Finally, Sarah relented, stepping back with a huff. Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you. As the door closed behind her, the silence in the apartment felt suffocating. Carter stood rigid, his jaw clenched, and Emily felt the shift in the atmosphere as the tension seeped into every corner. What was that about? She asked cautiously, unsure how to approach the lingering storm in his eyes. Just business, he replied tersely, the heat of the earlier warmth dissipating. He turned away, running a hand through his hair in frustration. Carter! Not now, Emily, he said, his tone sharp, causing her chest to tighten. She struggled with her own feelings, wanting to bridge the gap but unsure how. You can't just shut me out. We agreed to be honest with each other. He whirled around, his eyes blazing. You don't understand. This is my company, my responsibility. I can't afford distractions right now. Distractions? You mean me? Her voice wavered, hurt spilling through. I didn't mean it like that, he said, his frustration giving way to conflict. But I have a lot on my plate and I can't. Can't what? Can't allow yourself to feel anything? To let someone in? He paused, the fire in his gaze flickering as if her words had penetrated some deep-seated fear. It's not that simple. Then make it simple, she urged. If we're in this together, then let me help you. Don't push me away. His shoulders visibly relaxed, a crack forming in the iron wall around him. I don't want to burden you with my problems. Emily stepped closer, her heart racing as she reached out, placing a hand on his arm. You're not a burden, you're my partner. Let me be there for you. He hesitated, a battle waging behind his eyes. You really mean that? Yes, she replied softly. After a long moment, he nodded, the tension slowly easing as he exhaled deeply. All right, but it's complicated. So let's figure it out together, she said, her heart swelling with hope. He looked at her, the conflict still evident but softened by the vulnerability that had begun to surface. Okay. As the shadows of uncertainty loomed over them, Emily felt a flicker of resolve ignite within her. The road ahead may be fraught with challenges, but she was ready to face them together. Let's finish dinner, she suggested, trying to bring a sense of normalcy back to the moment. We can talk through things as we eat. You might even find that my cooking isn't that bad. A small smile tugged at the corners of Carter's mouth, and for the first time that evening, the warmth returned to his eyes. Lead the way, Chef Emily. As they moved back to the kitchen, the air around them felt lighter, and for the first time, Emily truly believed that their contract was shifting into something deeper, something more meaningful. Together, they would navigate the complexities of life, each step drawing them closer together. Maybe love could indeed blossom from a union born of necessity. Perhaps that was the journey they were meant to take. The next morning dawned with a crispness in the air that hinted at the changing season. Emily stirred awake, the soft rays of sunlight spilling through the curtains and warming her face. She blinked and stretched, a sense of anticipation buzzing beneath her skin. Today felt different, as if the air itself was charged with possibilities. As she got out of bed, she could hear the faint sounds of sizzling from the kitchen. The smell of bacon wafted through the apartment, and her stomach growled in response. She quickly dressed, her mind racing with thoughts of yesterday's conversation. Encouraged by Carter's willingness to open up, she felt emboldened to explore the depths of their partnership further. Stepping into the kitchen, Emily found Carter stationed at the stove, his back to her as he expertly flipped a pancake. He wore a soft gray t-shirt that hugged his shoulders and jeans that molded to his form perfectly. There was an easy grace in his movements, a contrast to the tension that often surrounded him. Good morning, Chef Carter, she teased, leaning against the doorframe. He turned, his expression momentarily startled before softening into a small smile. Good morning, Chef Emily. Care to join me for breakfast? Absolutely. What's on the menu? Bacon, pancakes, and a side of coffee strong enough to wake the dead. Perfect, she said, moving closer to the counter. You've raised the bar quite high since I last cooked for us. He raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth twitching suggestively. Should I be worried about that? Only if you want to maintain your title as the better cook. Challenge accepted. As they shared breakfast, the conversation flowed easily, punctuated by laughter and the occasional playful banter. Emily felt a warmth bloom in her chest, a reassuring sense of camaraderie solidifying their bond. It was as if the barriers that had once existed between them were slowly crumbling, allowing room for something deeper to take root. After breakfast, Emily gathered the dishes, her heart light. "What do you say we tackle the paperwork for the contract today? We could go over the finer details and maybe even make some revisions." Carter frowned, slightly, his brows knitting together. "You want to change it?" "Not fundamentally, but I think it would be good for us to discuss what we want moving forward. We're building a life together and it shouldn't just be about the necessities anymore," she said, her voice steady. "I want to know what you're thinking." He hesitated, his gaze drifting to the window. "It's just contracts have a way of complicating things." "Isn't that what we're doing? Complicating things?" she asked, her heart racing slightly. "We're already in this together, Carter. I think it's okay to both acknowledge that and reshape it into something that reflects who we are now." Silence enveloped them, thick and heavy, as Carter considered her words. Finally, he nodded, albeit slowly. "All right, let's do it." Emily's heart soared. "Great, when do you want to start?" "Now, I have a few hours before my meetings." "Perfect, I'll grab the files," she said, her excitement bubbling over. They settled at the dining table, papers spread out between them. Carter looked at her with an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. She took a deep breath, willing herself to stay focused. "Okay, let's start with the basics," Emily began, her voice steady. "Our responsibilities, what do you think should stay and what can be adjusted?" Carter leaned back in his chair, contemplating her question. "The financial structure needs to remain intact. I'd rather not face any surprises there." "Agreed, but I think we need to discuss how our time is spent together. We should schedule regular check-ins to make sure we're both on the same page." He nodded, his expression thoughtful. "That's fair. What about our personal lives? I mean, we've been keeping them separate." Emily inhaled deeply, her heart pounding. "I think it's important to share some parts of our lives. I want to know more about you, Carter, not just the business side." He looked at her, his gaze unwavering. "You're right. I've kept my past close to my chest. I guess I have a lot of walls." "Maybe we can break them down together," she suggested tentatively. He blinked, and for a moment she thought he might retreat into his usual shell. Instead, he took a breath, his features softening. "I'd like that." They continued to revise the contract, each point discussed weaving a deeper thread into their partnership. Emily felt a surge of hope with every line they modified. It was exhilarating to know they were crafting their future, one that included their dreams, aspirations, and, most importantly, their feelings. As the afternoon wore on, the doorbell rang unexpectedly, disrupting their flow. Emily glanced at Carter, who appeared momentarily taken aback. "Were you expecting anyone?" "No," he replied, his brows knitting together again. She stood, smoothing her clothes, and made her way to the door. Peering through the peephole, her heart sank. "It's my brother." "Jake?" Carter asked, concern flickering in his eyes. "Do you want to let him in?" "Let's see what he wants," she said, opening the door to find her brother standing there, a mixture of apprehension and determination etched on his face. "Emily, I need to talk to you," he said, his voice tense. "Jake, what's going on?" she asked, sensing the urgency in his demeanor. He stepped inside, glancing around the apartment before fixing his gaze back on her. "I don't have much time. I need your help with the situation at home. It's gotten worse." Emily's heart raced. "What do you mean worse?" I don't want to burden you with the details right now, but Mom and Dad need us. They're really struggling, and I think it's time we discuss how to handle it," he replied, his voice dropping to a hush. Carter stood behind her, watching the exchange with a mixture of concern and curiosity. Emily felt a rush of anxiety at the thought of her family's troubles. "Let's sit down and talk," she said, gesturing towards the living room. Once they were settled, Jake leaned forward, his hands clasped tightly. "I didn't want to involve you in this, especially after everything you've been going through, but I can't do it alone anymore. They need support, financial and emotional." Emily's heart ached at the thought of her parents' struggles. "What do you mean financially? Are they in trouble with bills again?" "More like they're behind on everything," Jake admitted, his voice cracking slightly. "Mom's health is declining and I'm scared. I don't know how to help them. I thought maybe you could talk to Carter, since he's doing well with his career." Emily's heart constricted at the pressure Jake was putting on her. "Carter, he's not." "Emily, he's a billionaire. He can help," Jake interrupted, his eyes pleading. "We need someone with resources. I know it's a lot to ask, but I'm desperate." Carter's expression remained unreadable, but Emily could sense the tension rising in the room. She inhaled deeply, feeling the weight of the situation. Jake, I'll talk to Carter, but I can't guarantee anything. You know how he is about finances. Please, Em, you're all I have left, Jake said, his voice thick with emotion. Carter's gaze was piercing as he observed the exchange, and Emily felt the pressure mounting. She turned to him, searching for understanding in his eyes. Carter, is there any way you can help? We could discuss it and see what options are available. Carter remained silent for a moment, a myriad of emotions flickering across his face. Emily could see the struggle in his eyes, the part of him that wanted to help, but was likely grappling with his own issues regarding family and responsibility. Finally, he nodded slowly, his voice steady. I'll help, but let's make sure we do it in a way that directly benefits your parents. I won't throw money at the problem without a plan. Jake's face lit up with hope, and Emily felt a rush of gratitude towards Carter. Thank you, she said softly, reaching for his hand under the table. They spent the next hour discussing potential ways to assist her parents, mapping out a plan that balanced financial support with methods to empower them. Emily watched as Carter took charge, his business acumen shining through as he crafted strategies that could alleviate her parents' burden. It was a side of him she hadn't seen before, one filled with compassion and a fierce desire to protect. She could see that he didn't just want to throw money at the situation. He wanted to offer a lifeline that would help them regain their footing. As they wrapped up the discussion, Emily felt a renewed sense of strength. They were no longer just partners in a contract. They were allies, fighting for something greater than themselves. Perhaps the love that had begun to blossom between them was more than she had dared to hope for. After Jake left, Emily stood at the window, looking out at the bustling streets below. The weight of the day settled over her, but it was a weight she felt ready to bear. She turned to Carter, who was still seated at the table, his expression pensive. Thank you for today, she said, her voice soft. It means a lot. He looked up, his eyes searching hers. You don't need to thank me. I care about you, Emily. I want to help. I know, she replied, feeling the warmth spread through her. And I care about you too, more than I've allowed myself to admit. Carter stood, crossing the distance between them. What do you want from this relationship? From me? Vulnerability in his question hung heavy in the air, and Emily felt a flutter of nerves in her stomach. I want to explore where this can go. I want us to be more than just a marriage of convenience. I want us to be partners in every sense of the word. He stepped closer, searching her gaze. I want that too, but I need to know if you're ready for the complexities that come with it. I am, she said, her voice steady. I'm ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead, as long as we do it together. He nodded, a newfound determination in his eyes. As they stood there, the tension thickening between them, Emily realized that they were standing on the precipice of something beautiful. With every challenge they faced, every layer they peeled back, they were fortifying a bond that had started as a mere contract, but was evolving into something much more profound. And in that moment, surrounded by the promise of shared struggles and emerging love, Emily felt an undeniable sense of hope for their future together. The next few days unfolded like a delicate tapestry, weaving moments of shared vulnerability and tentative hope. Emily and Carter fell into a rhythm that balanced the demands of their respective lives with the complexities of their evolving relationship. They tackled the mundane, grocery shopping, meal prep, and even laundry, together, transforming the routine into something almost sacred. Emily found joy in the small things, like the way Carter would smirk when she attempted to teach him how to chop vegetables, or how he feigned exasperation when she insisted on singing along to the radio during their drives. Each laugh, each shared glance felt like a promise of what could be, yet beneath the surface simmered the unspoken weight of the past each carried. One evening, as they settled on the couch to binge-watch a series, Carter's phone buzzed violently on the coffee table. He glanced at it, the tension in his shoulders tightening. Emily could see it in the way his jaw clenched. Something was brewing beneath that calm exterior. Are you going to answer that? She asked, sensing the shift in his demeanor. It's just business, he replied, but the way he avoided her gaze told her it was more than that. Carter, she pressed gently, you can talk to me. Whatever it is, I'm here. With a deep sigh, he picked up the phone but didn't answer. Instead, he set it back down, frustration etched across his face. It's my father. He wants to discuss the company's upcoming project. He's been relentless lately, he admitted, his voice tinged with a mix of annoyance and reluctance. Emily shifted closer, resting her head against his shoulder. You don't have to do this alone. You know that, right? I know, he replied, his tone softening slightly. But it's complicated. He's not just my father, he's also my boss, and there's a lot of pressure to live up to his expectations. "Do you want to take the call?" she asked, her heart aching for him. "I can give you some space if you need it." He shook his head, a small smile breaking through the tension. "No, I want to be here with you. I'm trying to find balance, and I've realized I don't want to push you away." "Good," she affirmed, her fingers intertwining with his. "We're in this together, remember?" The warmth of her touch seemed to ease the weight on his shoulders, if only for a moment. They settled into each other, the episode on screen forgotten as the atmosphere shifted, becoming charged with unspoken promises and uncharted territory. Days passed, and the world outside continued to spin, bringing with it the relentless tide of responsibilities. Yet within the confines of their shared home, something beautiful was blossoming. Emily felt a shift in the air. Invisible thread connecting their hearts, binding them together despite the chaos that loomed beyond. But just as Emily began to feel secure in their growing bond, the unexpected returned to disrupt their newfound harmony. It was a Saturday morning when the doorbell rang, the sound echoing through the quiet house. Emily glanced at Carter, who stood frozen, his expression shifting from surprise to concern. "Who could that be?" he asked, his brow furrowing. "I'll get it," Emily said, rising from the couch. She opened the door to find a woman standing there, her face a mix of confusion and determination. "Is Carter Blake here?" the woman asked, her voice trembling slightly. "Yes, I'm Carter." He stepped forward, his expression shifting to one of guarded curiosity. "Can I help you?" The woman's eyes darted between Emily and Carter, and Emily could feel the tension in the air thicken. "I'm Alicia. We need to talk about the company and your father's plans." Carter's demeanor darkened, and Emily could sense the storm brewing within him. "Now is not a good time," he replied curtly, but Alicia pressed on, her voice firm. "It's important. There are changes happening, and if we don't address them now, we could lose everything." Carter's jaw tightened, and he exchanged a quick glance with Emily, who felt her heart race. "Fine. Come in," he relented, stepping aside to let Alicia enter their home. The moment Alicia crossed the threshold, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Emily felt the tension spike, and she instinctively moved closer to Carter, her presence a silent offer of support. Alicia wasted no time, her words tumbling forth like a rushing river. "Your father is planning to cut costs, and that means laying off employees. He's convinced this is the only way to save the company, but it's not sustainable. You need to step in before it's too late." Carter's face hardened, and Emily could see the struggle behind his eyes. "Why would I get involved? I thought I made it clear I wanted nothing to do with the company." "Because you're the only one who can change his mind," Alicia insisted, her voice rising with urgency. "You have influence, Carter. You've built connections. If you don't act now, you'll be responsible for the loss of hundreds of jobs." The room fell silent, the weight of Alicia's words pressing down on them like a heavy blanket. Carter's expression remained steely, but Emily could see the cracks forming beneath the surface. "I don't want to be the person my father expects me to be," he finally said, his voice low and strained. "I'm tired of being manipulated by him." "Then fight back," Alicia urged, her gaze piercing. "You're more than just your father's son. You can create change, but you have to be willing to take that step." Carter's internal battle played out before Emily's eyes. She could feel his pain, his frustration, and the suffocating expectations that had haunted him for far too long. But beneath it all, she also sensed a flicker of determination. "What do you want me to do?" he asked finally, the tension in his voice palpable. "Hold a meeting with the board, present an alternative plan. Show them there's another way," Alicia pressed, her eyes shining with fervor. "But you have to act now." Carter crossed his arms, his expression conflicted. Emily felt a surge of empathy for him. He stood at a crossroads, torn between the man he was expected to be and the one he wanted to become. As Alicia continued to outline her vision for a more ethical approach, Emily moved closer to Carter, her hand resting on his back in a gesture of encouragement. She sensed his turmoil, and she wanted him to know he didn't have to navigate this storm alone. "Carter," she said softly, drawing his attention, "you have the power to make a difference. You've always been capable of so much more than you give yourself credit for." He looked down at her, and for a moment the storm in his eyes softened. "But what if I fail?" he murmured. "Then you learn and try again, but if you don't try, you'll never know," she replied, her voice steady. "And I'll be right here with you, no matter what happens." Carter's gaze lingered on hers, and she could see the internal struggle slowly shifting toward resolve. He took a deep breath, straightening his posture. "All right," he said, his voice gaining strength. "Let's hold that meeting." Alicia's eyes widened in surprise. "You're serious?" Carter nodded, determination blooming within him. Yes, let's come up with a plan. The conversation transformed then, a flurry of ideas and strategies filling the air as they brainstormed. Emily watched as Carter's passion ignited, the shadows of doubt slowly receding. She could see the man he was meant to be emerging from beneath the layers of fear and expectation. As they wrapped up the discussion, Emily felt a rush of pride for Carter, thrilled to see him take a stand. But as the gravity of the situation settled back in, she realized the challenges ahead were far from over. "Thank you," Alicia said, her voice sincere. "This could change everything." Carter nodded, his expression determined. "We'll do this right, together." Once Alicia left, Emily turned to Carter, her heart swelling with admiration. "I'm proud of you, that was brave." He rubbed the back of his neck, his expression still a mix of resolve and uncertainty. "I don't know if it's brave, I had enough." "Exactly, and that's the first step," she said, stepping closer. "You're taking control of your life, and I'll be right by your side." He looked at her, gratitude flooding his eyes. "Thank you for being here, for believing in me." "Always," she replied, her voice a whisper. In that moment, surrounded by the remnants of uncertainty and hope, they both felt the shift. It was as if they were standing on the precipice of something monumental, something that transcended the confines of their contract. Together, they were no longer just navigating the complexities of a marriage of convenience. They were forging a partnership rooted in trust and shared ambition. And as they stepped forward into the unknown, Emily felt a thrill of excitement. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, united by their unwavering bond. And perhaps, just perhaps, love would blossom amidst the ashes of their pasts, transforming their union into something neither had dared to dream. The morning light poured through the large windows of their penthouse, casting a golden hue over the sleek, modern furniture. Emily stood in the kitchen, her fingers dancing over the controls of the espresso machine. The aroma of fresh coffee filled the air, intertwining with the remnants of breakfast, a simple spread of croissants and fruit. Carter had already retreated into his office, a sanctuary of sorts, where he often immersed himself in work. The past few days had been a whirlwind of emotions, and she could sense the lingering tension in the air, like a tightrope stretched too far. Emily had thought that their confrontation with Alicia would mark a turning point, but now she saw that it was just an opening act in a much bigger drama. As she poured 2 steaming mugs and added a splash of cream to hers, she contemplated the day ahead. They had a meeting with Carter's legal team to discuss the details of their contract, specifically the clauses that would allow for an exit strategy should things go awry. The reality of their situation settled in, a stark reminder that while they had taken this brave leap into a deeper connection, the foundations of their relationship were still built on a precarious framework. "Emily?" Carter's voice broke through her thoughts as he stepped into the kitchen, his tie slightly askew, a rare sign of his casual side. "Coffee's ready," she said, turning to face him, her heart fluttering at the sight of him in a fitted dress shirt and slacks, the uniform of a man who meant business, yet exuded a certain charm that made her pulse quicken. He accepted the mug she handed him with a nod of thanks, his eyes lingering on her face for a moment longer than necessary. "I appreciate you doing this. I know mornings are your time to recharge." She shrugged, hiding her smile behind the coffee cup. "I'm just trying to keep you caffeinated and focused." "Focus is one thing I could use today," he admitted, a hint of a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The playful banter felt good, a welcome distraction from the weight of their upcoming meeting. But as quickly as it had come, the levity faded, replaced by the gravity of their reality. "Are you ready?" she asked, taking a sip of her coffee, the warmth spreading through her as she sought to gauge his mood. Carter sighed, his gaze shifting to the view outside the window, an expansive skyline that seemed to reflect the ambitions they both harbored. "I'm as ready as I'll ever be," he replied, his voice low and serious. "Just remember, we're in this together," she reminded him gently. "Whatever happens, we're partners." He turned to her, his expression softening. "I know, and I'm grateful for that. You've changed everything for me, Emily." Her heart soared at his words, a mixture of warmth and determination flooding her. "And you've changed everything for me. We're building something new, something important." With a shared, knowing look, they finished their coffee and made their way to the conference room. As they entered, the atmosphere shifted, the air thick with professionalism and the sound of rustling papers. Carter's legal team was already assembled, each member sporting a serious demeanor that matched the gravity of their discussion. Carter took his place at the head of the long table, and Emily settled beside him, her nerves tingling in anticipation. "Thank you all for coming," Carter began, his voice steady. "As you know, today we'll be reviewing the terms of my marriage contract with Emily." He paused, glancing at her, and she offered a reassuring nod. "As a reminder, we are seeking to establish a partnership that is mutually beneficial and provides protection for both of us, should we need to exit the agreement in the future." One of the lawyers, a woman in her 40s with sharp features and a no-nonsense attitude, leaned forward, her glasses perched on the end of her nose. "Carter, we need to ensure that the exit clauses are comprehensive. Given the nature of your business and media scrutiny, we can't afford any loose ends." "I understand," Carter replied, a hint of tension creeping into his voice. "What do you propose?" As the discussion intensified, Emily felt the weight of the contract hanging heavily over them. Each clause they debated felt like a roadblock, dragging them back to the cold calculations of their initial arrangement. She watched Carter intently, noting the way his jaw clenched as he focused on the details. He was a man who thrived on control, and the prospect of relinquishing any semblance of stability made him uneasy. "Carter, I think it's crucial that we include a provision for a trial period," Emily interjected, surprising herself with her boldness. "That way, if things don't work out, we can have a clear exit strategy without it becoming a public affair." The room fell silent, all eyes on her. Carter raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. "A trial period? How long are you thinking?" 6 months. It gives us time to truly assess our partnership and decide if it's something we want to continue," she suggested, her heart racing. "We owe it to ourselves to know if this is more than just a contract." The lawyers exchanged glances, and Carter's expression softened as he considered her proposal. "I like that idea. It gives us a chance to navigate our relationship without pressure." Emily felt a rush of warmth at his support, her heart swelling with hope. They were truly in this together. "Then we can draft the addendum," the lead lawyer stated, scribbling notes. "And I'll make sure the terms reflect both parties' intentions going forward." As the meeting continued, Emily felt a renewed sense of purpose. They were crafting something together, piece by piece, and with each discussion, their bond deepened. The atmosphere in the room shifted from sterile to collaborative, and she found herself contributing more, her confidence growing as Carter encouraged her input. Eventually, the meeting concluded and everyone filed out, leaving Emily and Carter alone in the room. "Nice work in there," he said, leaning back in his chair and crossing his arms, a satisfied smile on his face. "You brought a perspective I hadn't considered." "Thank you," she replied, unable to suppress her grin. "I'm just trying to make sure we're both protected." Carter stood, moving closer to her. "And I appreciate it, I really do." He paused, his gaze locking onto hers, the intensity palpable. "You make me want to be better, Emily." Her breath caught in her throat, the sincerity in his words wrapping around her like an embrace. "I feel the same way, Carter. We're stronger together." He nodded, his expression shifting as if he were wrestling with something deep within. "I've never let anyone in like this before." The vulnerability in his admission struck a chord within her. "Neither have I, but it feels right." Suddenly, his phone buzzed on the table, breaking the moment. Carter glanced at the screen, his expression darkening as he read the message. "Damn it," he muttered, running a hand through his hair. "It's my brother. He wants to meet." Emily's heart sank. She had heard whispers of Carter's family troubles, the complexities that lay beneath the surface of his grumpy exterior. "Is that a good thing or a bad thing?" "Neither. It's just complicated," he said, his voice low, as if the very mention of his brother brought forth a storm. "He and I haven't spoken in months." "Do you want to talk about it?" she asked gently, stepping closer, her instinct to support him kicking in. Carter hesitated, his walls nearly cracking under the weight of her concern. "Not really. Not now." "Okay," she said softly, sensing the tension in him. "But I'm here if you need me." He looked at her, gratitude mixing with a hint of vulnerability in his eyes. "I know, thank you." As they walked out of the conference room together, the air felt charged with unspoken emotions. The bond they were creating was palpable, forged through shared experiences and the willingness to be vulnerable. But as they ventured back to the heart of their home, Emily couldn't shake the feeling that the storm was far from over. Carter's family dynamics loomed like dark clouds on the horizon, threatening to rain on their burgeoning partnership. They resumed their day, but Emily found it hard to concentrate as her thoughts drifted back to Carter. What if his brother's arrival shattered the fragile peace they had begun to build? What if it pushed Carter back into his shell, distancing himself from her just when she felt they were making progress? That evening, after a quiet dinner filled with stolen glances and lingering touches, Carter's phone buzzed again. He glanced at it, his brow furrowing. "It's him," he murmured, a mixture of frustration and apprehension in his voice. "Do you want to take it?" Emily asked, her heart tightening at the unease radiating off him. He shook his head, placing the phone down. "No, I'll call him back later, I just need a moment." "Okay," she nodded, sensing the weight on his shoulders. "Do you want to do something to take your mind off it? A movie, maybe?" Carter met her gaze, his expression softening. "That sounds great." They settled onto the couch, a cozy blanket pulled over them as they selected a film. Emily leaned against him, grateful for the warmth radiating from his body. The movie played on, but her mind was elsewhere, wondering about the man beside her and the shadows of his past that threatened to pull him away. As the credits rolled, she glanced up at him, her heart full of concern. "Carter, can I ask you something?" He turned to her, his blue eyes piercing through the dim light. "Anything. What's the story with your brother? Why is it so complicated?" The question hung in the air, and for a moment she feared he would retreat into silence. But then, to her surprise, he sighed deeply, his gaze dropping to the floor as he gathered his thoughts. "It's a long story," he said finally, his voice low. "We were never close, and then, well, things happened. I took a different path than he did, and our choices drove a wedge between us." "What kind of choices?" She pressed gently, her heart aching for him. Carter hesitated, the shadow of his past flickering in his eyes. "He got involved in some questionable business ventures. I couldn't support it. We had a fallout. Words were said that can't be unsaid." Emily searched his face, wanting to reach out and soothe the pain etched in his features. "I'm sorry." He nodded slowly. "It's just, there's a lot of guilt on both sides. I've tried to move on, but family ties are complicated. Do you want to fix it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, unsure if she was crossing a boundary. He met her gaze, vulnerability etched across his features. "I don't know. Part of me wants to, but part of me is terrified of what that will mean." "Whatever happens, I'm here for you," she assured him, her heart swelling with affection. "You won't have to face it alone." Carter's eyes softened, and for the first time she saw a flicker of hope. "Thank you. I don't deserve your kindness, but it means more than you know." As they sat in the dim light, the air heavy with unspoken fears and desires, Emily felt a shift within herself. Carter was beginning to let her in, piece by piece, and though the road ahead remained uncertain, she could feel the foundation of their bond strengthening. In their contract marriage, amid the chaos of their pasts, a new chapter was unfolding. A chapter where love, trust, and vulnerability would pave the way for something profound. Whatever challenges lay ahead, she was ready to face them, hand in hand with the man who had unexpectedly become so much more than a grumpy billionaire. The morning sun filtered through the expansive windows of Carter's penthouse, casting a warm glow across the room. Emily stirred awake, stretching her arms above her head and letting out a soft yawn. The events of the previous night played in her mind like a movie on repeat, the raw honesty, the shared vulnerability, the flicker of hope in Carter's eyes. It was a new day, and with it came the promise of something different, something more. As she swung her legs over the side of the bed, she felt a renewed sense of determination. They had decided to face Carter's family situation together, to confront the ghosts of his past that had haunted him for so long. The idea both exhilarated and terrified her. Emily had never been one to shy away from confrontation, but this was different. This was family, a realm fraught with old wounds and unresolved emotions. She pulled on her favorite sweater, the one that felt like a comforting hug, and made her way to the kitchen. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee wafted through the air, and she smiled. Carter was already up, standing by the espresso machine, his brows furrowed in concentration. He glanced up as she entered, a hint of surprise softening his features. "Good morning," he said, pouring the rich, dark liquid into a mug. "Morning," she replied, her voice cheerful. "Coffee smells amazing." "It's the least I can do after last night," he said, handing her the mug. His fingers brushed against hers, igniting a warmth that spread through her. "You know, for someone who claims to be just grumpy, you're quite good at this whole emotional support thing." She chuckled, taking a sip of the coffee that warmed her from the inside out. "I've had practice. It's part of my charm." He raised an eyebrow, a teasing light dancing in his eyes. "Charm, huh? Maybe I should take notes." They shared a laugh, the sound light and free, a welcome respite from the heaviness of the previous days. But beneath the surface, Emily felt the tension building again. Today would be significant. After breakfast, they planned to visit Carter's family home, the place that had once been a sanctuary for him, but now felt like a prison filled with memories. He wanted to escape. As they sat at the kitchen island, the atmosphere shifted slightly. Carter's expression turned serious as he set his mug down. "Are you sure you're ready for this?" Emily looked into his eyes, searching for the underlying fear that she knew was there. "I am, but only if you are." "I need to be," he admitted, his voice low. "I can't keep running away from them or from what happened. It's like a shadow that follows me everywhere." "Then let's face it together," she said firmly. "You're not alone in this, remember?" His gaze softened, and she could see the gratitude shining through. "Thank you, Emily. I don't think I would have the courage to do this without you." With their plans set and a shared determination igniting their spirits, they finished their breakfast and prepared to leave. Emily could feel the flutter of nerves in her stomach as they stepped into Carter's sleek black car. The city rolled by outside, vibrant and alive, contrasting with the heavy weight of anticipation that filled the vehicle. "Do you want to talk about it?" she asked, breaking the silence that had settled between them. He shook his head, a hint of humor returning to his lips. "Talking about my family? That's a recipe for disaster. Let's save that for when we're there." Emily smiled, relieved that he could still find a way to lighten the mood. As they drove closer to his family home, the towering buildings gave way to tree-lined streets and sprawling lawns. Carter's childhood house loomed ahead, an imposing structure that seemed to watch them approach with judgment. "I can't believe I used to think this place was beautiful," he muttered under his breath, the bitterness lacing his tone unmistakable. "It's just a house," she said softly, wanting to ease the tension. "What matters is what you make of it today." Carter parked the car, running a hand through his hair. "Ready?" "Always," she replied, giving him an encouraging smile. She stepped out of the car and took a deep breath, trying to shake off the feeling that had settled in her chest. Together, they walked up to the door, the crunch of gravel beneath their feet echoing in the stillness of the afternoon. Carter raised his hand to knock, hesitating for a moment before the sound of footsteps approached from the other side. The door swung open, revealing a woman in her late 50s, her expression a mixture of surprise and wariness. "Carter," she said, her voice trembling. "Is that really you?" "Hi, Mom," he said, his tone flat as if the words were foreign to him. Emily felt the atmosphere shift instantly, tension crackling in the air. She stepped back slightly, feeling like an intruder in this moment. "Maybe I should." "No," Carter said quickly, his voice firm. "You're coming in." The woman stepped aside, allowing them to enter. The interior of the house was just as Emily had imagined, grand yet cold, filled with family portraits that told a story of a life once cherished. But as she glanced around, a sense of unease settled in her stomach. "Carter, it's been so long," his mother said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I thought you'd never come back." "Neither did I," he replied, his voice edged with bitterness. "But I had to confront some things." Emily watched the exchange, her heart aching for Carter. There was a chasm between them that only years of hurt could create. She stepped closer to him, wanting to offer her presence as a form of support to help bridge that gap. "You don't have to do this alone," she whispered, barely audible over the tension in the room. His eyes flickered to her, a brief moment of warmth softening the hard lines of his features. "I know." His mother cleared her throat, trying to regain composure. "Would you like to sit down? I made some tea." "Thanks, but I'm not here for tea," Carter said. "We need to talk about what happened, about Dad." The mention of his father hung heavily in the air, a reminder of the wounds that hadn't yet healed. Emily could feel the weight of the unspoken history pressing down on them as they moved to the living room, the air thick with unresolved emotions. Carter's mother took a seat, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. "I don't know if this is the right time." "It's the only time," Carter interrupted, his voice rising slightly. Keep pretending that everything is fine. I can't keep avoiding this, you know that." She looked at him, her expression a mix of fear and defiance. "You think I wanted any of this? You think it was easy to watch your father spiral?" Emily took a step closer, sensing the need for mediation. "Maybe we can talk about this without blame. You both have suffered. Let's focus on healing rather than reopening old wounds." Carter's mother glanced at Emily, surprised by her interjection. "Who are you?" "I'm Emily," she said gently, "Carter's wife." The word felt strange on her tongue, but it also felt like a shield between them and the tension that threatened to unravel everything. "Wife," the surprise in his mother's voice was palpable. "You married him?" "Yes," she confirmed. "It's a contract marriage, but it's real in many ways. We're here to support each other." Carter looked at her, gratitude mingling with confusion on his face. "What are you doing?" "Helping," she replied softly. "You both need to talk. If you don't, this will never heal." His mother's expression softened just a fraction, the hostility slowly melting into something resembling vulnerability. I never wanted you to feel alone, Carter. I thought if I stayed silent, it would protect you. What it did was push me away, he said, his voice steadier now. We have to stop this cycle of silence. It's time to be honest with each other. Emily felt the tension ease slightly, recognizing that this was a pivotal moment for Carter. He was facing his family, confronting the past, and she was proud of him for taking this step. Carter's mother wiped away a tear, her voice cracking. I miss him, Carter. I miss your father every day, and I hate that it ended the way it did. Emily exchanged a glance with Carter, sensing the shift in the air. Maybe sharing those memories could help, she suggested. The good ones, the moments that made you all family. Carter's gaze softened as he looked at his mother. What do you remember? What made you fall in love with him? His mother hesitated but then began to speak. He had this laugh so contagious. It could light up a room, and when we danced together, it felt like nothing else mattered. Slowly, as memories flowed between them, the walls began to crumble. Emily watched, her heart swelling with hope as laughter mingled with tears, healing replacing the past's bitterness. It was a slow process, but with every shared story, every moment of vulnerability, she could see Carter begin to change. See, she whispered under her breath, squeezing Carter's hand. You're doing it. Later, when the afternoon light began to wane, they sat together, three people who had once been strangers bound by pain, but now connected by the shared desire for reconciliation. The room was quieter, the atmosphere no longer suffocating. Thank you for coming back, his mother said, her voice steady. I should have reached out sooner. Carter nodded slowly, the weight of years lifting from his shoulders. We can't change the past, but we can try to move forward, together. Emily watched, feeling a swell of pride for Carter. He was confronting his fears, taking charge of his life, and she was grateful to be a part of that transformation. As they left his family home, the air was crisp, carrying with it the promise of new beginnings. Carter walked beside her, a sense of ease settling between them as they stepped into the world anew. Thank you for today, he said, glancing down at her with those intense eyes that always seemed to see right through her. I couldn't have done it without you. You didn't just do it because of me. You had it in you all along, she replied, her heart full. You just needed a nudge. A nudge and a partner, he said, a hint of a smile breaking through his usually grumpy demeanor. And in that moment, as they walked side by side, Emily realized that the contract between them was no longer just a legal agreement. It was something much deeper, an alliance forged in vulnerability, shared dreams, and the courage to confront their pasts. The road ahead might still be filled with challenges, but together they were ready to face anything. And perhaps, as they continued to navigate the complexities of their relationship, love would find a way to blossom amidst the chaos, turning a marriage of necessity into something beautiful. The next few days unfolded in a haze of renewed hope and tentative strides as Emily and Carter settled into a rhythm that was distinctly theirs. They had returned to their penthouse, a sanctuary that had held so much tension and uncertainty, yet now pulsed with a new energy. Their conversations, once laced with guardedness, had transformed into deeper exchanges, revealing snippets of their lives, not just the glittering highlights but the shadows that lingered in the corners. Emily had noticed how Carter's expressions softened when he talked about his dreams for the future, the way his eyes lit up with passion when he discussed his business ventures. She found herself increasingly captivated by the man behind the grumpy facade, the one who was ambitious yet vulnerable, driven yet haunted. He was beginning to let her see the layers beneath his surface, and with each revelation, she felt the invisible threads that bound them tight. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting warm hues across the sky, they sat on the balcony, surrounded by the city skyline. The air was thick with the scent of blooming jasmine, a hint of summer lingering in the breeze. Do you ever think about what you want? Carter asked suddenly, his voice breaking the comfortable silence that had enveloped them. Emily turned to him, searching his face. What do you mean? Like, what do you want for yourself, your future? He elaborated, his gaze focused on the distant lights twinkling like stars. Not just in this contract, but beyond it. The question sent a ripple of uncertainty through her. She had been so focused on their present, on helping him navigate his family crisis, that she hadn't given much thought to her own aspirations. I used to dream a lot, she admitted, her voice soft. But life has a way of redirecting those dreams, doesn't it? I used to want to travel the world, maybe start my own art gallery one day. A shadow crossed Carter's features. Art gallery? Yeah, she smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her heart at the thought. I love art. It's my escape, my passion. But after my parents, Accident and the debts piling up, I've had to put that on hold. Right now, I'm just trying to survive. Emily steeled herself, knowing she was revealing a part of herself that had remained hidden for too long, almost afraid of being judged. But instead of the disinterest or irritation she expected, she found Carter's eyes locked onto hers, filled with an intensity that made her heart race. "Why not pursue it now?" he asked, his tone earnest. "You have a unique vision, Emily. You should share it with the world." She laughed lightly, but there was a bittersweet edge to it. "Easier said than done. I need to focus on keeping this contract and helping you with your family. There's no room for dreams right now." Carter's expression darkened slightly, a flicker of frustration passing over his features. "You deserve more than just surviving. You deserve to thrive. You have talent and passion. Don't let fear hold you back." His words struck a chord, and she felt a surge of warmth and determination welling up within her. "Maybe. One day," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Perhaps once we're settled and your family situation calms down, I can think about it again." "Let's make a pact," Carter proposed suddenly, his voice steady. "For every step forward I take with my family, you take one towards your dreams. We'll hold each other accountable." Emily blinked, taken aback by the unexpectedness of his proposition. "You'd really want to do that?" "Absolutely. We'll be a team." "I don't want to just keep leaning on you. You deserve to flourish too," he replied, a hint of determination in his voice. She felt a rush of gratitude wash over her, a warmth that wrapped around her heart. "Okay, I'm in, but you have to promise to keep working on your family too. I know it's a lot, but I'm here for you." Carter nodded, a smile tugging at his lips. "Deal." That night, they sealed their pact with a shared glass of wine, laughter filling the air as they talked about the future. The walls of uncertainty began to crumble. And in their place, a sense of camaraderie blossomed, a partnership built on mutual support and understanding. But as the days passed, a new challenge emerged, one that threatened to shake the very foundation they had started to build. It happened one afternoon when Carter received a call from his mother. The tension in his voice immediately set Emily on edge as she watched him pace the room, his fingers running through his hair, the familiar signs of stress creeping back in. "What's wrong?" she asked as he hung up, anxiety coating her words. "It's about the family business," Carter replied, his expression darkening. "My father wants to expand into a new market, and he's pressuring me to join the board. He thinks I'm ready to take on more responsibility." Emily's heart sank at the worry etched in his features. "But you just started to reconcile with them. Is this really the right time?" Carter shook his head, frustration evident. "It's never the right time for them. They don't understand that I need to do this on my own terms. If I don't agree, it'll only create more tension. They'll see it as a rejection." "Maybe you can negotiate," she suggested, stepping closer, wanting to bridge the distance his family issues had suddenly created. "Tell them you need time to adjust after everything that's happened." He looked at her, and for a brief moment she saw the flicker of hope, but it was quickly replaced by doubt. "I'm not sure they'd listen. My father has always been about control. He expects me to follow his path without question." Emily took a deep breath, trying to calm the storm brewing within her. "Then you need to stand your ground. Protect your space, Carter. You've made so much progress. Don't let them pull you back into old patterns. You deserve to carve out your own identity." Her words seemed to resonate, and she watched as he absorbed them, weighing them against the pressures pressing down on him. "Maybe you're right," he conceded, but the uncertainty still lingered in his eyes. "But what if they threaten to cut me off again? Then?" "They'll lose you, Carter. They'll lose the man you're becoming," she said firmly, her conviction unwavering. "Don't let fear dictate your choices. You have a voice. Use it." He met her gaze, and for a moment the tension in his shoulders eased slightly. "I'll think about it." "Good," she smiled, hoping to lift the weight from his heart. "Just remember that I'm here for you, no matter what." As the evening wore on, Emily could sense the struggle within him, but she also felt a shift, a determination beginning to form. They were in this together, standing side by side against the challenges life threw their way. But the following day, just as they were about to head out for a celebratory brunch, one to mark the small victories in their uncharted territory, Carter's phone buzzed again. "Just a minute," he said, glancing at the caller ID. She watched him go tense as he answered the call, his demeanor shifting immediately into something more guarded. "Hello." His voice was clipped, the irritation creeping back into his tone within seconds. Emily could feel her heart racing as she moved to the side, trying to pick up on the conversation. "Dad, I told you I'm not interested in joining the board right now. I need time to figure out my own path." His voice dropped to a low murmur, and she could see the frustration building again, lines etching deeper into his forehead. "No, I won't just blindly follow your plan. I have a life here, and I have responsibilities." She felt a wave of empathy wash over her. They had made progress, but the pull of family obligations threatened to unravel all they had achieved. "Fine, if that's how you see it," he said, his voice tight, and he hung up abruptly, the tension hanging heavy in the air. Emily stepped forward, concern etched on her face. "Carter, are you okay?" He turned, his expression a mixture of annoyance and shame. "My father doesn't get it. He thinks I'm just being difficult. All I want is the chance to make my choices without him breathing down my neck." "Then tell him that," she urged, her voice firm, but she also felt the weight of fear in her own heart. "You're not a child anymore. You don't owe him blind obedience." "I know," he snapped, frustration pouring out, "but it's not that simple. Family dynamics are complicated." "I get that, but you can't sacrifice your happiness for their expectations," she said, her own voice rising slightly. "You deserve a life that you want to lead, not the one they dictate." Carter ran a hand through his hair again, his posture reflecting the conflict raging within him. "I wish it were easy. I wish I could just walk away from all of it." "Then maybe it's time to try," she replied softly, stepping closer, her heart aching for him. "You're building a future, Carter. Don't let the past hold you hostage." For a moment, he seemed to consider her words. "You're right," he said finally, his voice steadier now. "I need to confront my father. I can't keep running away from this." Emily felt a flicker of hope. "Then let's do it together. You're not alone." He looked at her, and for the first time since the call, a hint of a smile broke through the storm clouds. "Together." They stood there for a moment, the unspoken bond between them strengthening. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it side by side, ready to confront not only their respective challenges, but also the growing feelings that had begun to weave their lives together in a way neither had anticipated. As they finally left for brunch, the sun shining brightly overhead, Emily couldn't shake the feeling that they were on the precipice of something monumental. Challenges awaited, but so did the endless possibilities of a shared future, one where love, trust, and vulnerability could blossom amidst the chaos. Together, they would navigate the complexities of their lives, forging a path defined by their choices, not the expectations of those who had come before them. And in that journey, perhaps they would discover that love was not just a fleeting notion, but a powerful force that had the potential to transform their contract into something profoundly beautiful. The week that followed their brunch at Carter's family home unfolded like a delicate tapestry, each thread woven with fragile yet vibrant moments of connection. Emily found herself waking up earlier, anticipating the moments they would share over breakfast. Carter had taken to making coffee, dark and strong, just the way they both liked it, and she had taken to unpacking the layers of emotion that had begun to unfurl between them. They had entered a new phase of their contract, one where their interactions felt less like obligations and more like choices. Yet, beneath the surface of their growing camaraderie lay the unmistakable tension of unspoken feelings. As she watched him move around the kitchen, she couldn't help but admire the way he handled everything with an air of quiet competence, the precise movements of a man who had mastered his environment but was still learning how to navigate the uncharted territory of his own heart. "Breakfast is almost ready," he called over his shoulder, his voice steady but edged with something softer, something more intimate. "Need any help?" she offered, stepping into the kitchen where the scent of sizzling eggs filled the air, mingling with the aroma of freshly brewed coffee. He turned to face her, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. "Only if you promise not to burn anything." Emily rolled her eyes playfully, the banter coming more easily with each passing day. "I'll have you know I'm an excellent cook." "Fried rice doesn't count," he shot back, a grin breaking through his typically gruff exterior. The light-hearted exchange brought warmth to her heart, the kind that made her believe they were building something real. Yet, as they settled down to eat, the weight of their respective challenges loomed over them. The impending conversation with Carter's father hung in the air like an uninvited guest, waiting for the right moment to make its presence known. "Have you thought any more about how you want to approach your father?" she asked, her voice gentle but probing. Carter's brow furrowed as he pushed his plate aside, the remnants of his breakfast untouched. I think it's time I stopped deferring to him. I have my own life now, and I need him to understand that." "That sounds like a good start," Emily encouraged, her heart swelling with admiration for his resolve. "Just be honest with him." He met her gaze, the intensity of his dark eyes almost disarming. "Honesty is a tricky thing. It can either set you free or invite chaos. Sometimes chaos is necessary for growth, she countered, feeling the heat of her conviction. You're not the same person you were when you last saw him. You've changed, Carter, and so has your relationship with him. Give yourself the chance to express that. Carter leaned back in his chair, taking a moment to contemplate her words. She could see the gears in his mind turning, weighing her advice carefully. You're right, it's just, I've never been able to separate my identity from his expectations. That's what makes this moment different. You're doing it for you now, not for him. He nodded slowly, the tension in his shoulders easing just a fraction. Thank you for believing in me. Emily smiled, the warmth in her chest blooming anew. Always. As the days turned into a week, they fell into a comfortable rhythm. They'd establish small rituals, coffee in the mornings, and quiet evenings spent watching documentaries or reading in companionable silence. There was an effortless flow to their lives together that made Emily feel like they were building a sanctuary amid the chaos of their respective pasts. Yet, as they moved forward, she felt a nagging uncertainty beginning to creep in. The more time they spent together, the more she found herself becoming entwined in Carter's world, and the more she began to grapple with her own feelings. It was one thing to stand by him as a supportive partner during his emotional battles, but it was another to confront her growing attraction to him. It was on a particularly rainy Saturday afternoon that the dam finally broke. Emily had been curled up on the couch, a blanket draped over her legs, engrossed in a novel as thunder rumbled in the distance. Carter had retreated to his study, ostensibly working, but she knew he was only a room away. As she turned the page, her phone buzzed beside her. A message from her sister flashed on the screen, pulling her out of her thoughts. Emily, I need your help. Can you come over? It's urgent. Her heart sank. The last time Hadley had called her in a panic, it had been about a broken engagement. She took a deep breath, her mind racing with possibilities. What could it be this time? She typed back quickly, on my way. What's going on? After a few moments, Hadley replied, I'll explain when you get here. Please hurry. With urgency pooling in her stomach, Emily tossed her book aside and grabbed her coat. She needed to tell Carter where she was going, but a wave of hesitation washed over her. Would he understand? Would he be supportive, or would he feel abandoned? The thought of leaving him, even just for a couple of hours, felt heavy. Resigning herself to the inevitable, she navigated to his study. He was sitting at his desk, papers scattered around him, the glow of his laptop illuminating his face. Hey, she said softly, drawing his attention. Everything okay? He asked, his brow furrowing. I just got a message from Hadley. She said it's urgent, so I'm going to her place for a bit, she explained quickly. Carter leaned back in his chair, his expression shifting from concern to something more guarded. Is everything all right with her? I don't know yet, she admitted, but I'll text you as soon as I can. The silence stretched between them, thick and charged. She could practically feel the conflict in his gaze, the way he was weighing her words against his instincts. Okay, he finally said, though his tone was clipped. Just be careful. I will, she promised, though the moment lingered in the air. Before she could second-guess herself, she leaned down and pressed a quick kiss to his cheek, a simple gesture of affection that she hoped would lessen the tension. He turned his head slightly, the warmth of her touch lingering like an unspoken vow as she pulled away. See you soon, she said, forcing a bright smile before heading out the door. As she drove through the rain, her heart raced not just from concern for Hadley, but from the unresolved feelings swirling inside her. She glanced at her reflection in the rearview mirror, searching for answers that seemed elusive. Did she dare to admit the truth? That amidst the chaos of their contract marriage, she had begun to fall for the grumpy billionaire who had unexpectedly become her partner in this strange dance of life. Arriving at her sister's apartment, Emily rushed up the stairs, her mind racing with possibilities. She knocked briskly on the door, and it swung open to reveal Hadley, her face pale and drawn. Em, she gasped, pulling her inside. I'm so glad you're here. I don't know what to do. Take a deep breath, Emily said, wrapping her arms around her sister. What happened? Hadley led her to the small living room where a pile of unopened mail and scattered belongings hinted at a life in disarray. It's Matthew, she said, her voice shaky. He broke up with me. Emily's stomach dropped. Oh no, Hadley, I'm so sorry. He said he needs space, Hadley continued, her eyes glistening. But I don't understand. We were supposed to get married, we had plans, and now everything feels like it's falling apart. Emily sat beside her sister, drawing her into a comforting embrace. You deserve answers, Hadley, but this doesn't define your worth. You're so much more than this relationship. I thought I could rely on him, you know? Hadley's voice cracked. Now I feel so lost. Emily's heart ached for her sister, the familiar pang of empathy stirring inside her. Let's take it one step at a time. What do you want to do right now? I don't know, Hadley whispered, the weight of uncertainty palpable in the air. I just feel so alone. Emily held her sister tighter, feeling the gravity of the moment settle deep within her. You're not alone. I'm here for you, and we'll figure this out together. As the rain drummed steadily against the window, the sisters sat in silence, the bond of family providing a small glimmer of solace. In that moment, Emily felt a glimpse of clarity amid the chaos of her own feelings. The love she had for Carter wasn't just a fleeting notion. It was a deeper connection that had grown within the cracks of their contract marriage. And as they moved through Hadley's heartache together, Emily made a silent promise to confront her own emotions. When she returned to Carter, she would no longer shy away from the truth. They had both faced their pasts, and now it was time to embrace the possibility of a future that might surprise them both. With renewed determination, she took Hadley's hand, squeezing it tightly. We'll get through this, one step at a time. And in that moment of solidarity, Emily realized that the journey they were on was not solely about contracts or convenience. It was about the choices they made, the love they nurtured, and the strength they found in each other. Before she left, Emily sent Carter a quick text. Hadley is going through a tough time. I'll be here for a while. I'll keep you updated. She hoped he would understand, but as she settled into the comforting rhythm of sisterhood, she also knew she would soon have to confront the growing love that lingered between them. The storm outside might rage, but there was a light ahead, one that promised warmth, healing, and perhaps a love that would finally break through the barriers they had both built around their hearts. Emily spent several hours with Hadley, offering comfort and sharing stories from their childhood that elicited laughter even through the tears. The weight of her sister's heartache was palpable, yet in those moments of vulnerability, the two found a renewed sense of strength. They were sisters first, friends second, and through thick and thin, they would face the world together. As the evening settled in, Emily finally excused herself to return home. She glanced at her phone. There was no response from Carter. She felt a twinge of guilt, remembering that she had left him in a moment of rare openness. It was a crucial time for him, an opportunity to begin healing from the scars his father had left behind. She hoped he was following through, working towards that confrontation they had discussed. The ride back to Carter's penthouse was filled with an odd mix of anxiety and anticipation. The air outside was crisp, a welcome change from the emotional turmoil of the day. Emily felt a sense of purpose simmering in her chest. She wanted to tell Carter everything she had realized about her feelings for him. They had weathered storms together, and now it was high time to embrace the sun. As she stepped into the penthouse, she was greeted by the familiar scent of cedar and leather. Carter was standing by the large window, his silhouette framed by the city lights. She had seen him in many moods, but tonight he appeared contemplative. The weight of his past loomed in the space between them, and she wanted to bridge that gap. "Carter," she called softly, taking a few steps towards him. He turned, his expression darkening momentarily before it softened upon seeing her. "Hey. How was your day?" Emily could see the exhaustion etched on his face, a testament to his struggles. "It was complicated. Hadley is still processing everything." Carter nodded, a pained expression crossing his features. "I'm sorry she's going through this. If there's anything I can do—" "You already are," she interrupted gently, moving closer. "Just being here, supporting me, it means a lot." He looked away for a moment as if battling some internal demon, then met her gaze again. "And how about you? How are you holding up?" The sincerity in his voice made her heart leap. "I'm doing okay. I realized today that I need to be open with you, Carter, about everything, the contract." "My feelings," his brow furrowed slightly. "Emily, please just give me a moment," she urged, her pulse quickening. "I don't want to hide behind the terms of our agreement anymore. I know we started this as a marriage of convenience, but I've come to understand that it's become something much more for me." Carter's eyes widened, a mix of surprise and uncertainty flashing across his features. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that I care about you deeply," she confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. "You're not just the grumpy billionaire I contracted with anymore. You're someone I want to share my life with beyond this arrangement. I want to be there for you, and I want you to let me in." Silence enveloped them, thick and heavy. Emily could feel her heart pounding in her chest, anticipating his reaction. Would he pull away, retreating into his usual guarded demeanor, or would he surprise her as he had so many times before? "Emily," he began slowly, his voice laced with hesitation. "I've never. No one ever told me that before, not like this. Maybe because you've never let anyone in, she replied softly, her eyes searching his. I understand that your past has shaped you, but it doesn't have to define your future. We can face it together if you let me. Carter turned back to the window, the city lights flickering like stars beneath them. It's not that simple. I have so much baggage, so many things I need to sort out. I don't want you to have to shoulder that burden because of me. It's not a burden I'm afraid of, she insisted, stepping closer. It's the thought of losing you that terrifies me. He turned to her, something akin to vulnerability flickering in his eyes. Emily, before he could finish, the sharp trill of his phone broke the tension. He glanced at the screen, frowning before answering. What is it? Emily could see the shift in his demeanor as he listened intently. I see, yes, I understand. I'll be there shortly. His voice was clipped and professional, the billionaire facade slipping back into place. When he hung up, she could see the tension in his jaw. I have to go. Another emergency at the office, he said, his tone dismissive. Can it wait? She asked, feeling the heat of their moment dissipate. Carter ran a hand through his hair. Frustration evident on his face. I wish it could, but you know how it is, I can't just drop everything. I do know how it is, she replied, her voice steady despite the turmoil inside her. But you can't keep running away from your feelings either. We need to talk about this, Carter. You can't keep avoiding it. His gaze softened, but the spark of conflict remained. I'll be back as soon as I can, I promise. Promise? She echoed, a hint of desperation slipping into her voice. He nodded slightly, but the weight of unspoken words hung heavily between them. I'll try to be quick. With that, he slipped on his jacket and left, the door clicking shut behind him. As silence filled the penthouse, Emily felt a wave of frustration and disappointment wash over her. How had they come so close only to be interrupted? She paced the spacious living room, glancing at the city skyline through the window that had been a backdrop for so many of their significant moments. She needed to give it time, but the fear of losing him to his past was gnawing at her insides. As the hours passed, she busied herself with chores, trying to distract her racing mind. She washed dishes and tidied up the living room, but her thoughts kept wandering back to Carter. What if he didn't come back? What if he returned to his fortress of solitude, leaving behind the connection they had just begun to explore? With a sigh, she collapsed onto the couch, feeling the exhaustion of the day settle in. She pulled out her phone, scrolling through pictures of them together, both the mundane moments and the ones filled with laughter. Each image reminded her of how far they had come, how much they had both grown. Just as she was lost in thought, her phone buzzed with a text message. It was from Carter. Hey, I'm sorry I had to leave. Something came up that I couldn't avoid. I'll be back soon. Emily's heart raced at the thought of his return. She quickly typed back, I understand. Just please come home soon. We need to talk. The response was almost immediate. I promise I'll be there as soon as I can. Hang tight. With that reassurance, she settled in, finding comfort in the thought of their conversation to come. It would be a pivotal moment, one that could change everything. As the night wore on, she found herself drifting into a restless sleep, her dreams filled with visions of what could be. But as the hours passed, the dreams turned darker, reflecting her fears of losing him to the shadows of his past. When she woke, the sun was just beginning to peek through the curtains, casting a golden glow across the room. She glanced at her phone, no message from Carter. A pang of anxiety shot through her. Had something happened? With each passing minute, her worry intensified until finally she decided to call him. The phone rang, but there was no answer. Her heart sank. As she paced the living room, a mixture of frustration and fear churned inside her. Did he truly mean to come back, or had he gotten lost in the labyrinth of his responsibilities once again? Finally, she decided to text him one more time. Carter, please let me know you're okay. The minutes ticked by, each one feeling like an eternity. Just as she was about to lose hope, her phone buzzed. Emily, I'm so sorry. I got caught up with a critical issue at work, but I'll be home soon. Can I come? Over to you, relief flooded her senses. Of course, I'll be waiting. The next hour felt like a roller coaster, excitement, anticipation, and a tinge of fear danced in her chest. She wanted nothing more than to have the conversation they had both been tiptoeing around. When Carter finally entered the apartment, he looked tired yet determined. His usual crisp appearance was slightly disheveled, an indication of the weight he had been carrying. Emily, he said, his voice low. Carter, she replied, stepping forward. You look exhausted. He managed a small smile. You should see the other guy, he said, trying to inject humor into the situation, but the weariness in his eyes betrayed him. Let's sit down, she suggested, leading him to the couch. She could feel the tension radiating from him as they settled in, both of them acutely aware of the conversation that was about to take place. "About what we were discussing last night," she began, her heart racing. "Yes," he interrupted, looking directly at her, the weight of his gaze both intense and vulnerable. "We need to talk about it." The moment felt monumental, charged with everything they had been through together. She took a deep breath, gathering her courage. "Carter, I want to be honest about my feelings. I've never felt this way about anyone before. You've shown me a side of you that I never expected, and I want to explore it further." He opened his mouth to respond but hesitated. "Emily, I care about you too, but I've been hurt before and I don't know if I'm ready to dive into something deeper. My past doesn't have to dictate your future," she interjected gently. "We're not our past mistakes. We have the power to choose differently." Carter looked away, his expression troubled. "What if I fail? What if I hurt you?" "You won't know unless you try," she insisted, reaching out to touch his hand. "We're both scared, but we can face it together. I believe in us, in this connection we've built, and I want to see where it can take us." He took a deep breath, the weight of her words settling in. "You make it sound so easy, but you have no idea what I've been through. I've built walls for a reason, Emily. I don't want to let anyone in only to have them walk away." "I'm not going anywhere," she promised, squeezing his hand tightly. "I want you to know that I'm here for you no matter what. Let's take it slow together. We can figure this out." His eyes locked onto hers, the storm within him slowly starting to calm. "You really mean that?" "I do, but you need to meet me halfway. You can't shut me out. I want to be there for you, but you have to let me in." Carter paused, a flicker of something vulnerable crossing his features. "Okay, I'll try. Just understand that it won't be easy for me. I'm not used to this." "Neither am I," she replied, a soft smile breaking through her earlier tension. "But maybe that's okay. We're in this together, remember?" He took a moment, then nodded, a tentative smile appearing on his lips. Together. With that simple word, a new chapter unfurled before them, a promise of healing, growth, and perhaps something that could blossom into love. As they sat side by side, Emily felt a sense of hope enveloping them both. They had faced the chaos of their pasts, and now it was time to embrace the possibility of a future built on trust, understanding, and the courage to love. Emily stared out the window, the rain cascading down the glass like 1,000 tiny rivers, each droplet blurring the world outside. She could barely focus. Her mind was a whirlpool of thoughts, memories, and emotions. Hadley's health had taken a toll on her, and the weight of the situation pressed heavily on her shoulders. Yet, amidst the turmoil, the memory of her conversation with Carter lingered, a flicker of hope that had ignited something deep within her. The sound of her phone vibrating on the table drew her from her reverie. She picked it up, her heart racing as she saw Carter's name flash across the screen. "Hey," she answered, trying to keep her voice steady despite the swell of feelings within her. "Hey," he replied, his voice deep and warm, instantly wrapping around her like a cozy blanket. "How Hadley?" Emily let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. "She's holding up. We had a good talk today. I think she's starting to accept what's happening." "That's good to hear," Carter said, though. She could hear the tension lacing his words. Is she in a good place?" "For now, yes," she replied, glancing towards the door as if Hadley might walk in at any moment. "But it's going to be a long road. I want to be here for her as much as I can." "I understand," he said softly. "Just remember to take care of yourself, too." "I will," she promised, feeling a warmth spread through her heart at his concern. "How about you? How's everything at home?" He chuckled lightly, a sound she had grown to appreciate. "About as chaotic as usual. I've been going through the proposals for the new project. I'm trying to keep myself busy, you know?" "Busy isn't a bad thing," she encouraged. "But you should also take breaks. You can't run on empty." "Don't preach to me, Emily," he teased, but there was a hint of sincerity in his words. "You're right, though. I'll try to take it easy. Maybe I'll even try cooking again." Emily laughed, the sound brightening. "The dim room. Just be careful you don't burn the kitchen down." "I'll take that as a challenge," he replied, and for a moment they were lost in their banter, the heavy weight of reality slipping away. Yet, as the conversation dwindled, Emily felt the air grow thicker with unspoken words. She had to confront the growing connection between them. "Carter," she began, her voice hesitant yet firm. "About our earlier conversation?" "Yeah." He sounded attentive, his tone shifting to something more serious. "I meant what I said. I'm here for you, but I need you to be honest with me. We can't keep dancing around our feelings if we want this to work." He paused, and the silence stretched out like an eternity. "I know, it's just I have a lot of baggage, Emily. I've spent years building these walls, and it's hard to let someone in." "I get that," she replied, her heart pounding. But I'm not like those people who hurt you. I want to understand you, and I want you to understand. Me too. I'm scared, he admitted suddenly, his voice raw. What if letting you in means letting you hurt me? Emily's chest tightened at the vulnerability in his words. But what if keeping you out means never knowing how incredible we could be together? What's the point of living in fear? Another beat of silence passed, but this time it felt charged with possibility. You're right, he finally said, though his voice was barely above a whisper. I don't want to live in fear either. Then let's take this one step at a time, she suggested, her heart racing at the thought of what they could discover together. We can share our pasts and our hopes for the future. Okay, he agreed, a hint of determination in his tone, but you have to promise me something. What's that? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Promise me you won't give up on me when I inevitably pull away. I'll try to be open, but it won't happen overnight. I promise, she vowed, feeling a sense of commitment swell. Within her, we're in this together, remember? Together. His voice was steadier now, firmer, as if they had both crossed an invisible line into uncharted territory. As they ended the call, a sense of clarity washed over Emily. The fears that had plagued her heart began to dissipate, replaced by a burgeoning hope. Love was complex, but it was also beautiful, and she was ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. Days passed, and Emily found herself enveloped in the comforting routine of sisterly support while still managing her newfound status as a wife to Carter. Hadley was slowly regaining her strength, and with every small victory, Emily felt a profound sense of gratitude. She often texted Carter updates, sharing both Hadley's progress and her reactions to the latest Netflix shows they binged together. Just saw the latest episode. I can't believe they killed off the main character. She texted one night, her laughter bubbling through as Hadley gasped in horror beside her. I knew they would do that, Carter replied, his response almost immediate. That show is notorious for shocking twists. You should have seen it coming. Thanks for the spoiler alert, Emily replied, her tone playful. Now I'm going to have to rethink my entire viewing strategy. Just wait until you see the next episode. It's about to get even crazier, he warned, and she could practically hear the smirk in his voice. As the night wore on, Emily felt her thoughts drift back to the impending confrontation with her own feelings. Hadley was doing better, and Emily couldn't help but think it might be time to address the growing tension in her relationship with Carter. It was no longer just a contract. It was a partnership, one that had the potential to blossom into something more. The next day, with resolve in her heart, Emily decided to invite Carter over for dinner. It would be a simple meal, just pasta and salad, but she wanted it to be special. A space where they could talk, share, and perhaps take a step deeper into the unknown. As she cooked, the aroma of garlic and herbs filled the small kitchen, wrapping around her like a warm hug. She set the table with care, adding candles and a vase filled with fresh flowers she had picked up from the market. The atmosphere was inviting, and she hoped it would provide the perfect backdrop for their conversation. When Carter arrived, she felt a rush of anticipation. He stepped inside, shaking off the rain from his coat, his expression softening as he took in the cozy scene. What's the occasion? He asked, a hint of surprise in his tone. No occasion, she replied with a smile, just wanted to share a meal together. He stepped closer, glancing at the table. It looks amazing. Thanks, she said shyly, feeling her cheeks warm under his gaze. I hope you're hungry. Starving, he admitted, and Emily's heart skipped a beat as she led him to the table. They settled in, and as they ate, the conversation flowed easily. They talked about everything from Hadley's recovery to their favorite childhood memories. Emily found herself laughing more than she had in ages, the sound of her joy echoing in the intimate space. But as dinner wound down, she felt the gravity of the moment shift. The lightheartedness of their banter was gradually replaced by an underlying tension, a yearning that seemed to pulse between them. Emily, Carter began, his tone serious, grounding her in the moment. I've been thinking a lot about what we talked about the other day. Her heart raced, and she set her fork down, bracing herself. Me too. I want to share more with you, he said, his gaze unwavering. There's a lot I haven't told you, things that shaped who I am. I want to hear it, she urged, her voice steady. We can't build anything real if we're not honest with each other. He took a deep breath, the weight of his past evident in his expression. I didn't always have the luxury of control over my life. My family's business was everything, and the pressure to succeed was suffocating. I lost sight of myself amidst the expectations. Emily's heart ached for him. That sounds incredibly difficult, but you're not defined by your past, Carter. You've built something incredible for yourself. He nodded, a bittersweet smile on his lips. I appreciate that, but the scars run deep. I've done things I'm not proud of to get here. I pushed people away to protect myself, and I don't want to do that with you. I don't want you to either, she said softly, reaching across the table to take his hand. The contact sent a rush of warmth through her. I'm here, and I want to know you, the good and the bad. With her fingers intertwined with his, she felt the walls between them shifting. I want to be that for you too, he said, his voice earnest. But it's terrifying. I know, she replied, squeezing his hand gently, but we can face the fear together one step at a time. As their eyes met, the air between them crackled with unsaid emotions. This was their moment, a shift that could change everything. I care about you, Emily, Carter finally confessed, the sincerity ringing clear in his voice. A rush of warmth flooded through her, but she was careful not to let her emotions overwhelm her. I care about you too, Carter, more than I ever expected to. He studied her for a moment, his expression serious. Then let's not shy away from this. I want us to explore whatever this is together. Together, she echoed, feeling a thrill of excitement dance through her. As they sat in the flickering candlelight, a sense of hope enveloped them, fragile yet resolute. They were stepping into uncharted territory, but Emily felt confident. They were no longer just a contract. They were partners who were willing to face the complexities of their hearts. In that moment, Emily realized that love was not just a destination. It was a journey, a series of steps taken side by side. And as they began to navigate the winding path ahead, she couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps this was where their story truly began. Emily sat in silence, her heart racing as she processed Carter's admission. The room was thick with an unspoken tension, the flickering candlelight casting soft shadows against the walls. She could feel the weight of their uncharted journey looming ahead, but for the first time, the uncertainty felt less daunting and more invigorating. Do you really think we can do this? Carter's voice broke through her thoughts, tinged with both hope and apprehension. I do, she replied, her confidence bolstered by the sincerity in his eyes. We've already taken the first step by being honest with each other. That's more than I could have asked for a few weeks ago. Carter nodded, but the flicker of doubt in his expression was unmistakable. Honesty is one thing, building a life together is another. She wanted to reach out, to reassure him that they could make it work, but she understood the depth of his fears. We can take it one day at a time. We don't have to rush into anything. Just let me in, Carter, just a little bit more. His gaze softened, and for a moment, Emily believed he might finally let down the walls he had built so high. But suddenly, the moment was interrupted by the shrill ring of her phone. The sound pierced through the quiet atmosphere, startling them both. Emily glanced at the screen and saw her mother's name flashing. Her stomach twisted with anxiety. I should take this, she said, standing up and walking toward the corner of the room. Emily, wait, Carter said, his voice low, almost pleading. I'll be right back, she promised, trying to ease the weight of his worry with a smile. She didn't want to leave the moment behind, but the urgency of her mother's call was pressing. As she answered, the tension of the past few weeks rushed back to her in a wave. Mom, is everything okay? Emily, thank goodness you picked up. I was starting to worry. Her mother's voice came through, laced with panic. We need to talk, it's about your father. Her heart sank. What happened? He's not doing well. His company is in bigger trouble than we thought. I know you have your own life now, but I need your help. We can't afford to lose everything. The words hung in the air like a storm cloud, overwhelming her with dread. What can I do? She asked, her voice trembling. You should come home. We need to figure this out together, her mother urged. Emily glanced back at Carter, who was standing by the window, his face a mask of concern. Mom, just think about it. I know you've got your new marriage, but we can't face this alone. Please, Emily. I'll think about it, she replied, her heart heavy as she hung up. Carter turned toward her, his brows knitted in concern. What's going on? It's my dad. His company, it's worse than we thought. They might lose everything, she said, struggling to keep her voice steady. Mom wants me to come home. Carter's jaw tightened, and Emily could see a storm brewing behind his eyes. What do you want to do? I don't know. I feel torn, Carter. I want to help my family, but I also don't want to abandon what we're starting here. He stepped closer, the distance between them shrinking. You shouldn't feel guilty about wanting to take care of yourself. Your family made choices that put them in this position. I know, but they also sacrificed so much for me. I can't just walk away now that they need me, she replied, feeling the weight of her responsibilities settling heavily on her shoulders. Then go. If that's what you feel you need to do, then do it. I won't hold you back, Carter said, his voice steady but laced with an underlying tension. I don't want to leave you, she admitted, her heart aching at the thought of separating from him. A flicker of something, was it vulnerability? Passed through Carter's eyes. Emily, if you stay here when you should be helping your family, you'll resent me for it. You need to follow your heart. She searched his face for signs of anger or resentment, but all she found was an earnest desire for her to be happy. But what if this is our chance to really explore what we have? What if we're on the brink of something? Then it's still going to be there when you get back, he interrupted, his tone firm yet gentle. I'll be right here, waiting for you. Carter, she began, but he shook his head, cutting her off. I mean it. I don't want to be the reason you ignore your responsibilities. We'll figure this out when you come back. She felt her heart swell with gratitude at his willingness to let her go. You really mean that? Of course I do, but you have to promise me one thing. What's that? Don't let this come between us. No matter what happens while you're gone, we're still in this together, okay? Tears pricked at the corners of her eyes, a combination of gratitude and anxiety swirling within her. I promise. Then go, he said, his voice softening. I'll be here. I'll always be here. The weight of his words lingered in the air as she stepped back, needing a moment to gather her thoughts. Leaving Carter felt like a leap into the unknown, but she knew she couldn't neglect her family. As she grabbed her things, she cast one last glance back at him. He stood there, a pillar of strength, but she could see the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes that matched her own. Text me when you can, he asked, the seriousness of his gaze grounding her. I will, she promised, her heart aching with the knowledge that she was stepping into chaos while leaving behind a fragile piece they had just begun to build together. When she finally left, the cool night air hit her like a slap, and she shivered as she climbed into her car. The drive home felt surreal, a blur of emotions swirling alongside the headlights illuminating the dark road ahead. As she drove, memories flooded her mind, her father's laughter, her mother's hugs, the countless times they had rallied together as a family. She felt the familiar pull of duty and love, a reminder of her roots. But just as quickly, her thoughts shifted to Carter, the way his eyes crinkled when he smiled, the warmth of his hand in hers, and the way he had looked at her when he'd confessed his fears. The juxtaposition of her past and present gnawed at her heart. When she finally reached her childhood home, the familiar sight of the worn-out porch and the soft glow of the lights inside brought a swell of nostalgia. She stepped out of the car, hesitating for a moment before walking toward the front door. Her mother opened it before she could knock, her expression a mixture of relief and worry. Emily, thank you for coming. Of course, Mom, she said, pulling her mother into a tight embrace. What's the plan? Her mother stepped back, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. We need to meet with the investors and see if there's a way to salvage this. I'm so glad you're here. I didn't know if I could handle this all on my own. They sat together at the kitchen table, a stack of papers spread out between them as her mother explained the depths of their financial troubles. Emily listened intently, her mind racing as she tried to absorb everything. As they worked through the numbers, a sense of urgency took hold of her. They needed to come up with a plan, and fast. She felt the weight of family responsibility press down on her, but amid the chaos, thoughts of Carter lingered. How would he cope without her? Would he still be waiting for her when this was all over? With every passing hour, her resolve grew stronger. She would not allow her family to collapse under the weight of their troubles. And yet, a small part of her ached at the thought of leaving Carter behind, especially when she could feel something beautiful beginning to bloom between them. The following days were a whirlwind of meetings and long hours spent poring over spreadsheets. Emily threw herself into the work, determined to find a solution. She and her mother made countless phone calls, reaching out to investors, and her father reluctantly joined the endeavor, though his spirit seemed worn thin. While they fought to save their family legacy, Emily found herself holding onto the hope that Carter was still there, a steady anchor amid the storm. She texted him whenever she could, sharing snippets of her day, a lifeline that helped bridge the distance between them. But as the days turned into a week, her anxiety began to bubble over. She missed him, not just the comfort of his presence, but the sense of safety he provided. There were nights she lay awake, wondering if they could truly withstand the test of time and distance. And just when it seemed like hope was slipping through her fingers, an unexpected breakthrough occurred. They received an offer from a potential investor who saw value in what her father had built and was interested in revitalizing the company. Emily could hardly believe it. "Mom, this could be our chance," she exclaimed, her voice laced. With excitement, her mother's eyes widened, and they quickly set up a meeting. The investor arrived at their home, a sharp-dressed woman with an air of confidence that reminded Emily of Carter. As they discussed potential plans and strategies, the air crackled with renewed energy. Emily felt the thrill of possibility wash over her, and she couldn't help but think of how much Carter would appreciate this moment. It was exhilarating to work together as a family, and for the first time since she had returned, she felt a spark of optimism. But the meeting didn't come without tension. As they presented their ideas, her father struggled with the emotional weight of the situation. The fear of losing everything loomed over him, and Emily watched helplessly as he fought to keep his composure. Finally, in a moment of vulnerability, he looked at her and said, "I don't want you to end up like me." Burdened by this company with no time for the things that truly matter. The words cut through her, and she felt a pang of guilt. "Dad, I'm doing this because I want to help. I can't just walk away. You taught me to fight for what I care about." He sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. "I didn't want this life for you. You deserve to have your own dreams, Emily." "I do have my own dreams," she insisted, her voice firm. "But family is part of that. I can't just leave you behind." The investor watched the exchange, her expression contemplative, and Emily knew they needed to refocus on the meeting. "Let's talk about how we can move forward," she suggested, hoping to steer the conversation back to business. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached an agreement. The investor would provide the necessary funding to keep the company afloat, with the promise of a revitalization plan that would put Emily's father back in control, albeit with oversight to ensure they didn't fall into the same traps again. As they wrapped up the meeting, Emily felt a rush of relief wash over her. They had done it, they had salvaged what seemed lost, and the burden lifted, even if just a little. After the investor left, her mother wrapped her arms around Emily, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You did it, sweetheart, you really saved us." "I couldn't have done it without you," Emily replied, holding her mother tight. But amid the celebration, an ache settled in her heart. She had fought hard for her family, but she couldn't shake the feeling that she was neglecting an equally important part of herself, her relationship with Carter. With the meeting concluded and the burden of her family's company lifted, Emily sat down to text him, her fingers trembling slightly as she typed out her message. "Carter, I have so much to tell you. Can we talk?" Moments later, her phone buzzed with his reply. "Of course, everything okay?" She took a deep breath, her stomach flipping. "Yes. We made a breakthrough. Can I come see you?" There was a slight pause, and she felt her heart race. "Of course, I'll be waiting." With a rush of excitement, Emily made plans to see him. She was ready to face the uncertainties of their relationship head-on, to show him that they could be partners, not just in marriage but in everything. As she drove to his penthouse, anticipation thrummed through her veins. She wanted to share her news, to see the pride in his eyes, and to prove to him that they could navigate their lives together, no matter the obstacles. When she finally arrived, her heart soared at the sight of him standing at the door, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he took her in. "Emily," he exclaimed, stepping aside to let her in. The moment their eyes met, she felt the distance between them vanish in an instant. "Carter, I have so much to tell you," she began, her voice breathless. "Start from the beginning," he urged, his intense gaze never leaving hers. As she shared the story of their family's struggles and triumphs over the past week, she watched the way his expression shifted from concern to admiration. When she finished, his eyes shone with pride. "You did all of that?" he asked incredulously. "I'm amazed by you, Emily." A smile broke across her face, and she couldn't help but feel buoyed by his praise. "I couldn't have done it without my family, but I'm glad I was able to be there for them. You should be proud." "You're incredible," he said, stepping closer, the warmth of his presence wrapping around her like a blanket. "I couldn't have done this without you, Carter. Your support meant everything," she admitted, her heart swelling with affection for him. He reached out, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. "I'll always be here for you, just as you were for them." In that moment, the walls between them began to dissolve further. She leaned in, and before she could think too much about it, she captured his lips with hers. The kiss was soft at first, but it quickly deepened as they both surrendered to the connection that had been building between them. When they finally pulled apart, breathless and dazed, Carter looked down at her, a smirk playing on his lips. "So, what's next for us?" Emily's heart raced, and she could see the flicker of something more profound in his eyes. "I want to explore this, whatever this is between us. I don't want to hold back anymore." His expression softened, and for the first time, she saw a glimmer of vulnerability reflected back at her. "Then let's take this journey together, one step at a time." With his words, a new chapter unfurled before them, one filled with promise, challenge, and the potential for something truly beautiful. Together, they would navigate the intricacies of their lives, forging a path that was uniquely theirs. And as Emily looked into Carter's eyes, she felt a sense of certainty wash over her. They were ready to write their own love story, one that had the potential to be more than a contract. Together, they would build a life, one filled with trust, understanding, and the courage to embrace love in all its complexity. As dawn broke over the city, the soft golden light streamed through the sheer curtains of Emily's bedroom, enveloping the space in a warm embrace. It was a new day, and with it the promise of new beginnings. Emily stirred, blinking against the brightness, and for a fleeting moment she was lost in the blissful memory of the night before. The kiss, the confessions, they played over and over in her mind as she stretched beneath the sheets. But as the moments of warmth faded, reality rushed in like a tide. She was married to Carter Blake, a man who had once seemed so distant and unapproachable, yet who now felt closer than ever. Their contract had transformed from a mere arrangement into something filled with possibility. However, the specter of their initial motives lingered, and Emily knew they had more to confront. With a determined sigh, Emily swung her legs over the side of the bed and stood, feeling the cool floor beneath her feet. She needed to think about their future, about the impending family crisis she had yet to fully divulge to Carter. As she prepared for the day, a nagging doubt gnawed at her. Could she truly let someone in when her own life felt so precarious? Downstairs, she found Carter seated at the kitchen table, a steaming mug in hand, poring over his laptop. The sight of him, disheveled yet focused, made her heart flutter. He looked so human in a way that stripped away the billionaire facade. She approached quietly, not wanting to disturb his concentration. "Good morning," she said softly, and his head snapped up, surprise etched across his features. "Morning," he replied, a slight smile breaking the serious lines of his face. "Sleep well?" "I did, thanks to you," she teased lightly, leaning against the counter. "What are you working on?" "Just some reports for the company," he replied, his eyes darting back to the screen. "It's less exciting than it sounds." "Oh, I don't know," she said, her voice laced with playfulness. "I could always take a stab at it. I'm sure I could work some magic with those spreadsheets." He chuckled, the sound rich and genuine, making her stomach curl with warmth. "I'll leave the magic to you. I wouldn't want to mess up your enchantment." Emily basked in the glow of their banter, but the moment was fleeting. The weight of their contract loomed over her, reminding her of the realities they still faced. "Carter, there's something I need to talk to you about," she said, her voice losing its playful edge. He looked up from his screen, concern knitting his brow. "What is it?" "I haven't told you everything about my family situation," she began, her heart racing. "My parents, they're struggling financially. It's been hard on all of us, and I'm worried about what might happen if things don't turn around soon." Carter's expression shifted, the warmth fading into a more serious demeanor. "Emily, why didn't you say anything earlier?" he asked, his tone gentle but firm. "I didn't want to add to your burden," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "I thought I could handle it myself, but it's becoming harder and I feel like I'm running out of options." He leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms as he processed her words. "You're not alone in this, you know. We're a team now, whether it started as a contract or not. I can help." "I appreciate that, but I'm not sure how your involvement would change anything," she said, frustration spilling into her voice. "I can't just ask you to throw money at my problems." Carter ran a hand through his hair, and she could see the gears turning in his mind. "It's not just about the money. I want to be there for you, to help you with whatever you're going through. I know what it's like to feel the weight of family expectations and financial strain." His words resonated deeply within her, and she could see the flicker of understanding in his eyes. "You do?" she asked, surprised. He nodded, his gaze steady. "I lost my father when I was young. My family went through a rough patch after that, and I felt the pressure to step up, to be the one to keep everything together. I know how isolating it can feel." She felt a rush of empathy for him, realizing that beneath his grumpy exterior lay a man shaped by his past. "I'm sorry, Carter, I didn't know." "Most people don't. I don't talk about it much," he admitted, a shadow passing over his face. "But I want you to know that you don't have to face this alone. Let me help you with your family. We can figure something out together." The sincerity in his voice made her heart swell, but skepticism crept in. "What if your help complicates things? What if your involvement makes it worse?" "Then we'll address it together," he replied with conviction. "I'd rather be there by your side and risk it than watch you struggle on your own." Tears pricked at the corners of her eyes, and she took a deep breath to steady herself. You're offering so much, Carter. I don't want to take advantage of what we have. You're not, he said firmly, his voice steady. This contract may have started as a necessity, but it's evolving. We're evolving. Let's lean into that instead of running away from it. Emily nodded slowly, feeling the weight of his words settle in her heart. Okay, but I want to make sure our partnership remains healthy. I'll communicate and you'll tell me if I'm overstepping. Deal, he said, a ghost of a smile touching his lips. Now, why don't we grab some breakfast? You need food to fuel this beautiful brain of yours. As they moved to the kitchen, the atmosphere felt lighter, filled with a sense of camaraderie that hadn't existed before. They prepared breakfast together, laughter mingling with the sounds of sizzling eggs and toasting bread. It was the first time in a long while that Emily felt a sense of normalcy, the kind she'd craved in the chaos of her life. After breakfast, they settled back at the table, a stack of papers and files spread before them. Let's talk strategy, Carter said, leaning forward, his focus shifting to the task at hand. What's the current state of your family's finances? Emily explained the situation in detail, outlining her parents' debts and the looming possibility of foreclosure on their house. The more she shared, the more Carter's expression hardened, but he listened attentively, his mind working through potential solutions. I can arrange a meeting with a financial advisor, he suggested. They could help you come up with a plan to manage your parents' debts and explore options like refinancing their mortgage. That sounds like a good idea, Emily replied, a flicker of hope igniting in her chest. But won't that take a lot of your time? Time spent on something that matters is never wasted, he replied, his eyes locking onto hers with a fierce intensity. And your family matters to me now, too. With the plans taking shape between them, Emily began to feel a sense of control returning. The fear that had once gripped her heart started to dissipate as she realized they were building a future together, one that might be fraught with challenges, but was also rich with promise. Over the next few days, they continued to work together, meeting with financial advisors and strategizing ways to alleviate her family's burdens. Each time they came together, Emily felt the bond between them grow stronger, the weight of their initial contract shifting into something deeper. But not all moments were easy. As the days turned into weeks, new challenges arose, and the world outside their bubble began to intrude once again. Emily's parents resisted her attempts to help, clinging to a stubborn pride that threatened to unravel the progress they'd made. One evening, as Emily prepared dinner, she received a call from her mother that sent her heart racing. "Emily, we can't take your help anymore," her mother said, her voice trembling. "We've managed this long, we'll find a way to fix things ourselves." "Mom, please listen to me," Emily pleaded, her frustration bubbling over. "You don't have to do this alone. Carter and I are here to support you." "Carter?" her mother repeated, disbelief lacing her tone. "What does he have to do with us?" Emily took a deep breath, trying to rein in her emotions. "Everything, Mom. He's my husband now. He wants to help." "You should have never married him, Emily. This was a mistake, and dragging him into our problems will only complicate things." "Mom," Emily's voice rose, desperation clawing at her. "He's not just a stranger. He cares about me, about us. And I'm tired of pretending everything is fine when it's not." There was a long pause on the line, and Emily's heart pounded in her chest. "Your father and I don't want to burden you, honey. We'll figure it out." By ignoring the problem, by letting pride get in the way, Emily's voice broke. "Please let us help you. I don't want to lose you both over this. I love you." "Emily," her mother's tone softened, but the stubbornness remained. "We'll talk more later." The line went dead, leaving Emily standing in the kitchen, her heart racing with a mix of anger and helplessness. She felt like she was losing a battle she had barely begun to fight. And as she turned to face Carter, who had been quietly listening nearby, she could see the concern etched on his face. "Are you okay?" he asked softly. "No," she admitted, her voice shaking. "They won't accept our help, and I don't know how to make them understand." "Maybe they just need time," he suggested, stepping closer. "Sometimes it takes a while for people to come around to accepting help. Or maybe they're too proud to acknowledge they need it," Emily shot back, her frustration spilling over. "I can't stand watching them struggle, and I feel powerless." Carter reached for her, enveloping her in a gentle embrace. "You're not powerless. You're doing everything you can, and I'm here with you every step of the way." She leaned into him, feeling the warmth of his body seep into her, calming the storm within. "What if they never come around? What if I lose them?" He pulled back slightly, forcing her to meet his gaze. "Then we'll keep fighting for them. We can't control how others react, but we can control how we choose to respond. and I promise you I won't let you fight this alone. Tears filled her eyes as the weight of their situation bore down on her. Thank you for being here. Always, he replied, his voice steady and reassuring. As they stood together in the kitchen, the flickering light of the evening settled over them, and Emily felt a shift within. This was no longer just about her family's crisis. It was about them, their shared journey, and the strength they found in one another. In that moment, she realized that love was not just about grand gestures, but also about standing together through the storm. They might have started their journey as strangers bound by a contract, but they were becoming something so much more, partners ready to face the world together, come what may. And as she leaned into Carter once again, she felt the first glimmers of hope rising within her, hope that they would find a way forward, one step at a time, side by side. The following days unfolded like a delicate dance, weaving between moments of joy and the shadows of uncertainty that lingered just out of sight. Emily and Carter found themselves in a new rhythm, a fragile harmony born from shared vulnerability and a burgeoning closeness that neither had anticipated. After the kiss, things felt different. The air crackled with unspoken promises and the weight of their uncharted territory. It was Saturday morning, and the sun streamed through the large kitchen windows, illuminating the cozy space where they had grown accustomed to sharing quiet breakfasts together. Emily stirred the oatmeal with a wooden spoon, a routine she had taken to enjoying. She glanced over her shoulder to find Carter sitting at the table, his gaze fixed on her with an intensity that made her heart skip. "Got any plans for the day?" he asked, breaking the comfortable silence that had enveloped them. She shrugged, a smile dancing on her lips. "Just figuring out how to tackle the chaos at home. You know, the usual, you." He leaned back, folding his arms behind his head. "I was thinking we could take a break from the chaos. Spend the day together, just us." Emily's heart raced at his suggestion. "Together, just us? What did you have in mind?" Carter's smirk was equal parts mischievous and charming. "A little adventure. I know a place that serves the best coffee in the city. We can grab some brunch afterward and maybe take a stroll through the park." The idea of a day without the weight of her family's problems felt liberating. "That sounds perfect," she replied, her excitement bubbling just beneath the surface. "Let me just get ready." She quickly finished their breakfast and dashed into the bedroom to change. As she rifled through her clothes, she couldn't help but feel a giddy thrill at the thought of spending the day with Carter. It was a rare moment of normalcy amidst the whirlwind of emotions and challenges they faced. When she emerged, Carter was waiting by the door, a playful grin on his lips. "You look beautiful." Emily felt her cheeks flush at the compliment. "Thanks." "You clean up pretty well yourself," she teased, gesturing to his fitted jeans and casual button-up shirt. "Just trying to keep up with you," he replied with a wink, and together they stepped out into the sun-drenched day. The drive to the coffee shop was filled with laughter and easy conversation. They shared stories about their childhoods, their favorite foods, and the little quirks that made them who they were. Emily was surprised at how effortlessly the words flowed between them, as if they had known each other for years rather than mere months. When they arrived at the quaint coffee shop, the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee enveloped them as they stepped inside. The walls were adorned with local art, and the atmosphere buzzed with the energy of patrons engaged in animated conversations. They found a small table by the window, and Emily could see the world bustling outside as they settled in. Carter ordered a dark roast coffee while Emily opted for a caramel latte. As they waited for their drinks, she caught him glancing at her, an amused expression on his face. "What?" she asked, her brow furrowing. "Just thinking about how different this is from our usual routine," he said, leaning forward. "You know, contract negotiations, meetings, and all that." She laughed, shaking her head. "Yeah, I think I prefer this version of you. Less grumpy, more human." "Human, huh? Is that your way of saying I'm less of a robot today?" He shot back with a gleam in his eyes. "Pretty much," she replied, her laughter spilling into the air. "But I like it. It suits you." Their drinks arrived, and they clinked their mugs together in a toast before taking a sip. The warmth of the coffee filled her with comfort, and for a moment, all her worries faded into the background. Here, with Carter, everything felt right. As they sipped their coffee, the conversation shifted to deeper topics. "How are you feeling about your family?" he asked cautiously, concern threading through his voice. Emily's smile faltered as her thoughts drifted back to the turmoil of the previous weeks. I don't know. I worry they'll never understand why I'm doing this, why I agreed to the contract. I hate that they think I'm abandoning them." Carter reached across the table, his hand covering hers. You're not abandoning them, Emily. You're trying to secure a future for yourself and them. That's not selfish, it's necessary. But what if they can't see that? What if they blame me? Her voice trembled slightly, the weight of her fears pressing down on her. Then we'll navigate. That together, he reassured her, his grip firm yet gentle. You're not alone in this. I won't let you fight this battle by yourself. Emily looked into his eyes, searching for the sincerity behind his words. There was something about the way he spoke that made her believe him. Thank you, she whispered, feeling a swell of gratitude. I don't know what I'd do without you. Let's make a pact then, he said, his voice steady. No matter what happens with your family, we face it as a team. Deal. Deal, she replied, a newfound determination blooming within her. It was a small promise, but it felt monumental, a commitment to stand together against whatever storm brewed on the horizon. As they finished their drinks, Carter suggested they take a walk in the nearby park. I want to show you something, he said with a hint of mystery in his voice. Curiosity piqued, Emily followed him outside, where the sun bathed the city in golden light. They strolled through the park, the sound of laughter and children playing filling the air. Carter led her to a secluded spot under a sprawling oak tree, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. Here. It is, he said, gesturing toward a small wooden bench nestled under the tree's shade. This is my favorite spot. Emily took a seat, feeling the coolness of the wood beneath her. It's lovely. Why is it your favorite? Carter leaned against the tree, his expression thoughtful. I used to come here when I needed to think, when the pressure of work got too heavy or when I needed to escape the world for a little while. It's peaceful. She watched him as he spoke, captivated by the way he opened up. Do you still come here? She asked. Not as much anymore, he admitted, his gaze drifting to the ground. I guess I forgot how to take a break, how to find peace in the chaos. Maybe you should come here more often, she suggested gently. It might help clear your mind. Carter chuckled softly, a genuine sound that warmed her heart. Maybe you're right, but I think I'd rather share it with you. Emily's breath caught at his words. There was a sincerity in his tone that made her heart flutter. I'd like that, she said, and as their eyes met, the air around them shimmered with unspoken feelings. They spent the next hour talking, laughter spilling into the air as they shared stories, dreams, and a few secrets that lingered just beneath the surface. Carter opened up about his childhood, the pressures of growing up in a wealthy family, and the expectations that had always weighed heavily on him. Emily shared her ambitions, her dreams of starting her own business, and the fears that had once held her back. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, casting a golden hue across the park, Emily felt a sense of warmth enveloping her, not just from the sun, but from the connection they were forging. It was palpable, electric, and a little frightening. Emily, Carter said, his voice dropping to a serious tone. I know we started this arrangement as a contract, but I want you to know that I'm fully committed to making this work. With you. Her heart raced, and she felt a weight lift from her shoulders. I want that too, Carter. I want to make this work. He smiled, a genuine smile that lit up his face. Good, because I think we're onto something special here. As they sat together, the world around them faded into oblivion. It was just the two of them, caught in a moment that felt suspended in time. Emily leaned her head against his shoulder, feeling the steady rhythm of his breath beside her. It felt right, natural. But as the shadows lengthened and the evening sky began to darken, Emily's phone buzzed in her pocket, pulling her back to reality. She pulled it out and recognized the name flashing on the screen, her mother. With a sinking feeling, she answered. Mom? Emily. We need to talk. Her mother's voice was clipped, and Emily felt her heart sink. Is everything okay? She asked, a knot tightening in her stomach. No, it's not. Can you come home? It's about your father, her mother replied, her voice trembling. I'm on my way, Emily said, her heart racing as she hung up the call. She glanced over at Carter, who was watching her with concern etched on his face. What happened? He asked, his voice low. It's my dad. There's something wrong. I need to go. Carter nodded, his expression shifting to one of understanding. Let's get you home. As they walked back to the car, the weight of the impending conversation loomed over her. The day that had begun with laughter and connection was quickly turning into a reminder of the chaos she had tried to escape. She felt torn between the warmth of her blossoming relationship with Carter and the cold reality of her family's struggles. As they drove in silence, Emily felt the tension building within her. She hated that her family's problems had the power to overshadow her happiness, but she knew that they were a part of her life, the life she was trying to build alongside Carter. When they finally arrived at her family's house, her heart raced. Carter parked the car, and before she unbuckled her seatbelt, he turned to her, his expression serious. "Emily, whatever happens in there, remember that I'm here for you. Don't face this alone." She nodded, grateful for his support. "Thank you, Carter. It means a lot." With a deep breath, she stepped out of the car and made her way to the front door, unsure of what awaited her on the other side. She felt Carter hovering close behind, a reassuring presence as she braced herself for whatever storm awaited them inside. As she opened the door, the familiar scent of home washed over her, but it felt different this time, tinged with an undercurrent of anxiety. The living room was filled with the sound of muffled voices, and as she stepped inside, she felt the weight of her family's gaze upon her. "Emily," her mother called, desperation etched into her features. "Thank God you're here." Before she could respond, her father appeared in the doorway, his face pale and lined with worry. The sight of him sent a chill down her spine, and she felt her heart drop. "What's going on?" she asked, panic creeping into her voice. "There's been an accident, and we need to talk about how we're going to handle it," her mother said, urgency hanging in the air. Emily's heart raced as she stepped further into the house, knowing that whatever news awaited her would change everything. She turned to look back at Carter, who stood just outside, his expression a mix of concern and determination. He nodded slightly, a silent promise that he would be there for her, no matter what came next. And as the door closed behind him, Emily steeled herself, ready to face the storm that was brewing within her family. Emily stepped into the living room, her heart pounding in her chest. The familiar warmth of home suddenly felt foreign, charged with anxiety and uncertainty. Her mother's anxious gaze met hers, filled with a blend of relief and fear. "What happened?" Emily asked, her voice trembling as she glanced at her father, who stood by the hallway, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. The lines etched on his face deepened the moment he looked at her. "Your brother, Jake, he was in a car accident," her mother blurted out, the words rushing out like a dam bursting. "He's in the hospital, and we need to figure out what to do next." The world around Emily spun. "How bad is it?" she managed to ask, her throat dry as she fought to maintain her composure. "He's stable, but they're running tests," her father interjected, his voice steady but strained. "We don't know much yet, and that's why we need to talk." Emily felt her knees weaken. "Stable. That's good, right?" she whispered, but the doubt in her tone betrayed her. The thought of Jake, her little brother, laid up in a hospital bed filled her with dread. Her mother nodded, tears glistening in her eyes. "Yes, but we need to be prepared. The doctors said he might need surgery, and we have to make decisions soon." Carter stepped forward, breaking the barrier of uncertainty that had settled around them. He exuded calm, his presence grounding. "What can we do to help?" he asked, his voice deep and reassuring. Emily shot him a grateful look. She didn't know where she would find the strength to get through this, but having him by her side made it a little easier to breathe. "We need to get to the hospital," her father said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "We should all go together." "Right now?" Emily asked, her heart racing. What if he needs us?" "Let's go," Carter said, his eyes fixed on hers, steady and unwavering. "We'll figure it all out together." Taking a shaky breath, Emily nodded, grateful for his unwavering support. She felt her mother grasp her hand tightly, and for a brief moment, she allowed herself to lean into the comfort of family, however fragile it felt in this moment. They rushed out of the house, the cool evening air hitting Emily like a splash of cold water. As they piled into the car, Emily couldn't shake the sense of urgency that hung over them. Every minute felt like an hour as Carter drove with a steady focus, navigating the familiar streets that blurred past her. Inside the car, the silence was heavy with unspoken fears. Emily glanced at her parents, their faces etched with worry, and then at Carter, who remained focused on the road ahead, a protective aura enveloping him. It amazed her how he stayed so collected when her world felt like it was spiraling out of control. "I should have been there," Emily murmured, guilt creeping in. "If I had just picked up my phone sooner?" "Emily, this isn't your fault," her father replied, his voice slightly raised to cut through her spiral of self-blame. "Accidents happen. You can't take that on yourself." But how could she not? Jake was always the one who needed her, the little brother who looked up to her, whose dreams she encouraged. She felt the weight of responsibility heavy on her shoulders, and it was hard to shake off the sense that she had somehow failed him. Carter reached over and squeezed her hand, an anchor amidst the chaos. "You're doing everything you can. Right now, being there for him matters more than anything else." His words wrapped around her like a lifeline, and she nodded, trying to calm the storm within. The hospital loomed in the distance, a beacon of hope and fear that made her stomach churn. When they arrived, they hurried inside, the sterile scent of antiseptic hitting them like a wall. The bright fluorescent lights were unforgiving, and Emily felt her heart pounding as they approached the reception desk. "Hello, we're here to see Jake Roberts," her mother said, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. "Please sign in," the nurse replied, offering a clipboard and a pen. Emily took the clipboard, her hands trembling as she scribbled her name. The minutes felt like an eternity as they waited, and she could sense the tension building between her parents. It was like a thin veneer of calm, under which anxiety bubbled just beneath the surface. Finally, a nurse emerged, her expression unreadable. "Are you family of Jacob Roberts?" she asked, scanning their faces. "Yes," Emily replied, her heart racing. "How is he?" "He's stable, but we'd like to keep him overnight for observation. You can see him now, but he's still unconscious." The nurse's voice was matter-of-fact, but each word felt like a lead weight sinking into Emily's chest. "Unconscious," she whispered, trying to suppress the rising panic. "Follow me," the nurse instructed, leading them through the labyrinth of hallways that smelled of antiseptic and anxiety. As they walked, Emily's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. She couldn't imagine Jake lying there, vulnerable and hurt. Her stomach twisted at the thought, and as they reached the room, she felt a swarm of emotions threatening to overwhelm her. The nurse pushed the door open, and Emily's heart dropped at the sight of her brother. Jake lay on the bed, a tangle of tubes and wires snaking around him, pale against the stark white sheets. "Oh, Jake." She breathed, stepping forward as if compelled by an invisible force. She reached out to hold his hand, and it felt cold in her grasp. Carter moved closer, hovering protectively beside her. She could see the worry etched across his features, but he remained silent, allowing her this moment with her brother. "Why did you have to go out tonight?" she whispered, tears pooling in her eyes. "You promised me you'd be careful." Her voice cracked under the weight of her emotions, and she felt her mother's hand on her shoulder, offering comfort. "He's going to be okay, Emily," her mother said softly, though it felt like a fragile promise. They stood there for what felt like an eternity, the beeping of machines providing a pulse of hope amidst the fear. Emily couldn't take her eyes off Jake, willing him to wake up to reassure her that everything would be all right. "Can we get him something?" her father asked, glancing around the room as if searching for something to do. "Maybe he'd feel better with his favorite snack or something." "No, Dad," Emily said gently, shaking her head. "He needs to rest. We just need to be here." As they continued to stand vigil, whispers of conversation broke the silence. The reality sank in that they were all grappling with their fears in this moment, each of them coping in their own way. After what felt like hours, a doctor entered the room, his expression serious but kind. "Family of Jacob Roberts?" he asked, looking between them. "That's us," Emily said, her voice steady despite the turmoil inside. "How is he?" The doctor took a breath, glancing at Jake before meeting their gazes. "He's responding well to treatment. We'll be monitoring him closely overnight, but I believe he'll pull through. We just need to keep a close eye on him and wait for him to regain consciousness." Relief flooded through Emily, and she felt a weight lift off her chest. "Thank you," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. "Please remember to take care of yourselves, too," the doctor added before stepping back, giving them space. Once the doctor left, the tension in the room began to ease, though the worry remained. They took turns sharing stories about Jake, recounting his mischievous antics and dreams for the future, filling the space with warmth and laughter amidst the shadows of fear. Carter stayed close, offering quiet words of support, reminding Emily that she wasn't alone in this fight. With each passing moment, she felt more grounded, more capable of facing whatever came next. It was as if the bond they had formed through their contract marriage had grown into something deeper, a partnership forged in shared struggles and unspoken vows. As the hours passed, Emily felt exhaustion creeping in, but she refused to leave Jake's side. She needed him to know she was there for him, that no matter how dark it felt, she would always fight for him. Eventually, her parents decided to take turns grabbing coffee and something to eat, leaving Emily and Carter alone in the room. She looked over at him, feeling the silence between them thrum with unspoken thoughts. "Thank you for being here," she said quietly, her heart swelling with appreciation. He turned to her, his expression softening. "I wouldn't be anywhere else. You're not alone, Emily. We're in this together." She nodded, feeling the warmth of his words seep into her, igniting a flicker of hope. "I know what I would do without you." Carter smiled, that rare, genuine smile that made her heart race. "You're stronger than you think. You've got this." As they held each other's gaze, a silent understanding passed between them. The chaos of the past few hours had shifted something profound within her, and she recognized that their relationship had transformed. This wasn't just a contract marriage anymore. It was a partnership, a bond that had deepened through shared vulnerability and strength. And as she looked back at Jake, she vowed to keep fighting. They would make it through this together, and in the process, she hoped to uncover even more of the man behind Carter's grumpy facade. Together, they would navigate whatever challenges lay ahead, and perhaps in the midst of it all, they would discover a love that could blossom from the ashes of their struggles. A love that was born not just from necessity, but from the courage to let someone in, despite the odds stacked against them. Emily sat in the cramped hospital room, the sterile smell of antiseptic wrapping around her like a shroud. Jake lay in the bed, unconscious and pale, his chest rising and falling slowly, a heart monitor beeping steadily beside him. The rhythmic sound was a cruel reminder of the fragility of life, and each beep felt like a countdown to an unknown future. Carter sat in the chair beside her, his presence both a comfort and an unsettling reminder that their lives had been irrevocably intertwined by a contract that had started as mere convenience. He had been silent for most of the day, his dark eyes focused on Jake, but she could feel the tension radiating from him. It was as if he were wrestling with an internal storm, one that he hadn't quite found the words to articulate yet. The door creaked open, and Emily's mother stepped inside, her face mask of worry that only deepened as she caught sight of her son. "I just spoke to the doctor," she said, her voice trembling. "They're doing everything they can, but they said we should prepare ourselves for the worst." Emily's heart dropped. "What do you mean?" Her mother's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "He has a severe concussion and some internal bleeding. They want to monitor him for at least 24 hours before they can say anything definitive." Emily felt the room close in around her. "But he's going to be okay. He has to be okay." She gripped the edge of the bed, desperate for any sign that Jake would wake up. The thought of losing him was unbearable. "Emily, I know it's hard," her mother said, her voice cracking. "But we need to be realistic. He might not wake up for a while. But he's strong. He's always been." "Strong?" Emily's voice rose, filled with defiance, but the words felt hollow even as she said them. She felt a tear slip down her cheek and wiped it away angrily. Carter stood up and stepped closer to her, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Emily," he said softly, "I know this is hard to hear, but you need to breathe. We need to think clearly. For Jake." His touch grounded her, the warmth of his palm a reminder that she wasn't alone. "You're right," she said, her voice steadier as she turned to face him. "I'm just so scared. I can't lose him. He's my brother." "I get that," Carter said, his eyes searching hers. "But you can't help him if you fall apart yourself. Let's focus on what we can do." Emily nodded, taking a deep breath. She could feel the weight of his words settling over her like a protective blanket. "Okay, so what do we do?" "We wait," he said simply, then turned his gaze back to Jake. "And we make sure that when he does wake up, he knows he's not alone." As the hours dragged on, the waiting room became a revolving door of family members, friends, and concerned neighbors. Emily felt exhausted, her mind swirling with thoughts of the past and what lay ahead. Each time the door swung open, her heart leaped, hoping for news, only to sink when it remained unchanged. Carter remained by her side, his presence a constant source of strength. He would occasionally leave to grab coffee or check on the situation with the doctors, always returning with a reassuring nod and a gentle squeeze of her hand. It was in these moments that Emily realized how much she had come to rely on him, not just as her husband within the contract, but as a partner in every sense of the word. "Hey," he said quietly, pulling her out of her thoughts as he sat down beside her once more. "I got you some water. You need to stay hydrated." "Thanks," she replied, taking the bottle and sipping it slowly. "I didn't even realize I was thirsty." Carter frowned, his brow furrowing. "You need to take care of yourself. You can't help Jake if you're not at your best." She smiled weakly, touched by his concern. "I know, I'm trying." He hesitated, and she could see the internal battle brewing beneath his surface. "You know," he began, his voice low, "when I was a kid, my father had a heart attack. I was terrified, just like you are now. I remember waiting in the hospital, feeling so helpless. But my mother, she was strong for both of us. She kept my spirits up even when she was scared too. She taught me that sometimes you have to be the anchor for the people you love." Emily's heart ached at his words. "What happened?" Carter ran a hand through his hair, his expression pained. "He didn't make it, and for a long time I blamed my mother for not being able to save him, but she reminded me that she was doing her best. Life doesn't always go as planned." "I'm so sorry," Emily whispered, the weight of his past crashing against her heart. "I had no idea." "It's not something I talk about often," he admitted, his voice growing softer. But I understand what it means to be afraid of losing someone. It can be paralyzing. She reached for his hand, intertwining her fingers with his. Thank you for sharing that with me. I can't imagine how painful that must have been. Carter shrugged, trying to downplay it, but she could see the flicker of vulnerability in his eyes. What matters is that you have to stay strong for Jake. Your family needs you right now. Emily nodded, feeling more resolute. I can do that. I want to be there for him. Just then the door swung wide, and a doctor in a white coat stepped in, his expression somber yet calm. Emily's heart raced as she stood, gripping Carter's hand tightly. Emily, the doctor said, his voice steady, I'm glad you're here. We just got some news about your brother. Carter's grip on her hand tightened as they both leaned forward, anticipation hanging thick in the air. Jake is stable, the doctor said, relief flooding through Emily like a warm wave. He's still unconscious, but his vital signs are improving. We'll be monitoring him closely, but I want to emphasize that he's fighting. Fighting, Emily echoed, hope blossoming within her chest. So there's a chance he'll wake up, the doctor nodded. Yes, it's too early to say when, but the fact that he's stable is a positive sign. I recommend you all get some rest. He'll need his family around him when he wakes up. Emily felt tears prick at her eyes, but this time they were tears of relief. Thank you so much. She could barely catch her breath, her heart brimming with gratitude. Carter squeezed her hand reassuringly, a proud smile flickering across his face. See, he's a fighter just like you. The doctor gave them a soft smile before stepping out again, leaving Emily breathless with the news. He's going to be okay, she whispered, looking up at Carter, the realization washing over her. We're going to get through this together. Carter's eyes sparkled with something more profound than friendship and understanding forged in the fire of shared fear and hope. Yes, we are. They stood there for a moment, the weight of the world still pressing down on them but somehow feeling lighter. The chaos of the day had shifted something between them, a bond forged not just from necessity, but from the fight for love and family. Let's find a way to celebrate this small victory, he suggested, tilting his head toward the door. How about we grab a bite to eat? It's important to keep your strength up. Emily hesitated, the thought of leaving Jake feeling heavy in her chest. But she knew they needed to take care of themselves too, especially with the uncertainty ahead. You're right, I can't be strong for him if I'm running on empty. Carter's grin widened, and she felt a warm flutter in her stomach. Besides, you can tell me all about your brother's ridiculous childhood stories over dinner. I need some good material to tease him with when he wakes up. She chuckled softly, feeling the tension in her shoulders begin to ease. Oh, you have no idea what you're getting yourself into. As they stepped out of the hospital, hand in hand, Emily couldn't shake the feeling that this was a turning point, not just for Jake's recovery, but for herself and Carter as well. They had crossed the line from mere contract partners to something more significant, and she was ready to embrace whatever came next. With the sky painted in shades of twilight, they walked side by side, the promise of a new beginning hanging brightly in the air. Together, they would face the challenges that lay ahead, and perhaps, in the midst of the chaos, they would finally discover what it meant to love and be loved in return. The restaurant was a cozy little place tucked away on a quiet street, its exterior adorned with twinkling fairy lights that beckoned to passers-by. As Emily and Carter entered, the gentle hum of conversation and the tantalizing aroma of roasted garlic and fresh herbs enveloped them. It was a stark contrast to the sterile environment of the hospital, and Emily felt her spirit lift slightly as they were led to a secluded table in the corner. Carter pulled out a chair for her, an old-fashioned courtesy that made her heart flutter. You know, I think I could get used to this, she joked, settling into her seat. First, a contract marriage and now being treated like royalty. He smirked, taking his seat across from her. Don't let it go to your head. I'm not switching to butler mode anytime soon. Emily laughed, grateful for the lightness he brought into the darkness that had recently consumed her life. As they perused the menu, she felt a sense of normalcy creeping back in, a momentary escape from the weight of her brother's condition. What do you want to talk about? Carter asked, his eyes still scanning the menu. Your childhood stories, or should I just start guessing embarrassing moments from our hospital stay? Embarrassing moments are plentiful, she replied with a playful roll of her eyes. But I think I'd rather share a funny story about Jake. He's always been the adventurous one, you know. Once, he convinced me to climb a tree with him, and I ended up stuck at the top for hours because I was too scared to come down. Carter chuckled, leaning back in his chair, clearly enjoying the mental image. I can see that. You were probably up there contemplating your life choices while he was happily swinging from the branches. Exactly, and when my parents finally came looking for us, they weren't even mad at Jake. They were just relieved he hadn't broken any bones. Emily's laughter danced in the air, mixing with the soft clinking of cutlery and murmurs of other diners. I admire your parents for that, Carter said, his tone shifting slightly as he considered her words. My upbringing was a bit different. You break something, you fix it yourself. No questions asked. She caught a glimpse of the wall he had erected around himself, the way his smile faded just a touch, revealing the scars that lay beneath the surface. I'm sorry to hear that, she said gently, her heart aching for him. It sounds like you had to grow up too fast. He shrugged, but his eyes held a depth of emotion that made her want to reach out and pull him close. It made me who I am. I don't regret it. The conversation began to flow more easily after that, the laughter returning and filling the space between them. They shared stories about their pasts, their dreams, and the things they wished were different. Emily found herself more at ease than she had been in a long time, the comfortable rhythm of their banter a balm to her worried mind. As their food arrived, a delicious spread of pasta and salad, Carter leaned toward her, his expression suddenly serious. Emily, I know things are complicated right now, but I want you to know that whatever happens with Jake, I'm here for you. I won't leave you to handle this alone. She felt her heart swell with gratitude, the warmth of his sincerity wrapping around her like a comforting blanket. Thank you, Carter. That means more than I can say. I don't want to burden you with my family issues, but I really appreciate having you by my side. Good. He replied, a hint of his trademark grumpiness returning, though softened by warmth. Because I'm not going anywhere. You signed a contract with me, remember? Right, the forever contract, she teased, raising her glass of water in a mock toast. To our lifelong commitment to awkward moments and questionable life choices. Carter clinked his glass against hers with a wide grin, and for the first time in what felt like ages, Emily felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps this relationship could be more than just a marriage of convenience. Maybe, even within their contractual bounds, they could build something real. As dinner progressed, they shared numerous glances that lingered a little too long, quiet moments that felt full of unspoken possibilities. Emily couldn't help but noticed the way he looked at her, as if he were seeing her for the first time beneath the layers of worry and stress. There was something undeniably magnetic about the way he drew her in, and it sent a shiver of excitement down her spine. After the plates were cleared and they had both finished their glasses of wine, Carter leaned back in his chair, a contemplative look on his face. You know, I didn't expect you to be so adaptable. Most people would have crumbled under the pressure you're facing. Emily shrugged, feeling a mix of pride and vulnerability. I guess I've always had to be strong. I learned that from my family. But I couldn't have done this without you, Carter. You've made it easier. He smiled, his eyes softening again. You bring out a different side of me. I didn't think I had that side left, to be honest. Maybe you just needed the right person to help you see it. She smiled back, feeling the connection between them deepen. I know you're not as grumpy as you pretend to be. Careful, or I might start to take offense. He raised an eyebrow, but the smirk on his lips betrayed his amusement. Please, grumpy billionaires have feelings too, she shot back, a playful challenge in her tone. Admit it, you enjoy this. He leaned in, his expression teasingly serious. Well, I'll tell you this. I've never enjoyed a dinner quite like this one. Her breath caught in her throat, and she felt the air thicken with unspoken tension. It was as if they had crossed an invisible line, the one that separated friendship from something deeper. Emily's heart raced as she met his gaze, caught in that moment of vulnerability and possibility. Just then, her phone buzzed in her pocket, shattering the delicate atmosphere. She fumbled for it, her heart sinking a little as she saw her mother's name flashing on the screen. It felt like a cruel interruption, yanking her back to reality. Sorry, she said, trying to mask her disappointment as she swiped to answer. Hello? Emily, her mother's voice was tight, bordering on frantic. It's about Jake. The doctor wants to talk to us about his condition. Panic flared in her chest, and the warmth of the evening faded away, replaced by fear. What's wrong? Is he okay? She stammered, her heart racing. Just come to the hospital as soon as you can. They found some complications, and they want to discuss his treatment options. Tears pricked at her eyes, and she felt Carter's hand clasp over hers on the table, grounding her. I'll be right there, she said, her voice trembling. Just please hold on, Jake. She hung up, her heart pounding in her chest. Carter, let's go, he said, standing up immediately. His eyes were fierce, determined. "We'll find out what's going on together." The urgency in his voice ignited a spark of hope in her heart. Emily nodded, grateful for his presence, and they rushed out of the restaurant, the world outside a blur as they made their way back to the hospital. When they arrived, the atmosphere felt heavy, the sterile smell of antiseptic filling her lungs as they rushed through the waiting area. Emily's mind raced with thoughts of Jake, each scenario darker than the last. She couldn't lose him. Not now. Not after everything they had fought through. As they reached the ward, she found her mother pacing anxiously, her eyes red-rimmed. "Emily, thank God you're here." "What did the doctor say?" Emily asked, grasping her mother's arm tightly. Before her mother could answer, a doctor stepped into the room, his expression grave. "Emily, Mrs. Parker, thank you for coming. We need to discuss Jake's condition and the next steps for his treatment." Emily's stomach dropped. As they followed him into a small meeting room, Carter's presence a steady anchor at her side. The doctor began to explain the complications with Jake's recovery, the possibilities and the risks, and all the while, Emily felt herself slipping into a daze. But through it all, she could feel Carter's hand resting gently on the small of her back, firm and reassuring. It was a reminder that she wasn't alone, a tether that kept her grounded as the world threatened to spin out of control. As she listened to the doctor's words, Emily understood that their fight was far from over. But with Carter at her side, she felt a flicker of hope, a belief that even in the darkest of times, they could weather any storm together. And perhaps, just perhaps, love could blossom from this union built on necessity, turning into something beautiful and lasting, despite the odds stacked against them. Emily sat in the small meeting room, her mind swirling with the doctor's words as he explained Jake's condition. The clinical language felt like a foreign language, complications, treatment options, and potential risks bled together into an overwhelming tide of fear. She glanced at her mother, whose face was pale and drawn, and then at Carter, whose presence beside her was a comforting weight. The doctor finished outlining the options with a solemn expression. "Essentially, we have two paths forward. The first is to proceed with an aggressive treatment plan, which may have significant side effects, but offers the best chance for recovery. The second option is a more conservative approach, focusing on pain management and quality of life if Jake's condition continues to worsen." Emily's heart clenched. "What do you think is best for him?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The doctor sighed, glancing between them. "It's ultimately your decision, but I would recommend the aggressive treatment. He's young and strong, and we've seen promising results with similar cases." "Then we'll do that," Emily said firmly, her resolve stiffening. She couldn't let fear dictate her brother's fate. She had to fight for him, just as they had fought for each other through every family crisis. Carter's hand squeezed her shoulder gently. "You're making the right choice, Emily. He deserves every opportunity to fight," he said quietly, his voice steady. "I know," she replied, appreciating his support. "It just feels so daunting." After the meeting, they returned to Jake's room, and Emily took a moment to gather her thoughts. The sterile smell of antiseptic and the soft beeping of machines felt suffocating. She watched her brother, lying unconscious with tubes and wires connected to him, and tears pricked her eyes. "I'm going to make sure you get through this, Jake. I promise," she whispered, leaning down to kiss his forehead. Carter was at her side, his presence a steady anchor. "You're strong, Emily," he said softly. "And so is Jake. He's going to fight this." "Thank you for being here," she replied, her voice breaking slightly. It was strange to feel such vulnerability in front of him, yet it felt oddly comforting to let him in. "I don't think I could go through this alone." "We're a team now," he said, his tone serious. "You're not alone, not anymore." As the hours passed, Emily and Carter settled into a rhythm. They took turns sitting by Jake's bedside, sharing stories about his childhood, reminiscing about the good times that had once filled their home with laughter. Each story was a thread of hope woven into the fabric of their reality, reinforcing the belief that Jake would come back to them. When the sun began to set, casting a warm glow through the hospital blinds, Carter leaned closer to Emily. "How about we grab something to eat after this? You need to take care of yourself, too." Emily's stomach growled at the thought of food. "I suppose I could manage a snack," she said, trying to sound nonchalant. "But where?" "There's a little cafe around the corner. I've been there a few times, it's decent." "Lead the way," she said, grateful for the distraction. They stepped out into the cool evening air, the bustling sounds of the city wrapping around them as they walked side by side. The cafe was cozy, with warm lighting and the comforting aroma of freshly brewed coffee. They settled into a corner booth, and Emily took a moment to breathe deeply, savoring the moment of normalcy amidst the chaos. Carter scanned the menu, then looked up with a smirk. "I'll have the burger." "I need something substantial after all this emotional turmoil." Emily chuckled. "I'll get a salad, trying to balance out all the hospital snacks I've been munching on." As they placed their orders, a comfortable silence fell between them. Emily found herself studying Carter, the way his brow furrowed. Slightly in concentration, the way his lips quirked up at the corners when he found something particularly amusing. There was a warmth to him that she had only started to notice in recent days, a vulnerability that lay beneath his gruff exterior. "Is it weird that I feel guilty for taking a break from the hospital?" she finally asked, breaking the silence. "Not at all. You need to recharge. You can't be there for Jake if you're running on empty," Carter replied, his tone sincere. Emily nodded, stirring her drink absent-mindedly. "I know, but it's hard to switch off. I keep thinking about what he's going through, how scared he must feel." Carter leaned forward, his eyes intense. "You're allowed to feel scared too, Emily. You're carrying a lot on your shoulders." "It doesn't make you weak. I just wish there was more I could do," she admitted, the weight of her helplessness crashing down on her. "Then do what you can. Be there for him, and when he wakes up, remind him of all the reasons to fight. You've got that fierce spirit in you, and he'll pick up on that." His words stirred something in her, igniting a flicker of hope. "Maybe you're right," she said slowly. "Maybe I need to focus on what I can control instead of what I can't." "Exactly," Carter said, his expression softening. "And we'll figure this out together." Their food arrived, breaking the heavy atmosphere, and Emily found herself laughing at Carter's exaggerated reactions to the burger. It felt good, the laughter bubbling up from a place she had thought was lost. As they enjoyed their meal, Emily noticed the way people around them interacted, couples sharing quiet conversations, friends laughing over shared memories. For a moment, she felt as if they were part of something normal, something that didn't revolve around hospitals and uncertainty. It was refreshing, and she let herself lean into it. Later, as they stepped back into the night air, Emily felt lighter. "Thank you for tonight," she said sincerely. "I really needed it." Carter shrugged, a hint of a smile on his lips. "I'm just doing my part, right? You've been there for me countless times. It's nice to return the favor." "You're a surprising friend," she teased, nudging him playfully. "Surprising, huh? I'll take that as a compliment." He shot her a sidelong glance, and his expression turned more serious. "Emily, I meant what I said earlier. You're not alone in this. You have me, and I'm not going anywhere." The sincerity in his voice tugged at her heartstrings, and she found herself searching his gaze, trying to understand the man behind that grumpy facade. "Thank you, Carter, really." As they walked back to the hospital, the bond between them felt different somehow, stronger, more profound. Each shared moment was a testament to how far they had come as partners, not just in their contract but in their lives. Upon returning to Jake's room, Emily's heart sank at the sight of him still unconscious, machines beeping steadily around him. She squeezed Carter's hand, drawing strength from his presence. "Stay with me." "Little longer?" she asked softly, her voice barely a whisper. "Of course," he replied, settling into the chair next to her. Emily sat beside Jake's bed, her fingers entwined with Carter's, and she felt a sense of peace wash over her. They would face whatever came next together, and as she watched her brother breathe, she realized that love, real love, was worth fighting for, even in the darkest of times. As the night deepened, with only the soft sounds of the hospital surrounding them, Emily felt a renewed sense of hope. She had found not just a partner in Carter, but a friend, someone who understood the weight of her burdens and was willing to share them. And she knew, without a doubt, that they would come out the other side stronger, together. The soft hum of the machines in Jake's hospital room filled the silence as Emily sat with her brother's hand, clasped tightly in hers. The weight of the world seemed to press down on her chest, but she found solace in the warmth of Carter's presence beside her. His thumb brushed against her palm, a simple gesture that spoke volumes about his steadfastness amid the turmoil. The night wore on, and the fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting a sterile glow that felt surreal against the backdrop of her brother's still form. Emily's eyes flitted to Jake's face, searching for any sign of consciousness, any flicker of the spirited brother she had always known. But there was nothing, only the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest, a constant reminder of the fragility of life. "Do you think he can hear us?" Emily's voice was barely above a whisper, breaking the silence that had enveloped them. Carter turned His gaze from Jake to Emily, his expression softening. I believe he can. Sometimes people hang on to the sounds they know, voices of the ones they love. Talk to him. It might help. Taking a deep breath, Emily nodded, feeling the weight of his encouragement. Jake, she began, her voice trembling slightly. It's Emily, I'm here, we're all here, and I need you to come back to us. She paused, glancing at Carter for reassurance, and he gave her a gentle nod. You're the strongest person I know. You fought so many battles, and this one is no different. Just, please, fight for us. Carter squeezed her hand, and she felt a surge of strength coursing through her, emboldened by the connection they had forged. You have to wake up, Jake. You're not done with us yet. There's so much I want to tell you, so much we still need to do together. As she spoke, Emily could feel the weight of her emotions threatening to spill over. It had been a long journey, filled with heartache and challenges, but the thought of losing Jake felt unbearable. The tears she'd been holding back finally broke free, trailing down her cheeks. Carter gently brushed them away with his thumb, an unexpected tenderness in his touch. Let it out, Emily. It's okay to be scared. She took a deep breath, letting the tears flow freely as she spoke into the stillness of the room. I'm scared, Carter. I'm terrified of losing him. He means everything to me. What am I going to do if he doesn't wake up? You are not alone in this, Carter reminded her, his voice low and steady. No matter what happens, I'm here. We'll face whatever comes together. You and Jake are my family now, too. The sincerity in his words wrapped around her like a warm blanket and, for the first time that night, she felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. They stayed in silence for a while longer, the weight of their shared fears balancing out the uncertainty that loomed over them. Hours passed, and the fatigue began to settle in, pulling at Emily's eyelids. She glanced at the clock on the wall. It was past midnight. Just then, a soft rustling sound echoed through the room, drawing her attention back to Jake. She leaned closer, her heart racing. Jake. For a moment she thought she had imagined it, a cruel trick of her sleep-deprived mind, but then she saw his eyelids flutter. Her heart leaped in her chest. Carter, he's moving. Carter shot up from his seat, urgency coursing through him. Jake, can you hear us? Jake's eyes slowly blinked open, confusion clouding his expression as he scanned the room. Emily's breath caught in her throat as their eyes met. Jake's voice was hoarse, barely more than a whisper. Yes, I'm here, it's me. She leaned closer, cradling his hand tightly in hers. You're in the hospital. You had an accident, but you're going to be okay. We're all here for you. Carter? Jake's eyes darted to the man standing beside her, his brows knitting together in apparent confusion. I'm right here, man, Carter replied, his voice steadier than Emily felt. You gave us quite a scare. What happened? Jake asked, his brow furrowing as he tried to piece together the fragments of his memory. Emily exchanged a glance with Carter, unsure how much to share. You were in an accident. You got hurt, but you're going to recover. Accident? Jake's voice was thick with confusion. What kind of accident? Carter interjected. You fell while working on your car. It was serious, but you made it through the worst of it. Just focus on resting for. Now, Jake looked between them, the weight of realization dawning in his eyes. I don't remember. That's okay, Emily said softly, her heart aching for her brother. You just need to take it one step at a time. We're going to get you through this. Yeah, just rest, Carter added, his tone firm yet gentle. You've got people who care about you. As Jake settled back against the pillow, exhaustion pulling him under once more, Emily felt a surge of gratitude for Carter's unwavering support. They had faced the darkness together, and now there was a glimmer of light breaking through. The next few days were a blur of medical updates, gentle encouragement, and moments of quiet reflection. Jake remained in and out of consciousness, but each time he awoke, Emily and Carter were there, ready to reassure him. Carter proved to be an invaluable presence, managing the logistics of hospital visits, communicating with the doctors, and even arranging for a private room to provide Jake with more comfort. Emily watched in awe as he navigated through the chaos with an ease that belied his grumpy reputation. Why are you helping so much? Emily asked one night as they took a break from the hospital chaos, seated in a small cafe down the street. The smell of coffee mingled with the sweet scent of pastries, a comforting reminder that life continued outside those sterile walls. Carter looked up from his coffee, his brow raised. Because you need it, and because I care whether I show it or not. Are you really just a grumpy billionaire? She teased lightly, hoping to ease the tension that sometimes hung between them. He chuckled, a deep sound that warmed her heart. I've been known to smile occasionally, just not in public. Emily bit her lip, feeling the warmth of their growing camaraderie. They had become a team, two people learning to navigate the complexities of life together, each supporting the other in ways they hadn't expected. Their banter continued, lighthearted and filled with unspoken understanding, until the waiter arrived with their order. As they shared the meal, Emily felt a sense of normalcy that she desperately needed amid the uncertainty of Jake's condition. "Emily, can I ask you something?" Carter's voice turned serious, drawing her attention fully to him. "Of course." He hesitated, as if weighing his words carefully. "Do you think this contract between us, do you see it differently now, with everything that's happened?" Emily's heart raced at the question, the weight of their arrangement suddenly feeling heavier. "I don't know. It started as a necessity, but it's evolved into something more complicated. I'm grateful for your support. You've been incredible." Carter leaned forward, his gaze intense. "I want you to know that I'm here for you. Not just because we're contractually obligated. I care about you, Emily. I'm in this, even if it's messy." The intensity of his words sent a shiver down her spine, and she felt a lump in her throat. They had crossed a threshold, one that made the lines of their contract blur into something resembling a genuine partnership. "I care about you too, Carter," she admitted softly, her heart pounding. "This has changed me, changed us." A soft smile broke through his usually stoic expression, and in that moment the connection between them deepened. Perhaps love could blossom from this unconventional foundation, after all. Returning to the hospital that evening felt different. With Carter by her side, Emily felt a renewed sense of purpose. They were not just partners in a contract. They were allies, drawn together by circumstances that had forged an unbreakable bond. As they entered Jake's room, the familiar beeping of machines greeted them. And Emily felt a rush of relief at seeing her brother awake, propped up against the pillows. "Hey there, champ," Carter greeted, his tone light. "How are you feeling?" "Better, I think," Jake replied, his voice still raspy but filled with determination. "What's the plan?" "Just take it easy for now," Emily said, moving to his bedside. "You're still recovering, but you're doing great." Carter nodded in agreement. "And I'll make sure you're well taken care of. You just focus on getting better." As they settled into a comfortable rhythm, Emily couldn't help but smile. In the midst of the chaos, they had created a makeshift family, each supporting the other as they navigated the challenges ahead. And maybe, just maybe, this contract marriage had the potential to become something even more remarkable than she had ever imagined. With love, trust, and courage, they could turn the pages of their story toward a happy ending, together. Emily sat beside Jake's bed, her heart swelling with relief as she watched him slowly regain his strength. Carter, ever the steadfast presence, leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, observing quietly but with a hint of pride in his eyes. The transformation in their dynamic felt palpable, the air between them charged with an unspoken understanding. "Carter, do you think we should talk about what comes next?" Emily's voice broke through the silence, directed at her brother but glancing at Carter for support. Jake raised an eyebrow, his inquisitive nature resurfacing. "Like what? You're not just going to let me sleep my life away, are you?" "Not a chance," Emily replied with a smirk. "But I was thinking more about how we all adjust to, well, everything." Carter straightened up, his gaze sharp and intent. "That's a good point. You've got a lot on your plate, Jake. We'll need to discuss how to manage your recovery and the household once you're out of here." Jake shifted a bit, a frown creeping onto his face. "And what about you two? How are you handling everything?" Emily felt the warmth of Carter's presence beside her, a reminder of how far they'd come. "We're figuring it out," she said softly. "Carter has been a huge help." Jake's eyes narrowed, almost teasing. "A huge help. Is that what we're calling it now?" Carter rolled his eyes, but there was a slight smile on his lips. "Don't push your luck, Jake. I'm still a grumpy billionaire, remember?" Emily chuckled, but her laughter faded as the weight of reality settled back into the room. "What about Mom and Dad?" she ventured, her heart constricting at the thought. "We'll need to talk about them too." Jake sighed heavily, the movement causing him to wince. "Yeah, I've been thinking about that a lot. They're going to want to know what happened. I don't want to bring them more stress." Carter stepped forward, his demeanor shifting to one of careful consideration. "Then let's be strategic about it. We can plan how to approach them once you're ready. It doesn't have to be a confrontational issue. We can frame it positively." Emily blinked, surprised at Carter's insight. "You really think so?" "I know so," he replied, his voice calm and reassuring. "You're a team now, remember, and teams work together to solve problems." Jake nodded slowly, processing the idea. "All right then, let's come up with a plan. Maybe we can tell them that I'm on the road to recovery and we're all handling things better than before." That sounds like a good start, Emily said, relief flooding her. We can emphasize the support system we have now. Carter smiled subtly, clearly satisfied with their progress. And while we're at it, we can incorporate how Emily and I are managing the finances, even if it is through our unique arrangement. Jake's eyes danced with mischief. Right, the marriage of convenience. How's that working for you too? Still just a contract? Emily could feel the heat rising in her cheeks. We've found some unexpected benefits, she admitted, her gaze flickering to Carter, who met her eyes with a serious intensity. Unexpected? Jake pressed, grinning knowingly. Carter cleared his throat, cutting in before Emily could respond. Let's focus on your recovery for now, shall we? Emily laughed lightly, grateful for Carter's intervention. Right, recovery first. We'll hash out the details later. As the hours passed, their conversation shifted from worries to laughter, lighthearted jabs bouncing between them, the atmosphere warming as Jake shared his favorite ridiculous hospital stories. Emily felt lighter, buoyed by the camaraderie growing between the three of them. Eventually, the nurse came in to check on Jake's vitals, and Emily used the moment to step outside for a breather. The fluorescent lights of the hospital felt harsh against the cool night air, and she leaned against the wall, letting out a sigh. Carter joined her, his expression contemplative. You okay? He asked, his voice low. Just needed a minute, she admitted, crossing her arms. It's a lot to process. I'm glad Jake's doing better, but I can't shake the feeling that we're just delaying the inevitable with our parents. Carter nodded, understanding etched into his features. It's not easy, but you're stronger than you think, and you have me. We'll tackle it all together. She turned to him, her heart swelling. Thank you for being here. I don't know what I would do without you. He shrugged, the grumpiness slipping back into place but mixed with something softer. You'd manage, you always do. Emily smiled, but before she could respond, the nurse approached, reminding them of visiting hours. They both returned to Jake's room, slipping back into their roles as caregivers. The night rolled into a quiet routine, and as Jake fell into a deep sleep, Emily found herself sitting beside his bed, her hand resting on his. Carter had pulled up a chair next to her, and she could feel his presence like a comforting blanket. Do you think he'll be okay? Emily asked softly, her gaze fixed on her brother's peaceful face. Carter's expression shifted to something more serious. He's resilient. He'll fight through this, just like you, Emily. You say that like it's easy, she murmured, a wave of self-doubt crashing over her. I worry that I'm not strong enough to handle everything. You are, Carter insisted, his voice firm. You've already proven that. You've taken on more than most would, and you're still standing. That says something about you. Emily turned to him, her heart racing. Do you really believe that? I do, he replied, meeting her gaze with unwavering intensity. And if you ever doubt it, just look at everything you've done for Jake. You're a warrior. Her pulse quickened, and she could feel the warmth spreading through her. A warrior, huh? I like the sound of that. Carter smirked, a flicker of amusement lighting up his eyes. Just don't let it go to your head. I still need to keep you grounded. Grounded, right? She teased, but the atmosphere felt different now, charged with an undercurrent of something deeper. The moment lingered, hanging between them like an uncharted path. Emily could feel the weight of possibility pressing against her chest. Their contract had been built on necessity, but as they sat in the quiet of the hospital room, something was beginning to shift. Emily, Carter said softly, breaking the silence but keeping his voice low. It was not to disturb Jake. I know this is complicated, but we have this chance to redefine what we have, if we want to. Her heart raced, and she turned to face him fully, the seriousness of his tone pulling her closer to the edge of something beautiful and terrifying. You're saying we could change our contract, make it more than just a financial arrangement. If that's what you want, he replied carefully, weighing his words. I know we started this for practical reasons, but I see more potential now. In us, the vulnerability in his eyes mirrored her own fears and hopes, and she felt a tremor of excitement coursing through her. I want that too, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Carter's gaze softened, a smile forming as if a weight had lifted. Then let's take our time. We'll figure it out together. In that instant, Emily realized how profoundly their lives had intertwined. This was no longer just a contract of convenience. It was a partnership that had the potential to blossom into something far more meaningful. As they sat there, hand in hand, the world outside faded away, leaving only the promise of what was to come and the blossoming of love that neither of them had anticipated. With every heartbeat, every shared glance, Emily recognized that they were on the brink of a new chapter, one where love could thrive amidst everything else. With a renewed sense of hope, she squeezed Carter's hand, knowing that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. After all, this was their story, and it was only just beginning. The morning sun streamed through the hospital window, casting a warm glow over Jake's room. Emily stirred awake on the cot beside him, the remnants of sleep still clouding her mind. She blinked a few times, adjusting to the light, and turned her head to see Carter still sleeping in the chair across the room. His dark hair was tousled, and for the first time since their contract marriage had begun, Emily felt a sense of peace wash over her. They had shared vulnerabilities and fears, and now, with the promise of something more tangible between them, she felt the potential for love blooming in her heart. Jake stirred, breaking the silence. "Good morning, sleepyhead," he rasped, his voice rough but filled with a playful energy that made her smile. "Morning," she replied, pushing herself up and raking a hand through her hair. "How are you feeling today?" "Like I've been hit by a truck, but I think it's getting better," he said, attempting to laugh but ending up in a cough. Emily rushed to his side, smoothing his hair back and checking his vitals, "but I'll take it if you promise to keep that grumpy billionaire at bay," he added, giving her a lopsided grin. "Carter's actually been great," she said, glancing over at him. "He's been here every day and he's been, well, not so grumpy." "Wow, miracle of miracles," Jake teased, his eyes twinkling. "So is he treating you like a princess now?" "Something like that," she laughed softly, but the joy in her chest was tinged with nervous anticipation. "We've talked about changing our contract." Jake tilted his head, a hint of seriousness overtaking his playful demeanor. "You mean making it official, like actually married? More than just a financial arrangement. We're both starting to see the potential in each other," she admitted, a flush rising to her cheeks. "It's complicated." "Complicated is my middle name," Jake replied. "But if you're happy, Em, that's what matters. Just don't lose yourself in this, all right? He might be a billionaire, but you know how those types can be. They think they own everything." Before Emily could respond, Carter stirred awake, stretching his arms. He rubbed his eyes and, when they landed on her, a smile lit up his face, transforming his features. "Morning," he said, voice still husky from sleep. "Morning," they chorused, and Emily felt her heart quicken at the sight of him. Carter rose and walked over to the bedside, leaning down to press a gentle kiss to her forehead. The gesture sent a thrill through her, one that made her realize just how much she had come to rely on him during this tumultuous time. "How are you feeling, Jake?" Carter asked, his tone shifting as he focused on her brother. "Still alive," Jake said, a hint of defiance in his voice. "That's good enough for now." "Good to hear." Carter's eyes softened as he studied Jake, and for a moment Emily could see the protective nature surfacing within him. "Just take it one day at a time. We'll get through this." "Team Blake," Jake suggested, a hint of mischief in his voice. "Team Blake," Carter echoed, and Emily felt a swell of affection for both of them. As the morning progressed, they settled into a routine that felt almost normal. Emily helped Jake with his breakfast, and they traded jokes, laughter echoing through the room, creating a bubble of warmth. Carter chimed in occasionally, his humor becoming more natural as he integrated into their little family dynamic. Later that day, as the sunlight shifted, painting the walls with shades of gold and amber, Emily found herself alone with Carter in the hospital cafeteria. The sterile environment of the hospital felt less daunting, and they were finally able to have a moment of clarity away from Jake's constant monitoring. "What do you really want, Emily?" Carter asked, his eyes piercing through her facade. "You mentioned changing the contract. I want to know what that looks like for you." She took a deep breath, searching her heart for an answer. "I guess I want to feel secure, not just financially but emotionally. I want to know that we're in this together, that it's not just a means to an end." Carter leaned back in his chair, his expression contemplative. "So, you're saying that you want to build something real?" "Yes," she replied, her voice steadying. "I want a partnership that goes beyond just being together for convenience. I want us to truly know each other." He nodded slowly, processing her words. "That's a big step, Emily. I'm not sure how to navigate that without scaring you off." "I'm not going anywhere, Carter," she reassured him, placing her hand over his. "I see you, the real you, not just the billionaire facade, and I think you're worth it." His gaze softened, and for a moment it felt as if the air between them crackled with an energy that was both exhilarating and terrifying. "Then let's take our time. Let's explore this together." A warmth blossomed in her chest, and she found herself smiling. "Together," she echoed, knowing the journey ahead would be as complex as it was promising. As they returned to Jake's room, they found him in a deep discussion with a doctor about his recovery plan. Emily felt a swell of gratitude for Carter, who had stepped into the role of protector without hesitation. Seeing him interact with her brother, listening intently and asking questions, filled her with hope for their future. Later that evening, as darkness cast shadows across the hospital walls, Emily settled into the chair beside Jake's bed while Carter stood by the window, gazing out at the city lights twinkling in the distance. "Hey, you two," Jake said, his voice stronger than before. "What's the plan for dinner? I'm starving." "Not sure what we can get in here," Emily admitted, "but I think we can ask the nurse for a late-night menu." "Something with calories, please," Jake replied with a mischievous grin. "I want to make sure I'm well-fed for my recovery process." Carter chuckled, moving away from the window. "I'll take care of it," he said, pulling out his phone. "I'll order in whatever you want, as long as it's not more hospital cafeteria food." Emily watched as Carter placed the order, a sense of warmth blooming in her chest. He was becoming more involved, more invested in their lives, and she couldn't help but feel hopeful about this new chapter they were stepping into. As they waited for the food to arrive, Emily found herself reflecting on how much had changed in such a short time. Less than a month ago, she was a woman drowning in debt and chaos, willing to enter into a contract marriage just to survive. Now, she was on the precipice of something much greater. With every heartfelt conversation and shared moment, she felt the walls she had built around her heart slowly crumbling. Dinner arrived, filling the room with tantalizing aromas and eliciting delighted cheers from Jake. They settled in for a cozy meal, laughter and banter flowing easily between them. Each bite tasted like a small victory, a reminder of their growing bond. As Emily watched Carter share a story with Jake, his laughter echoing in the room, she felt a rush of emotion. This was a family, her family. When the meal was wrapped up and Jake had grown sleepy again, Carter suggested it was time for them to head home. Emily felt a pang at the thought of leaving Jake behind, but he reassured her. "I'll be fine, Em. You two need to figure things out. Don't worry about me. I'll catch up on my sleep and watch some terrible TV." The warmth in her heart flickered with apprehension, but she nodded. "All right, but promise me you'll call if you need anything." "Promise," he said, his voice light. As Emily and Carter made their way out of the hospital, she felt his hand wrap around hers, grounding her as they navigated the corridor. "What do you want to do now?" he asked, guiding them into the parking lot. "Honestly, I think we should go somewhere quiet just to talk." Carter raised an eyebrow but nodded in agreement, leading her to his car. They drove through the city, the lights twinkling like stars against the inky sky, creating an atmosphere that felt both intimate and thrilling. After a short drive, they arrived at a small park that Emily loved, a hidden gem within the city. The air was crisp, and the leaves crunched underfoot as they walked along the path, the tension of the day dissipating with every step. They found a secluded bench nestled beneath a grand oak tree, the branches swaying gently in the night breeze. Emily took a seat and Carter settled beside her, their knees brushing against one another. "Okay, so where do we go from here?" he asked, his gaze locked onto hers, serious and earnest. "I think we need to be honest with each other about what we want. I don't want to rush into anything, but I'm also tired of hiding our feelings," she admitted, her heart racing. Carter nodded thoughtfully. "I agree. But we also have to acknowledge the realities of our situation. The contract brought us together for a reason, but we can't ignore the complexities that come with it." "Right," she said, her throat dry. "But if we're going to make this work, we have to communicate openly. I need to know where you stand, what you want from me, from us." Carter leaned closer, his breath warm against her skin. "What I want is to keep exploring this connection. I want to know you, Emily, in every sense. Your fears, your dreams, even the parts you think are unlovable." Her pulse quickened at his words, and she felt a rush of vulnerability wash over her. "And what if I'm not ready?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "Then we take our time, there's no pressure. I'm not in this to rush you into something you're not ready for. I want to enjoy the process," he replied, his eyes earnest. Emily took a deep breath, the weight of his words settling in her heart. "I want that too." For a moment, they sat in comfortable silence, the world around them fading away as they soaked up this moment. She realized that whatever lay ahead, they could face it together. The shadows of doubt and fear would always linger, but as long as they were honest with each other, they could navigate the storms that threatened their newfound bond. As the night wore on, Emily felt a sense of hope blooming within her. The contract had brought them together out of necessity, but perhaps, just perhaps, it could evolve into something much more beautiful, a love story that defied the odds. They were building something real, one moment at a time, and that was worth fighting for. The days following their heart-to-heart conversation passed in a blur of anticipation and trepidation. Emily and Carter had navigated their contract with a cautious optimism, each moment spent together laced with unspoken possibilities. With every shared meal and lingering glance, the boundaries of their relationship began to blur. Emily found herself eagerly awaiting their evenings together, where they would share stories, dreams, and the occasional laugh that seemed to lighten the weight of their realities. Carter was still grumpy, of course, but there were glimmers of warmth in the depths of his blue eyes that Emily couldn't ignore. Moments of genuine laughter slipped through the cracks of his stoic exterior, and with each passing day, she yearned to peel away the layers of his guarded heart. It was during one of these shared dinners, the soft glow of candlelight flickering between them, that the first real test of their evolving relationship emerged. "Have you thought about your family?" Carter asked, his tone suddenly serious as he pushed a strand of hair behind his ear, a gesture Emily had come to find endearing. Emily's heart tightened at the reminder of her family's struggles. The mounting debts, the looming threat of losing their home, it all weighed heavily on her mind. "I try not to think about it too much," she admitted, picking at the remnants of her pasta. "I don't want to burden you with my problems." Carter's expression darkened slightly, and Emily felt a pang of guilt. "Emily, we're in this together. Your problems are my problems now, whether you like it or not," he said, his tone softer than the words implied. She met his gaze, seeing a flicker of determination in his eyes. "It's just, I don't want you to feel obligated to help me. We have a contract, yes, but I'm not sure how much more I can ask of you." "I want to help," he insisted. "You're not asking for charity, you're asking for support, and I can give you that. We need to be on the same team if we're going to make this work." Emily sighed, her heart swelling at his words. "I know, it's just," she hesitated, searching for the right way to express the turmoil inside her. "It's hard for me to lean on someone. I've always been the one taking care of things. I'm not used to relying on anyone." Carter reached across the table, his hand enveloping hers, grounding her. "Then let me be there for you. You don't have to carry everything alone. We're stronger together, remember." She nodded, his reassurance a comforting balm. "Okay, I'll try." After dinner, as they settled on the sofa, Emily felt the tension in her chest ease. "So, what did you have in mind?" she asked, trying to lighten the mood. "Are we going to dive into more of your childhood traumas, or maybe discuss the intricacies of your business empire?" Carter chuckled, the sound rich and deep, flowing through the air like music. "Actually, I was thinking we could focus on something bit more enjoyable. How about a movie?" "Huh, you must have hidden talents I'm not aware of if you're suggesting a movie night," she teased, nudging him playfully. "I have many hidden talents," he replied, a playful glint in his eye, "but we'll start with movies. What do you feel like watching?" "I'm not picky," she said, snuggling into the corner of the couch. "Surprise me." He browsed through their streaming options, finally settling on a romantic comedy that promised to be lighthearted. As the opening credits rolled, Emily stole glances at Carter, fascinated by the way his focused gaze softened when he was engaged in something entertaining. As the characters on screen navigated their own messy relationships, Emily found herself reflecting on her own. Carter's presence felt so tangible, yet there were still walls between them, fragile yet unyielding. She wondered if they would ever truly break through. Halfway through the movie, as laughter filled the room, a sharp knock at the door startled them both. Emily's heart sank, recognizing the urgency of the sound. "I'll get it," she said, rising to answer the door. As she opened it, the sight of her younger brother, Jake, standing there with a look of distress struck her like a blow. "Emily, I need your help," he gasped, his face pale and panic-stricken. "What happened?" she asked, her voice tinged with worry. He stepped inside, glancing nervously at Carter, who had followed closely behind her. "It's Mom. She got a call from the bank. They're threatening to foreclose on the house if we don't come up with the payment by the end of the month." Emily's heart plummeted. "What? But we have time. I thought They said that was the last extension they'd give us if we don't pay," Jake interrupted, his voice shaky. "I didn't know who else to turn to. I thought maybe you could talk to Carter." "Wait," Emily interjected, holding up her hand. "Carter isn't just some cash machine. He's my boyfriend?" Jake suggested, his eyes darting. "Between them, kind of." Emily felt her cheeks flush as she took a deep breath. "But it's complicated." "It's fine," Carter said, his voice steady. "I can help, just tell me how much you need." Emily's heart raced. "Carter, you don't have to." "I want to," he insisted, cutting her off. I can't sit back and watch you struggle with this. How much do you need? Jake's eyes widened, and Emily felt a mix of gratitude and embarrassment. It's almost 10,000, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Carter nodded, his expression resolute. I can transfer the money tonight, but I need you both to promise me that you won't treat it as a loan. This is a gift, something I want to do for you. Emily opened her mouth to protest, but the sincerity in Carter's eyes silenced her. Thank you, Jake said, relief flooding his voice. Thank you so much, man. I knew you'd understand. Carter just gave a slight nod, the tension in the room dissipating as they began to discuss a plan. Emily felt a swell of emotion at the sight of her brother, a young man burdened by the weight of their family's struggles, finally finding a glimmer of hope. After Jake left, Emily sat in silence, her mind racing. I didn't want you to feel pressured to help, she said, turning to Carter, who was still processing the sudden turn of events. I want to help, Emily, he replied, his voice steady. Your family now, you and Jake. I'll do whatever it takes to ensure you both are taken care of. Thank you, she whispered, her gratitude overflowing. You don't know how much this means to us. Carter took a deep breath, running a hand through his hair as he glanced at her, his expression softening. I need you to understand that this isn't charity. It's part of our partnership now. I want to invest in what we're building together. She nodded, tears welling in her eyes. I know, and I promise. I'll find a way to repay you. I won't let you down. In that moment, Emily realized that their contract was evolving into something more profound than she had ever anticipated. It wasn't just a financial arrangement anymore. It was a commitment to each other, one that required vulnerability, trust, and a willingness to open up about their lives, dreams, and fears. As they settled back into their seats on the sofa, the movie long forgotten, the weight of their unspoken bond hung thick in the air. Emily felt a mixture of fear and excitement bubbling within her. She had no idea where this journey would lead them, but she was willing to navigate it with Carter by her side. But just as she thought they had crossed a threshold, a reminder of the past crept in like a shadow, threatening to unravel everything they had built. Emily, Carter began, breaking the silence, I think it's time we talk about my past. Her breath caught in her throat. What do you mean? I've kept a lot of things to myself, not just about my business but about my life. If we're going to truly move forward, then you deserve to know everything. Tension rolled through Emily. What do you mean? Is there something I should know? Carter leaned back, his gaze distant. My father, he was an intimidating figure in the industry. He built his empire on the backs of others, always ruthless, always striving for more. I struggled to live up to his expectations, and when I finally broke free, he paused, his voice trailing off. It wasn't pretty. I lost a lot in that process. Emily's heart ached at his words. Carter, you don't have to share anything you're not ready for. No, I want to, he insisted, his eyes locking with hers. Because it's part of understanding why I am the way I am. I've built walls to protect myself, but you deserve to know the truth. The vulnerability in his voice tugged at her heart. Okay, I'm listening. As he began to recount the details of his tumultuous past, Emily felt their connection deepen. She delved into the shadows of his history, and her heart swelled with a renewed sense of empathy and admiration for the man sitting beside her. Their journey had taken a much darker turn, but there was strength in sharing burdens, and together they would forge a path forward, one that honored both their pasts while embracing the potential of a shared future. With every word, every revelation, Emily felt the weight of her own fears lifting. They were no longer two people trapped in a contract of necessity. They were partners navigating the complexities of life and love, willing to confront the shadows that threatened to hold them back. They had a long way to go, but if they faced it together, she was confident they could build a love that was unbreakable, a bond forged not just out of circumstance, but out of choice. And that was the most powerful contract of all. Emily sat in the soothing silence, her heart racing with the enormity of what lay before them. Carter's revelations had cracked open the shell of his grumpy facade, revealing a man who had been shaped by pain and loss. The vulnerability he had shown was a gift, and she felt honored that he trusted her enough to share it. As she processed his words, a sense of urgency bubbled within her. Their time together felt fleeting, like grains of sand slipping through her fingers. With the contracts binding their lives together, the clock was ticking, not just on their arrangement but on the potential for something deeper. Carter, she said softly, breaking the comfortable silence between them, what do you think will happen after the contract ends? What do you want for us? He studied her, his expression a mixture of surprise and contemplation. I guess I haven't thought that far ahead. I've always been a man of the moment, of the deal. But I want to believe that there's something more waiting for us, something real. Emily's heart fluttered at his admission. Then let's build that something real together, she urged, her voice gaining strength. We've both had our share of scars, but maybe they can teach us instead of keep us apart. Carter's eyes softened as he reached out, taking her hand in his. His touch was warm, grounding her in the moment. You really think we can do this? I do, she replied, squeezing his hand. But it's going to take effort from both of us. We have to be open and honest, especially about what we want. I want to know everything about you, Carter, the good, the bad, the ugly. He nodded slowly, a flicker of determination igniting in his gaze. Then let's start with what scares us the most. Emily took a deep breath, the weight of the challenge exhilarating and terrifying all at once. Okay, I'll go first. I'm terrified of losing the people I love. My family is complicated, and I've spent so much time trying to hold it together that I forgot to live for myself. I don't want to be trapped in that cycle anymore. Carter listened intently, his thumb gently brushing over her knuckles. I can understand that. My past made me feel like I had to carry everything alone, like asking for help was a weakness. I don't want that for us. Then let's promise not to do that, she said, feeling a surge of hope. Let's be each other's support. We can lean on each other when times get tough. He smiled, a genuine expression that made her heart skip a beat. I'd like that. The air around them crackled with newfound energy, the weight of their unspoken fears lifting. For the first time since they entered this contract marriage, Emily felt a sense of clarity. It was as if the storm clouds hovering over them had parted, revealing a path forward. Let's take a trip, Carter suggested suddenly, his eyes sparking with mischief. Somewhere we can escape the pressure and just be ourselves. Where did you have in mind? Emily asked, intrigued by the idea. Somewhere spontaneous, somewhere with fresh air and maybe a little adventure. How about a weekend getaway to the mountains? Emily's excitement bubbled over. That sounds amazing. I've always wanted to go hiking, but I never found the time. Carter grinned, the corners of his mouth lifting in a way that made him look almost boyish. Then it settled. We'll leave tomorrow morning. I'll pack the essentials. Wait, you're the billionaire here. What do you mean by pack the essentials? She laughed, genuinely amused by the thought of Carter Blake, the notorious workaholic, trying to pack lightly. Just because I have the means doesn't mean I want to carry 20 bags for a 2-day trip, he countered, feigning a serious tone. I'll grab some snacks, a couple of changes of clothes, and we'll be good to go. Emily chuckled, imagining Carter struggling with a backpack. All right, Mr. Practical, just remember to pack sunscreen. We wouldn't want you turning into a lobster. Noted, and you should probably bring a pair of sturdy shoes. They shared a moment of lighthearted banter, the tension of their earlier conversation fading away. Emily marveled at how they had transformed from two people bound by obligation into something resembling friends, partners even. The thought sent a warm thrill coursing through her. As they talked and laughed, Emily felt the walls she had built around her heart begin to crumble. She didn't know what the future held, but she was willing to take the leap and find out. Later that night, after sharing a simple dinner, Emily found herself unable to sleep. She lay in bed, tossing and turning as her mind raced with thoughts of their upcoming trip. The idea of hiking in the mountains filled her with anticipation, and she couldn't shake the nervous excitement coursing through her veins. Suddenly, her phone buzzed on the bedside table. A message illuminated the screen, and she reached for it, surprised to see it was from Carter. Can't sleep? He texted. Nope, you either, she replied. Thinking about our trip, I have a feeling it's going to change things for us. Emily's heart raced at his words. In a good way, I hope. Definitely, I think we'll have a lot of fun, but I also think it'll be a chance to dig deeper, you know? She smiled at his honesty. I think so too. Maybe this is what we need to break down those walls. Get some sleep, Em. Tomorrow will be an adventure. With a flutter in her chest, Emily typed back a quick goodnight before setting her phone down. She closed her eyes, imagining the mountains looming ahead, the crisp air, and the sense of freedom that awaited them. Morning came too soon for her liking, but the thrill of the unknown propelled her out of bed. She quickly packed a small bag with essentials, her heart fluttering with excitement as she threw in a warm jacket, comfortable shoes, and her trusty camera. She wanted to capture every moment. Downstairs, she found Carter already waiting in the kitchen, a steaming cup of coffee in hand. He looked relaxed, a stark contrast to the driven man she had met when they first entered their contract. The tension around him had eased, replaced by a sense of anticipation. Morning, he greeted, a soft smile crossing his lips. Ready for our adventure? Absolutely, I can't believe we're finally doing this. He handed her a cup of coffee, and she took a long sip, savoring the rich flavor. Let's hit the road then. I've arranged for a small cabin in the mountains, away from everything. Just us, nature, and maybe a few hiking trails. Emily's heart soared. You really thought of everything, didn't you? Only the best for my wife, he quipped, and she felt a warmth spread through her at the implied intimacy of his words. They loaded up the car, the atmosphere bubbling with excitement as they set off. The city slowly faded behind them, replaced by rolling hills and sprawling fields. Emily watched the scenery change, the mountains standing tall in the distance, beckoning them. As they drove, they shared stories about childhood adventures, dreams, and the little quirks that made them who they were. Each word drew them closer, deepening the bond that had begun to form between them. Emily felt herself laughing more freely, her heart opening with every mile they traveled. When they finally reached the cabin, it was everything she had hoped it would be, cozy, nestled among the trees, with a stunning view of the mountains. After unpacking, they decided to explore the trails nearby. The sun hung high in the sky, casting golden rays over the landscape as they walked side by side, the sound of crunching leaves beneath their feet mingling with the chirping of birds. This is beautiful, Emily breathed, taking in the vibrant colors around her. Carter paused beside her, his gaze focused on the horizon. I thought you'd like it here. There's something soothing about being surrounded by nature. They walked in comfortable silence, and Emily couldn't help but steal glances at him. Carter seemed different out here, more relaxed, more open. The stern billionaire she had first encountered felt like a distant memory. Tell me about your happiest memory, she prompted, hoping to keep the conversation flowing. He chuckled, a sound that warmed her heart. Okay, it's not as grand as you might think, but I remember a summer when I was about 10. My father took me fishing. We drove out to this quiet lake, and for hours we just sat there. It wasn't about catching fish, it was about being together. For once there were no expectations, no pressures, just peace. Emily's heart ached at the nostalgia in his voice. That sounds perfect. Did you catch anything? Not a single fish, he admitted with a chuckle. But it didn't matter. We had a great time talking. It was one of those days I wish I could relive. I get that. Sometimes the moments we don't plan are the most memorable, she said, thinking of the times she had spent with her family, even when things were rocky. As they continued their hike, Emily felt the weight of the past beginning to lift. They were creating new memories, building a foundation for something that could blossom into more than she had dared to hope. When they reached a breathtaking overlook, she gasped at the sight before her. The mountains stretched endlessly, their peaks kissing the sky, and the valley below was a tapestry of greens and browns. Wow, she whispered, stepping closer to the edge. Carter stood beside her, a soft smile gracing his lips. This view is worth the hike, don't you think? Definitely, she agreed, her heart racing with both the beauty of the scene and the closeness they shared. As they stood there, side by side, Emily felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. This weekend was more than an escape. It was a chance to redefine their relationship, to explore the connection that had sparked between them. Thank you for bringing me here, she said quietly. Carter turned to her, his expression serious. Thank you for trusting me. I know I can be difficult, but you seem to see beyond that. I think I see the real you, Carter, Emily said, her voice steady. And I like what I see. His gaze held hers for a moment, and the air between them thickened. She could feel the weight of unspoken words lingering, the tension shifting from uncertainty to possibility. Let's explore more, he finally said, breaking the moment but not the connection. As they ventured further down the trail, Emily felt lighter, unburdened by their pasts. They were still navigating the complexities of their contract marriage, but for the first time, she truly believed they were on the brink of something incredible. The mountains would serve as both a backdrop and a catalyst, a place where they could confront their fears and embrace the potential of a love that had begun to blossom from necessity into something deeper. And as they journeyed into the heart of the wilderness, Emily couldn't help but think that maybe, just maybe, they were writing a new contract together, one that bound them by choice, not obligation. One that whispered of hope, love, and endless possibilities. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a golden hue across the rugged mountains surrounding them. With every step Emily took, she felt the weight of her worries lift, replaced by an exhilarating sense of freedom. It was as if the crisp mountain air had a cleansing effect, sweeping away the remnants of her anxieties and uncertainties. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Emily glanced over at Carter. He was focused, his brow slightly furrowed as he navigated the uneven terrain. There was something undeniably attractive about his determination, the way he faced obstacles head-on, impenetrable yet vulnerable in equal measure. Emily felt her heart race at the thought of how far they had come in such a short time. "What's on your mind?" Carter's voice broke her reverie, his tone unexpectedly gentle. "Just thinking about how different everything feels," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "This place, us. It's like we stepped into a different world." Carter paused, looking out over the valley that was bathed in twilight. "It's nice to get away from everything, isn't it? To clear your head." "Exactly," Emily agreed, smiling at him. "I think it's important for us. We need time to just be." He turned his head, his dark eyes meeting hers, and for a moment the weight of their contract faded into the background. "I want to be more than just a business arrangement, Em. I want to understand you, and I want you to understand me." Her heart fluttered at his admission. "I feel the same way, but it's going to take time, isn't it? We have a lot to unravel." "Yes, we do," he replied, his gaze growing serious again. "But I'm willing to try. Just don't expect me to change overnight." "I wouldn't dream of it," Emily said, her laughter lightening her heart. "We're both a work in progress." They walked in comfortable silence, the only sounds being the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and the gentle rustle of the wind through the trees. Emily took a deep breath, reveling in the beauty around her. The mountains, once daunting and mysterious, now felt like a sanctuary, a place where they could explore the depths of their connection without the pressures of the outside world. After a while, they stumbled upon a small clearing with a breathtaking view of the valley. The sunset painted the sky in strokes of orange and pink, and Emily felt an overwhelming urge to capture the moment. "Carter, look at this," she exclaimed, pulling out her phone. "It's stunning." He joined her, leaning against a nearby tree as she snapped a few pictures. "You've got an eye for beauty, Em," he said, a hint of admiration in his voice. "You should pursue photography more seriously." "I've thought about it," she replied, glancing at him, "but I've always been too scared of putting myself out there. What if nobody likes my work?" "Who cares?" he said, his tone firm. "It's about what you love. You should share it with the world, no matter what anyone else thinks." Emily was taken aback by his sudden passion. "You really believe that?" "Of course," he said, pushing away from the tree and stepping closer to her. "You have talent. Don't let fear hold you back." His proximity sent a rush of warmth through her, and she felt emboldened by his encouragement. "Maybe you're right, I'll think about it." They stood in silence for a moment, the air thick with unspoken words. Emily could feel the tension building again, the desire lingering just under the surface. She wanted to reach out and close the distance between them to explore the connection that had blossomed amidst their struggles. "Let's sit for a moment," Carter suggested, gesturing to a large rock that overlooked the valley. They settled down, the expanse of nature sprawled before them, and Emily felt a sense of peace wash over her. "Tell me more about your past," she prompted gently, curious to learn more about the man beside her. Carter took a deep breath, his expression shadowed for a moment. "There's not much to say that I haven't already shared. I grew up in a world where expectations were everything. My parents were never satisfied, no matter how hard I worked. It was exhausting." "Did you ever feel loved?" Emily asked, her heart aching for the young boy he once was. "Not really," he admitted, his gaze distant. "Love was conditional. It was about achievements, accolades. I learned to associate worth with success, and when I failed to meet their expectations, I felt like a failure." "That's heartbreaking, Carter," she said softly, "but you're not a failure." "Maybe not now," he replied, his voice tinged with bitterness, "but the scars run deep. I built these walls to protect myself, convinced that I didn't need anyone else. I thought success would fill the void, but it only made me feel more isolated." Emily reached out, placing her hand over his. "You don't have to carry that burden alone anymore. I'm here." He glanced down at her hand, surprised by the warmth of her touch. It was a small gesture, but it held a weight that felt monumental. "You really are different, Em. I've never had anyone care about me like this. Because I see you. I see the man who's hiding behind the billionaire persona. You're more than just your accomplishments," she assured him. "There's so much more to you than what you've been taught to believe." Carter turned to her, his eyes searching hers as if trying to grasp the sincerity of her words. "You make it sound so easy." "Because it can be," she said, her voice steady. "You just have to let go of the past little by little. Trust that it's okay to be vulnerable." He nodded slowly, contemplating her words. "It's just that vulnerability has always been a weakness in my world. I've been taught to be strong, impenetrable." Strength can come from vulnerability, too, she countered. It takes courage to show your true self to someone else. The tension between them shifted again, this time towards something more intimate. Emily could see the internal struggle in Carter's eyes, the battle between the man he had been conditioned to be and the man he truly wanted to become. Maybe you're right, he finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. But it's terrifying. It is, she agreed, squeezing his hand gently. But I'll be right here with you, you're not alone anymore. With that promise hanging in the air, they sat in silence, watching as the sun slipped behind the mountains, leaving the world cloaked in twilight. The cool breeze wrapped around them, and Emily felt a sense of anticipation building in the quiet moment. Carter turned to her, his expression shifting, uncertainty giving way to determination. Emily? Yes. She replied, her heart racing. I want to try, he said, his voice steady. I want to let you in. I don't want to be just the grumpy billionaire anymore. I want to be something more. Her breath caught in her throat, and for a moment the world around them faded away. What do you mean by something more? I mean I want to let go of the past and see where this goes. I want to explore what we have to understand it fully, he said, his gaze unwavering. You make me want to be better. Tears welled in her eyes at his confession, a wave of emotion washing over her. Carter, I want that too. I want to explore this connection to see where it leads us. His hand tightened around hers, and the warmth of his grip sent shivers down her spine. Then let's do it. Let's take this step together. Together, she echoed, her heart soaring. As they leaned in closer, the last rays of sunlight illuminated their faces, and Emily felt a surge of hope. They were stepping into the unknown, but for the first time, the uncertainty felt exhilarating. Maybe this would be the turning point they both needed, a moment that would rewrite their contracts, binding them not by obligation, but by choice. And as their lips met, tentative and sweet, Emily felt the warmth of their connection ignite into something brighter. In that kiss, they sealed a promise, one that transcended the confines of their contract and ventured into the realm of possibility. Together, they could face the shadows of their pasts and emerge stronger, ready to carve a future that was uniquely theirs. The mountains stood tall around them, a witness to their transformation, and for the first time, Emily believed that love could truly blossom from a union founded on necessity. As they pulled back, breathless, she knew they had crossed a threshold, and there would be no turning back. Together, they would forge a new path, one filled with trust, hope, and the courage to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The contract of their marriage was evolving, and with it, the promise of a love that could withstand the storms of life. The morning sun broke over the horizon, illuminating the edges of the cabin nestled in the woods. Emily stirred awake, wrapped in a cocoon of warmth that was both soothing and unfamiliar. A moment of disorientation washed over her as she glanced around, then it struck her. The weekend escape with Carter had not just been a getaway, it was a turning point. She turned her head slightly, and there he was, still asleep beside her. His dark hair was tousled, and the lines of tension that usually marred his forehead were smoothed out in slumber. A soft smile tugged at her lips as she marveled at how peaceful he looked, how utterly unguarded. Emily carefully slipped out of the bed, not wanting to disturb his rest. She tiptoed to the kitchen, her heart fluttering with anticipation about the day ahead. The plan was to hike to a nearby waterfall, a place that Carter spoke of as serene and breathtaking. She wanted to see it, wanted to share that experience with him, but more than that, she wanted to continue exploring the connection they had ignited the previous evening, the raw, electric chemistry that made her feel seen and heard in a way she hadn't known was possible. As she brewed coffee, the rich aroma filled the air, blending with the earthy scent of pine and fresh mountain dew. She poured a steaming cup and leaned against the counter, lost in thought. They had crossed a threshold, hadn't they? The kiss had marked a shift in their relationship, turning something contractual into something that held the potential for deep emotional investment. Smells amazing, Carter's voice broke through her reverie, and she turned to find him leaning against the doorframe, eyes still heavy with sleep but filled with a warmth that sent a thrill through her. Good morning, I thought I'd get us coffee before breakfast, she replied, holding out the cup to him. He took it with a soft grunt of appreciation, and their fingers brushed. Briefly, a fleeting touch that felt like a promise. Did you sleep well? He asked, taking a sip of the rich brew. Like a baby, you. Better than I have in a long time, he admitted, surprising her with his honesty. His gaze softened as he met her eyes. Last night was nice. Nice, she teased, a playful smile dancing on her lips. I'd say it was more than nice. Okay, it was great, he conceded, a hint of a smile creeping into his expression. but let's not dwell on it. We have a waterfall to reach, remember? Right, let me whip up something for breakfast and then we can head out. As Emily prepared a simple breakfast of eggs and toast, she could feel the shift in their dynamic. They moved around the small kitchen in comfortable silence, exchanging occasional glances and easy smiles. Each interaction felt charged, as if they were both aware that the boundaries between them had changed overnight. After breakfast, they bundled up in their hiking gear, excitement palpable in the air. "Ready?" Carter asked, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "As ready as I'll ever be," Emily replied, her heart racing at the thought of hiking together. The trail was winding and narrow, surrounded by towering trees that reached for the sky. Birds chirped above, and the sound of rustling leaves filled the air, creating a symphony of nature that made Emily feel alive. Carter walked beside her, a steady presence that soothed her nerves. "I've always loved the outdoors," she said, breaking the silence. "It's where I feel most at peace." "I can see that," Carter replied, glancing at her with genuine interest. "You seem more vibrant out here, like you belong." "Maybe I do," she mused, pausing to take in the breathtaking view around her. "It's nice to escape the chaos of life, even just for a little while." Carter nodded, but there was a shadow in his eyes that hinted at unspoken burdens. "Life has a way of creeping back in, doesn't it?" "Yeah, it does." Emily's heart ached for the man beside her. She wanted to delve deeper, to ask about the ghosts that haunted him, but she sensed that now wasn't the right time. Instead, she chose to keep the atmosphere light. "But for now, let's focus on the waterfall. I can't wait to see it." He smiled at her enthusiasm, and they continued down the trail, the path becoming steeper and more rugged with each step. Emily's breath came in quick bursts as they climbed higher, but the thrill of adventure propelled her forward. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the waterfall. The sight took her breath away. Cascading water glimmered in the sunlight as it crashed against the rocks below, creating a mist that danced in the air. "It's stunning," Emily breathed, her heart full as she took in the beauty of the scene. "It's one of my favorite places," Carter said, standing beside her. "I come here when I need to clear my head." "Why didn't you tell me?" He shrugged, a hint of vulnerability flickering across his face. "I didn't think you'd want to know. I'm not the sentimental type." "Maybe it's time to change that," she said softly, nudging him playfully. He chuckled, and she felt a surge of warmth at the sound. "I'll think about it." They found a spot on a large rock overlooking the waterfall, and the two of them settled in to take it all in. Emily closed her eyes, letting the sound of the water wash over her, grounding her in the moment. "You know, I used to come here with my father," Carter said suddenly, his voice low and contemplative. Emily opened her eyes, turning to face him. "What was he like?" Carter hesitated, the weight of his memories heavy in the air. "He was ambitious, like me, always pushing for more. We had a complicated relationship." "Complicated how?" He looked away, staring into the distance. "It was as if I could never live up to his expectations, always felt like I was competing against a ghost." "Do you think that's why you push people away?" she asked gently, sensing this was a moment of vulnerability. He turned to her, his expression guarded but curious. "Maybe. I've built walls to protect myself. I thought it was easier to be alone." "But you're not alone anymore," she reminded him, her voice firm. "I'm here and I want to help you break down those walls." Silence enveloped them, the roar of the waterfall providing a constant backdrop to their conversation. Carter ran a hand through his hair, clearly wrestling with his thoughts. "You shouldn't have to shoulder my burdens, Emily." "I want to, Carter. We're in this together. This isn't just a contract. It's a partnership. I'm not afraid of your past. I want to know it." His gaze held hers for a long moment, and she felt the invisible thread between them tight, a connection that went beyond understanding. "You really mean that?" "Absolutely. I see you, and I want to support you. You're worth it." Carter's expression shifted, something vulnerable flickering in his eyes. "I'm not sure I know how to let someone in." "Then let's figure it out together. We don't have to rush. Let's take our time. What matters is that we're moving forward." He nodded, a look of determination crossing his features. "Okay, together." In that moment, Emily felt a surge of hope. They weren't just two people bound by a contract anymore. They were allies navigating the complexities of their lives, forging a deeper connection. They stayed by the waterfall for a while longer, lost in conversation that ebbed and flowed like the water before them. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, casting golden hues across the landscape, Emily felt a sense of peace settle around them. They made their way back down the trail, laughter spilling from their lips as they shared stories and teased each other. The day had brought them closer, and each step felt lighter than the last. When they returned to the cabin, the warmth of the fire greeted them, and Emily felt a sense of comfort envelop her. They settled in for the evening, sharing a simple dinner and allowing the conversation to drift from lighthearted topics to their dreams and aspirations. "I've never had a normal life," Carter confessed as they cleaned up, his tone serious. "I've always been focused on work on my company. I don't know what it's like to have a family or build a life outside of that." Emily's heart ached for him. "You can start now. We can create that life together. You don't have to do it alone." He looked at her, uncertainty etched on his face. "Are you sure you want that? This is all new territory for me." "I want it, Carter. I want you in my life, not just as my husband in name, but as my partner in every sense of the word." The weight of her words hung between them, and for a moment, they simply stared at each other, the air thick with unspoken promises. "Okay," he finally said, a small smile breaking through the seriousness. "Let's do this." The night unfolded with easy laughter and shared stories by the fire, and Emily felt the walls between them crumbling more with every passing moment. She could see the flicker of hope in Carter's eyes, a glimpse of the man he could be when he allowed himself to be vulnerable. As the fire crackled and embers floated into the night sky, she realized they were weaving together a tapestry of trust, one that would require patience, understanding, and a willingness to explore the depths of their hearts. Tomorrow, they would take another step forward, but for now, in this moment, they were exactly where they needed to be. Together. The morning sun filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a soft glow across the bedroom. Emily stirred awake, the warmth of the blanket cocooning her in a sense of peace she hadn't felt in ages. She turned over, a smile creeping across her lips as she spotted Carter still asleep beside her, his rugged features relaxed, a far cry from the grumpy billionaire persona he usually wore. It was a new day, a new chapter in their unconventional love story, and the thought filled her with a mix of excitement and apprehension. Last night had changed everything. They had crossed a threshold that deepened their bond and transformed their marriage of convenience into something that felt more real, more tangible. She sat up slowly, trying not to disturb him, and reached for her phone on the nightstand. A flood of notifications greeted her. Messages from her family, updates on her mounting debts, and a reminder about her job at the cafe. The weight of her responsibilities crashed over her like a tidal wave, but she took a deep breath, reminding herself that she was alone in this anymore. Carter stirred, blinking awake, and she caught the moment he recognized that she was there. His lips curled into a sleepy smile and her heart raced. "Good morning," he murmured, his voice husky with sleep. "Good morning," she replied, unable to suppress her smile. "Did you sleep well?" "Better than I have in a long time," he admitted, stretching his arms over his head. "I think it might have something to do with you." Emily felt herself blush at his compliment. "Seems like we both needed this, huh?" Carter nodded, propping himself up on one elbow. "Last night felt different, in a good way." She tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. "Different how?" He paused, his expression turning serious. "I've spent so much time building walls around my emotions, pretending I didn't need anyone. But being with you, it's forcing me to confront things I've buried for years. It feels good, but it's also terrifying." Emily's heart ached for him. "You don't have to be scared. I'm here. We can figure this out together." A flicker of something, hope perhaps, danced in his eyes, and she knew they were on the brink of something extraordinary. "Together," he repeated, as if savoring the word. They shared a lingering gaze before Emily realized they were still in bed, the world outside ticking on without them. "We should get up," she said reluctantly. "We have a lot to do today." "Do we?" he asked, feigning innocence. "Carter," she admonished lightly, "we have to meet with my family and discuss the financial situation." His expression shifted, the playful glint replaced by a flicker of apprehension. "Right, your family. Are you sure you want me there?" The question caught her off guard. "Of course, they need to see that this is real. I want them to know you're not just some agreement I made for convenience." Carter's brows furrowed, and she could see the gears turning in his mind. "What if they don't accept me? What if they think I'm just a rich guy playing house?" "They will see that you're more than that once they get to know you," Emily reassured him, reaching out to squeeze his hand. "Trust me. On this, you're not the caricature they might imagine." He nodded slowly, his expression softening. "Okay, I'll trust you." After a quick breakfast, an awkward but endearing mix of cereal and toast, they dressed in a way that reflected their new dynamic. Emily opted for a sundress, bright and cheerful, while Carter donned a tailored shirt that hinted at his usual business attire, but was more relaxed than what he typically wore to work. They looked like a couple, she thought, and the realization sent a thrill through her. As they made their way to her family's house, the car ride was filled with nervous tension. Emily fidgeted with the hem of her dress, and she could sense Carter's unease. "You okay?" she asked, glancing over at him. "Just thinking," he replied, his grip tightening on the steering wheel. "What if they don't like me?" "They will," she said firmly. "Just be yourself. They'll see how much you care about me." He exhaled deeply, and she could almost see the wheels turning in his mind. When they arrived, the sight of her childhood home brought a wave of nostalgia crashing over her. It was a modest two-story house with a cheerful red door and a white picket fence, surrounded by flourishing gardens her mother tended with pride. This place held so many memories, the laughter, the tears, the countless family gatherings. As they stepped inside, the familiar sense of her mother's cooking wafted through the air, and Emily's heart swelled with warmth. "Mom, Dad, we're here." Her mother appeared first, wiping her hands on a dish towel, her face lighting up at the sight of Emily. "Sweetheart, I'm so glad you made it." Emily embraced her mother tightly, feeling the comfort of home wrap around her like a warm blanket. She released her and turned to Carter, who was watching the exchange with a mix of apprehension and curiosity. "Mom, this is Carter," Emily introduced, her voice steady despite the racing of her heart. "Carter," her mother said warmly, stepping forward to extend her hand. "It's so nice to finally meet you. Emily's told us so much about you." "Good things, I hope," Carter replied, shaking her hand firmly. But his discomfort was palpable. "Only the best," her mother said, her eyes twinkling with kindness. "Please come in, dinner is almost ready." Emily guided Carter through the familiar home, noticing how his shoulders relaxed slightly as they entered the living room filled with family photographs and cozy furniture. Her father joined them shortly, his eyebrows raised in surprise when he saw Carter. "Well, look who we have here," he said, clarity of humor in his voice. "The elusive billionaire. Didn't think you'd be brave enough to show your face." Carter chuckled, the tension easing slightly. "It's nice to meet you, sir." Her father, a jovial man with a hearty laugh, clapped Carter on the back. "You can call me Dave. Anyone who makes my daughter smile is all right in my book." Emily felt a mixture of embarrassment and pride at her father's bluntness, but she also felt the warmth of acceptance building. As dinner unfolded, Emily watched Carter's transformation. The initial awkwardness began to dissolve as her family engaged him in conversation about work, life, and even their shared love for the outdoors. He answered their questions with surprising ease, revealing snippets of his life, his ambitions, and his struggles. Emily could see him opening up, revealing the layers she had glimpsed during their late-night talks. Her family listened, nodding and chiming in, and she felt a swell of admiration for Carter's courage to share his vulnerabilities. "So, tell us." Her mother leaned in, mischief dancing in her eyes. "What's it like being married to my daughter?" Carter hesitated, a teasing glint in his eyes. "It's a wild ride," he replied, his tone light. "I didn't know what I was getting into when I signed the contract." Her father roared with laughter, and her mother swatted him playfully on the arm. "Stop teasing him, it's a serious commitment." "It is," Carter agreed, his expression shifting to something softer. "But I'm learning it can be a rewarding one." Emily felt her heart flutter at his words, and she couldn't help but reach for his hand beneath the table, intertwining their fingers. It was a simple gesture, but it solidified the connection that had been forged between them. As dinner came to a close, Emily's heart swelled with gratitude. The initial fears of introducing Carter had melted away into laughter and warmth, and for the first time, she felt a sense of belonging with him at her side. After dessert, they found themselves in the living room, seated in comfortable chairs while her parents tidied up. "You know," her father said, leaning back with a hint of mischief, "if you two ever decide to have kids, you'll have to teach them to be as brave as you are, Carter." Carter stiffened, and Emily sensed the tension return. "That's a big step," he said, his tone shifting back to the cautious CEO. "I'm not sure I'm ready for that." Her mother stepped in, sensing the shift. "No need to rush things, just take it one day at a time, right?" Emily squeezed Carter's hand, grounding him. "Exactly, we're just getting started." "Right," he said, looking at her with a mix of gratitude and vulnerability. "One day at a time." The conversation flowed, laughter and stories filling the air, and Emily felt the warmth of her family's acceptance wash over them. It was a reminder that they weren't merely playing roles in a contract, but building something real together. As the night wore on and they said their goodbyes, Emily's heart swelled with hope. They had taken a significant step forward, not just in their relationship, but in blending their lives together. Driving home, the tension from earlier had completely evaporated, replaced by a sense of shared accomplishment. You did great back there, Emily said, glancing over at Carter. Thanks, he replied, his tone genuine. I was terrified. Why? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Because I've never had a family like that, he admitted, his gaze focused on the road ahead. I didn't know how they would see me or if I would fit in. You fit in just fine, she said softly. You were yourself, and that's what matters. He turned to her, a flicker of emotion crossing his face. I appreciate you believing in me, Emily. It means more than you know. They fell into a comfortable silence, the hum of the engine filling. The space between them, as they pulled into the driveway, Emily turned to Carter, her heart racing. Can I ask you something? Of course. What do you see when you think about our future? He paused, contemplating her question. I see possibilities. I see us building a life together, maybe something that feels more like home than anything I've known, but I also see the challenges ahead. I don't want to let you down. You won't, she promised, reaching for his hand again as they sat in the car. We're in this together, remember? He nodded slowly, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Together. And as they stepped out of the car, hand in hand, Emily felt a thrill of anticipation for what lay ahead. They were no longer just two people bound by a contract. They were partners in every sense of the word, ready to face whatever challenges their future might hold. Tomorrow would bring its own set of trials, but for now, they were standing on the brink of something beautiful. And together, they were ready to take the plunge. The morning sun streamed through the sheer curtains of their bedroom, casting a warm glow over the sheets. Emily stirred awake, the remnants of a dream fading from her mind. She turned her head to find Carter still asleep beside her, his features soft in the morning light. The sight tugged at her heart, a reminder of how far they had come in such a short time. She slipped out of bed, careful not to wake him. The plan for the day was clear in her mind. They needed to tackle the issues regarding their contract marriage head-on. With the holiday season approaching, there were invitations and family gatherings to navigate. The thought sent a flutter of anxiety through her, but it was accompanied by a sense of excitement. After a quick shower, she dressed in comfortable jeans and a sweater, opting for a casual look. She tiptoed into the kitchen and started brewing coffee, her thoughts racing. What would their first family gathering be like? Would his family be welcoming, or would the shadows of his past rear their heads again? As the aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air, Emily set the table for two and grabbed a couple of pastries from the fridge. She poured a cup for herself and another for Carter, placing them beside the pastries just as he emerged from the bedroom, his hair tousled and a sleep-filled expression on his face. Morning, he mumbled, rubbing his eyes as he made his way toward the kitchen. Good morning, I made coffee and got some pastries. Thought we could have a light breakfast before diving into the day. Carter looked at the spread, a hint of surprise crossing his features. You didn't have to do all this. I wanted to. We're partners now, remember? Plus, I figured it might help ease the tension of the day ahead, she replied, a smile teasing at her lips. He poured himself a cup of coffee and they settled at the table. The atmosphere was comfortable, filled with the sounds of rustling paper and the clinking of mugs. As they ate, Emily glanced at him over the rim of her cup. What's on your mind? She asked after a moment of silence. Carter sighed, setting his mug down. Just thinking about how to introduce you to my family. I want it to go well, but I can't help but worry about their reactions. Why do you think they wouldn't accept me? She asked gently. His gaze dropped to the table, as if the wood grain held all the answers. Because I've never really been part of a family dynamic. They might see our marriage as something transactional rather than real. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable. Hey, she said softly, reaching across the table to take his hand in hers. This is as real as it gets for me. I chose you, and I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe in us. Trust that I can handle whatever comes our way. He met her eyes, and for a moment the weight of his worries seemed to lift. You're right. I just need to remember that we're in this together. After breakfast, they cleaned up and headed into the living room, where they sat down to discuss the details of their upcoming family gathering. Emily pulled out her phone, scrolling through messages from Carter's assistant regarding the invitations and the itinerary of the event. It looks like it's going to be a large family gathering, she said, looking up at him. Your parents are hosting it at their estate, right? Yeah, they love to entertain during the holidays, he replied, his tone unsettlingly neutral. Have you spoken to them since we got married? She asked, gauging his reaction. No, I thought it might be better to introduce you first before diving into that conversation. Emily nodded, understanding his reluctance. That makes sense. How about we set some ground rules for the gathering? We can talk about the topics we want to avoid and how we want to present our relationship. Carter looked thoughtful. Sure, I think it would help if we had a united front. I don't want them to think they can pry into our personal lives or ask about my past. Agreed, she said, her voice steady. We can present ourselves as a couple who's genuinely interested in building a future together, not just fulfilling a contract. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth. Who knew a contract marriage could sound so romantic? Emily laughed, the sound light and carefree. We're rewriting the rules here, Carter. It's about time we had some fun with it. Just as they were deep in conversation, there was a knock on the door. Emily exchanged a glance with Carter, who looked equally perplexed. I wasn't expecting anyone, he said, rising to check. When he opened the door, he found Sarah, his assistant, standing there with a clipboard in hand and a bright smile on her face. Sorry to intrude, I just wanted to drop off some documents for you to review before the family gathering. Thought I'd see how you both were doing, she said, stepping into the house uninvited. Hey, Sarah, Emily greeted, watching the two of them interact. She had always appreciated Sarah's upbeat energy, which contrasted sharply with Carter's grumpy demeanor. Hi, Emily, how's the married life treating you? Sarah asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. It's been a whirlwind, but I'm enjoying it so far, Emily replied, giving Carter a sidelong glance. Sarah raised an eyebrow at Carter, who was now leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed. You better be treating her well, Blake. I can't be held responsible for what happens if you don't. Carter rolled his eyes but couldn't suppress the hint of a smile. I'm doing my best. That counts for something, right? Depends on what best looks like these days, Sarah teased, jotting something down on her clipboard. Emily chuckled, appreciating the banter. He's getting better, I promise. Sarah's expression turned serious as she glanced between them. You two really seem to have found a rhythm. It's nice to see. Thanks, Sarah, Carter said, a gentler tone creeping into his voice. We're working on it. After a brief discussion about the documents, Sarah excused herself, leaving Emily and Carter with a lingering sense of camaraderie. When they returned to their planning, Emily felt the tension of the day ease further. See, you're not so scary after all, she joked. Carter smirked. I wouldn't say that. I think Sarah just knows how to push my buttons. Maybe, but it's good to see. You open up a bit, I think it makes you more approachable. Approachable? He arched an eyebrow, clearly not convinced. Yeah, like if you let people in, they might surprise you. Just like you've surprised me, she said, her voice softening. His gaze met hers, and she could see a mixture of appreciation and uncertainty swirling in his eyes. You really think I can change? Emily leaned closer, resting her elbows on the table. You already are. Every day you're peeling back those layers. That grumpy facade is just a part of you, not all of you, and I'm here to help you explore the rest. The air between them surged with unspoken emotions, and she could see the conflict in his eyes. He wanted to believe her but was held back by the fear of vulnerability. Let's tackle today together, he finally said, breaking the silence. I'll try to be open, but I can't promise anything. You don't have to be perfect. Just be you, she reassured him, her voice steady. As they continued to prepare for the gathering, Emily felt a renewed sense of hope. They were stepping into uncharted territory, but together they could face whatever challenges lay ahead. The day of the family gathering arrived faster than she anticipated. Emily stood in front of the mirror, adjusting her hair and smoothing down her dress, something simple yet elegant. Carter had insisted on formal attire, and she wanted to look her best. As she finished touching up her makeup, she heard Carter's footsteps behind her. She turned to see him in a tailored suit, looking every bit the part of a wealthy businessman. Wow, she said. A teasing smile on her lips. Look at you, who knew you could clean up so nicely? He smirked, adjusting his cufflinks. I clean up well when I need to. She giggled, the tension in the air shifting momentarily. But as they stepped out of the house and into the car, the reality of the day settled back in, and Emily felt her stomach churn with nervousness. When they arrived at the Blake family estate, Emily's breath caught in her throat. The sprawling mansion was breathtaking, adorned with twinkling lights and intricate decorations designed for the holiday season. Ready? Carter asked, his voice low and steady. Ready, she replied, taking a deep breath as they exited the car. Hand in hand, they approached the grand entrance, and Emily's heart raced. As they stepped inside, the warmth enveloped them, and they were greeted by the sounds of laughter and chatter. It felt surreal amidst the opulence surrounding them. Carter's family members milled about, and Emily's nerves heightened as she scanned the room for familiar faces. Carter's parents stood by a grand fireplace, and as soon as they spotted their son, smiles broke across their faces. "Carter!" his mother exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace him. "Mom," he replied, his voice softer than she had ever heard it. Emily watched, feeling a sense of pride as Carter embraced his mother. This was a side of him she wanted to see more of, the son, the man who loved fiercely beneath the grumpy exterior. "Who's this?" his father asked, stepping forward, his gaze landing on Emily with curiosity. "This is Emily," Carter introduced with a hint of warmth in his voice. "My wife." Emily's heart swelled at the way he said it, and she stepped forward, extending her hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you." His father took her hand, his grip firm but welcoming. "It's nice to finally meet the woman who's tamed our son." He winked, making Emily chuckle softly. "Believe me, it's a work in progress," she replied playfully, earning a glare from Carter. "Come, let's get you settled," Carter's mother said, ushering them further into the living space, where guests mingled and laughter filled the air. As the evening unfolded, Emily found herself surrounded by Carter's family, each member more welcoming than she had anticipated. They shared stories, exchanged pleasantries, and Emily felt the initial tension of the day begin to dissipate. But as the night drew on, she sensed Carter's unease. He stood slightly apart, watching the interactions with a guarded expression. It was as if he were observing the family dynamics from a distance, unsure of how to fully step into the role of husband and son. "Carter," she said softly, leaning closer as they stood near the edge of the gathering. "You okay?" He glanced down at her, the weight of his thoughts evident in his eyes. "It's just overwhelming. I didn't realize how much I'd missed this. I'm not sure I fit in." "You do fit in," she reassured him. "Just be yourself. You're here and you chose to make this work with me. That's what matters." He nodded slowly but still seemed hesitant. "Let's go mingle," she suggested, taking his hand and leading him toward a group of his relatives. As they approached, the conversation turned to them, laughter ringing out as they spoke about the holidays. Emily found herself swept up in the warmth of the moment, sharing stories of her own family traditions, and soon Carter was drawn in too. The ice began to melt, and as his laughter mingled with theirs, Emily felt a surge of joy. This was the man she had come to know, the one who could share smiles and memories, unguarded and free. But just when things seemed to be going smoothly, Emily caught sight of a familiar figure entering the room. Her heart dropped as she recognized Carter's ex-girlfriend Vanessa striding through the door with an air of confidence. "Perfect timing," Emily whispered to Carter, her voice barely above a murmur. He turned to see Vanessa, and for a moment his expression hardened. "Great," he muttered, annoyance flickering in his eyes. "Just stick close to me," Emily urged, gripping his hand tighter. "We can handle this together." Vanessa had already spotted them, and a sly smile spread across her face as she approached. "Carter, darling, it's been a while. I didn't know you were married." "Vanessa," Carter replied, keeping his tone neutral. "This is my wife, Emily." Vanessa's gaze flickered between them, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. "How charming. So this is the new addition to the family. I must admit, it's quite the surprise." Emily felt a pang of insecurity at Vanessa's condescending tone but steeled herself, standing tall beside Carter. "It's nice to meet you, Vanessa," she said, forcing a polite smile. "Oh, I bet it is," Vanessa replied, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "You've certainly taken on quite the challenge. And what's that supposed to mean?" Carter interjected, his protective instincts flaring. "Nothing, just observing," Vanessa said, feigning innocence. "But let's not make this an uncomfortable encounter. We wouldn't want to ruin the festive mood, would we?" Emily felt the tension in the air thicken, and she glanced at Carter, who was clearly trying to suppress his irritation. "As far as I can tell, the mood is just fine," he replied coolly. Vanessa smirked, undeterred. "Well, I suppose we'll see how long that lasts." With a dismissive wave, Vanessa turned and sauntered away, leaving behind a charged silence. Emily watched her go, her heart racing. "Are you okay?" she asked, turning to Carter. He exhaled sharply, his expression unreadable. "Yeah, it's just annoying. Want to get out of here for a minute?" she suggested, her heart racing at the thought of him needing her support. "Yeah, let's." They slipped away from the crowd and found a quiet corner of the expansive estate where the night air was cool and refreshing. "Sorry about that," he said, running a hand through his hair. "I wasn't expecting her to show up." "Neither was I," Emily admitted, leaning against the wall. "But you handled it well." Carter let out a humorless chuckle. "I doubt that. I should be over it by now. She's part of my past." "Exactly. You're not the same person you were back then, and neither am I. We've got something real here, Carter." He turned to face her, the weight of his emotions heavy in the air. I just hate how she can waltz in like that and make me feel inadequate, like I'm not enough. You are more than enough. Emily replied firmly, stepping closer. You're amazing and you've changed so much. You're building a life with me and that's all that matters. Don't let her get to you. He looked deep into her eyes, searching for reassurance. You really believe that? I do. I wouldn't be here if I didn't. Carter's expression softened, and he took a step closer, their faces mere inches apart. Thank you for standing by me. Always, she whispered. Suddenly, he closed the distance, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her in. Their lips met in a gentle kiss, a moment of solace amidst the chaos of the evening. When they finally pulled apart, Emily felt breathless. We should probably head back before they send out a search party, she suggested, a teasing smile breaking through her earlier tension. Carter chuckled, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Yeah, but this was nice. I needed the reminder. As they made their way back to the party, Emily felt a renewed sense of strength between them. They could face anything together, even the unexpected challenges that came with family dynamics. With Carter's hand resting on the small of her back, they rejoined the gathering, ready to navigate the complexities of their contract marriage and the unexpected trials that lay ahead. As laughter echoed and glasses clinked around them, Emily knew they were on the right path. They were building a life based on more than mere necessity. They were forging a bond that could withstand even the coldest of storms, and for the first time in a long while, she felt hopeful about the journey they were embarking on together. The warmth of the gathering enveloped Emily and Carter as they stepped back into the buzz of laughter and clinking glasses. Families mingled, and friends exchanged stories, but amid the revelry, Emily felt the thrill of something deeper than mere festivities brewing in the air. It was a promise, a shared understanding between her and Carter that had solidified during their brief moment of intimacy. Look who finally decided to grace us with their presence. Carter's sister Leela called out, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She stood near the punch bowl, a playful grin plastered on her face. I was starting to think you just ran away? Not a chance, Carter replied, his voice easing into a more relaxed tone. He placed a hand on the small of Emily's back, guiding her toward Leela. We just had to escape the chaos for a moment. Emily felt herself melt under the warmth of his touch, a promise that he was still hers and she was still his. They were partners, and with every passing moment, the contract felt less like a formality and more like a genuine bond. Right, Leela said, arching an eyebrow. Is that what the kids are calling it these days? Carter rolled his eyes, but there was a hint of a smile on his lips, an expression Emily had grown to cherish. Let's just say we needed a moment to strategize, he shot back, his tone light but with an undertone of seriousness. Strategize? Leela laughed. What's your battle plan? To avoid the awkward questions about when you're having kids. She winked at Emily, who felt her cheeks flush with heat. Maybe we'll just tell everyone we're too busy being newlyweds, Emily chimed in, her own teasing voice matching Leela's playful tone. Carter chuckled, and the tension from before eased fully, replaced by the warmth of camaraderie. Newlyweds who are still figuring things out, he added, shooting Emily a sidelong glance that made her heart race. We'll need all the time we can get. As the evening continued, the atmosphere shifted from light-hearted banter to deeper conversations. Emily found herself seated at a table with Carter's parents, who seemed eager to learn more about her, their inquisitive nature evident in their questions. They wanted to know everything, from her favorite books to her childhood antics, and Emily could feel the weight of their expectations. So, Emily, Carter's mother began, her voice soft yet probing. What drew you to Carter? He's not the easiest man to get to know. Emily glanced at Carter, who had seated himself beside her, his expression contemplative. I think it was his determination, she replied honestly, recalling the moments they'd shared. He has this drive that's inspiring. It makes you want to be better. Carter's lips quirked into a smile, and she saw a flicker of pride in his eyes. I think you belong in my corner, he said, his voice low enough that only she could hear. And you in mine, she replied softly, her heart swelling with affection. Carter's parents exchanged a look, and his mother nodded approvingly. That's lovely to hear, she said. You know, when we first met Carter, he was so focused on work. It's nice to see him open up to someone. Yeah, Carter added, his face turning serious as he looked at his parents. Emily brings a balance to my life that I didn't know I needed. She challenges me when I need it and supports me when I falter. Sounds like you found quite the treasure, his father mused, leaning back in his chair. But remember, relationships take work. Communication is key, especially when things get tough. Emily nodded, feeling the weight of their words. A contract marriage had its own complexities, but she was determined to make it work. She'd come to care deeply for Carter, and she knew that their journey together was just beginning. As the evening wore on, the festivities began to wind down. Leela took charge, rallying everyone for a group photo on the patio. Emily felt a flutter of nerves. As she positioned herself next to Carter, his warmth radiating against her side. "Say cheese," Leela called, her voice bright. They all smiled, and for that fleeting moment, Emily felt truly part of the family, the creeping doubts about her place in Carter's life momentarily forgotten. But as the flash of the camera blinded her for a second, she felt a sense of unease settle in her stomach. The reality of their arrangement loomed like a cloud. Once the photo session concluded and the guests began to disperse, Emily stepped away from the crowd, seeking a moment of solitude. She found herself on the porch, the cool air wrapping around her like a comforting blanket. The stars twinkled overhead, and she took a deep breath, savoring the tranquility. "Out here alone?" Carter's voice broke through the silence, drawing her attention. He stepped onto the porch, the warmth of the party still clinging to him. "You okay?" "Yeah, just needed a moment to breathe," she admitted, leaning against the railing. "It was a lot, you know," he nodded, stepping closer. "I get it, my family can be overwhelming." "It's not them," she said quickly. I'm still processing everything. This was a big step for us, and I want to make sure I don't mess it up." "You won't," he assured her, his expression serious. "We're figuring this out together, remember?" Emily looked up at him, the sincerity in his eyes drawing her in. "I know, but I can't shake the feeling that I'm not enough." "Enough for what?" Carter countered, his brow furrowing. "You are more than enough. You've brought light into my life. You challenge me, and I respect that. But if we're going to make this work, you need to trust yourself as much as I trust you." "I want to," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. "I really do." He took her hands in his, grounding her. "Then let's promise each other this. No matter what happens, we communicate. No more hiding our fears or doubts. We face them together." "Together," she echoed, feeling the weight of his words settle in her heart. Just as the moment deepened, the sound of laughter echoed from inside, pulling them back to reality. "They're probably wondering where we've gone," Emily said reluctantly, glancing toward the closed door. "Let them wonder," Carter replied, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. "We can take our time. I like being out here with you." "Really?" she asked, surprised by his candid response. "Really," he confirmed, his thumb brushing against her knuckles. "You make everything better, Emily, even this chaotic family gathering." She felt a surge of warmth at his words, realizing that despite the looming uncertainties of their future, it was moments like these, the quiet honesty, the shared vulnerability, that made her feel connected to him in ways she had never anticipated. "Okay," she said, a smile breaking through. "Let's take this moment for ourselves, then." Carter leaned in closer, and the world around them faded away as they shared another kiss, a promise, a commitment that transcended the terms of their contract. It felt right, and in that moment she understood the beauty of what they were building together. But just as they pulled apart, the sound of the door swinging open interrupted their intimacy. Leela's voice rang out, teasing but playful. "Get your sweethearts back inside, we're about to play a game." Carter sighed dramatically, but there was a lightness in his expression. "Game time, I guess. Ready to dive back into the chaos?" Emily laughed, squeezing his hand. "I suppose there's no escaping it. Let's go." As they rejoined the revelers inside, Emily felt a renewed sense of purpose. With Carter by her side, she was determined to navigate the complexities of their contract marriage and the challenges their future might hold. Hope swelled in her chest like a balloon, fragile but beautiful, and she couldn't wait to see where their journey would take them next. For now, they were partners, and together, they were ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. As the laughter echoed in the elegantly decorated living room, Emily felt a sense of warmth wash over her, a stark contrast to the chill of uncertainty that had lingered just moments before. The game was a favorite of Leela's, a family tradition that involved charades, and it threatened to unravel the comfortable moment she had just shared with Carter. "Okay, everyone, grab your partners," Leela called out, her enthusiasm infectious. Carter rolled his eyes but couldn't hide the smirk on his lips. "Well, it looks like we're officially back in the chaos." Emily grinned back at him, the corners of her mouth lifting in delight. "Let us show them what we've got." With a playful tug on his hand, she led him to the center of the room where family members were already forming pairs. The atmosphere was electric, filled with good-natured banter and spirited competition. As they positioned themselves among the others, Emily felt the thrill of being part of something bigger than herself, something that felt almost normal. "Okay," Leela announced, holding a slip of paper high. "First up, Mom and Dad." The crowd erupted in cheers, and as their parents took their places, Emily leaned into Carter, whispering, "How do you think they'll do?" "I give them a solid 3 minutes before Dad starts making fun of Mom's dancing," he replied, his voice low and conspiratorial. She snorted, suppressing a laugh. "You're probably right." As their parents took turns miming classic movies, the living room filled with the sounds of laughter and encouragement. Emily and Carter exchanged glances, their connection palpable amidst the chaos. It was a simple game, but the shared experience felt monumental, a testament to the life they were beginning to build together. When it was finally there, Emily felt a rush of adrenaline. "You go first," she said, nudging Carter. He huffed but stepped forward, his expression shifting into a mock seriousness that made her heart flutter. He began miming a scene, his arms flailing dramatically. With a few exaggerated gestures, he finally landed on the title, Titanic. The room erupted into uproarious laughter, making his cheeks flush slightly. "How did you get that?" he grumbled, glancing at Emily as he returned to her side. "I know my iconic romances," she teased, nudging him playfully. "All right, your turn," he said, crossing his arms. Emily stepped forward, determined to nail her performance. She thought for a moment before beginning to act out The Sound of Music, twirling and pretending to sing with her arms stretched wide. The room roared with laughter as Carter, pretending to be a disgruntled mountain, rolled his eyes in mock frustration. When the game concluded, and laughter echoed off the walls, Emily was surprised to find how invigorated she felt. The initial tension of the evening had dissolved, replaced with a sense of belonging that warmed her heart. As the game continued, Emily found herself stealing glances at Carter, who was animatedly teasing his siblings, a rare smile gracing his usually stoic features. But the joy of the moment was shattered when the doorbell rang, a sharp interruption that felt jarring against the backdrop of merriment. Emily instinctively glanced at Carter, whose expression darkened. "Who could that be?" he murmured, his brows knitting together. "I don't know, maybe more family?" she suggested, hoping to quell the sudden tension that hung in the air. But as Leela rushed to the door, a sense of foreboding settled in the pit of Emily's stomach. When the door swung open, the sight of 2 unfamiliar figures on the doorstep caused her heart to race. One was a tall woman with piercing blue eyes, dressed impeccably in a designer suit. The other was a man, equally well-dressed, but the stern look on his face made him appear even more intimidating. "Can I help you?" Leela asked, her voice thick with confusion. "Is Carter Blake here?" The woman's voice was smooth but laced with authority, making it hard to ignore her presence. Carter stiffened beside Emily, his body going rigid. She shot him a questioning look, but he merely shook his head, his jaw tightening. Yes, he is," Leela finally replied. "Can I ask who you are?" "Is this a private gathering?" the man interjected, his eyes scanning the room. Carter stepped forward, his demeanor shifting from relaxed to tense in an instant. "What is this about?" he asked, his voice calm but carrying an undercurrent that suggested he was barely containing his irritation. "We need to speak with you, Carter. It's important," the woman said, her tone brokering no argument. Emily's heart raced with uncertainty. She could sense that whatever this was, it wasn't a pleasant visit. The family members around her began to murmur, their curiosity piqued, but she felt a wave of protectiveness wash over her for Carter. The last thing he needed was more chaos or drama, especially after the night they had just had. "Can we have a moment?" he asked, glancing back at Emily with an unreadable expression. She nodded slowly, but dread filled her. "I'll be right here," she assured him, though her heart sank at the thought of what might unfold. Carter led the 2 newcomers into a quiet corner of the room, their hushed voices barely audible over the murmur of the gathering. Emily strained to catch snippets of their conversation, but all she could decipher was the tension crackling in the air. "What do they want?" Leela whispered beside her, concern etched across her features. "I don't know," Emily replied, her eyes glued to Carter. "But he doesn't look pleased." After a few moments that felt like an eternity, Carter's expression shifted from annoyance to something she couldn't quite place. His shoulders dropped slightly, and he ran a hand through his hair, a sign of his agitation. The woman, maintaining her authoritative stance, gestured emphatically, while the man remained stoic, his arms crossed. Carter's brow furrowed deeper, and Emily felt her heart race in tandem with his rising tension. Finally, the trio began to move back toward the group, and Emily's stomach twisted into knots. Carter cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention back to him. "Everyone," he began, his voice steady but laced with tension, "this is my cousin Vanessa and her husband, Nathan. They've come to discuss some family matters." "Family matters?" Leela echoed, her voice laced with confusion. "Important ones," Vanessa interjected, her sharp gaze sweeping the room. "I'm afraid we need to discuss an urgent matter regarding the family estate." Emily's heart sank at the implications. She could see the tension in Carter's jaw, the way his knuckles whitened as he clenched his fists. This was not a casual family visit. "What's going on?" Carter asked, his voice rising slightly. Vanessa's smile was cool and measured. "We'll discuss it privately first. I'm sure you'll want to hear this without the whole family present." "Absolutely not," Carter replied quickly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "If it's a family matter, then everyone should be included." Nathan stepped forward, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the growing tension in the room. "Carter, this is a sensitive issue. We need to keep this discreet." "I don't care," Carter said, his voice firm. "If it involves my family, then it's everyone's business." Emily felt a rush of pride for him as he stood his ground, his protective instincts flaring. But alongside that pride was a swell of anxiety. What could they possibly say that warranted such secrecy? After a heavy pause, Vanessa relented, her cool facade cracking slightly. "Fine, but be warned, this is serious." Carter nodded, his expression resolute. "Then let's get it over with." As they gathered in a more private corner of the house, Emily felt the eyes of their family on them, the air thick with anticipation and unspoken questions. She could sense the weight of the moment, not just for Carter, but for their relationship as well. What had started as a contract marriage built on convenience and necessity was slowly morphing into something deeper, something more binding. And yet, the specter of familial obligations and the complications of their past loomed large, threatening to fracture the fragile bond they were beginning to form. As Vanessa began to speak, Emily held her breath, bracing herself for whatever news lay ahead. In that moment, she realized that the stakes were higher than she had ever imagined, and she was determined to stand by Carter, no matter the outcome. Love was never easy, but if they were going to face this together, she needed to be ready for whatever chaos the night might bring. After all, their contract was just the beginning, and the true test of their partnership was just beginning to unfold. The morning sun filtered through the curtains, casting patterns of light and shadow across the room. Claire stirred, a smile breaking across her lips as she recalled the conversation from the previous night. After months of navigating the rocky terrain of their contract marriage, she felt a blossoming connection with Jake that was both exhilarating and terrifying. As she pushed herself out of bed, Claire noticed Jake already awake, sitting at the kitchen table with a mug of coffee in hand. His brow was furrowed as he stared intently at a sketchpad, his pencil scratching quietly against the paper. The sight of him in the early light, a contemplative artist instead of the usual grumpy billionaire, made her heart flutter. "Good morning," she greeted, her voice light and cheerful. Jake looked up, and for a moment the tension in his shoulders eased. "Morning," he replied, his tone softer than usual. "Didn't want to wake you." "You didn't," Claire assured him as she poured herself a cup of coffee and joined him at the table. "What are you working on?" He hesitated, then flipped the sketchpad around to reveal a rough drawing of the gallery. It was a vision of elegance with sweeping lines and an inviting entrance that spoke to the very essence of art itself. "I was thinking about how to make it more welcoming. Less sterile." Claire studied the drawing, her excitement bubbling over. "Jake, this is incredible. You captured the spirit of what I want the gallery to feel like. It's warm and inviting." His lips quirked up slightly, and she could see the spark of pride flickering in his eyes. "I figured if we're going to showcase art, it should feel like a space that inspires creativity, not just a sterile white box." As they discussed the sketch, the playful banter flowed between them like a dance, each word drawing them closer, erasing the boundaries imposed by their initial arrangement. For the first time in a long time, Claire sensed that Jake was allowing himself to dream, not just for himself, but for them both. After their breakfast, Claire suggested they head to the gallery to brainstorm further. It was still early, and the promise of their shared vision hung in the air, urging them forward. The gallery was a small, quaint space, yet filled with the potential that both Claire and Jake saw in it. As they entered, Claire felt a rush of nostalgia mixed with excitement. She could almost see the vibrant art pieces that would soon adorn the walls, the laughter of patrons mingling with the sound of clinking wine glasses during opening night. "Okay, let's set some goals," she said, her energy contagious. "What do you want to achieve with this space?" Jake leaned against the wall, crossing his arms. "I want it to be a place where people feel free to express themselves, a sanctuary for artists, not just a gallery." "Exactly," Claire exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. "A hub for creativity. We could host workshops, invite local artists to showcase their work, make it a community space. And we could have art events, maybe even artist talks," he added, his mind visibly racing. "Get people involved in the process of creating art, not just consuming it." They spent hours sketching plans, brainstorming ideas, and dreaming about the future. Laughter punctuated their discussions, and Claire found herself reveling in Jake's enthusiasm. The walls seemed to come alive around them, echoing their ambitions as they transformed the empty space into a canvas of possibilities. But as the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the gallery, the reality of their contract marriage loomed over them like a dark cloud. Claire paused, her laughter fading as she turned to Jake, her expression serious. "Jake, I know we've been focusing on the gallery, but we need to talk about us." The shift in his demeanor was immediate. The playfulness slipped away, replaced by the guarded expression she had come to associate with him. "What do you mean?" "We've been doing so well together, but we're still bound by a contract. I can't ignore that. We need to figure out what this means for us moving forward." He ran a hand through his hair, visibly struggling with the implications of her words. "I know, I've thought about it too, but every time I try to think about us, it feels complicated, like I'm stepping into a minefield." Claire took a deep breath, steeling herself for the conversation. "We're both adults, Jake. We can talk openly about our feelings. I don't want to hide behind the contract anymore. I want to know what this really is between us." He looked at her, his blue eyes clouded with uncertainty. "What do you want it to be?" "I want to believe that there's something real here," she admitted, her voice shaking slightly with vulnerability. "I don't want to pretend that we're just two people in a business arrangement. I want us to be more than that." Jake's eyes narrowed slightly as he processed her words. "And what if I'm not ready for that? What if I can't give you what you want?" "Then we need to find a way to make this work for both of us," Claire replied, her heart racing. "We need to be honest about our expectations." He shifted uncomfortably but nodded, the tension in the air thickening. "All right, but first, can we agree to keep things professional when we're in public? I don't want to give anyone the wrong idea." "Of course," Claire agreed, relieved he was willing to compromise. "But in private, I think we should explore what we're feeling. I want to understand you, Jake." He stared at her for a long moment, and Claire could see the battle waging within him. "I'm just not used to this," he finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I've spent so long building walls to protect myself that I'm not sure how to let anyone in." "I know it's hard," Claire said gently, moving closer to him, "but I'm not here to hurt you. I want to be there for you, to support you. We can take this slow." Jake sighed, the weight of his past hanging heavily on his shoulders. "You've already changed so much for me, Claire. I don't know how to do this without screwing it up." "You won't," she assured him, reaching out to take his hand in hers. "We're a team. We're in this together, remember?" He looked down at their intertwined fingers, then back up at her, the vulnerability in his eyes making Claire's heart flutter. "I want to believe that." "Then let's make it happen," she said, determination blooming within her. "Let's create something beautiful, not just in the gallery but in our lives too." With a slow nod, Jake squeezed her hand. "Okay. Together it is." Just then, a sudden noise broke their moment. A loud crash came from the back of the gallery, followed by muffled voices. Startled, they released each other's hands and moved toward the source of the sound. As they turned the corner, they found a group of local artists, some familiar faces from the community, gathered around a toppled display of art supplies. Paint tubes rolled across the floor, and one of the artists, Mia, was attempting to lift a heavy canvas that had slipped from its stand. "Oh no, sorry, we were just trying to set up for the event next week," Mia blurted out, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she and her companions scrambled to pick up the mess. Jake shot Claire a knowing look, and she stifled a laugh. "Looks like they could use some help." "Let's jump in," he said, his earlier tension dissipating as he joined in to assist. Claire followed suit, and soon they were working together, joking and chatting with the artists about the upcoming exhibition. As the afternoon turned into evening, the atmosphere shifted from tense to lively, a shared excitement building among everyone present. Claire found herself laughing easily, enjoying the camaraderie and creativity that filled the space. "See?" Jake leaned closer, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. "This is what I wanted, collaboration and community." "I knew you had it in you," Claire replied, her heart soaring. "This is just the beginning, Jake. We're building something wonderful together." As they continued to help, Claire couldn't shake the feeling that they were on the cusp of something transformative, not just for the gallery, but for their relationship as well. In the laughter and shared goals, she saw the potential for a love that was as vibrant and alive as the art that surrounded them. When they finally wrapped up for the night, Claire turned to Jake, her heart racing with anticipation. "I think we really can do this, together." He nodded, his expression serious yet warm. "Yeah, together." And as they left the gallery, the future stretched before them, a canvas yet to be painted, filled with the promise of love, creativity, and the courage to embrace whatever came next. As they walked through the quiet streets, the night wrapped around them like a comforting blanket. The hum of distant conversations and laughter floated through the air, but Emily felt cocooned in her own world with Carter. The bond they were forging was undeniable, forged in the fires of adversity and the raw honesty of their recent confrontation with his family. "Do you think they'll understand?" Emily asked, glancing sideways at Carter. His profile was stark against the dim streetlights, the sharp lines of his jaw and the way he focused ahead giving him an air of determination that made her heart race. "They'll have to," Carter replied, his voice gravelly. "I'm not letting anyone dictate how we live our lives anymore." He turned to her, his dark eyes glinting with an intensity that made her pulse quicken. "Not when you're standing beside me." Emily felt a warmth bloom in her chest at his words. She wanted to believe that they could face anything together, but her mind was still a swirl of questions. What would happen next? Would his family truly accept their marriage? More importantly, could he let go of the chains of his past that still haunted him? "They care about you, Carter," she said gently, hoping to ease the tension that had begun to settle around them. "It's not just about us. They want what's best for you. And what's best for me is you," he insisted, his voice firm. "I don't need their approval to know that. I just need you." The sincerity in his expression made Emily's breath catch. She nodded, emotions swirling within her. "And I'm here. I want to be here, but we have to navigate this together." As they rounded a corner, the familiar sight of their apartment building came into view, its lights glowing warmly against the night. Emily felt a sudden rush of nervousness. Their home, a place that had once felt temporary, was now a sanctuary of their growing connection. "Do you want to talk more about what happened today?" she asked as they entered the lobby, the soft thud of their footsteps echoing against the polished floors. Carter hesitated, his brow furrowed in thought. "Maybe not tonight. I just want to enjoy this moment with you." He took her hand, his grip strong and reassuring. Emily felt her heart race at the contact. It was simple yet electrifying. They stepped into the elevator, the doors sliding closed with a soft whoosh. As the machine hummed upward, the air crackled with unspoken words. "Let's make a promise," she said suddenly, feeling bold. "No more secrets. If something's bothering you, just tell me. I don't want to be left in the dark anymore." Carter's gaze bore into hers, a flicker of something, vulnerability perhaps surfacing. He opened his mouth, hesitating before he finally nodded. "I promise," he said, his voice low, "but you have to do the same." "I promise," she echoed, her heart swelling with determination. As the elevator chimed and the doors slid open, they stepped into their apartment. The warmth of the space surrounded them, filled with memories of late-night talks, shared meals, and quiet moments. Emily moved to the small kitchen area, her mind racing with thoughts of what lay ahead. "Can I make us some tea?" she asked, trying to fill the silence with something comfortable. "Sure," Carter replied, following her. He leaned against the counter, watching her with an expression she couldn't quite place. Was it admiration? Curiosity? As she prepared the tea, she could feel his gaze on her, and it sent a thrill down her spine. "You know," she began, glancing back at him, "I never thought I'd be here, making tea for a billionaire in a contract marriage." "Life has a strange way of turning out," Carter replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. "But I'm glad it did." Emily found herself smiling as she poured the hot water over the tea bags. "Me too. I never expected to find someone like you, someone who makes me feel alive." Carter's eyes softened, and for a moment the grumpy billionaire facade slipped away, revealing a man who was grappling with his own emotions. "You make me feel a lot of things, Emily. Things I didn't think I was capable of feeling anymore." With the tea steeping, Emily turned to face him fully, a sudden weight settling on her shoulders. Carter, I know we've both got pasts that haunt us, but if we're going to make this work, we can't just keep building walls around ourselves. He met her gaze, the flicker of vulnerability returning. I know, and I want to share that with you, but it's not easy for me. Emily stepped closer, her heart in her throat. You don't have to share everything at once. Just start somewhere. Tell me what scares you the most. I promise I won't judge. Carter's expression darkened for a moment, and she could see the inner turmoil churning within him. Finally, he sighed, running a hand through his hair in frustration. It's just I'm scared of losing you, of opening up and having you see the worst parts of me and deciding I'm not worth it. Her breath caught in her throat. Carter, you have to know that I'm here because I want to be. I chose you, and I'm not going anywhere. He shook his head, conflicted. But what if I'm not enough? What if my past? What if it ruins everything? Emily reached out, taking his hand in hers, feeling the warmth of his skin against hers. We're in this together. Whatever your past is, it doesn't define who you are now. You're a good man, Carter, and you're trying. That's what matters. The tension in his shoulders began to ease, but Emily could tell that the battle inside him was far from over. You make it sound so easy, he murmured. But it's not. I've spent so long building these walls to protect myself. I don't know how to tear them down. Then let's do it together, Emily urged, her resolve solidifying. You don't have to do this alone. I'll be right here every step of the way. He looked at her, and for a moment it felt as though they were the only two people in the world. The weight of his past hung heavy between them, but Emily could see the flicker of hope in his eyes, a small spark ignited by the promise of a brighter future together. Okay, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. I'll try to let you in. The tea timer chimed, breaking the moment, and Emily felt a surge of relief. Good, let's start with some tea, and then we can see where the night takes us. As she poured the steaming liquid into 2 mugs, the comforting aroma filled the air, wrapping around them like a warm embrace. She slid a mug toward him before taking a seat across from him at the small dining table. Carter took a sip, his eyes closing for a brief moment as he savored it. This is really good, he said, a hint of surprise in his voice. Just a little something I learned from my mom, she replied, feeling a sense of pride swell within. They sat in companionable silence for a moment, sipping their tea. Emily watched him, noting the way the tension in his shoulders slowly began to melt away as he relaxed into their shared space. Do you really want to know what scares me? He asked suddenly, breaking the silence. Of course, Emily replied, leaning forward, her heart racing. Carter took a deep breath, his hands tightening around the mug. I'm scared of being vulnerable. I've built this image of a tough guy, a grumpy billionaire who doesn't need anyone. But the truth is, I've been alone for so long, and I don't know how to let someone in without fearing they'll hurt me. Emily's heart ached for him. Carter, I would never hurt you. I want to support you, not break you down. You're not alone anymore. You have me. He met her gaze, and she could see the fight inside him, the battle between wanting to let her in and the instinct to push her away to protect himself. I know, he said quietly, but it's hard. I don't want to drag you into my mess. But I want to be in your life, all of it, the good, the bad, and everything in between. The sincerity in her voice seemed to break through another layer of his defenses, and he sighed deeply, the tension in his face easing. You really mean that, don't you? Every word, she affirmed, her heart pounding in her chest. As they continued to talk, the conversation flowed easily between them, filled with laughter and glimpses of vulnerability that had previously been masked by their heavy emotions. Emily felt the walls between them start to dissolve, replaced by an understanding that went deeper than she had ever imagined. And what about you? Carter asked suddenly, his expression shifting to one of curiosity. What scares you? Emily hesitated, her chest tightening. Honestly, I'm scared of losing what we have, our partnership. I never thought I'd find someone I could connect with so deeply, and now that I have, the thought of it slipping away terrifies me. Emily, he began, but she held up a hand, needing to finish her thought. I know we started this as a contract, but I can feel it changing. I can feel us changing, and that's what scares me the most. If we're not careful, we might hurt each other. Carter nodded slowly, absorbing her words. I don't want that either. I want to protect what we have. I just don't know how. Then let's figure it out together, Emily said, her voice steady. We'll take it one step at a time. I believe we can do this. Carter looked at her, an intensity in his gaze that made her breath hitch. With you, I think I can face anything. As they sat together, their hands intertwined across the table, Emily felt a sense of urgency growing within her. They were standing on the precipice of something beautiful, but it would take courage and trust to leap into the unknown together. Tomorrow, we'll talk to my family, she said, determination flooding her voice. We'll show them that we're serious, that this is more than just a contract. We're partners and we're in this together. Carter smiled, a genuine warmth lighting up his features. I like the sound of that, together. As they finished their tea, the night stretched before them, filled with the promise of a future they were just beginning to build. With hearts open and hands joined, Emily and Carter prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead, determined to make their contract marriage blossom into something far more profound than they had ever imagined. Emily awoke the next morning to the soft morning light filtering through the sheer curtains of their bedroom. The faint chirping of birds outside mingled with the lingering warmth of last night's conversation, filling her with a sense of renewed hope. She turned to see Carter still asleep beside her, his brow relaxed for once, as if the weight of the world had been lifted from his shoulders in the night. Knowing they had a big day ahead, she gently slid out of bed, careful not to disturb him. The plan was to visit her family later and ensure they understood the depth of her commitment to this union. With a mix of nerves and excitement bubbling within her, she made her way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The rhythmic sounds of pots clinking and the smell of freshly brewed coffee soon filled the air, creating a cozy atmosphere. As she poured herself a cup of coffee, the silence of the house was broken by the thud of footsteps behind her. She turned, a smile breaking across her face as she saw Carter leaning against the door frame, tousled hair and a sleep-worn expression that made her heart flutter. "Good morning, sleepyhead," she teased, taking a sip of her coffee. He grunted in response, his trademark grumpiness evident even in the early hours. "What are you doing up so early?" "Just trying to make us a nice breakfast before our big day," Emily replied, her excitement bubbling over. Carter approached and stood beside her, glancing at the breakfast spread that was quickly coming together. "You didn't have to do all this. I could have made toast." "Toast is hardly a breakfast fit for a couple presenting themselves to my family," she quipped playfully, meeting his gaze. "We have to impress them, remember?" "Right," he said, crossing his arms, an amused smirk tugging at his lips. "You think pancakes will do the trick?" "Only if you help me flip them," she challenged, her eyes sparkling with mischief. With a mock sigh, Carter rolled up his sleeves and joined her at the stove, the two of them working side by side to create a breakfast that felt like a celebration of their growing partnership. The kitchen soon filled with laughter and playful banter, each exchange reinforcing the bond they were building. After breakfast, they showered and dressed, each taking a moment to prepare for the day ahead. Emily put on a soft blue dress that flowed gracefully around her, while Carter opted for a crisp white shirt and dark jeans that accentuated his tall, lean figure. As they stood side by side in front of the mirror, Emily's heart raced. She could see how far they had come, how their relationship was evolving beyond the confines of a contract. "Ready?" Carter asked, his voice steady but laced with a hint of uncertainty. "More than ever," she replied, squeezing his hand for reassurance. They took a deep breath together and stepped out of the apartment, the city bustling beneath them as they made their way to her family's home. The drive was filled with a comfortable silence, the weight of what they were about to do settling around them like a heavy cloak. When they arrived, the familiar sight of her family's house brought back a flood of memories, holiday gatherings, birthdays, and the warmth of laughter echoing through the halls. But as they walked up the pathway, Emily felt a knot tightening in her stomach. Would her family accept their marriage? Would they see Carter for the man he was becoming, rather than the billionaire persona the world knew? "Are you okay?" Carter asked, noticing her hesitation as they reached the door. "I'm nervous," she admitted, taking a deep breath. He leaned closer, his voice low. "Just remember, we're in this together." With his words as her anchor, she rang the doorbell, and moments later, her mother opened the door, a welcoming smile on her face. "Emily, Carter, how lovely to see you both," her mother exclaimed, her embrace warm and inviting. "Hi, Mom," Emily replied, stepping inside as Carter followed closely behind. "Come in, I made your favorite," her mother said, leading them into the living room where the scent of baked goods wafted through the air. As Emily settled onto the couch, she felt Carter's presence beside her, a steady reassurance. Her family began to trickle in, her siblings and their partners joining them one by one. Laughter filled the room, but Emily could sense her mother's eyes drifting toward her and Carter, a mixture of curiosity and concern evident in her gaze. "Are you two settled in well?" her mother asked, looking between them. "Very well, thank you," Emily replied, forcing a smile. "We wanted to talk to you about something important." Carter shifted slightly, his hand brushing against hers, grounding her. "We appreciate your support during this time," he began, his voice steady yet calm. I know our marriage is unconventional, but I want you to know how serious we are about this. The room grew quiet, all eyes on Carter as he continued. Emily has been a beacon of strength for me, and I want to support her and her family in any way I can. Her mother's expression softened, and Emily could see the gears turning in her mind. We're glad to hear that, Carter, but what does this mean for you both? This was supposed to be a contract, a business arrangement. Emily took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her mother's expectations pressing down on her. It started as a contract, yes, she said, her voice strong, but it's become much more than that. We're partners in every sense of the word. Carter nodded in agreement. I care for Emily deeply. She's changed my life in ways I didn't think were possible. I want this marriage to mean something to both of us. The room was silent for a moment. As her family absorbed their words, Emily's heart raced as she watched her mother exchange glances with her father, who had remained quiet, his expression thoughtful. I appreciate your honesty, her father finally said, his voice deep and steady. But marriage is a commitment. It's not just about contracts and convenience. It's about love, trust, and building a life together. I understand that, Emily said, her voice unwavering. And I believe we're building that foundation. We are leaning on each other, growing together. It's not perfect, but we're doing it together. Carter's hand tightened around hers, a silent promise that they were in this for the long haul. Have you two discussed your future plans? Her mother asked, leaning forward with genuine interest. What does this look like beyond today? Well, Carter began, glancing at Emily for support. We've talked about moving toward the next steps in our lives, including starting a family. We both want to build a home, filled with love and laughter. Place where we can both thrive. Emily held her breath, feeling the weight of those words. They had only touched upon the idea of a family in passing, but hearing it spoken aloud made the possibility feel tangible. Her mother's eyes widened slightly, and Emily could see her processing the implications of that commitment. That's a big step, she said slowly, but if you truly believe in this, if you both are committed to making it work, then that's what matters. Thank you, Emily said, relief flooding through her. Carter shifted closer, his voice low. I know this is a lot to take in, but I promise you I won't let Emily down. She means everything to me. Her family exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. Slowly, her father nodded, a smile beginning to form. We just want the best for you both. If this is the path you've chosen, then we support you. A wave of emotion washed over Emily, and she felt tears prick at the corner of her eyes. Thank you, that means the world to us. As the conversation continued, Emily felt the tension in her shoulders ease, the warmth of acceptance wrapping around her like a comforting blanket. They discussed future plans, hopes, and dreams, weaving a tapestry of connection that intertwined their lives. As the afternoon sun began to dip low in the sky, casting a warm glow over the room, Emily felt as though they had crossed a threshold. They were no longer just a couple in a contract. They were becoming a family, one built on understanding, trust, and a profound commitment to each other. Later, as they prepared to leave, Emily's mother pulled her into a tight embrace. I'm proud of you, sweetheart. Just remember, love grows in unexpected ways, even from the most unconventional beginnings. Emily nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. She turned to Carter, who was speaking quietly with her father, his demeanor relaxed and engaged. Watching him, she felt an overwhelming sense of love for the man who had been her partner in every way that mattered. As they stepped outside, the sun setting behind them, casting vibrant hues across the sky, Emily took Carter's hand, intertwining their fingers. We did it, she said softly, her heart fluttering with happiness. Carter looked down at her, a rare smile breaking through his usually grumpy facade. Yeah, we did, and I have to admit, it wasn't as terrifying as I thought it would be. Just wait until the holidays, she teased, nudging him playfully. He chuckled, and the sound sent a thrill through her. I'll take my chances. With laughter and a newfound sense of unity, they walked back to the car, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Together, they were no longer just bound by a contract. They were partners navigating life's complexities, one step at a time, and at that moment, Emily knew they were exactly where they were meant to be. As Emily and Carter drove back from her parents' house, the glow of the setting sun faded into a tapestry of stars, twinkling against the deepening blue of the night sky. The journey was quiet for a moment, filled with the comfortable silence that came after sharing something profound. Emily glanced sideways at Carter, who kept his eyes on the road, his strong jaw set in concentration. There was something about the way he drove that reminded her of the first time they'd met, the same intensity, the same air of determination. "Are you okay?" she asked, breaking the silence. "You seem deep in thought." Carter turned his head slightly, his eyes flickering toward her before returning to the road. "Just thinking about what your mom said, about love growing in unexpected ways." He hesitated, then added, "It's strange to think about, you know. I mean, I never believed in love at first sight or any of that nonsense. But this, what we have, it feels different." Emily's heart raced at his admission. "Different how?" He exhaled slowly, as if weighing his words. "I thought I could keep my distance, that I could maintain control. But now I do. I want to be a part of your life, to be there for you. It scares me, Emily." "Then let's embrace the fear together," she suggested, her voice soft but firm. "We can't let it hold us back. We've come too far to let uncertainty undermine what we're building." Carter nodded, his lips curling into a slight smile. "Together." The word resonated with both of them, a promise woven into the fabric of their relationship. As they arrived home, Emily felt a wave of anticipation wash over her. Tomorrow was going to be a pivotal moment for them, and the thought filled her with both excitement and trepidation. Once inside, they settled in for the evening, the warmth of the house enveloping them as they prepared for the next day's confrontation with her family. Emily busied herself with dinner, while Carter took a seat at the kitchen table, his laptop open and papers scattered around him. She could see the tension in his shoulders, the way he ran a hand through his hair, as if trying to soothe the storm brewing inside him. "Do you want to go over what we're going to say tomorrow?" Emily asked. Bringing over a bowl of steaming pasta, Carter looked up, his brow furrowed. "We should probably lay out a plan. I mean, they're probably going to have a lot of questions, and I want to be prepared." "Right." Emily sat across from him, her heart racing as she considered the weight of their task. "Let's present it as a partnership. We can talk about our goals, how this marriage isn't just about convenience for us, it's about building a future together." Carter leaned back in his chair, his expression serious. "But we can't ignore the contract aspect. It's part of our reality. We shouldn't pretend it doesn't exist." "I agree," she said, biting her lip. "But we can also show them how we're evolving beyond it. They'll see that we're in this together, that we're committed." "Okay," he said, nodding slowly. "Let's make a list of points to cover." As they brainstormed, Emily felt the tension between them ease, replaced by a sense of camaraderie. They began outlining key topics, from their financial plans to their personal aspirations, solidifying their partnership in a way that felt tangible. After hours of discussion, they finally called it a night, both feeling more united than ever. As they headed to their separate rooms, Emily turned to Carter, her heart swelling with affection. "Thank you for doing this with me," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Carter paused, his expression softening. "I'm not going anywhere, Emily. We're in this together, remember?" With that, she retired to her room, her heart buoyed by the day's events. As she lay in bed, sleep eluded her. She was too aware of the new reality they were crafting, a reality where they would confront her family together, where they would no longer be hiding behind the facade of their contract. The next morning dawned bright and clear, the kind of day that felt full of promise. Emily felt the butterflies in her stomach as she prepared breakfast, the aroma of coffee mingling with the scent of bacon filling the air. Carter joined her in the kitchen, looking sharp in a tailored suit that accentuated his broad shoulders and lean frame. "You look nice," she said, her heart fluttering as she set a plate on the table. He raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. "You mean I don't usually look nice?" "No, I mean you look particularly nice today," she corrected, her cheeks warming. "It suits the occasion." "Thanks," he said, his gaze earnest. "I want to make a good impression." "You will," she assured him, reaching across the table to squeeze his hand. "We both will." With breakfast finished, they took a moment to collect themselves before heading out. Emily grabbed her purse, and together they walked to the car. The drive to her parents' house felt longer than usual, each passing moment heavy with anticipation. Upon arriving, Emily's heart raced as they approached the front door. She felt a mixture of excitement and fear, and Carter's presence next to her grounded her, his hand clasping hers with reassuring strength. Taking a deep breath, she knocked. Her mother opened the door, a bright smile lighting up her face. "Emily, Carter, I was just about to call you." "Hi, Mom," Emily replied, stepping inside. "We're ready to talk." Her mother's smile faltered slightly, but she nodded. "Great, your father is in the living room." As they walked in, Emily's heart pounded in her chest. Her father sat in his usual spot, reading the newspaper, and looked up as they entered, his gaze shifted to Carter, and Emily felt the weight of judgment in the air. "Good morning, Mr. Blake," her father said, his tone neutral. "Good morning, sir," Carter replied, his voice steady, but Emily could sense the tension radiating from him. "Have a seat." Her father gestured to the couch, and they settled down across from him. Emily glanced at her mother, who took a seat beside her father, worry etched on her face. "Thank you for having us," Emily began, her voice steady despite the anxiety swirling inside her. "We wanted to talk to you about our marriage." Her father leaned forward, folding his hands. "I'm listening." Emily exchanged a glance with Carter, who gave her a nod of encouragement. "This marriage started as a contract, but it's become something more for both of us," she said. "We're committed to making it work, and we want you to understand that." Her mother's eyes widened slightly, but she remained silent, allowing Emily to continue. "We both have our own goals and dreams, and we believe that together we can achieve more than we could apart," she explained. "This isn't just a business arrangement, it's a partnership. Built on trust and respect." "Trust and respect," her father repeated, his brow furrowing. "You expect me to believe that a man like Carter Blake can respect anyone?" "Dad," Emily interjected, feeling a surge of frustration. "You don't know him like I do. He's more than just a billionaire. He's been there for me in ways I never expected. I'm asking you to give him a chance." Carter shifted in his seat, his gaze calm but determined. "I understand your concerns, Mr. Thompson. I know my reputation precedes me, but I'm not here to take advantage of Emily. I want to support her, and if that means facing your scrutiny, then I'm willing to do that." Emily's father studied Carter, his expression inscrutable. "And how do you plan to support her?" "Financially, yes, but more importantly emotionally," Carter replied, his voice steady. "I want to be there for Emily, to help her grow into the person she aspires to be. We're a team, and I promise to honor that." The room felt charged with tension, and Emily held her breath, praying her father would see the sincerity in Carter's words. After a long pause, her father finally spoke. "If you truly care for my daughter, then I suppose I can try to give you the benefit of the doubt. But know this, Carter, my family means everything to me. If you hurt her, you will have to answer to me." "I understand," Carter replied, his expression serious. "I will do everything I can to protect her." Emily felt a wave of relief wash over her as her father reluctantly extended his hand to Carter. With a firm handshake, the silent agreement hung between them. It wasn't perfect, but it was progress. As the conversation continued, Emily felt a thrill of hope. This was only the beginning of their journey together, and she could see a future where they forged meaningful relationships not just as a couple, but as a family. Later, as they drove home, Carter turned to her, a tentative smile on his lips. "That wasn't so bad, was it?" Emily laughed, her heart lighter than it had been in ages. "No, it was. I think we made a good case." "Yeah," he said, glancing at her with warmth in his eyes. "You were amazing in there. I'm proud of you." "Thanks," she replied, her cheeks flushing. "I couldn't have done it without you. We make a pretty good team." As they pulled into their driveway, the sunlight dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow around them. Emily felt an exhilarating sense of possibility. They had faced a challenge together, and it had only brought them closer. As they stepped inside, Carter turned to her, his expression serious again. "Emily, I know we've made progress, but I want to talk about something else tonight, something that's been on my mind." "Okay," she said, curiosity piqued. He hesitated, his brows furrowing as if choosing his words carefully. "I don't want our marriage to be just a contract. I want it to mean something more, but that means being open about our feelings, and I'm not sure how to do that." Emily's heart raced as she realized the depth of what he was saying. "You want to open up," Carter nodded slowly. "Yeah, I think it's time we took that leap. The contract brought us together, but it's the feelings we develop that will keep us together." "Carter, he cut her off, a hint of vulnerability in his voice. "I'm scared, Emily. I've never let anyone in before, and I don't want to mess this up, but I want to try, for you, for us." She took a deep breath, tears prickling at the corners of her eyes. "I want that too," she admitted, her voice breaking slightly. "I want us to be more than just partners in name. I want to know you, the real you." He stepped closer, the air thick with unspoken words and shared breaths. "Then let's not hold back. Let's make this a marriage built on more than convenience. Let's build it on love, trust, and everything in between." Emily nodded, her heart swelling with emotion. "Yes, let's do that, together." As they stood facing each other, the world outside faded away. In that moment, everything shifted, their contract transformed into a commitment, the grumpy billionaire revealing the man beneath. With uncertainty still lurking, hope blossomed, a testament to the power of love and the courage to leap into the unknown. Hand in hand, Emily and Carter took their first steps toward a future that was no longer dictated by contracts, but defined by the choices they would make together. A future filled with the promise of possibility. The following week was a whirlwind, a dazzling dance of new beginnings and tentative steps forward. The air was thick with uncharted emotions as Emily and Carter settled into their evolving relationship. The once rigid boundaries of their contract began to blur, allowing space for laughter, late-night talks, and stolen glances that lingered a heartbeat too long. Despite the promise of their newfound commitment, the reality of their situation weighed heavily on Emily's mind. Her family's looming financial crisis had not vanished. It hovered like a storm cloud, threatening to rain down chaos at any moment. They had only postponed the inevitable discussion about the debts that still clung to her family like a shadow. She wished she could focus solely on the warmth of her growing feelings for Carter, but the anxiety of her family's situation often crept in, souring what could have been moments of bliss. It was late Sunday afternoon when a familiar tension surfaced. Emily found herself standing at the kitchen counter, her hands gripping a steaming mug of tea as she stared aimlessly out of the window. The sun dipped low in the sky, painting the trees in shades of gold and crimson, but her mind was elsewhere, lost in a maze of worries. Carter entered the kitchen, his usual grumpy demeanor softened by the warmth of the late afternoon light. He paused for a moment, taking in the sight of her lost in thought. "You look like you're about to solve a mystery," he said, his voice low and teasing. Emily turned to him, forcing a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Just thinking about everything." "Everything." He raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. "That sounds ominous. Care to elaborate?" She hesitated, knowing this was the moment to share her concerns. If they were to build something real together, honesty was essential. "It's my family," she finally admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "We're still in trouble. My dad, he hasn't been able to find work since the layoffs, and the debts are piling up." Carter's expression shifted from playful to serious in an instant. "I didn't realize it was that bad." He stepped closer, closing the distance between them, his presence grounding her. "What can I do to help?" Emily shook her head, feeling a mix of gratitude and guilt. "I don't want you to feel obligated, Carter. This is my family's burden and I don't want to drag you into it." "Emily," he said, his tone firm yet gentle, "you're not dragging me into anything. We're partners now. We're supposed to support each other, remember?" His words sparked a flicker of hope within her, and she took a deep breath, steeling herself. "Okay, then. I think we need to talk to my parents. They're too proud to ask for help, and I don't want them to drown in this debt. If we can lay everything out in the open, maybe it'll pave the way for a solution." Carter nodded, his resolve clear. "Then let's do it, together." The decision made, Emily felt a weight lift slightly from her shoulders. She had always shouldered her family's burdens alone, but here was Carter, ready to face the storm by her side. That evening, they gathered her parents at their house. The atmosphere was thick with tension as they settled around the dining table, the usual clatter of cutlery replaced by a heavy silence. Emily's parents exchanged worried glances, sensing the gravity of the conversation before it even began. "Thank you for coming over," Emily said, her voice steady as she looked at them. "We have something important to discuss." Her father, gray-haired and weary, leaned back in his chair, folding his arms across his chest. "What's this about, Em?" Emily took a deep breath, glancing at Carter, who nodded in silent encouragement. "It's about the debts. I know you've been struggling, and I can't just watch you both suffer anymore. Carter and I want to help." Silence enveloped the room, thick and suffocating. Her mother's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she reached for her husband's hand beneath the table. "Emily, we can't accept charity," her mother said, her voice trembling. "We'll find a way out of this. We have to." "No, you don't," Carter interjected, his voice firm but calm. "You don't have to do this alone. We're family now, and family looks out for each other. Let us help you." Emily's heart raced as she watched her parents process this. They had always been the pillars of strength in her life, and seeing them falter was painful. But she also knew that their pride was holding them back from accepting the support they desperately needed. After what felt like an eternity, her father sighed, his shoulders slumping in defeat. "We don't want to be a burden," he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. "You're not a burden." Emily's voice cracked as she fought to keep her emotions in check. "You've taken care of me my whole life. It's time for me to take care of you, and I want to do this with Carter." Carter squeezed her hand under the table, a silent promise of support. Underneath the gruff exterior, he was capable of such kindness, and it made her heart swell with affection. Her mother finally spoke, the warmth of acceptance radiating from her. "If you're sure about this, sweetheart, we'll consider it. But we don't want you two to compromise your future because of us. Just tell us what you need," Carter said, his eyes meeting Emily's parents with unwavering determination. "We'll find a way to make it work." As they began to discuss the specifics, Emily felt a surge of hope. They weren't out of the woods yet, but with Carter by her side, there was strength in their unity. It was a step towards healing. Each word shared was a thread weaving their family closer together. That night, as Emily lay in bed, she reflected on how far they had come since signing that contract. The walls around her heart had slowly begun to crumble, and she marveled at the man who had become her partner in every sense of the word. She could no longer see him as just a grumpy billionaire. He was Carter, her ally, and she dared to hope her love. As if sensing her thoughts, Carter rolled over and met her gaze. "You okay?" he asked softly, his voice low and soothing. "I am," she replied, a smile breaking through the shadows. "Thank you for today. It meant a lot." To me, he tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, his touch sending ripples of warmth through her. "I'm glad you think so. I meant what I said, whatever it takes, I'm in this with you." She felt the gravity of his promise settle between them, wrapping around her heart like a comforting embrace. "I believe you," she whispered, her voice barely above a breath. With that, they both fell silent, letting the weight of their unspoken feelings hang in the air. Emily's heart swelled with the knowledge that they were forging a bond that was no longer just contractual but something deeper, a connection filled with trust and the potential for love. Days turned into weeks, and as they took on the challenges of Emily's family's financial situation, their bond deepened. They worked tirelessly, attending meetings with financial advisors, discussing budgets over dinner, and transforming their home into a place of shared purpose. In moments of stress, they found solace in each other's arms, laughter breaking through the tension like sunshine piercing through clouds. But even amidst the blossoming love, shadows loomed in the corners of Carter's heart. Emily noticed his moments of retreat when he would gaze out the window, lost in thoughts she couldn't quite decipher. It was during one of these moments, while they were sitting together on the couch, that she decided to confront him. "Carter," she began, her voice steady, "I can see you're struggling with something. You've been more distant lately. Is it about us, or is it something else?" He turned to her, the flicker of vulnerability in his eyes leaving her breathless. "It's not about us, Emily, it's about me. My past has a way of creeping in when I least expect it." "Your past?" she echoed, her heart aching for the man who had opened up to her in ways she never expected. He took a deep breath, his shoulders tense. "There are things I've never shared, things that shaped who I am. I thought I could keep them buried, but being with you makes me want to confront them. I want to be better for us, but I don't know how." Emily moved closer, reaching for his hand. "You don't have to face it alone. I'm here, Carter. Whatever it is, we can tackle it together." He looked at her, his expression a mixture of gratitude and fear. "You're the only good thing in my life right now. I don't want to ruin that by dragging you into my darkness." "Carter," she said softly, "you won't ruin anything. We're stronger together. Please let me in." After a moment that felt stretched across eternity, he nodded, the acceptance in his eyes a silent promise. "Okay. But just know it's not pretty." "I can handle it," she replied firmly, her heart racing with anticipation. As he began to share fragments of his past, bits of pain, loss, and betrayal, Emily felt herself drawn deeper into his world. Each revelation peeled back a layer of his grumpy exterior, revealing the man behind the facade. By the time Carter finished, both of them were teetering on the edge of vulnerability. Emily felt the weight of his burdens settle heavily between them, yet she also felt a profound connection growing stronger in the shared silence that followed. "Thank you for trusting me," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. He nodded, his expression softening. "Thank you for not walking away. It means more than I can say." In that moment, she realized that love was not just about the grand gestures or the sweeping romance. It was found in the quiet moments of honesty and the willingness to face darkness together. They had come a long way from a contract of convenience, and now, standing at the precipice of something beautiful, she felt the promise of a true partnership unfolding before them. As they sat on the couch in each other's arms, her heart raced at the thought of what the future might hold. The road ahead would be filled with challenges, yes, but they would face them together, no longer just a couple bound by a contract, but partners determined to carve out their own destiny. And with that, Emily couldn't shake the feeling that love was indeed blossoming, transforming their once transactional marriage into a vibrant tapestry of hope, trust, and the potential for everlasting joy. As the evening wore on, the soft hum of the city outside filled the silence in their cozy apartment. The weight of Carter's revelations lingered in the air, thick with the uncharted territory of their new emotional landscape. Emily snuggled closer to him, her heart still racing from their intimate exchange. The warmth of his body beside her was a comforting reminder that they were no longer just two individuals sharing a contract. They were becoming a team, a partnership that transcended the boundaries of obligation. "Do you want to talk about it more?" Emily asked hesitantly, her voice barely a whisper. Carter shifted slightly, his brow furrowed in thought. "No, not right now. I think I've shared enough for one night." He paused, his gaze drifting toward the window. "But I don't want to go back to how things were. I want to keep opening up to you, to myself." Emily felt a surge of hope wash over her. "Then let's do that. We can take it one step at a time. No rush, just whenever you're ready." "Together?" he asked, looking into her eyes with a sincerity that made her heart flutter. "Always," she replied, her resolve strengthening. "I've got your back, Carter. We can face anything together." With a small smile, he nodded, his lips curving in a way that made her pulse quicken. They spent the rest of the night indulging in simple comforts, talking about their favorite movies, sharing stories from their childhoods, and even debating the merits of pizza toppings. Each moment felt significant, a thread weaving them closer together. As the days turned into weeks, their connection deepened. Carter became more expressive, allowing Emily glimpses of his humor and vulnerability. She found herself laughing more often, loving the way his eyes sparkled when he let loose. Even his grumpy facade softened, revealing a man capable of warmth and kindness. Yet, beneath all the joy, a shadow loomed. Emily couldn't shake the increasing tension surrounding Carter's business. Rumors of his company facing a hostile takeover were circulating, and the pressure was palpable, casting a cloud over their budding relationship. She worried that as he navigated these stormy waters, the distance between them might widen again. One evening, as they prepared dinner together, Emily noticed the furrow in Carter's brow as he chopped vegetables. She approached him, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Carter, is everything okay? You seem distracted." He sighed, setting the knife down. "It's just work. Things are getting complicated. I'm trying to keep everything afloat, but the investors are getting restless." "Is there anything I can do to help?" she offered, her heart aching at the sight of him struggling. He turned to her, his eyes reflecting a mix of gratitude and frustration. "I appreciate the offer, but this is something I have to handle myself. I can't bring you into this mess. It's too risky." "Carter, that's not fair. We're in this together. You've let me in, don't shut me out now," she insisted, her voice rising slightly. He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture that always signaled his agitation. "It's not about shutting you out. It's about protecting you. I don't want you to worry about my problems." "Too late," she said, crossing her arms defiantly. "I'm already worried. If you keep trying to carry this alone, it's going to eat you alive." Carter's expression softened at her words, and he closed the distance between them. "I'm just trying to be strong for both of us. I thought that's what you wanted." "I want you to be strong, but I want you to be honest too," she replied, her heart pounding in her chest. "I want you to feel like you can lean on me, just like I lean on you." He studied her for a long moment, and she could see the struggle within him, his desire to protect her clashing with his need for support. Finally, he exhaled sharply, his walls crumbling slightly. "Okay, let me explain what's happening, but promise me you won't freak out." "I promise," she said, her curiosity piqued. Carter led her to the living room, gesturing for her to sit as he pulled out his laptop. He opened series of documents, revealing financial reports that made Emily's head spin. The company's facing some serious challenges. A rival firm is trying to take over, and I have to find a way to stabilize our stock before the shareholders lose confidence. Otherwise, everything I've built could come crashing down. Emily's heart sank as she absorbed the gravity of the situation. "What can we do?" "Right now, I'm exploring options. There's a chance I can negotiate a merger that could save us, but it's risky. If it fails, I could lose control of the company," Carter explained, frustration etched into his features. "You're not going to lose control. You're smart and resourceful. I know you can find a solution," she encouraged, reaching out to squeeze his hand. He looked at her, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you for believing in me. It's just, this could affect everything, including our marriage." "Carter," she said firmly, "our marriage isn't just about convenience anymore. We're partners, and that means facing challenges together." "You're right," he conceded, his voice low. "But I can't help feeling like I'm dragging you into my mess. And I can't help feeling like I want to be in this with you," she insisted, her heart racing. "I'm not afraid of the mess. I want to help you navigate it." He searched her eyes for a moment, seeming to weigh her words. Finally, he nodded, a newfound determination sparking in his gaze. Okay, then I'll share everything with you, but you have to promise not to hold back your thoughts. I need your honesty, Emily. Always, she promised, her heart swelling with pride at the man he was becoming. As the days went on, they spent countless hours poring over reports, brainstorming potential strategies, and seeking advice from their network of contacts. Emily immersed herself in researching the industry, surprising Carter with her insights and ideas. She felt a newfound sense of purpose, and together, they faced the challenging situation head-on. One afternoon, as they sat at the dining table surrounded by papers, Carter leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. I can't believe how much I've been missing out on, he said, his voice low. You make a great partner, Emily. She smiled, her heart fluttering at his compliment. I'm just glad I can contribute. I never thought I'd enjoy diving into corporate strategies, but with you, it's somehow exciting. It's more than just work for me now, he admitted, his expression softening. It's about building a future, with you. The intimacy of the moment hung between them, a promise of deeper emotions that lingered just beneath the surface. Emily felt her heart race as their eyes locked, the air thick with unspoken words. Why don't we take a break? She suggested, her voice barely above a whisper. It's beautiful outside. We should go for a walk. Carter's lips curved into a faint smile, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. You're right. Fresh air would do us good. They slipped on their jackets and headed out, the cool breeze greeting them as they stepped into the sunshine. As they walked through the bustling streets, hand in hand, Emily cherished the simplicity of the moment. Their laughter floated through the air, blending with the sounds of the city around them. Do you remember our first outing together? She asked, glancing up at Carter with a teasing smile. The awkward dinner at that upscale restaurant? You were so grumpy, he chuckled, shaking his head. I was trying to impress you, and I failed miserably. Not at all, she protested. You were just being yourself, and I was nervous too. It was a turning point for us, wasn't it? It was, he admitted, his gaze turning serious. It was when I first realized what having you in my life meant. I just didn't know how to express it then. They strolled past a small park, the trees bursting with vibrant colors as autumn rolled in. Emily felt an overwhelming sense of contentment wash over her, the joy of shared moments filling her heart. Thank you for being patient with me, Carter murmured, squeezing her hand gently. I know I have a lot to work on, and I appreciate you sticking by my side. Always, she said softly, her heart swelling. I want to see you flourish, Carter, and I want you to trust that I'm here for you no matter what. He paused, turning to face her fully. You're so important to me, Emily. I don't want to lose what we have. You won't, she reassured him, her heart racing as she stepped closer. I'm not going anywhere. As they stood there, surrounded by the beauty of the world unfolding around them, Emily felt the spark of something more igniting between them. The air crackled with tension as Carter's gaze softened, his eyes searching hers for a sign. Emily, he began, his voice low and earnest, I know we're still navigating these challenges, but I can't help thinking about what comes next for us, for our future. Her breath caught in her throat, uncertainty mingling with hope. What do you mean? He took a step closer, his presence enveloping her in warmth. I mean, I want to take our relationship to the next level. I want to build a life with you beyond this contract. Her heart soared, and the realization of the gravity of his words washed over her. Are you saying? I want to turn this marriage into something permanent, he confessed, his eyes glistening with emotion. I want to be with you, truly and completely. No more barriers, no more contracts, just us. Tears welled in her eyes, a tidal wave of joy crashing over her. Carter, I want that too. In that moment, the world around them faded away. Their lips met in a kiss that spoke of promises, desires, and the unbreakable bond they were forging together. The kiss was tender yet passionate, a declaration of love that transcended the confines of their initial arrangement. As they pulled away, breathless and smiling, Emily knew that they had crossed a threshold. They were no longer just navigating a contract. They were stepping into the beautiful unknown of a shared future. A future filled with love, trust, and the audacious courage to embrace whatever came next. They stood in the cozy warmth of their living room, the remnants of their shared moment lingering in the air like a sweet perfume. Emily's heart raced as she gazed into Carter's eyes, searching for any hint of hesitation. Instead, she found a fierce determination reflected back at her. I've never felt this way about anyone before, he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. You've broken through walls I didn't even know I had. I want you to know that I'm all in. Emily felt her chest swell at his words, yet a flicker of doubt crept in. But Carter, what does this mean for us? How do we navigate this new territory? Our relationship has been built on a contract. What if we falter? His expression shifted, a seriousness enveloping him. We'll figure it out together. Contracts can be rewritten, but the bond we're creating is something far more profound. He stepped closer, taking her hands in his, grounding her with his touch. I'm not perfect, and I know I have my issues to work through, but I want to do that with you. The sincerity in his voice sent shivers down her spine. It was an invitation, a promise of teamwork, of facing the world together not just as husband and wife, but as partners willing to confront both their shadows and their dreams. What about your family? She asked, her mind racing with the implications. Carter's family was notoriously conservative, and the idea of him pursuing a relationship with her, especially one that defied the norms they held so tightly, felt daunting. He sighed, his shoulders tensing. They may not understand, but I can't live my life dictated by their expectations. My happiness matters too, and that happiness is standing right in front of me, he said, squeezing her hands tighter. The weight of his declaration hung between them, a promise that could change everything. With her heart pounding, she nodded slowly, a smile breaking through her initial trepidation. Then let's do this. Let's embrace this new chapter, whatever it may bring. Carter's eyes lit up, and the warmth of his smile melted away the remnants of doubt that had lingered. He pulled her into another embrace, this one fierce and protective, a cocoon where the world outside faded into insignificance. They stood like that for a moment, savoring the shift in their relationship. As they pulled away, Emily felt a new energy coursing through her, an excitement that sent butterflies dancing in her stomach. But just as quickly, the reality of their situation crashed back down around her. They still had obstacles ahead. Carter, what about your business? She asked, her brow furrowing. I know how much your work means to you, and I don't want this to become a distraction. He waved his hand dismissively. We'll balance it. I'm not naive enough to believe we can just ignore life's responsibilities, but we'll make time for us amidst the chaos. That's what partners do. The conviction in his voice reassured her, but a deeper concern gnawed at her. And what if your family finds out? They might try to pull you back into their world. He grimaced, but steeled his resolve. Let them try. I won't be swayed by their opinions anymore. I've had enough of being the perfect son, the perfect heir to a legacy I have little interest in. Emily admired his courage but felt a flicker of fear at the prospect of his family's disapproval. Are you prepared for the fallout? They might not take it lightly. I'm ready to face them. If they can't accept my choice, that's on them, not us, he said, determination radiating from him. I believe in you, Carter, she replied, her voice steady, and I believe in us. With a shared sense of purpose, they began to discuss how to best present their relationship to the world. Emily suggested a casual dinner with Carter's family, an opportunity to ease them into the changes without overwhelming them. I'll set the stage, Carter agreed, a hint of a smile creeping back onto his lips. Just us, no business talk, no airs, just our lives as it is now. Exactly, she said, her heart swelling at the thought of being part of his life in a way that felt genuine and true. As they made plans, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow that illuminated the room. They worked side by side, laughter punctuating their serious discussions. Emily felt a natural rhythm between them, a seamless flow that made time feel irrelevant. Later that evening, as they lounged on the couch, Emily curled up against Carter's side. The tension from earlier dissipated, replaced by a comfortable intimacy. She could feel Carter's heartbeat against her cheek, steady and reassuring. Can I ask you something? She said, her voice muffled against him. Anything, he replied, absent-mindedly running his fingers through her hair. What do you want most out of this relationship? Beyond the practical aspects, I mean. He paused, the question hanging heavy in the air. I want to build something meaningful, he said finally. I want us to share our dreams, to support each other in achieving them, and to create a life that brings us joy. Emily's heart swelled at his words. And what about the tough times? How do you envision us tackling those? Together, he said firmly, lifting her chin so their eyes met. I want us to be each other's anchor. There will be storms, but if we face them as a team, we can weather anything. Tears brimmed at the corners of her eyes, overwhelmed by the depth of his feelings. I want that too, Carter. I want to be your partner in every way. He leaned down, capturing her lips with his in a kiss that spoke of promises unspoken and futures yet to unfold. The kiss deepened, passion igniting the air around them, and Emily felt herself melting into him as they lost themselves in each other. When they finally broke apart, both breathless, Carter's gaze turned serious once again. "Are you sure you're ready for what comes next?" he asked, his brow furrowed. "This isn't just about us anymore. If we're going to go public, there are going to be opinions, scrutiny." "I'm ready," she said, her voice steady. "I believe in us and what we're building together. I'm not afraid of what others think. All that matters is what we want." A slow smile spread across his face, a look of pride that made her heart flutter. "Then let's do this. Tomorrow, we'll make that dinner reservation and face my family." The resolve in his voice ignited a fire within her. "Tomorrow," she echoed, a determined smile spreading across her face. As the night wore on, they talked about everything and nothing, reveling in their newfound connection. The world outside faded away, and for those stolen hours, it was just the two of them, cocooned in their love. The next day arrived with a mix of excitement and nerves. Emily spent the morning preparing for the dinner, carefully choosing an outfit that balanced elegance with a touch of her own identity. She wanted to present herself as someone worthy of Carter, but also true to herself, a challenge that felt monumental under the scrutiny of his family. Carter sensed her unease as they drove to his family's estate, a sleek black car gliding along the tree-lined streets. "You look beautiful," he said softly, reaching over to squeeze her hand. "Just be yourself, that's all you need to do." "Easier said than done," she murmured, glancing out the window. "What if they don't like me?" "They will," he said confidently. "You're not just someone I married for convenience. You're my partner, and they'll have to see that." His reassurances warmed her heart, but the weight of familial expectations loomed large in her mind. As they pulled up to the grand estate, a sprawling mansion that seemed to radiate old money and tradition, her anxiety spiked. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Carter. "Ready?" "Always," he said, determination etched on his face. Together, they stepped out of the car and into the world that awaited them inside. As they walked up the steps, Emily couldn't help but feel like an imposter, like she was stepping into a world that didn't quite belong to her. But with Carter by her side, she felt a surge of strength. They were entering the lion's den together, and she wouldn't back down. The door opened to reveal a distinguished woman with an air of authority that made Emily's heart race. "Carter," she said, her tone cool and measured, "you're early. I expected you later this evening." "Mother," Carter replied, his voice steady, "I wanted to introduce you to someone special." He stepped aside, revealing Emily, who stood there with her heart pounding in her chest. "Emily," Carter continued, "this is my mother, Elena Blake." Elena's gaze slid over Emily, assessing and calculating. "Pleasure," she said, though it sounded anything but. "Pleasure is mine," Emily replied, forcing a smile as she extended her hand. Elena took it briefly, her grip firm. "Let's hope the pleasure is mutual then," she said, her eyes narrowing slightly as she turned back to Carter. "What have you brought us today?" Carter's expression tightened slightly, an imperceptible shift that told Emily he was already bracing for impact. "Just a simple dinner, Mom. I thought we could have a family meal together." "Very well. Let's see what you've chosen," she said, leading them into the grand dining room where an opulent table awaited, adorned with fine china and crystal glasses. Emily couldn't shake the feeling of being under a microscope, and as they took their seats, the weight of the moment descended heavily. Carter's father, a stern-looking man with a penetrating gaze, joined them moments later, his expression unreadable. "Good evening," he said, nodding in acknowledgement. "I trust you've been well, Carter." "Very well," Carter replied, but his voice lacked the usual confidence, as if he too felt the pressure of the moment. As the dinner progressed, conversations flowed around her like a rapid river, leaving Emily struggling to keep up. The Blakes discussed business, investments, and societal expectations, their tone polished and precise. Emily remained mostly quiet, responding when prompted but feeling like an outsider looking in. Yet as the evening wore on, she looked to Carter, who maintained his composure, often interjecting with thoughtful comments that showcased his intelligence. Each time he spoke, she felt a swell of pride, even as she battled her insecurities. Then, as if sensing her discomfort, Carter turned the conversation toward her. "Emily, tell my parents about your work. They'd love to hear about it." Her heart raced, and she swallowed hard, feeling all eyes on her. "I'm a graphic designer," she started, her voice steadying. "I work with a variety of clients, helping them establish their brand identity and create visuals that resonate with their audience." "That sounds interesting," Elena said, her tone still cool. "And how does that translate into stability for you in the long run?" Emily felt her cheeks flush, the subtle challenge igniting a spark of defiance within her. I believe creativity drives progress, Mrs. Blake. In a world driven by visual information, good design is invaluable. It's a stable career path if approached with skill and passion. Carter's gaze flickered to her, a hint of approval in his eyes. You seem confident, Elena remarked, her expression softening just a fraction. I suppose we will see if your confidence is warranted. The conversation continued, ebbing and flowing, and Emily found herself surprising even herself with her ability to engage. While the Blakes' subtle probing felt intimidating, she held her ground, sharing anecdotes that highlighted her passion and creativity. Finally, as the dessert arrived, the atmosphere shifted ever so slightly. Elena leaned back, regarding Emily with newfound interest. You've certainly made an impression, my dear. It seems Carter has chosen a partner quite unlike the others. Emily felt a wave of relief wash over her. Perhaps she was beginning to carve a space for herself in this world, bridging the gap between her life and Carter's. Thank you, Emily replied, her heart pounding with hope. I'm just here to support Carter, as he does for me. Elena exchanged a glance with her husband, the slightest hint of approval in her eyes. Family is important, after all, Carter added, his voice steady. And Emily is family now. The declaration hung in the air, and Emily's heart soared. She caught Carter's eye, and in that moment, she knew they had taken a significant step forward. As the evening wound down, the conversation shifted back to their lives, and Emily felt a sense of camaraderie forming within the family. Though the Blakes were bound by tradition, she sensed a willingness to adapt, too. Embrace her as part of their circle. After dessert, Carter turned to her, his expression a mix of pride and warmth. You were incredible, he said, his voice low as they stood to leave. Thanks to you, she replied, brushing her fingers against his lightly. I couldn't have done it without your support. As they walked out of the mansion, Emily felt a sense of accomplishment washing over her. They had faced the Blakes together, and in doing so, they had strengthened their bond. Ready for what's next? Carter asked, a teasing glint in his eye as they stepped into the cool evening air. Absolutely, she replied, her heart racing with anticipation. The future held endless possibilities, and together they would carve their own path. As they drove away from the estate, Emily felt a thrill of excitement course through her veins. They had faced the proverbial lions and emerged victorious. But more than that, she felt a newfound clarity. Their love was no longer just a contract. It was a partnership built on mutual respect, understanding, and an unwavering desire to face whatever challenges awaited them. With Carter by her side, Emily felt ready to take on the world. Together, they would create a life that defied expectations and embraced the beauty of their love. And as they drove into the night, she couldn't help but smile, knowing that this was only the beginning of their extraordinary journey together. As the car glided smoothly along the darkened streets, Emily felt the weight of the evening's events settling comfortably on her shoulders. The laughter and chatter of the Blake family still echoed in her mind, a reminder of how far she had come since signing the contract that had initially felt like a gilded cage. Now, it felt like a key that had unlocked a door to a world she never knew she could belong to. Carter's fingers drummed lightly on the steering wheel, a soft rhythm that seemed to mirror her racing heart. She stole a glance at him, the man who was once a stranger bound by necessity but had become her partner and confidant. The lines of tension around his mouth had softened, and the corners of his eyes crinkled with warmth. It was in moments like this that she saw the man behind the billionaire facade, a man capable of deep emotions, vulnerable yet strong. Where to now? Carter asked, breaking the comfortable silence. Let's just drive, Emily replied, her voice light with exhilaration. I want to enjoy this moment with you. He nodded, a smile tugging at his lips. The car turned onto a winding road that led them toward the coast, the moonlight shimmering on the water. The open air felt liberating, and Emily rolled down her window, letting the cool sea breeze rush in, carrying with it the scent of salt and adventure. The night unfolded with ease, their conversation flowing as naturally as the waves crashing against the shore. They shared stories, laughter, and dreams, each word weaving them closer together. Emily felt as though she were living in a fairy tale, and yet lurking just beneath the surface was a stark reality. The contract that had brought them together still loomed over their heads. Carter, she said softly, breaking the spell of their laughter, have you thought about what we'll do next? I mean, after this? After we make it official? A flicker of seriousness crossed his face. I've thought about it a lot. I know we've only just started to explore what our relationship can be, but I want to make sure we're both on the same page. Emily nodded, her heart racing at the thought of the future they could build. I want that too, but I think we need to talk about what official means. Carter parked the car at a scenic overlook, one where they could admire the moonlit sea. He turned off the engine and faced her, his expression earnest. You're right, we need to be transparent with each other. I want to know what you envision for us. Taking a deep breath, Emily gathered her thoughts. I envision a life filled with love and trust, where we don't just rely on our contract but on each other. I want to build a home, a real home, where we can be ourselves, where we can tackle whatever life throws at us together. Carter's gaze held hers, the intensity of his blue eyes making her heartbeat quicken. And what if the world outside doesn't accept us? What if they see us as just a contract, a business arrangement? Then we'll show them they're wrong, she replied, passion igniting within her. We'll create our own narrative. We'll prove that love can blossom from whatever circumstance we find ourselves in. We have to believe in us, Carter. He smiled, genuine and bright. You make it sound so simple. It can be simple if we let it, she insisted, reaching out to squeeze his hand. We just have to commit to each other fully. Carter leaned closer, his voice a low whisper. I'm ready to commit, Emily, are you? Her breath caught again, a flurry of emotions swirling inside her. Yes, I am. In that moment, everything felt perfectly aligned. The fears of their past and the uncertainties of the future faded into the background as they sat in the present, a couple bound not by a contract, but by a deepening love. As they shared another kiss, the world around them faded into nothingness, and for the first time, Emily felt as if everything would be okay. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains of their shared bedroom, casting golden patches on the bedspread. Emily stirred, waking to the sound of the ocean waves crashing rhythmically outside. She turned to find Carter sprawled beside her, his face peaceful in sleep. The sight brought a smile to her lips. It was a rare moment of vulnerability for him, a glimpse into the softer side of the man she was growing to love. She slipped out of bed, careful not to wake him, and padded to the kitchen. As she prepared a simple breakfast of eggs and toast, she couldn't help but reflect on how much her life had transformed in just a short time. The contract that had once felt suffocating now felt liberating, opening doors she never thought possible. While waiting for the coffee to brew, Emily picked up her phone and scrolled through her messages. A notification from her mother caught her eye, and her heart sank slightly. The messages had become increasingly urgent over the past few weeks, and Emily knew she needed to address the situation with her family soon. After breakfast, she returned to the bedroom, where Carter was now awake, propped up on one elbow, watching her with a sleepy smile. Good morning, gorgeous, he said, his voice husky with sleep. Good morning, she replied, climbing back onto the bed beside him. I made breakfast. I can smell the eggs, he said, leaning in to press a soft kiss on her forehead. You're spoiling me. Just trying to keep up with my grumpy billionaire, she teased, playfully nudging him. He chuckled, the sound warm and reassuring. So, what's on the agenda today? I need to talk to my mom about some family issues, she admitted, her tone shifting to something more serious. I've been putting it off, and I think it's time to face it. Carter's expression softened into understanding. Do you want me to go with you? I can be there for support. Emily hesitated for a moment, unsure of how her family would react to Carter's presence. I don't want to overwhelm her. I think it might be better if I go alone. All right, he said, his voice steady, but I'm just a call away. Let me know if you need me. Thank you, she said, her heart swelling with gratitude. It means a lot to me to have you by my side, even from a distance. After breakfast, Emily took a deep breath, steeling herself for the conversation ahead. She gathered her things and headed out to her car, the weight of anticipation heavy in her stomach. As she drove toward her childhood home, memories flooded her mind, the laughter, the warmth, but also the tensions that had started to fracture her family. Arriving at the small but cozy house, she parked and took a moment to gather her thoughts. It struck her how much she had changed since she last stepped through those familiar doors. This time, she was empowered, fueled by love and a sense of responsibility to confront the issues that had been simmering for too long. Stepping inside, the familiar scent of warm bread met her, and her mother's voice echoed from the kitchen. Emily, is that you? Hi, Mom, she called back, trying to sound cheerful as she moved toward the kitchen. Her mother turned, wiping her hands on a dish towel, her expression shifting from surprise to warmth. Oh, honey, it's so good to see you. She rushed forward, enveloping Emily in a hug. I've missed you. I've missed you too, Emily replied, feeling the warmth of the embrace wash over her. Come sit, her mother said, gesturing to the small kitchen table. I just made some bread. Would you like some? I'd love some, thank you, Emily said, taking a seat. As her mother busied herself with the food, Emily felt the tension in her chest tight. Are you all right? Her mother asked, concern etched in her features. You seem a bit on edge. I'm okay, Mom. There's something I need to talk to you about, she said, choosing her words carefully. Her mother paused, her brow furrowing. What is it, dear? Taking a deep breath, Emily plunged in. I've been thinking a lot about the family situation. I know things haven't been easy lately, and I want to help. Her mother's face shifted, the lines of worry deepening. Your father and we've been struggling, Emily, but I don't want you to feel responsible for us. You have your own life now. I know, but that doesn't mean I can't support you both, Emily insisted gently. I'm in a better position now, and I want to help with the bills, the house, whatever it takes to ease the burden. Her mother looked lost for a moment, clearly torn. I don't want you to sacrifice your future for us. You deserve to live your life freely. Mom, I'm not sacrificing anything, Emily replied earnestly. I want to be there for you and Dad. We're family, and I love you both. Tears welled in her mother's eyes, and for a moment, Emily feared she had crossed a line. But then her mother reached across the table, grasping Emily's hands in hers. You've grown so much, my sweet girl. I don't want to hold you back, I just worry for you. I'm okay, Emily reassured her. Really, and I want us to work through this. Together, let's talk to Dad and come up with a plan. After a long conversation filled with tears and laughter, they agreed to face the challenges as a family. It was a small step, but it felt monumental to Emily. For the first time in a while, she felt a glimmer of hope that they could rebuild the trust that had been lost. As she wrapped up the afternoon visit, Emily couldn't help but feel lighter. She had opened the door to dialogue. They would face the storm together, just like Carter and her had chosen to do. Thank you for hearing me out, Mom, she said as she stood to leave. I really appreciate it. I'm proud of you, Emily. You're stronger than I ever was, her mother said, her voice thick with emotion. After saying their goodbyes, Emily drove back, her heart buoyed by the courage it took to confront her family's issues. The weight she had carried felt significantly lighter, and she couldn't wait to share the news with Carter. As she entered their home, the familiar scent of his cologne filled the air. Emily moved through the living room and found him in the study, engrossed. In papers scattered across his desk. Hey, how did it go? He asked, looking up with an expectant expression. It went well, she replied, her voice brimming with hope. We talked. I think we're finally on the right path. Carter stood and crossed the room, pulling her into a warm embrace. I knew you could do it. You're incredible. Thank you for your support, she whispered against his shoulder. I couldn't have done it without you. As they pulled away, Emily looked into Carter's eyes, the love and determination reflected in his gaze making her heart race. I think I'm ready to tackle the next chapter of our lives together. Carter raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile on his lips. Does that mean we're officially turning this contract into something more? Absolutely, she said, her voice steady. I want us to be partners in every sense of the word. In that moment, they both knew that their journey was just beginning, but they were ready to face whatever came next, hand in hand. With love empowering them, they were prepared to carve their own path, a future unbound by the past, filled with the promise of a life shared together.